Just because of a sentence, there is no birthmark on his butt. You went from being the respected prince to being abandoned. The true prince is the new top scholar of the saint's true transmission. Therefore, as an abandoned person, not only did you lose your cultivation, but your enemies also poisoned you with 3 kinds of toxins on the spot. All the ministers thought you were really finished this time, but only you knew that this was the key to your strength. You obtained the rare Emperor's Belt rare job card for 1 day. And you can also awaken 2 corresponding 3S level skills. Skill 1, bestowed by heaven, passive, description, you are appointed by heaven, and the national fortune is with you. Your luck is extraordinary. According to player tests, the main effect of this passive skill is to affect probability events and event probabilities. In simple terms, you will become luckier and make the outcome of any event positive. You will most likely be caught by a branch when jumping off a cliff. Even if you jump off 10 cliffs, and you will pick up peerless martial arts. It can be said to be the embodiment of when the time comes, the world will be united in strength. After taking office as the emperor, you will immediately attract the attention of the court. Obtaining this passive position is equivalent to forcibly seizing a share of the national fortune for oneself. It would be strange if the legitimate Great Way Emperor in power did not become wary of you. Speaking of which, now that I am in office, I should also attract the attention of the court, right? You couldn't help but fall into contemplation. However, having more lice doesn't itch. Having more debts doesn't worry. You squint your eyes. The Jinbei Wangfu seems prosperous, but behind the scenes, it is closely watched by the bloodcloth guards. If noticed by the court, it could instead become a card in my hand. For you at this moment, the first passive skill is just icing on the cake. What can truly be a timely help is the second active skill. Skill 2, Life and Death Control, active, description, you wield Imperial power, able to determine life and death. After using this skill, you can designate a person to die every day regardless of conditions. Yes, this is a card of death. A true Yanwang Dianmao. Whoever you point at will die, because the difficulty of being an emperor is immense, to the point that if you don't take the evil path, the day of your ascension is almost the day the ending is played out. Obtaining such a skill doesn't necessarily ruin the gaming experience, but now, you have obtained such a heaven-defying skill right from the start. Unfortunately, the experience time for this profession is only 1 day. Which means I only have 1 chance. You nod your chin, the dim candlelight reflecting in your eyes, flickering unpredictably. In the past, the Queen of Jinbei was pregnant for 10 months and only gave birth to 1 child. To confirm the true identity through the blood relationship between Gu Yuandao and the King of Jinbei, your false identity as the son of the world has already been confirmed. Moreover, the King of Jinbei is smart in choosing to publicly acknowledge the relationship in the court, directly forcing the emperor to acknowledge it. At this moment, the emperor should have already ordered a thorough investigation of the events of that year. Whether it is to kill Gu Yuandao or Gu Yuyet, the situation cannot be reversed. Killing only 1 person. How to break the inevitable deadlock. Close your eyes. Then open them. A hint of eager light flashes in your eyes. Let's just play big. You are a player. Crossing over to be an emperor? Why be afraid of the beginning and the end? If the start is not good, then shatter and reorganize the entire situation. You got off the bed and looked at the spiritual patterns on the door, reaching out to feel them carefully. Although your body is in a mess right now and there is no spiritual power stored inside, based on your gaming experience, there are at least 3 ways to break a general restriction without any spiritual power. Fortunately, given the contempt of the people in the royal mansion towards you, it is absolutely impossible for them to set up advanced restrictions. However, you do not intend to lift the restriction. Instead, you are preparing to strengthen it. The consensus in the entire Wang mansion now is to first detain you, whose identity is undecided, to prevent you from causing trouble, and wait for the return of the King of the North to make a decision. Even if you have a way to get out now, you will be brought back and have no power, so you can only be at the mercy of others. If you want to get out, you must go against the current, because now, the only person in the entire Wang mansion who can temporarily help you get out is just 1 person. You used the pearls brought from the bed as a medium, dipped the needle in blood, and drew an unstable rebound formation on it. Although drawing formations with the naked eye is a fantasy for ordinary practitioners. Come on, were you drawing with a mouse before? The pearls in the room are not ordinary goods, but the tears of the mermaid offered by the High Kingdom, which can be used as the formation's eye. Although you cannot cultivate yourself, because your body has been marinated in 3 top-grade poisons, your blood is comparable to precious treasures, and can be used to guide spiritual energy. Since the level of the return wave formation is about 3 or 4 levels higher than this prohibition, as long as the prohibition spirit pattern is placed in the gap for operation at the right time, covering the original spirit pattern and changing its nature can be completely achieved. Although there is a theoretical probability of failure, do not forget that you now have the passive blessed by heaven on you. Achieved. You look at the pale blue pearl emitting wave-like spiritual patterns on your hand. Take a deep breath. Support yourself on the doorframe. Wait for a few seconds. And immediately press the pearl inscribed with the resurgence array onto the prohibition. In almost an instant, the pearl turned into powder. And the spiritual patterns on it instantly merged into the prohibition, intertwining with each other. All around the room, on the walls and beams, a vague pale blue spiritual pattern emerged, fiercely erupting outward like a tidal wave of spiritual energy. Resurgence means the reverberation of water waves. This is a counterattack formation. You were suddenly struck down by spiritual energy, your face pale, your chest trembling, and you cried out, "Mother, it hurts." After shouting, you vomited a mouthful of blood. From the integrated memories, you can easily analyze that the original owner of this false world, the reason for his debauchery, is closely related to his upbringing and family education. Due to the continuous wars between Dewey and the barbarians, the northern king guarded the border and did not often return to the royal palace in the imperial city. You lived in the Wang mansion for a full 19 years, and the number of times you met with the Prince of Jinbei can actually be counted on one hand. And the reason for this is either because you were poisoned by someone, or because you caused a major disaster that needed to be cleaned up. In your eyes, in order for your son to meet the father he both respects and fears in his heart, and to receive his attention, there are only two paths to take, either self-destruction or destruction of others. Obviously, Gu Fangchen chose the latter. Wei was founded on martial arts, and all the people respected martial arts. After his dantian was wasted, Gu Fangchen had just as easily become the biggest laughingstock within the circle of meritocratic sons of Huantian City. And the more people tend to lack something, the more they seek it. Gu Fangchuan's missing self-esteem is compensated for by the outward manifestation of arrogance and violence. What's more, Jinbei Crown Princess Ning Kaiyong was almost infinitely doting and tolerant towards him. Gu Fangchen has been victimized repeatedly. Ning Kaiyong is gentle in nature and conscious of how much she owes him, so no matter how much he fools around, she tries her best to help him smooth things over and satisfy his demands. This directly led to Gu Fangchen being raised as a giant baby. When there is emptiness within, one must endlessly ask for more. The more recalcitrant he is, the more emotional value he takes from the person he's being with, which naturally becomes worse in the long run. It is often said that a loving mother has many children. Ning Kaiyong is that loving mother with no bottom line to speak of. One might even call her a drowning child. Of course, for players, this character attribute is not a negative label at all. Instead, it directly made Ning Kaiyong sit firmly on the popularity throne of "this is a woman who can be my mother." In a nutshell, right now, in the entire royal residence, the only one who still had the possibility of standing on Gu Fangchen's side and trusting him unconditionally was her. She might still be able to tolerate Gu Fangchen's confinement. After all, it was a big deal. But if he got hurt because of it, then Ning Kaiyong would never be able to tolerate a bit of it. Outside the fetch house belonging to the Seiho, a group of the royal family's servants and secret guards were all trying to stop a beautiful woman dressed in luxurious clothes and declining in the west. This beautiful woman, pink peach cheeks, beautiful eyes with frost, white and flawless stunning face, soft wan shuli, a woven gold dark flower red dress, through the hidden majesty and nobility, jade made hanging cloud, gold hairpin horizontal slanting, revealing a section of soft and delicate neck is like condensed fat. The rouge spectrum published in the game had Ning Kaiyong before the unmarried, rated as the first of the absolute color. There is a poem that says, "It is hard to dream of Hoi in the blue sky, but once you see her on earth, you will see Ning Kaiyong." At first glance, she even looks like a young girl in her 20s, and it is absolutely impossible to imagine that this is already a woman who has given birth to 3 children and is in her 40s. Jinbei Wangfei, Ning Kaiyong, came from the Sword Pavilion, the number 1 clan in the 6 Hua Dao, and was the daughter of the pavilion master. The sword sage, who is famous for rowing the land as a boat with a sword, is her brother. Although Ning Kaiyong herself did not have any cultivation in her body, she was just a weak boudoir woman. But when she was first married off, the still teenage Ning Shenjun personally carried her all the way from the Sword Pavilion to the entrance of the royal residence. From the 6th Chinese road to the Imperial Heavenly City, a distance of 120,000 miles, the little sword saint stooped and bent his knees. After that, the world knew how hard the backstage of Princess Jinbei was. That is, one would rather offend the sword saint than this sword saint's own sister. "Please calm your anger, Your Highness." One of the shadow guards at the head of the group fell to his knees, his mouth saying to rest his anger. But his attitude was strong. "We were also ordered by the king to set up the prohibition in order to prevent the son of the world from doing something foolish on impulse." Ning Kaiyong pursed her lips and huffed. "After all, I am a woman who has been in the depths of the inner mansion for a long time, and everyone regards me as foolish and short-sighted, so much so that even a few shadow guard offerings dare to deceive me at will." She chortled heatedly. "And when has His Majesty ever been so concerned about hanging on to my dust child? If he is truly afraid that Dusty will do something foolish on impulse, could it be that the hallowed king of Jinbei can't stop this one message that he can't grow legs? She was originally a beautiful woman who was capable of realizing tenderness and would not blush even when she was angry, but when it came to Gu Fangchen, it was like touching one of the scales that grew on her body. The words are so pungent that they poke people right in the backbone. These words said that the shadow guards underneath were silenced and did not dare to speak. What else do you have to say to put me off? Ning Kaion looked around and lightly rebuked. If you have nothing to say, step aside. She made a gesture to leave, and the nearby royal family's offering hurriedly took 2 steps forward to stop her. Seeing that he could not be persuaded, he turned his eyes and spoke bluntly. His Highness did give orders for us to watch over the world's sun, so please don't make things difficult for us pawns. Your Highness. The offering sighed and fell to his knees. Your Highness, forgive me, we are only following orders. His Majesty's mind is made up. How can we disobey? Please, Your Highness, put 10,000 hearts. This prohibition only restricts the world's sun from entering and exiting, and will never damage a single hair on his head, he said in a pleading tone. Please be kind enough to go back. Your Highness, it's late at night, and if your body gets sick, His Majesty will blame us again. It was said that once you enter the marquee door, they, the envoys, were able to beg for a meal in the king's palace, and they were also at the level of a human being in the cultivators. Knows how to use the art of speaking better than the shadow guards who just know how to do things by the book and follow orders. The princess has a good heart and a soft nature, and she eats softly and refuses to be hardened. Then you must come up with your own hardships, reason with reason, and move with emotion, in order to make the princess soften her heart and hesitate. When tonight is over, the king returns, this evil little life is finalized, and even the princess, I am afraid that she can no longer protect him. The others immediately chimed in, clattering to their knees. Please go back, Your Highness. Seeing the situation, Ning Sion's footsteps lurched, and his heart softened, so he really wasn't resolute anymore, but hesitated instead. Most of these people were indeed acting under orders, and she knew exactly how ruthless and harsh Gu Yuye's rule was. At that time, even if she helped to explain, Gu Yuno would only chastise them for their incompetence. If this prohibition is really just restricting Dusty's movement, and now Dusty's identity is in doubt. Seeing that there was a turnaround, that offering hurriedly went forward to lead the way. Your Highness, you'd better. First, right at this moment, at the distant bedroom, light blue spirit patterns fiercely lit up on all 4 sides, particularly dazzling in the dark night. The ground shook with a thud. Immediately afterward, there came the sound of Gu Fanchen's aggravated shouts at the top of her voice. Mother, I hurt. Ning Sion's face suddenly changed. His eyes coldly looked at that offering and questioned. Is this what you meant by not hurting a single cold hair on Dusty? That offering was dumbfounded. This can't be. This prohibition is clearly. What he had set up was definitely a restriction that could only limit entry and exit. So why would it suddenly be offensive? Ning Kaiyong no longer wanted to hear it and called out. Granny Choi. An old crone's figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the bedroom, reaching out to make a point, and those light blue spirit patterns immediately fell apart. The figure took 2 steps back, bowed his head respectfully, and opened the door to the room. Ning Kaiyong immediately walked in anxiously and quickly, and at a glance, she saw Gu Fangchen, who had collapsed on the ground and was vomiting blood. She was terrified, her face instantly turning pale, as if all the blood had been drained from it, her lips trembling. Dusty. Ning Kaiyong squatted down and tenderly hugged Gu Fangchen. Seeing that he was as breathless as a swimmer, his eyes suddenly became misty with tears. Gu Fangchen raised her hand and wiped the blood from the corner of her lips, a hint of amazement flashing in her eyes. In the game, perhaps because the computing AI and sandbox take up too much memory, the character modeling isn't too detailed. Now that I have seen this stunning first in reality, I realize what it means to be seen on Earth. This made it more subtle in his mind. Even though I've said this is the woman who can be my mother countless times, it's still a bit weird to be facing such an extremely beautiful woman and calling her mother. Gu Fangchen was in a trance when she felt a few drops of warm touch on her cheek. He raised his head and saw tears like a pearl in Ning Xiong's panicked eyes, falling down like no money. Alas! A faint, undetectable sigh dissipated on the wind. Gu Fangchen straightened up and hugged Ning Kaiyong. Ning Kaiyong was violently hugged by an adult male, and subconsciously, with a shock in her heart, she tried to break away, but Gu Fangchen in turn hugged her tighter, even gripping her arms painfully, her voice coming out muffled, as if she was gritting her teeth and fuming. Mother, I'm in pain. They're all out to get me. Are they going to abandon me even you now? When these words came out, Ning Xiong's petite body shook, and she immediately felt that her heart had been torn into pieces. Death by 1,000 cuts for the momentary hesitation I had after getting the news. We all know that the princess has a kind heart, but in terms of bitter tricks, who can match him? Chapter 4, Leaving the Royal Mansion. Ning Saiyong's heart ached, and her originally stiff petite body gradually loosened up. She lifted her hand and gently stroked the back of the child she had raised for 19 years. Since Gu Fanchen's Dantian was destroyed at the age of 12, her character has become more and more stubborn and violent, and her behavior has become more and more misbehaved. And over the years she has been hurtful and sad from time to time, and has become irrepressibly disappointed in him. She came from a prestigious family, and her character was gentle and kind. So how could she really not have a bit of a grudge in her heart against such a lousy playboy son? Ning Kaiyong had also tried to dissuade her son, but all she got was Gu Fanchen's boredom and indifference. Over the past 2 years, the relationship between mother and son has tended to drift apart. Even though there is guilt in his heart, there will be a day when he will be consumed by this endless evil. At the moment of learning that Gu Yuye and the new scholar recognized each other above the courtroom, Ning Kaiyong also found it hard to judge. In his own heart, was there a flash of relief? However, Gu Fanchen's show of weakness, dependence and trust at this moment, again, it made Ning Kaiyong feel as if she had gone back to when Gu Fanchen was 12 years old, and she had seen this tiny child fall to the ground covered in blood, and on his abdomen was a huge bloody hole that had almost cut him off at the waist. The blood that kept gurgling out turned into a mountain of doubled guilt at the moment. How can she be a mother and abandon her child? Even if it wasn't her own, it was still a child she had raised with her own hands. These 19 years of affection, could it be fake? Even a single such thought would be incompetent on her part. Ning Kaiyong softly said in shame, "Don't be afraid, Dusty. Mother is here. Mother will take you away and never let anyone hurt you again." Gu Fanchen sniffed, and then she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was a stinking game player, not a professional actor. And acting in front of the people who knew the original body best would more than likely tell at a glance that something was wrong. That's why it's simply preemptive. One is to use the misalignment of the HUD to cover up a broken expression. The second was to inspire Ning Saiyong's guilt, so that she would be so wrapped up in her emotions that she wouldn't have the means to think about it in detail. However, when Gu Fanchen opened her mouth, she felt the complex feelings welling up in her heart, and her nose followed. You could say it's 8 out of 10 true. It was as if the emotions of the original body had merged with the memories. After all, this world has a God's soul. If he is a borrowed body and soul, it is very likely that there will be after effects. There is also a chance that it will be seen as a hidden danger. The way things are now, it should be for the best. Gu Fanchen stood up with Ning Saiyong's assistance. As soon as he stood up, he couldn't help but bend over and spray another mouthful of blood. Ning Saiyong's face blanched as he hurriedly said, "Dusty." The old crone who had been watching from the side took 2 steps forward and took Gu Fanchen's heart pulse on her hand. Gu Fanchen immediately felt a very thick and cold spiritual energy enter her body, suppressing the burning sensation at her heart. With a slight sense, the crone whispered, "Miss, don't worry. The world's sun is not in the way. The flickering flower seal has not been loosened. Just due to the impact of external forces, the qi and blood momentarily overturned, driving the toxins in the heart veins some floating. A few days of conditioning and you'll be fine." Ning Kaiyong didn't mind in the slightest as she stretched out her slender jade hand and wiped away the blood on Gu Fanchen's lips, murmuring, "Granny Cui, how do you expect me not to worry? Having only just gotten the news, these people in the royal residence had the audacity to go against the grain and assassinate her Dusty child. If later, how can Dusty get a foothold in this royal palace?" Gu Fanchen, however, was not as calm as Granny Cui. He immediately covered his heart at the words and dryly howled with a pale face, "Mother, I don't want to die. Am I going to get poisoned?" Ning Kaiyong hurriedly consoled, but Gu Fanchen cried and was even more upset. "I feel so hard. It's like there's a fire burning in my heart. I knew it. Gu Yuno's own son came back and is going to make me give way to him and get me killed." He pushed up his own sleeve and showed it to Ning Kaiyong, speaking his mind. "Mother, this poison thread has definitely gotten deeper." Ning Kaiyong saw clearly that since the flickering flower seal set up by Master Juehui back then hadn't been loosened, this poison was bound to not be able to make any waves. But Gu Fanchen eyed her. She knew it in her heart and was a little helpless. The boy, surely, was trying to make a scene again, to prove that his place in his mother's heart had not changed. In the past, Gu Fanchen was irrational. To do things that are hurtful and evil, fooling around would only hurt the mother-son relationship, but not tonight. He was really being victimized, at least superficially true. Ning Kaiyong then felt that it was normal for Gu Fanchen to seek security. She thought for a moment, softly, "In that case, Mother will take you to the military minister's residence to seek out Monk Shinsho, who is a true disciple of the Garland Monastery, with profound Buddhist teachings, and is also quite knowledgeable in the art of Qi and Huang. I heard that he once detoxed a king in the West from a strange poison, so I thought he might have an idea." Gu Fanchen firmly shook her head and said, "No way, Mother, Those vultures will only preach. They won't cure anything at all. His eyes twinkled and he whispered, Mother, I've heard that Princess Banjuru of the tutelary mother sect paid a secret visit to the Imperial sky and is now in the White Horse Temple outside the city. Ning Kaiyong froze. Princess Banjur has secretly arrived in the Imperial sky? She didn't even know. So why would Dusty know? Gu Fangchen then said to himself, where in this world is there a gifted art that compares to the divine power of servant Xiyin of the tutelary mother sect? Ning Kaiyong was dumbfounded. This is indeed true. It's just a shame that the Toho sect won't go out of their way for a Siyu. Not to mention that is still fake today. Good. Ning Kaiyong gently touched Gu Fangchen's temples. Mother will take you. It's good to stay out of the limelight for a while. Ning Kaiyong had just gone out the door with Gu Fangchen in his arms when he looked at the envoy who had set up the prohibition earlier and shook his head. She commanded, in the royal residence, there is no room for a villain who is a Yangbang, so after you have received your punishment, you can leave on your own. That offering knelt on the ground, his face ashen. The princess was kind and spared his life, but if such behavior, which was tantamount to turning his back on his master, were to get out, how could he possibly have any room to make a living? Losing the shelter of the royal family, former enemies will surely sting up like flies competing for blood. He knew that he could not escape from death, but he could not figure out why the restriction he had set up would suddenly change. He clenched his teeth and violently rushed towards Gu Fangchen, his gaze resentful. You should. Before this offering could finish his words, he was already lifted up by the head of Granny Chui, who had suddenly flashed into existence. Only the body fell forward. Ning Kaiyong turned his head intolerantly and sighed softly. She took Gu Fangchen's hand and ordered someone to find the Grand Sheriff's master to handle the aftermath. So she headed out of the royal residence. In the fetching courtyard, silence soon returned, leaving only the servants to methodically clean the blood. And inside the messy Gu Fangchen's bedroom, a plain-clothed woman with 7 points of resemblance to Ning Kaiyong, but even more charming and tranquil, was gently moving her lotus steps, her line of sight slowly sweeping over all the furnishings in the room. If her eyes contained clear light, her expression was cold and disgusted, as if even being in Gu Fangchen's bedroom was a great humiliation. It was none other than Gu Fangchen's original sister, the Grand County Princess of the royal family Gu Yuren. She was the teacher of the Yao Mountain Academy, and at a young age, she was already a divine Dao master of the pointed snow realm, known throughout the world. It was praised by the sages as the ancient style is here today, and the talent occupies 300 states. Gu Yuren's gaze suddenly lurched. She reached out and the pearl powder scattered on the ground all floated up. The blood on it had dried and browned the pearl dust. Gu Yuren's mind moved, and a trace of light blue residual light flickered away and returned to dimness. Powder rustled down. She murmured softly as her brow jumped. Within the 4th grade formation Huilan Formation, Imperial Sky City. When did a formation Dao Patriarch come? Chapter 5. The White Horse Temple Nodo. Jinger, the royal family's eldest maid next to her, frowned when she heard this. What Missy means is that someone is making a move behind the scenes to help. Sheetsi. Jingle paused. Although the entire royal family now knew that this Gu Fangchen fellow was 100% a fake, but before His Majesty's decree was issued, he would still be the son of the world. Although Jinger had always disliked this dude who could only play with women, as the king's grand maid, she would not break the rules. Gu Yuren waved her sleeve, brushing away the pearl powder, her voice clear and cold. How could an envoy within the royal palace do such a foolish thing? Not to mention that Qi Rong's formation Dao cultivation is only at the 7th grade, so he simply doesn't have the ability to set up a 4th grade formation. Qi Rong was the name of the offering that had already been disemboweled? The Grand Sheriff's gaze was haunted. Furthermore, if it's a 4th grade formation alone, it can't be called a patriarch. What matters is this person's superb understanding of formations and the means to lift weights between different prohibitions and formations. Wouldn't it be possible to simply convert them? To be able to do that, his own cultivation in the Tao of formation is bound to be above the 2nd grade. She murmured, but within the Great Way, there are only 3 formation Tao masters in total who can be ranked. These 3, none of them are in the Imperial Sky City today. Anna mused. That formation was engraved on the pearl? It's impossible for someone to sneak inside the royal residence, and this room was completely closed at the time. With a shock in her heart, she followed the logic and launched into a startling conclusion. Can't it be? The Seiji did it? Gu Yuren realized what Jinger was trying to say and glanced at her faintly. Jingle was dumbfounded. Also, this is ridiculous. How is it possible? Personality could be disguised, but Gu Fangchen's dantian was destroyed. This could not be faked. How can he hide his clumsiness when he can't even practice? Furthermore, with Gu Fangchen's uneducated character and pace-like pig brain, learning the Tao of formation? It was simply the biggest joke under the sky. Gu Yuren shook her head and looked out the door into the night sky, narrowing her eyes. The room was sealed tonight. But what's in it? It didn't come out tonight. That little bad seed doesn't have the brains for this. He must be used for someone. We must not let Mother be deceived by him again. Have the shadow guards following Mother keep reporting back to see where they are going. Anna lowered her head. Yes. Guyurin tapped her palm with the scroll in her hand. By the way, when will Father be back? When Master Pei surveyed the bloodline, he found that this matter also seems to be related to the demon cult, and His Majesty is pleading his case with His Majesty, so it won't take more than an hour for him to make it back. As for the results of the survey, it is needless to say. Guyuren let out a long breath. Thinking that her real brother was a new scholar, she only felt pride and pain in her heart. That good-for-nothing evil seed has dishonored the reputation of the royal family for so many years, and now that it's righting the ship, it's time to give it back. Bam! Flop dash. In the night, the sound of a deep, crashing bell came from the quiet temple, startling the birds in the mountains and forests. A canoe moored in the lake at the foot of the mountain bobbed, and the empty fishing rod rolled twice, swinging away in a circle of fishing fire. Granny Chui stopped the Xuanju carriage in front of the mountain road. Gu Fangchen jumped out of the car first and habitually turned back towards Ning Kaiyong to extend her hand. Ning Kaiyong froze slightly, looking at Gu Fangchen's rebandaged palm. Her eyes suddenly had a slight change. Seeing that she didn't respond, Gu Fangchen urged, "Mother, what are you waiting for?" He muttered, "I heard that Princess Banjur has the posture of a heavenly being, was born with a golden lotus in the ground, has a body with a strange fragrance, and is beautiful, and I don't know if it's true or not." Only then did Ning Kaiyong come back to her senses, lightly spitting out orchids and reaching out to nod his forehead, dumbly saying, "I said, how do you know Princess Banjur? So it's because you are thinking about her beauty. Is it because that gang of foxes and dogs gave you bad ideas again?" She admonished with a pensive face. "Dusty, you must not be used by these people. The Deity Mother sect is one of the two major Buddhist sects, and in terms of its power alone, it is even greater than your grandfather's family. Princess Prajna is the holy daughter of the sect. Her status is so high that she has a call to arms within the sect. Her cultivation is unpredictable, and she is temperamental. Never a woman you can mess with. Remember?" Gu Fangchen pretended to be full of concern and let out an "oh," only relieved when she saw that the muddle had passed. Damn! The original body of this birth usually do not even know to get off the carriage to help their own mother. Are a rebellious face of self-care walk away. When he reacted just now, a cold sweat nearly broke out behind him. It's too scary to be more cautious. The persona can change slowly, but this little habit, for now, has to be maintained. Otherwise, if Ning Kaiyong became suspicious, he would have to open a backup escape plan. Although this current opening was very unfavorable, in terms of status and resources, it had already outperformed 99% of the cultivators in the world. And there's a chance that this seemingly worthless dude who died as light as a feather could be involved in a shocking case hidden in the dark threads of the game. This can be so much fun for a player, as long as one can resist the hatred of the entire royal family and the Imperial Sky City. There is a great deal of potential. A great deal of potential. It's better to keep your identity as long as you can. Gu Fangchen followed the two men as they picked their way up the stairs, looking up curiously at the silhouette of the White Horse Temple hidden in the mountains and forests. This White Horse Temple is the founding emperor of Wei ordered the construction of the beginning of the reception of travelers to and from the monks and Taoists, to give a place to rest. But then gradually, with the honeymoon period of the relationship between the court and the immortal sect, all forces traveled to and from the area to gather here, and it became an intelligence distribution center. In the game, this place is then a well-known side quest refresh location, plus one of the most convenient places to induct a few monks. Many players pre-leveling will choose to crouch here and wait for various quests to randomly refresh. If you're lucky, you can brush level 20 out in 3 days. Gu Fangchen was very dear to this place. Nonsense. Every time he opens a new file, he has to go to jail here for anywhere from 3 to 10 days. Even the abbot of the temple has a few hemorrhoids he knows exactly. The highly respected abbot of the White Horse Temple was talking to Ning Kaiyong when he suddenly felt his butt muscles tighten. Ning Kaiyong said doubtfully, "Abbot, what's wrong?" "Nothing." The abbot coughed dryly twice, folded his hands and said, "It's just that your highness may have heard wrongly. There are no Taoist friends of the Dumu sect coming to the temple tonight." "Really? When it's true, monks don't lie." Ning Kaiyong glanced back at Gu Fangchen. The teenager froze and became furious. How can that be? Can it be that they tricked me? Naturally, he hadn't come for Princess Banjur in the first place, but only vaguely remembered that she would be at the White Horse Temple at this moment. Here we go. Good. Not coming. That's better. Ning Kaiyong, however, breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be just nonsense, she said. How could her own son know the whereabouts of the holy maiden of the tutelary sect? She rushed a few words of comfort, and went along for the ride. In that case, We will stay in the temple tonight. The royal residence is now a place of right and wrong, and it is better not to go back. When it was late at night, Gu Fangchen excused herself to pee, poking through the grass all the way, holding a weed, swinging it from side to side, and walking slowly to the foot of the mountain. Granny Choi was hanging far back, reeds drifted all around. The wilderness ferry was deserted, and there was only a small boat lazily crossing the water. The fishing fire is ghostly. Gu Fangchen raised her head to look at the words above her head. Emperor, 23 hours 27 minutes. Time should be right. He jumped onto the boat in 2 steps, lifted the straw curtain, and cocked his head to look inside at the scribbling, disheveled, white-haired old man who was huffing and puffing over a bucket hat. Smilingly, he said, "Old man Ding, how about sending you a creation?" Chapter 6, 3 Things. Who? The old man lying crookedly in the boat has no intention of waking up at all. With a thin snoring sound between his nostrils, he is sleeping soundly. From the looks of it, this old man should be around 70 or 80 years old. A head of white hair sparsely tied up. A glance at the scalp covered with old age spots can be seen. Wearing the common rough cloth shorts and calf-nosed pants of fishermen. The dry body is almost as thin as a bone. The 2 tanned arms that were exposed were muscled like strips of air-dried meat, twisted together one by one. In the cabin, there were straw raincoats, wood knives, dried fish hanging, a small fireplace next to it, and a few broken cups and bowls scattered about. No matter how you look at it, this is just a bad old man who fishes for a living. Seeing that the other side is ignoring people, Gu Fangchuan was in no hurry, rolling up the curtain and sitting herself down at the bow of the boat. Very familiarly, he picked a freshly dried fish down and tore one off to chew on as a snack. Blah blah blah. Old man Ding's eyebrows trembled, and the sound of teeth rubbing together seemed to come from him. Gu Fangchuan ate with gusto. This old man Ding's craft of sun-drying fish was a masterpiece, and inside the game, it was a purple quality delicacy that could be used to bribe a lot of NPCs. The quality of items inside the game is divided into 9 levels: gray, white, green, blue, purple, gold, orange, red and colored. For food items, the top quality is gold. He'd always wondered how good this one dried fish had to be to get to purple. You can have it today. With Gu Fangchen's modern taste buds, which were used to technology and ruthless living, he could also give a not-so-bad rating. Gu Fangchen smacked his mouth. It was still a bit salty. With the dried fish in his mouth, he reached down and staked out the small fireplace, folded some branches from outside, and scooped up some lake water in a broken bowl. Another precise rummage from inside the various clutter in the boat turned up the firebolt. It's just so very natural to boil water. Gobble gobble. Old man Ding's forehead veins strained and his eyelids fluttered wildly. Whose boat is this anyway? Why does this guy seem to know his house better than he does? That fire discount he often throws around. Every now and then he cannot find. Have to turn over half a day. This inexplicable kid. He actually found one. Old man Ding's heart couldn't help but feel a hint of suspicion. Could it be that there was someone else who could evade his senses to spy on him? No, it can't be. Not to mention, whether someone with a higher cultivation level than him would personally come to spy on him. At least this guy in front of him, he definitely didn't have any cultivation at all. After a while, Gu Fangchen put out the fire with his hands and feet, poured the boiling water into a bowl, and waited for the night breeze to cool the water. He was not idle during this time. Picked up a rock and tossed it, then threw it, playing it hitting the water. Slap. Old man Ding listened to the sound of the stones jumping on the water, his chest heaving, his nose heavy, his 2 fists finally clenched. A pair of beady and murderous eyes snapped open. In the darkness, like a cold aura. He's just old, not dead. Surprisingly, one day, even a yellow-haired child dared to ride on his head and recklessly. What about the Prince of Jinbei? Even if the King of Jinbei himself came, he would have to treat him with respect. Gu Fangchen seemed oblivious, still casually, throwing stones one by one. Slap. Old man Ding had already sat up, like a skeleton that couldn't hang on to its flesh, coldly staring at him in the darkness. Gu Fangchen suddenly turned back and said, "Killing me is an easy thing to do. Not only do I have no cultivation, I also have 3 rare and unresolved poisons on my body. You don't need to do anything, and the probability is that I won't live past 24. Old man Ding weighed the wood knife in his hand, laughed, and said indifferently, "Is that why you came to me to get killed?" Gu Fangchen shook her head. "I have not come to seek death. Rather, I have come to seek life." Old man Ding's gaze skimmed over the dried fish that looked like it had been gnawed by a dog, the blackened fireplace, and the rippling surface of the lake in turn, his face expressionless. "Is this your means of survival?" Gu Fangchen spread his hands. "Don't you think it's a coincidence?" He looked into old man Ting's eyes, straight at him. The 3 things that Marshal Saint Ding Xingfeng hated most in his life. Don't ask, waste, and suffer. Old man Ding was silent for a moment and slowly said, "It seems that you know me well, even seem to know me better than I know myself." Gu Fangchen didn't deny his misunderstanding of this, you guys. Or maybe he just did it on purpose. The best way to rationalize one's actions is to borrow the name of the hidden immortal plan that the protagonist of the game is a part of. When he heard Ding Xingfeng's words, he knew that it was stable. This old man is a high-level hidden NPC of the White Horse Temple. It was also one of the highest-ranked neutral NPCs in the entire game, coming from a frighteningly large source. It is Ding Xingfeng, one of Wei's 7 current second-grade powers, the undefeated martial sage. Of course, it was extremely difficult to raise this stubborn old man's goodwill to pick up quests for rewards. Almost all of the players are stuck at the first step, i.e., how to trigger a conversation. Everyone knows there's a hidden NPC by the White Horse Temple, but no matter how the conversation goes, he would all just reply. If it wasn't for a godly person who had gotten key information, who would have known that the only way to trigger a conversation was to actually do 3 of Ding Xingfeng's most hated things in one breath? He won't even pay attention to you until you brush his favorability to negative numbers first. It's simply counterintuitive and anti-human. And after the player does those 3 things, he has another 80% chance of killing the player outright, leaving a 20% chance of opening a dialogue. So in general, if you want to trigger the conversation flow, you have to make sure that you can resist a slash from a martial saint without dying. Gu Fangchen was blessed with national fortune at the moment, which was why she dared to be bold enough to do so. As long as Ding Xingfeng was willing to get up and talk, it would be fine. Gu Fangchen looked up at the sky and pretended to be very deep. There are always people in this world who can easily control the destiny under the sky. The dry, thin old man across the street sneered. He, just by you? Can you call that puddle of mud like your Dantiana life? Or is your poisoned body considered luck? Gu Fandan. Still got a mouth on you, old man. He pretended not to hear, playing with the stone in his hand. Let's make a bet then. Ding Xingfeng grinned, his expression more or less a personal grudge grimace as he toyed with the firewood knife in his hand. Since you know who I am, what do you think? What qualifications do you have to bet with me? I'm not interested in the bull ***** creation you're talking about, but I'm still interested in killing you in passing. Gu Fangchen laughed as well. In fact, I've already put the 3 things that the martial saint hates the most into the letter stone and given it to the people of the Eye Heaven Division. As long as I die, the ban on the letter stone will be unsealed. Ding Xingfeng. I seem to have made a mistake and wrote it as martial saint's conditions for accepting disciples, with an address attached. What's the bet? Just bet on the next number of hits. Ding Xingfeng was suddenly overwhelmed. What's the bet? Gu Fangchen's gaze was calm as she handed over the stone in her hand. You throw. Ding Xingfeng's expression stagnated as he turned his head, and his eyes changed in a flash as he looked at Gu Fangchen. Unbelievable. Like looking at a great-sized cutie. Gu Fangchen continued. I'll say a number and then you throw it. If the number of times you throw it out matches what I say, you win. He gave a wide smile. Instead, it's a win for me. Chapter 7, The Fortune of a Nation vs. The Extreme of Manpower. Ding Xingfeng was silent for a while, then suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. The more they laughed, the louder they got. And in the end, it turned into an uncontrollable back to the sky belly laugh. He laughed half-heartedly before stopping with a huff. Halftime. This great Wei martial saint reached out his hand and heavily patted Gu Fangchen's shoulder, took a deep breath, calmed down, and gave an expressionless thumbs up. Just for making me laugh. I'll be sure to give you a hard time later. This kid who doesn't follow the rules has also finally made Lord Martial Saint, who has spent his life in loneliness, realize that. Turns out people laugh when they're speechless to the max. Gu Fangchen was slapped and stumbled. Hiss. He grimaced and rubbed his shoulder, feeling mostly swollen from the slap and probably not far from dislocated. Mind you better get sore later. The countdown overhead had gone on for another half hour. Ding Xingfeng didn't take his stone, but instead picked one up from the ground himself, tossing it up and down and squinting his eyes. A couple times. He'd lived 200 years of his life and had never seen anything so ridiculous. How many times do you bet against the Sage of Wushu to hit the water? How refreshing. What the hell does this kid think a martial arts saint is? A name you picked up on the side of the road? Even today, this kid said that he wanted to play 10,000 underwater. He also had to let him see. In the end, what is a martial arts saint? The extreme of martial arts is the Tao, and the extreme of the Tao is the Holy Spirit. This was the limit of a skill, a realm that all martial arts practitioners could only dream of. If he couldn't even do such a small thing, then he could also give up this martial saint's name and simply give it to this kid. Gu Fangchen secretly laughed. He could know this old man's foul temper too well, although nominally a recluse, but in fact proud as hell. Simply cannot let go of half of the name outside the body. A little agitation can send him into a rage. Of course, it must not be too obvious, but must make him unknowingly think, how can I not do it? Otherwise the old man wasn't stupid and would have reacted immediately. It's all tried and true with one player's life. Gu Fangchen glanced at the lake and casually said, 3 times. Ding Xingfeng looked sideways. Are you sure? Gu Fangchen smiled and nodded. Just 3 strokes. 1 is not too much. 1 is not too little. Ding Xingfeng exhaled. Okay. It seems that this kid simply sees that he can't live long and comes to actively seek death. With a twist of his arm, he threw himself forward and stopped looking. Well, you. As soon as the words were spoken, a trace of ominous foreboding suddenly arose in Ding Xingfeng's heart, and he violently turned his head. Snap! Pop! Wow! On the surface of the water, the stone bounced twice, and anyone who saw the rest of its momentum knew that after the 3rd stroke, the stone would be unsustainable and would have to sink. However, just at the moment when the stone was about to fall, a fish in the lake suddenly leaped up and bit at the stone. Ding Xingfeng's face changed and he immediately spat out a mouthful of water towards the fish. This mouthful of saliva was like an arrow leaving the string, shooting at the fish's head with the speed of wind and lightning, instantly piercing it through. The fish that blinked into a corpse stiffened in midair and fell back down. However, the mouthful of spit that Ding Xingfeng spat out gained momentum and broke a tree branch that was stuck in the middle of 2 rocks that were swaying. Pop! The branch snapped and these 2 bigger rocks came down hard. The wave of water raised by the rock was bound to knock over the small stone directly. Ding Xingfeng's pupils tightened, and his mindset underwent some subtle changes in this instant. This kid, he's kinda evil. I'm afraid that even if he smashed those 2 rocks to pieces now, I'm afraid that something else would pop up and try to make waves again. His face sank and he let out a heavy cold snort. But so what? The district's water waves and wind waves can be suppressed by force. The right foot then stepped forward and stomped gently downward. In a flash, a rumbling sound echoed through the mountains and forests, and even in the White Horse Temple, there was a slight perception of it. If a patriarch with a martial arts cultivation level of 4th grade or higher was here, he would be able to notice that the entire mountain peak where the White Horse Temple was located had sunk an inch to the right, and the lake at the foot of the mountain, just under the step, strangely suddenly calmed down completely. Obviously, a second ago, it was flooded with countless wrinkles, but at this moment, it was as if it had been smoothed out directly by a big invisible hand. The entire lake is smooth as a mirror. There was no longer even a hint of a wave. Those 2 huge stones, colliding with each other in midair, the moment they were not in the water, both no longer stirred up the slightest ripple. Gu Fangchen looked dumbfounded. Worthy of a martial arts saint, awesome is really awesome. No matter how evil you are, I can break all laws with one force. Ding Xingfeng saw that the small stone smoothly touched the water surface, and put his hand back, clouded. See, when it says 3 clicks, it means, gulp. I only saw that after the small stone touched the water, it didn't bounce up again, but just sank straight down. Ding Xingfeng froze, his eyes straightening. Gu Fangchen gave a regretful ouch next to her. How's that for 2 hits? Ding Xingfeng waved his hand violently, and the 2 stones that had just fallen were scooped up by him. These 2 stones had just crashed together, directly cracking open the surface of one of them, revealing the true colors underneath. The color is pitch black, as dark as ink. Hooray! Is actually a yin and yang magnet, and the small stone that was thrown out by Ding Xingfeng was just firmly sucked in by this stone. The expression on Ding Xingfeng's face at this moment was unspeakable. In silence, he took the small stone he'd picked up with his own hands and squeezed it gently. The inside was really the same pitch black color. This is also a magnet. Gu Fangchen seemed to realize the problem as well and raised her eyebrows, slamming the piece in her hand hard on the ground. Snapped in half. In the middle of the ordinary, is a stone everywhere. In other words, if Ding Xingfeng had caught this small stone from Gu Fangchen just now, he would not have been attracted away. But Ding Xingfeng just used the magnet he picked out. His own choices have led to this moment. All of this was a rabbit's rump, but in the space of a short breath, the hallowed martial saint tried his best, but he still couldn't stop the stone's trajectory from shifting. Ding Xingfeng, with a dark face, he slowly turned his head to look at Gu Fangchen, his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. Gu Fangchen spread her hands and blinked her eyes with a very innocent expression. You laugh at me for not understanding the martial sage, and I laugh at you for not understanding the fate of the nation. Are you kidding me? The weight of a country's fortune. Dang, can you carry it? Ding Xingfeng's complexion was cloudy, and in the midst of his changing expression, he crushed the magnet in his hand into powder. He can naturally backtrack. Even if he flipped and killed Gu Fangchen now, no one could comment on it. After all, he had long been a brutal fiend in the eyes of the world who had killed more than 10,000 people. But I have to say, he's really a little curious now. The fate of the country. Why is it on the Prince of Jinbei? Chapter 8, Leveling the Playing Field. As a cultivator located at the pinnacle of the current world, Ding Xingfeng clearly knew that in this world, such outrageous coincidences would never exist. Just now, in the short span of a breath, Ding Xingfeng had witnessed 3 sudden accidents. All 3 of these accidents, without exception, coincided in stopping the number of water drifts. In other words, even the heavens were helping Gu Fangchen win the bet. Then Gu Fangchen, what makes such a guy with a destroyed dantian and highly poisonous body deserving of heaven's favor? If he had been born lucky, there is no way he would have ended up where he is now. There is only one possibility for being able to do this. He's the one who intercepted the nation's fortunes. When the chi of an entire country was gathered in the body of one person, it was naturally capable of anything unimaginable. Although Ding Xingfeng couldn't look at this guy, the appearance of national fortune on the Jinbei king's son was something that was truly enough to shake the world. He re-examined Gu Fangchuan, crushed the powder in his hand back into stone, and sneered, "Is Gu Yuno finally crazy?" Gu Fangchen, however, sighed, "He's not crazy, he's smart as hell. I just found my own firstborn son, and I'm about to be kicked out." Ding Xingfeng's eyes flickered and his expression turned playful. A biological son? That is to say, this kid in front of me is actually still a fake Seiji, but on the false son of the world, there is the true fortune of the nation. It's the luck of the nation. Wanting to intercept the national fortune silently was no child's play, and it was still under the eyes of the Imperial Sky City. Without a few top divine principle experts combining their efforts, this was a fool's errand, and with Gu Yuno's connections, he could do exactly that. If this matter is related to Gu Yuno, he must have planned it for a long time behind the scenes, switching parentage and intercepting the nation's fortunes. So is the king of Jinbei going to kick the bucket now, or is he going to bail out? Gu Fangchen's tone sounded like he was also an informed participant, but combined with his previous statement, it seemed like he had another force behind him. This force was the reason why he had the courage to go behind Gu Yuya's back and find himself. Gu Fangchen saw Ding Xingfeng twirling the stone between his fingers. Although there was little expression on the old man's face, he already knew that he had brushed up this favorability. When Ding Xingfeng was in a good mood, he would absent-mindedly make small movements. On the contrary, when in a bad mood, he settles down and doesn't move. As for how it was brushed, it's simple. Why did this martial arts sage choose to live in seclusion at the White Horse Temple? Many feel that it is he who feels that he has created too much killing karma and asks for an other-side liberation. But Gu Fangchen knows that it's actually because he loved to hear gossip in his life. The White Horse Temple, as a place where cultivators from various powers traveled to and from and socialized with each other, circulated all sorts of news every day. With Ding Xingfeng's ear power, the entire range of the White Horse Temple, there is a mosquito chat. He can hear everything. It can be said that you walk on the front lines of gossip every day. It's not a pleasure. Gu Fangchen herself was now a huge gossip center. He processed his own in-counter embellishment. That can simply water a few hundred UC browser headlines. As soon as he said it, Ding Xingfeng naturally felt good. +1+1+1+1. Ding Xingfeng turned around and turned his back as he faintly said, "So you came to me wanting a way out? Is that what you call survival?" He didn't show it on his face, but he strained his ears. Gu Fangchen shook her head and said, "Wanting a back road is a simple thing for me, but it's not the back road I want. It's the front road. It's not just my way forward. It's your way forward." Ding Xing risked being amused again. He realized that the boy was truly a talent, and there were few people left in the world who could make him laugh. And today, he was even beginning to wonder if he was in fact a cheerful person. The world always said he was a murderer and a madman. He used to think that deeply, but today he realized he was wrong. And that was because they hadn't seen what a real madman looked like. But Gu Fangchen's next words made the corners of his mouth freeze. Gu Fangchen said word for word, "Do you want to kill Maharaja Infinite?" Ding Xingfeng turned his head, his face expressionless. "Yellow-haired child, do you know who Mahamudra is?" Gu Fangchen raised her finger to the night sky and smiled. "As I said earlier, there are always people in this world who can easily control the destiny under the sky." He coughed dryly and began to recite in full one of Ding Xingfeng's secret red stories. In the first 5 years of Yangon 1:25, the great heavenly Satsuma Mahamudra of the Green Barbarians, under the name of Nyesu, came to the Great Way in the guise of a monk traveling in the West. He first argued the scriptures and discussed the Tao for 88 matches, winning all the battles, earning the title of Holy Teacher of the Buddha's Son in the Great Way, and amassing such a great reputation that he was instantly in the limelight. He then spoke to Emperor Yangon, saying that he could recognize the hearts of people and had the ability to survey heavenly demons. Our sire believed. Gu Fangchuan looked at the grumpy old man in front of him with thinning hair and a disheveled description and whispered. The first one to be surveyed was the Marquis of Yizhou, the martial Saint Ding Xingfeng, who had won a great victory in the northern attack on the Green Barbarians at that time and had entered the way with his martial arts. Old Man Ding suddenly smiled to himself. Yeah, well, then you must know what the outcome is too. Gu Fangxian nodded. Ding Xingfeng was born with one heart and no tricks. Tyrannical. Life pits tens of thousands of people to kill for fun. If not curbed, will be the devil of mutilation and poisoning one side. Old Man Ting stared at him. If you know, why aren't you afraid? Gu Fangchen, however, had a solemn expression on his face, and performed a very solemn cupped fist salute towards Ding Xingfeng. Since all the people killed are those who are burning and looting in our Wei territory and cooking the people on our Wei borders, I only hate that I haven't killed enough of them to make their livers crack when they hear the voices of our Wei people. It's true to his word that the game's Wei background is epitomized by all the dynasties of China. For him, naturally, there is also infinite empathy. Ding Xingfeng was silent for a long time, sighed, and shook his head. Ridiculous. Ridiculous, even a yellow-mouthed children understand the reasoning. Then the gun gong gong. Zhu Crown no one knows. When he reported the facts of the border, they said that they were nonsense that could not have happened. Although the green barbarians are barbarians, they are also human beings. Since they have cows and sheep to eat, why would they eat human beings? There are also people who do not believe Ding Xingfeng life to punish the evil. For the chivalrous, it is impossible to lie. Then he knocked at the Confucian saints sitting on Yao Mountain. The sages say, man's nature is good. So this pile of things became evidence of his guilt in intimidating people and lying about his military service. Ding Xingfeng is not afraid of these, but he realized later that the other party's purpose was not only to make the court jealous of him, but also to destroy his Tao. Because Maharaja Infinite speaks the truth. Ding Xingfeng really takes pleasure in killing people. Tyranny is real, and so are pits. When he loses his good reputation for being revered by the people and cannot convince himself to take up the butcher's knife by discussing the signs regardless of his heart, he begins to wonder if he should not put down the butcher's knife. But before he could think clearly, Mahamudra exposed his true colors before him. Ding Xingfeng's first thought was to kill. However, other people only saw him kill the holy teacher of the Buddha, Nya Su. Green Savage Daitence's disguise was seamless. After that, the martial sage Ding Xingfeng became a villain who did not allow great sages. His reputation was ruined, and the world scorned him. Since it's wrong to kill bad people, should he kill good people? After so many years of being in hiding and seclusion, for a large part of the time, he was trapped by his heart's demons and was half crazy. Until now, he still seems to be in the same place and can't get out. Thinking about it, there seemed to be only one way ahead. Killed the Maharaja of the Green Barbarians, who was still hiding. Gu Fangxian had made a flurry of ghosts and gods, and Ding Xingfeng had originally thought that the creation he had mentioned at the beginning was nothing more than random nonsense. Turns out he actually came for real. Ding Xingfeng sat down and took a sip from his water bowl. He raised his head and for the first time, he leveled his eyes at the youth in front of him who was originally like an ant in his eyes. Mahamudra is a second-grade divine path grand sage. It seems like what you want to take from me will be a lot. Gu Fangxian took a deep breath, her heart relieved. The night breeze sent a chill down his back from his soaked shirt, but he didn't dare to relax for a moment. It's only from now on that it gets to the point. Chapter 9, The King of Zhenbei. Gu Fangchen was again brightening his motives and displaying intelligence. The only purpose is to put the two on an equal footing for conversation. Or, rather, to put an organization behind him on an equal footing with the sage. Don't look at him as if he was leading Ding Xingfeng by the nose the entire time. In fact, it was only because this martial saint's character was already relatively well spoken. As long as he succeeds in triggering a conversation, he basically doesn't make things difficult for people in subsequent quests. Just a bit more poisonous in his mouth. Do what you need to do. It's a real honest man. Some high-level NPCs, that really is 10 sentences out of 10 can be false. Not even the official text given by the game can be trusted. It's up to the player to figure out the push. A little inattention and you'll be played straight. And even the more pragmatic NPCs like Ding Xingfeng are likely to just kill you with a single slash because they're in a bad mood. Gu Fangchen was familiar with the process, but after all, it was now a real person on the battlefield, still a little bit out of the loop. It's good that he played pretty well. Once upon a time he didn't realize that he was quite strong mentally. Moreover, Gu Fangchen's current status helped a lot. Ding Xingfeng must have known that he had followed Ning Kaiyong, and even though the identity of the world's son was fake, Ning Kaiyong's favoritism towards him was not fake. Although the soldier Saint Gu Yuya had nothing to do with him anymore, the sword Saint Ning Sending Jun was still his uncle. It is well known that having a lot of saints in the family means that you can do whatever you want. Otherwise, if a random passerby really came by, there was still a chance that he would be cut down directly. Bow. Gu Fangchen and Wu Shang sat opposite each other on both sides of the fireplace. From a distance, Granny Cui finally realized that something was wrong. She originally thought that her son was just being playful and casually competed with a fisherman on the lake. so she stood far away from the side to guard. After all, she had always known that the world's son did not like to be followed too closely by house servants like them, or else he would lose his temper. But it wasn't until just now that she realized, as an afterthought, that she hadn't actually been able to hear any of the conversation between the two, even if the distance is relatively long. This is impossible. However, just as she was about to come over, she felt a terrifying and intimidating pressure come crashing down, pinning her directly in place, her entire body stiff and unable to move. Granny Chui opened her mouth, unable to make a sound, and a cold, rainy sweat immediately flowed down from her forehead. The opponent's strength was above that of a sovereign, and, I'm afraid it's far higher than the sovereign. How did Seiji know such a person? How can you talk and laugh with him? Gu Fangchen raised her head and saw the countdown above her head. Emperor, 22 hours 12 minutes. I have an astral secret technique that, no matter what the opponent's cultivation level is, as long as the timing is right, I can cause them to die immediately. But you have to be close to the other side to do it. Gu Fangchen did not change her color and said with a very serious expression, if we are to kill Mahamudra, old Ding, you must first lead me to rush into where the central golden tent of the Green Barbarians is located, at least within 30 feet of the other side. Dinky? Ding Xingfeng raised his eyes and expressionlessly glanced at the guy who suddenly got an inch closer to him. But on second thought, at the beginning, this kid called him Old Man Ding, but now he's a little more respectful. Forget it, let him be. Gu Fangxian paused, then said in a deep voice, besides, that's the only way you'll be able to behead the Mahamudra in public. Ding Xingfeng smiled skinlessly and narrowed his eyes. What? Are you going to give me the credit for killing the Mahamudra? Can it be that you think I'm a hypocrite who is greedy for credit and loves fame? The martial saint's aura violently materialized, and countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood came crashing down on his face, horrifying to the extreme. If another was here, he would have thought he was in an unpleasant mood and was going to say something complimentary. Gu Fangchen blinked when she saw Ding Xingfeng's action of tapping the bottom of the bowl. Isn't it? But who doesn't love to hear good words? And how can you call it hypocrisy when you like merit? On the contrary, it's a great deal of truthfulness, that's right. If someone says he doesn't want fame and fortune, it's the opposite. He wants it more than anyone else. Gu Fangchen shrugged. Besides, to kill Mahamudra, I can't do it alone. And my secret art of this starry night must never be leaked. I want this great fame, but I can't ask for it. He made a meaty but obliged to be generous expression and let out a long sigh. Had to endure the pain and let you have it. Ding Xingfeng raised his eyebrows and laughed. This time, it was a real good laugh. The world has wronged me. So, in this world, there are really people who know what kind of person I, Ding Xingfeng, really am. The great name of the warrior, the saint of the martial arts, and the born without a knack for human slaughter are not considered to be him. From the time he joined the army 180 years ago, he was just seeking a reputation to live on. Thus it was Maharaja Infinite's destruction of him by his name that became the demon of his heart that he could not get past. This smile of Ding Xingfeng's was devoid of any gloominess, and one could even vaguely glimpse the grandeur of the general and martial saint he once was. And the atmosphere eased up quite a bit at once. Yet he put down the bowl in his hand and spoke bluntly. But I still don't believe you. I've lived for almost 200 years, and I've never heard of any astrological secret technique that would allow someone with no cultivation to kill a second-grade saint. He was a martial artist and knew that if such tactics had always existed in the shadows, then the world would have been in chaos long ago. How can there be 200 years of eternal peace and prosperity? Gu Fangchen raised an eyebrow, moved his butt, and came over to take Old Man Ding's shoulder, saying, then let me ask you a question. Old Ding, what do you think? Are there many people in this world who have the luck of the nation? Not much, naturally, more than not much. I'm afraid there are only two people who have it within the Great Way today. One was within the Imperial Sky City, and one was right in front of him. Ding Xingfeng looked at the calm surface of the lake and secretly said that it was true. He had actually had this vision before he asked the question. Otherwise, why did Gu Fangchen reveal that he possessed the national fortune? If there really was such a secret technique that bucked common sense, then the only reasonable explanation would be to drive it with national fortune. But, Ding Xingfeng actually wanted to test how much Gu Fangchen was relying on, and what kind of relationship he had with those behind him. After all, when it comes to the stars and destiny, there should be only one place in the world that could possibly possess these inexplicable powers. Tan Yuan. Whenever the world is about to be in chaos, a preacher from Tan Yuan will descend into the world to right the order of the world. This is unspoken by all practitioners, a legend that is not a legend. Ding Xingfeng must be treated with caution. He was good-naturedly silent. Gu Fangchen wrinkled her eyebrows, as if she had made up her mind, and took a step back. It's not easy to unleash a secret art. I can show it once, but I won't be able to do it again for a long time to come. If you can accept it, Then before you do, you must make a heart demonic oath to ensure the safety of this identity of mine. Over the Jinbei royal palace, the two figures transformed into a long rainbow, breaking through the clouds, cutting through the night at a speed that was difficult to see with the normal human eye, and landing in front of the main gate of the royal residence. The brightly lit lamps of the royal residence illuminated the two men's appearance. An emaciated middle-aged man in a civil and military sleeved python robe, standing with his arms folded, just simply standing, but with a sense of unruffled authority, next to a handsome young man cap inserted palace flowers, wearing a red robe, long and straight as bamboo, long eyebrows into the temples, eyes like a cold star, elegant, a good wind in moon readers. It was the Jinbei king Gu Yuye, who had rushed back, and the saintly disciple and new scholar who had just changed his name to Gu Yuandao. The household servants within the royal residence rushed to greet them. A reddish, petite figure followed and rushed out, pulling Gu Yuye's arm and shaking it, pouting. "Dad, what took you so long?" She beamed and puffed out her cheeks. "That fake is making a mess without you." Chapter 10. The family. The petite figure that rushed out was clearly a pretty and bright, peachy-faced girl in red. It was not hard to tell from the servants all around who hastily bowed their heads and saluted. This young girl is the young county princess of the royal family, Gu Rinjian. It was also the person who had previously been the most loathed, or rather, unabashedly shown the most loathing of Gu Fangchen in the entire royal household. Gu Ruixian's character is simple and straightforward, just like a piece of white paper. Like is like, hate is hate. She had always disliked all the evil deeds done by Gu Fangchen, so she went against the latter at every turn. When Gu Fangchen bullied the orphan girl, she copied a pot of boiling water and threw it at his lower body, almost breaking him off. She secretly hired someone to put a sack on Gu Fangdan in the middle of the night after Gu Fangdan broke his bones. Gu Fangchen went to Ning Kaiyang to complain, so Gu Renxian went to Gu Yuye. In the opinion of the original Gu Fangchen, this sister was also his most disgusting existence, a true mortal enemy. After all, if other people went against him, he could go hard behind his back, and just act a little pathetic and sell out afterward. But not Gu Rinfen. If she complained to Gu Yuyi, Gu Fangchen was going to be locked up for real. But the outrageous thing was that with the original body's inability to seek medication, he didn't even feel that Gu Ruixian was doing these things out of kindness. Rather, it's this feisty character trying to step on herself to gain attention. Slim, take your time. Seeing the brightly shining little daughter, Gu Yuye's eyes softened, and the slightly cold and hard facial lines seemed to soften quite a bit. In addition to the two personal disciples, Gu Renlian was the one who had received the most inheritance of his mantle, and could be called a closed disciple. The eldest daughter is under the seat of the state master sage of fate Su Negative, which is her own wish, and Gu Yuye is also happy to see it happen. But this also meant that her and Gu Yuye's paths were heading in very different directions. Gu Renlian, on the other hand, was a born seed of martial arts. At only 16 years old, he was already among the 6th grade martial gallantry realm. This kind of talent, even compared to the mighty martial saint back then, was only slightly inferior. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that the martial saint had been in hiding for many years, coupled with the events of that year, it was really disliked by His Majesty. It would be best to let Gu Renlian worship the martial saint. After all, Gu Yuye's martial arts cultivation is actually only 3 grades, can be called the Sage of War. In fact, rely on the military potential array, and Gu Renxian Boudoir little girl, character simple jump, is not able to lead the army to fight the martial talent. However, Gu Yuye believed that if that old sage of martial arts were to see Gu Renlian's talent in martial arts, he would definitely be willing to take her on as a disciple. At that time, the eldest daughter will be the disciple of the state master, the youngest daughter will be the disciple of the sage of martial arts, and the only son will receive the true transmission of the sage. This is what Gu Yuye's heart, his Gu family should really look like. And as for some of the stains and mistakes he has deliberately created, he came back today to correct everything, getting misplaced things back to where they were supposed to be. After today, the world will recognize a whole new Jinbei royal house. Gu Renlian spat out her tongue and told the series of things that happened after Gu Fangchen locked herself up like pouring beans. At the end, she huffed. Mother clearly already knows that she is raising a stranger. Not to mention that Gu Fangchen is so why do you continue to defend him? Gu Ruixian had long felt that this dude who only ate, drank, and was good for nothing was not like a family with them. Now that it's been confirmed, naturally, I'm overjoyed. If there is no more royal family shelter, Gu Fangchen's cases committed back then will naturally have to be liquidated together, or at least he can be sentenced to a few heavy penalties. It can be called removing a pest from the earth. Gu Yuno smiled faintly and touched his little daughter's head. More than 10 years of feelings is not to say abandoned. Your mother is sentimental people. If you can put down overnight, it is not your mother. She just a moment still cannot understand. He turned his head to look at Gu Yuandao and whispered, when she meets her real son and has a sense of the bloodline connection, she will surely gradually wake up. Gu Renlian naturally saw the handsome youth standing next to her. However, she was so anxious at the thought of Gu Fangchen running away that she just squealed. When she thought of all the ways she had acted just now, her cheeks instantly blushed and she quickly put on a good behavior. Hello second brother. God have mercy. The last time Gu Ruixian had uttered this word was probably when she was 2 or 3 years old, being coaxed by her mother to call her Gu Fangchen. When she was slightly older, she fought with Gu Fangchen. It's almost as if they were enemies in a previous life. Gu Yuandao smiled faintly and said gently, I had heard of the young county princess Elegance, and I didn't expect to be destined to be brother and sister. He took out a short sword. This is a metaphysical sword I obtained from the strange sword forest, named Warding Off Evil. It's not exactly a rare item, but the name is auspicious. I came in a hurry, so I'll take this sword as a meet and greet gift, and I hope that little sister won't mind. Gu Renlian's face turned even redder as she took it and exclaimed, not too much, not too much. She cherished an inch-by-inch look at the short sword, holding it in her hands with fondness. From a distance, the atmosphere was harmonious and cordial. That's what a family looks like. Father. Gu Yuren walked out, her veiled belt as the wind, like a cool fairy under the moon. She had seen Gu Yuandao once before and simply raised her eyes, nodding slightly in greeting to the latter. Gu Fangchen is in the White Horse Temple. Gu Yuye frowned. What were they doing at the White Horse Temple? It wasn't what he expected, but it was still under control. He had waited for so many years to make sure that when this day came, no matter where Gu Fangchen escaped to, she wouldn't be able to escape him. Gu Yuren faintly said, it seems that Gu Fangchen was the one who fooled around and mistakenly thought that Princess Banjur would be coming to the White Horse Temple today, and insisted on begging mother to try to pay her a visit. Disgust and disdain flashed in her eyes. Gu Fangchen has always been good at beauty, and there is only one reason to want to see Princess Banjur. I didn't expect this guy to remain so shallow and ridiculous when he was dying. It's simply incorrigible. Ha! Gu Yuandao also didn't hold back a light laugh. I didn't realize that the one who replaced me was also a wonderful person. The sarcasm in the words should not be too obvious. What wonderful people. Naturally he wanted to talk about stupid people. He shook his head. What kind of person is Princess Banjur? How could she meet a drunkard? Even Gu Yuandao himself, now San Yuan and a true saint, was already considered a stunning figure among his peers. But if one were to go and seek an audience with Princess Banjur, I'm afraid they would only be turned away. Even today's saint, want to see Banjur, need to bathe and burn incense, sincere fasting for 3 days, only to get a word of aphorisms, not to mention their juniors. This Gu Fangchen is really out of her depth and doesn't even have the slightest bit of brains. In that case, I'll make a trip with Yuan Dao and finish things off tonight. Gu Yuye patted Gu Yuandao's shoulder and said in a deep voice, go and see your mother. She will listen to you. Gu Fangchen is but the son of a lowly horseman, and back then, the demon cult used the karma destiny technique to cut off the bloodline sensation, causing our Gu family to suffer from the separation of flesh and blood. Now, it's time to set the record straight. Granny Chui. Dusty. Ning Kaiyon lifted the hem of her skirt and stumbled to support Granny Chui, not even caring that her sleeves were cut, and raised her head to search for Gu Fangchen's location. Gu Fangchen jumped onto the shore and waved her hand with a smile. Mother, I'm fine. Just met an acquaintance and chatted a bit more. Ning Kaiyon breathed a sigh of relief and extended her hand towards Gu Fangchen, a gentle smile that gave light to the clear night. Come over here. Really? Out wandering around in the middle of the night, not afraid of meeting bad people. Gu Fangchen was about to walk over to help Ning Kaiyon. 2 streaming rainbows landed and stopped in front of Ning Kaiyon. Gu Yuye stood with his hands in the air and looked coldly at Gu Fangchen, who subconsciously stopped in her tracks. The honorable scholar fell on his knees in front of Ning Kaiyon, bowed downward, and said aloud, Mother, I am the one who is your son. Gu Yuandao raised his head, locked eyes with the stunned Ning Kaiyon, and shook his head. You should not be blinded by this. The matter of transferring the bag back then, he already knew it 3 years ago. Chapter 11 Old Ding. Watch how I kill, 2-in-1. Gu Fangchen was indeed knotted with shock when she was caught off guard by Gu Yuye's emaciated and icy face. On the one hand, it was Gu Yuno's sudden arrival, who himself had been in a state of high tension. It's like watching a horror movie and being absorbed in the heroine's big boobs when you're slammed into a jump scare. It's hard not to get a shiver of fear. On the other hand, and most importantly, it was an instinctive reaction from this body's memory. Gu Yuno was a complete shadow in the original's heart. When Gu Fangchen was still able to cultivate, she had also been unwilling and had worked seriously hard. It was because every time Gu Fangchen was assassinated, not only did Gu Yuye never have half a word of comfort when he returned to the house, but he also only came over to look at him with cold and disappointed eyes before taking care of things and leaving. It made Gu Fangchun feel, time and time again, that it was because she wasn't strong enough that she let her father down. He's obsessed with getting his father's approval, though the results were minimal, especially in comparison to Gu Rinqian. It was a bit of a drop in the bucket, but he also really tried. However, after the Dantian was destroyed, all of Gu Fangchun's efforts became a joke. It wasn't just his Dantian that was destroyed, but also his mind. The confinement room within the royal residence was only for Gu Fangchun alone, and it was a very simple structure. There are only walls on all sides, completely soundproofed and no light. Whenever Gu Fangchun made a mistake, he would be locked in and knelt to face the wall. One pass. That's 3 days. Letting the current Gu Fangchun look at it. This was completely a torture specially prepared to destroy a person's will. But in the original body, it was rather the father's forgiveness. No hitting or scolding. Isn't that light? However, he didn't know when, but when he thought of Gu Yuye, he would tremble with timidity and subconsciously cringe. He thought it was his own weakness and grew self-loathing. Unbeknownst to him, this was Gu Yuye's means and purpose. Gu Yuye stood in place with his hands in the air, overlooking the fool in front of him, who had been built by his own hands. When he noticed Gu Fangchun's trembling, he was satisfied in his heart. On the battlefield, Gu Yuno was the sage of war, known as the demon of the heart, and was feared by all. As we all know, there is only a wrong name, not a wrong nickname. To the enemy, Gu Yuye is the devil in their hearts that they can't escape from, always able to easily trick them like a ghost, making them unknowingly lose their armor and fall in a heap. And when he used the same tactics on this son, the effect was not diminished for a single minute. He had perfect access to the target he wanted to build out, and make sure that when he wants to eliminate the stain completely, he just waves his hand, like dusting off a speck of dust. Gu Fangchun. From the moment the name was taken, a tragedy was doomed. Gu Yuye looked at Gu Fangchun and said in a cold voice, "Sinful animal, colluding with the devil cult, taking over the magpie's nest, mixing fish eyes with pearls. You still don't know how to repent. Come here and kneel down." His voice was not loud. However, when it reached Gu Fangchun's ears, it was like a thunderbolt, causing his internal organs to vibrate. Gu Yuno snorted coldly. The pressure from a third-grade cultivator came down with a bang. Gu Fangchun suddenly felt an invisible stance pressing on his neck and shoulders, to crush him to his knees. His eyes darkened and he let out a muffled grunt. And the injuries that he had originally suffered before due to the counter-effect of the rewind formation were immediately tugged at. I knew it. Gu Yuno was 100% trying to silence him directly. Gu Fangchun was secretly shocked. Although the fake son of the world inside the game had already died in the opening. From all the fragmented clues in the game, it was clear that his death and Gu Yuye's father and son were absolutely unrelated. Even he could conclude that the original had not committed suicide. From the time father and son recognized each other, he, a fake, had no value, and instead, became a time bomb because of Ning Sion's feelings for him. Gu Yuye is the one who takes one step and counts 100. Overbearing and arbitrary. The thing I hate most in life is instability that is out of control. At this moment, he wanted to use Gu Fangchun's intentional deception information to calm Ning Kaiyong down, and then kill Gu Fangchun directly while she didn't react. Gu Yuno is laying down the law. Gu Fangchun tried to fight against that force, but the more he tried to straighten his body, the greater the force coming from the void. Cluck, cluck, cluck. He could clearly hear that the flesh and bones were being gradually overwhelmed by the massive weight, and the tissues within were breaking off. It is conceivable that at this rate he will be like a balloon filled with water under a hydraulic press. It exploded with a thud into a mess of rotten meat. When Ning Kaiyong saw the image of the youth swaying and all of a sudden bleeding from his 7 orifices, he was immediately seized by the heart and subconsciously went over to catch him. Dusty. However, just as she raised her feet, she was stopped by Gu Yuandao. Gu Yuandao snapped. Mother, don't you understand? 3 years ago, he already had dealings with the people of the devil cult. Not only did he know about what happened in the first place, he was also most likely an insider of the devil cult. However, the beautiful woman stopped, took a deep breath and whispered, I know. What? Gu Yuandao froze, thinking he had heard wrong. Ning Kaiyong looked at the plump and handsome youth in front of him. At first glance, she knew that this was the biological child she had given birth to in October. Looks, temperament, and accomplishments. Gu Yuandao was the one who was more like that royal family's son, who could be called flawless. But seeing Gu Fangchun in pain, thinking of that time when the tiny child pulled her hand and said she was in pain, she couldn't bear it. Ning Kaiyong repeated, I know about this, I've always known about it. And Dusty didn't collude with the demon cult. I can testify to that. The Jinbei Wangfei, who had been soft and docile all her life, calmly looked at Gu Yuye, lifted her skirt to bypass Gu Yuandao, and turned around to block the two of them. She said in a single word, "If your highness is here for this matter, then, please return." Gu Yuno was silent for a moment before his cold, hard brows relaxed slightly. Now that the princess has spoken, the enormous pressure that filled the air suddenly disappeared, like a drowning person who had just made it to shore. Gu Fangchen let out a sharp sigh of relief and choked on the fishy sweet flavor that came up in the back of her throat, coughing violently. Cough cough cough. Ning Kaiyong hurriedly turned around and gently patted his back. "Mother, I'm fine." Gu Fangchen grinned and raised his hand to touch his ears and eyes. "Sure enough, I touched a handful of blood." Gu Fangchen sighed. Before he met Gu Yuye, he thought about whether he should avoid the front line for the time being and make a false peace with him. After all, this was a third-grade powerhouse with power over the land. Either way, going head-to-head with him when development wasn't even a blip on the radar was a less than wise decision. But now, he didn't feel the need. Gu Yuno wanted to kill him, and he wanted to kill Gu Yuno. Then what's there to say? Put. Gu Fangchen spat a mouthful of blood towards the side, touching up to his heart. He felt the anger and resentment of another soul. The throne of the world's son was never reserved for his own son, but in the name of the son of the world, to go through the cause and effect, but all let him this outsider suffered. In the end, but also for the main master to do the trousseau, poisoned into the blood, destroyed the Dantian. No half resistance. Really a good plan. On what grounds? Gu Fangchen looked toward Gu Yuye and whispered playfully, "I'm guessing that you've got a soul-searching spell cupped in your hand, just waiting for the moment mother's attention is diverted, so you can slap me right on the head and find the answers you want straight from my churned-up brain, right?" Gu Yuye's right hand froze violently, his pupils shrinking slightly and unnoticeably. "How is that possible? Gu Yuye, you're really good at guessing." There was no laughter in Gu Fangchen's eyes as she looked at him with a smile. "Two-faced, capricious, cunning and venomous, insidious and urban. Which of these do you call holy?" Before Gu Yuye could say anything, Gu Yuandao became anxious first and drank coldly. "Shut up! What right does a villain like you, who has done so much evil, have to fight backwards? Father is just for the sake of the country, to ensure that the devil cult will not use some disloyal people to shake the Wei kingdom, even if the means are rough. It is also his upright nature and eagerness to protect the country. On the contrary, if you really have a clear conscience, you should let Father search your soul to check. Father, hallowed as a third-grade great saint, how could a soul search technique hurt your divine soul in the slightest? You're clearly weak-minded, aren't you? Goddamn straight." If the people who died in Gu Yuye's hands heard this, I'm afraid they would have to laugh and come to life. Should not say, not worthy of the first prize. The mouth is really ing sharp. Positive and negative words for him to say all the words. It's worthy of being the role of words within the late protagonist group. When he encounters some difficult characters, he is sent out to lobby, and 9 times out of 10, he can go straight through. In a matter of 3 or 2 seconds, the pot was dumped on Gu Fangchen again. Unfortunately, Gu Fangchen wasn't going to reason with him. Gu Fangchen shook her head, surprised. "If I remember correctly, today would be the first time you two, father and son, have met, right? Why, our great Wei scholar, a mouthful of father is so smooth. Is it because you didn't have a father to raise you before that you're so impatient to do your filial duty?" "Just kidding. Keystrokes practiced every day at posting and sparring with people. It's all about one hit." Where had Gu Yuandao seen this kind of personal attack? At that moment, his face flushed red and he reached out to point angrily. "You!" Gu Fangchen shook her head and turned her head towards Ning Kaiyong with a smirk. "Mother, look, he's in a hurry." Ning Kaiyong. The princess covered her mouth and coughed twice, pulling Gu Fangchen, signaling him not to go too far. At the same time, because of Gu Fangchen's words, a faint question mark popped up in her heart. "Yeah, it's clearly supposed to be the first time we've met. Why is it that between this father and son, there doesn't seem to be any halfway gap between them?" Using blood kinship may also explain, but it always feels as if there is something strange. Gu Yuandao's chest rose and fell as he threw up his sleeves, his eyes spitting fire. Me! He was in a real hurry. After so many years of not meeting his own mother, he naturally longed in his heart for the time when he would be able to make his mother look at him in a different way. But it turned out that his own mother favored this fake, not to mention that he himself was being degraded like this in front of her, and he still had no way to refute it. Gu Yuye raised his hand and stopped Gu Yuandao. He looked calmly at his son, whose face was covered with blood, and his gaze was like an opaque abyss, which made people unable to understand him. The Gu Fangchen in front of her was still the same worthless piece of trash no matter how she looked at it, but Gu Yuye's heart suddenly produced a strong sense of dissonance, making him extremely uncomfortable. It shouldn't. It's not supposed to be like that. Why isn't he scared? Not only did he look unafraid, he even looked like he was fearless. Gu Yuno was silent for a while and suddenly said, "Who are you?" When these words came out, Both Ning Kaiyong and Gu Yuandao froze together. Gu Fanchen's heart thumped, but her face remained smiling. What? It's not even enough for the king to disown me as his son. He doesn't even recognize my people? Then I'll reintroduce myself to you. I walk without changing my name and sit without changing my name. I'm called Gu Fangchen. No lies. Gu Yuno's eyes deepened. Gu Fangchuan wiped the blood from her face and realized that she couldn't wipe it clean. So she simply gave up. He walked forward to stand in front of both the Gu family's father and son. Looking around, he picked up a branch on the ground and pointed it straight at Gu Yuye. Gu Fangchen spat out the breath she was holding in her heart, and spoke the words directly. Gu Yuye. Even if everyone thinks that I'm acting recklessly on the name of the Jinbei royal family, and that it's the Jinbei royal family that's been kind to me, you should be clear that I never owed you anything. There is never rootless water in this world without a cause. Ning Kaiyong looked at her sons back in a daze, suddenly feeling a bit strange, but a certainty came over her. It was still Gu Fangchen, and hadn't changed. Even the sense of incongruity that had been vaguely present since bringing out Gu Fangchen earlier had instantly disappeared. Gu Fangchuan also felt that a vague sense of tonal boredom in her heart from crossing over had completely disappeared. He felt something. I'm afraid that's what the original was upset about. Gu Fangchen smiled in her heart. It seems that he also realized what he really wanted to do. Gu Yuandao was still sneering from the side. If you don't know the royal family, who else does? If it weren't for you, father would have lived a flawless life. So why would he be labeled with the stigma of teaching his son poorly and be impeached all day long? If it were not for you. Gu Fangchen didn't pay any attention to his BB and said to himself, again, I've never liked people owing me things, and you nearly killed me twice today, so count it as 2.5 times. So, old Din, watch how I kill. Before Gu Fangchen's words fell, Gu Yuye had already keenly sensed that something was wrong. Old Ding, who is it? Gu Fangchuan's ridiculous branch was like a child's capricious joke. It was harmless, but at that very instant, he felt an extreme omen of danger. A doubt sprang up in all those present. Who was he going to kill? The next moment, they knew. Gu Yuno's pupils tightened, and in a flash of reaction, he had raised his hand. This time, he didn't hold anything back. As long as he made a move, Gu Fangchen would surely die. Without warning, however, in the next second his expression stiffened and his eyes lost their sparkle. The Jinbei king's tall mountain-like figure collapsed into pieces. It drifted away. Gu Fangchen made a light stroke with the branch in her hand, and, life and death, was activated. Inside the White Horse Temple, in the backyard of the temple, in a quiet courtyard, the night breeze was gentle, and within the pool in the center of the patio, a pool of ethereal purple lotus flowers quietly opened, emitting a burst of seductive aroma. Layers of fluttering snow-white gauze curtains cut off the outside view. The presiding officer of the White Horse Temple was trembling on his knees, his forehead pressed against the ground. Within the veil, a lazy woman's voice came out, her tone interested. Are you saying that there was someone, before I arrived today, who knew in advance that I was coming? Chapter 12, Inviting Your Highness to be a guest, 2-in-1. The abbot of the White Horse Temple was named Yuan Xin, a Buddhist monk with a cultivation of the 7th grade of the divine path. What the scattered monks meant was that he had not joined either of the two great immortal sects of Buddhism. This is the reason why he was able to become the abbot of the White Horse Monastery. The three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism and the Great Wei dynasty can be described as the three most powerful immortal sects. Confucianism has the Yaoshan Academy of the 1,000 Years of a Sage, who is the only two mighty men who have arrived at the first grade realm other than the previous sword saint who chopped out the Heaven's Gate. 1,300 years ago, it was the Confucian saint, a paper oath of allegiance to establish half of the wall of the river and the mountain, so that Wei was able to establish the country. Successive emperors of Great Wei, when they took the throne, all needed to go to Yao Mountain to pay homage to the paper oath of alliance, and this has been the case for generations. Taoism is now dominated by the heavenly fate Tao, because the current master of the heavenly fate Tao is Su Negative, the sage of fate, who is the female master of this dynasty. Legend has it that she truly turns her hand to the clouds and her hand to the rain, holding the direction of the country's fortunes for 500 years up and down the Wei dynasty. A single thought is the sky turning upside down. As for the Buddhists, the Jataka monastery and the Dharma sect, each claiming to be orthodox, are in a state of flames and are in the most intense conflict. The White Horse Temple was a semi-official post established under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Heavenly City, so of course it needed a person with a neutral and clean composition to hold the position of abbot. Otherwise, it can be easily exploited by infiltration. But even if the stance was unbiased, having a 7th grade casual cultivator come face to face with the Holy Maiden of the Deity Mother sect, wanting to straighten his back would be a difficult task. Yuan Xin knelt down on the ground, gulped, and said truthfully, yes, just half an hour before the princess's arrival. the Jinbei king's crown princess came to visit with her worldly son, claiming that she wanted to pay a visit to the princess. I had thought it was that Shiitzi's nonsense, so I placed them in the temple's meditation room. Who knew you would actually come? The person behind the heavy curtain was Princess Bonjour, princess casually relying on the couch, such as waterfall black hair pouring sinuous, soft white shirt such as lotus petals bloom, gorgeous cold celluloid along the arc of the chest rises and falls, delicate body show undoubtedly. Armlets and anklets were like shackles on her slender arms and calves, but even the most dazzling and eye-catching jewels and jewelry were to be eclipsed before her veil covered. Stunningly beautiful face. The hazy fine veil covered the upper half of her face, calling out her eyes. However, just half of the face was already enough to overwhelm the crowd. Princess Bonjour is the title, because she was once a golden branch of the ancient kingdom of Yellow Sand in the western region of the delicate princess. In the legend, the ancient country suffered from sandstorms, thousands of miles of bare land, thousands of people died in vain every year. Princess Banjuru was compassionate and made a great wish, digging up her own eyes to sacrifice to the heavens, so that the heavens will have mercy on her and send down sweet rains. The ancient country was transformed into an oasis, and the four directions were subjugated and prospered for a while. However, for some reason, it didn't take long before this powerful ancient country suddenly disappeared into the yellow sand again overnight, becoming a legend. Princess Prajna was received as a holy maiden by the Dharma sect, and her real name is little known today. Princess Banjuru supported her head with her slender jade hands and asked with considerable interest, "It sounds like it wasn't the princess who was looking for me, but that infamous prince of Jinbei. The dude who can't cultivate? Yes. What did he come to me for?" Listening to the princess's tone, it seems that she wants to ask the princess to take action for the poison on her son's body. Yuan Xin was sweating like a pig, his head against the ground, itching to bury himself in the dirt. Who in this world doesn't know that Gu Fangchen is evil and loves beauty the most? What serious business could he have with Princess Bonjour? Detoxification is mostly an excuse. Even if he thought about it in his head, that is also a great blasphemy to Her Highness, the Princess of Mercy. On weekdays it would be fine. Now not only did he come to the door, but he actually poked around the princess's whereabouts in advance. Bah. He just hopes the blood won't spill on him. Princess Prajna tapped her forehead with her finger. Interesting. Her movements, even the Eye Heaven division cannot get this information, let alone a false son of the Jinbei royal house. This is by no means a coincidence that can be explained. She asked, opening her lips lightly. Where is that senor now? The maid at the side, wrapped in a black cloak, bent down and said, Foothills Wild Fairy. Princess Bonjour suddenly let out a light laugh. What a show. You go. The maid nodded and lifted the gauze curtain toward the door. Yuan Xin spoke warily. The princess is going too. The princess lazily said, Can't tell? Go and invite our Seiho Highness to be our guest. Wild Fairy. There was a silence. Only the whistling night wind was left, carrying the reeds swaying slightly. Gu Yuandao's face was full of stagnation and his gaze was almost lax. Both reason and emotion were shocked and impacted. When the wind blew, the countless flying ashes formed from Gu Yuye's disintegration even pounced on his face. He had originally subconsciously opened his mouth out of shock, and these flying ashes nearly entered his mouth, scaring him into closing it. Gu Yuandao's face paled and trembled as he tried to reach out and grab it, yet it was clearly futile. He looked at Gu Fangchen, who had not changed her face in front of him, and shuddered in disbelief. You killed father? Gu Fangchen raised an eyebrow and grinned, catching a piece of flying ash with the branch in his hand. I don't think a blind man can be a scholar, right? Won't you look for yourself? He blew out a breath, dispersing the flying dust, and shrugged. If you don't think I killed him, then it wouldn't be a bad idea for me to give you the chance to become known all over the world. After all, I was the one who turtled up for 19 years, and alas, I do feel sorry for you, so consider this my compensation. Killing the king of Jinbei is certainly an opportunity to become known throughout the world. Back then, when the three great masters of the Green Barbarians surrounded them, they all failed to leave Gu Yuye's life, and whoever could kill the powerful soldier saint would not have to immediately spread throughout the entire cultivation world. Gu Yuandao's body shook for a moment, barely able to hear Gu Fangchen's words. He murmured, a gentleman should have a mountain crumble in front of him without changing his face. A gentleman should have a mountain crumble in front of him, and, without changing his face. Gentleman. He had never thought that Gu Yuno would die in front of him. So easy, so bizarre. Death to this loser who never fit into their plans, who couldn't even practice. Gu Yuandao kept muttering and repeating a sentence, trying to calm his mind, yet after opening his mouth, no sound could be produced. Ka-ching! At this moment, a huge crack appeared in Gu Yuandao's Dao heart. He was originally a 5th grade divine Dao cultivator, with a mouthful of vast chi suppressing his soul. and his thoughts were so rigid that demons and evils could hardly invade him. However, at this moment, it was as if he had a serious illness. His face was pale, and his entire body was constantly sweating like a weak and convulsive patient. Gu Fangchen sneered in her heart. Cultivation of Confucianism lineage of Shinto monks. Pay attention to the body, the chest, bold as a bell, so knocking immovable, i.e., the inner will to be one. The easiest way to crush a Confucian cultivator with the fastest speed was to make him feel fear. When Gu Fangchen said that he was going to use this opportunity to break the situation reorganization with this knife man, he really meant that he was going to break it. His plan this time had 3 purposes. One of them is to stop Gu Yuno from directly capping the night. Secondly, tie Ding Xingfeng to his own pirate ship, so that he can't get off even if he wants to. Thirdly, it was to strike Gu Yuendao's Dao heart painfully, directly cutting off his Dao path. Now, all 3 of these eagles had been shot into skewers by a tiny twig in Gu Fangchen's hand. Just a shame. Although he was so confident with his mouth, in reality, he hadn't been able to kill Gu Yuno. Gu Fangchen watched those flying ashes and fragments dissipate in the wind, and a trace of regret flashed in her eyes. Gu Yuyi can be called the heart demon and the sage of soldiers. Naturally, he is an extremely invincible old Inbi. How cloudy is it exactly? Let's put it this way. As of Gu Fangchen's crossing, no player had been able to actually kill him. It's that outrageous. Because this guy is so capable of living, he is nicknamed the King of Endurance. Under normal circumstances, when Gu Yuyi appeared in front of the public, 200% of the time, it was not his own body, but a soldier puppet that he had refined with his heart and soul. At present, there are 3 known soldier puppets, all of which are at the 3rd grade, so there was also speculation that the reason why Gu Yuno's cultivation was only of the 3rd rank was most likely because he had divided his cultivation among these puppets. Of course, there are scarier ideas. For example, would the cultivation level of Gu Yuyi's main body actually be far higher than the 3rd grade? But this is all conspiracy theory speculation by players now. None of it is confirmed. The soldier puppet shared its own karma with Gu Yuno, and even a karma skill such as birth, death, taking, would only be localized to the soldier puppet. Gu Fangchen also didn't intend to kill Gu Yuye so quickly. Not only was his own ability limited, but also because the current way could not live without Gu Yuye. Gu Fangchen was not certain that after Gu Yuye's death, he would be able to stabilize the entire pattern of the Great Way and not allow the Iron Green barbarians to take advantage of the opportunity to enter the customs. If we waited for him to develop for 2 years or so, Gu Yuno would have to die without dying. But now, it's too early. It's really too bad. June. Gu Yuan Dao was on the verge of collapse. Ning Kaiyong finally came back to her senses as she looked incredulously at Gu Fangchen and then at those ashes on the ground. It's like the first day I met this son of mine. Gu Fangchen blinked and revealed a good-natured expression, throwing away the branch in her hand. Mother, I was actually just about to tell you. The acquaintance I met was the one who taught me this trick. He said that if it wasn't for this, Gu Yuno definitely wouldn't have listened to me properly. So I had to do this. Mother, you won't blame me, right? Dumbfounded Ding Xingfeng in the reeds. The martial Saint Lord who was forced to carry a heavenly mouthful of black pots blackened his face. This damn brat. The guts are actually big to this point. Even he did not expect it. In his thoughts, even if Gu Fangchen's words were true and he did have some sort of secret technique capable of killing a 2nd grade great sage, then he should still have to prepare a minimum of 3 months in advance. This was in line with his perception of those godly secret arts. Therefore, he never expected that Gu Fangchen would actually choose to make a direct move against the Jinbei King tonight. No hesitation at all. Therefore, when Gu Fangchen shouted out the word Lao Ding, everything has been settled. Gu Yuno must have heard it. In this world, is there anyone else whose surname is Ding and whose strength is still strong enough to kill a 3rd grade soldier puppet? Ding Xingfeng was truly convinced this time. At this moment, even if he was still upset with Gu Fangchen, Gu Yuye would definitely come to ask for punishment. Could he still say that he didn't do it? Isn't that the same as just admitting defeat? This was the brilliance of Gu Fangchen's move. He had set up Ding Xingfeng, and the latter's nature would never find himself a step down. The old martial saint ground his teeth. Wasn't it just Gu Yuno? In front of him, it was nothing more than a junior. Ning Saiyong's pupils shrank at his words and pursed his lips. Dusty, you mean, the old Ding you were talking about? Gu Fangchen nodded. He pretended to be unaware of what he had done wrong and looked at Ning Kaiyong. Mother, are you upset that I didn't do a good job? You saw it. It was Gu Yuno who tried to kill me first. Gu Fangchen muttered. I'm really hurting. But mother, look, it's not like I can't do anything. After that reluctance disappeared just now, he felt completely in tune with another memory, no longer having the rawness of needing to recall it. The acting at the moment is also 8 parts real and 2 parts fake. There will be no more risk of being recognized. The original was this type of character, using something very outrageous as a way to show what he could do and using it to try to get attention, never realizing what he was doing wrong. What Gu Fangchun did now was outrageous, but definitely not OOC. Ning Kaiyong didn't know what came to her mind, and after a moment of silence, she sighed, glanced at Gu Fangchun with a reproachful look, and said, "Never be so reckless or use such drastic means next time." She reached out and touched Gu Fangchun's hair. "Mother will protect you no matter what. If Gu Yuno wants to kill you, he'll have to ask for your uncle's sword first." Gu Yuandao, who was in a trance on the opposite side, froze when he heard the conversation between the two. He looked at Ning Kaiyong incredulously. Incomprehensible. Gu Yuye is dead, killed by Gu Fangchun. Why did Ning Kaiyong even react this way? So calmly, not even blaming Gu Fangchun, but telling him not to use such drastic means. Either that, or the world has gone mad. Either that, or he's crazy. Gu Yuandao covered his head and vaguely heard a sigh, and the trace of the vast chi in his mind suddenly radiated a neutral and calm light, like a bucket of cold water on the head. Gu Yuandao instantly came to his senses and grasped the third possibility. Father is not dead. Only then did Ning Kaiyong remember her own son, and hurriedly turned her head and softly said, "Don't be afraid either. Your father can't be killed that easily. The one just now was just a soldier puppet." Gu Yuandao staggered for a moment and looked dead at Gu Fangchun, who did not change her face. "You said that on purpose? You want to destroy my Dao heart?" Gu Fangchun slowly hooked up a smile. "What's a Dao heart? I don't even know how to cultivate, so how do I know about something like the Taoist heart?" Gu Yuandao's chi and blood surged, and he even violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Somewhere in a dark room, Gu Yuye, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes bloodshot, and his expression suddenly became incomparably hideous. It was a far cry from his perpetually joyful appearance in front of people. He slowly stood up as the stone walls and land around him crumbled into nothingness inch by inch. Gu Fang, dust. Well, my punk son, to have fooled everyone and given me such a big surprise. Gu Yuno stepped into nothingness. In the next moment, he violently appeared in the pile of flying ash and pointed a finger towards Gu Fangchun. Chapter 13, Good Disciple, 2-in-1. Who is Gu Yuno? It was the heart demon, the sage of soldiers, the mighty and powerful king of Jinbei. Calculated and wise is his label, and vicious and scheming is his character. No matter who it was, mentioning Gu Yuye would send a chill down their backs, and if they were enemies with him, they had to take it step by step, or else they wouldn't even know how to die. No one could have imagined what it would be like for Gu Yuye to be counted and planted. Gu Yuno himself couldn't have imagined it. He never wanted to be raised by his own hands, step by step, to be a loser. A dude with all his meridians and uselessness would one day transform into a poisonous snake and bite him viciously. Spending all his days hunting geese, he never expected to be turned over by a meat pig to be slaughtered. Gu Yuno had not been killed with his customary caution over the years, but only just. The soldier puppet was connected to his senses, and the moment of death was the same in terms of shock and being caught off guard. This was far more difficult for Gu Yuno to accept than a mere failure, because Gu Fangchun was the one he had watched grow up. Every move should have been in his plan, but overnight, the entire chess game had been overturned. Why? That's what made Gu Yuno's defense the most broken. Surprisingly, he couldn't figure out what went wrong. At which moment did Gu Fangchun hide himself? Hide himself so deeply that even he could not see through it. Gu Yuno would never allow a duster that could be dusted off casually to actually be enough to kill him. It was a great shame for him. He had to kill Gu Fangchun. Even a martial saint couldn't stop him. Gu Yuye stepped out between one step, and his fingers had already arrived before Gu Fangchun's brow. Only needing to advance even a little bit further, Gu Fangchun would be the end of his form and spirit. However, Gu Yuno's face became even more ugly, because in his calculations, when he broke the void and stepped in with one step, he should have directly pointed a finger at Gu Fangchun's head, shattering his entire skull. Yet the truth is it's a little bit worse. Once again, things deviated from his expectations. This time, though, he quickly realized why. He subconsciously used the terrain that should have been on this mountain where the original White Horse Temple was located as the hypothetical coordinates in his mind. But not today. The whole mountain, tonight, was shifted an inch to the right. It was this minuscule inch that saved Gu Fangchun's life once again. Gu Fangchun didn't know about such a small deviation, but if he did, he would have been able to immediately understand that this was again the effect of Bong Tian Shan Yun. It was because of Ding Xingfeng's previous attempt to calm the entire lake, causing the entire mountain to deviate 1 inch to the right. Following that, it caused Gu Yuye to miscalculate and fail to kill Gu Fangchun again. It was also in this moment. Pop! A dry, thin palm grabbed Gu Yuye's wrist with precision and motionlessness. TSK. An old voice rang out. This kid has shouted his name and you still want to kill. Are you really thinking I'm dead? Gu Yuye regained his expression management and let out a long breath. His gaze shifted down to meet a pair of cloudy eyes. The dark and lean old fisherman was plain and ordinary. But to Gu Yuye, the man's appearance was more than familiar. One of the 7 two-persons of the current world. Undefeated martial sage, Ding Xingfeng. Gu Yuye had already had a premonition when he heard Gu Fangchen call out old Ding earlier. But Ding Xingfeng had gone into hiding and disappeared for many years. And even the eyes of Heaven Division didn't know his whereabouts. So why had he suddenly appeared at the White Horse Temple? And how did he come to know Gu Fangchen? The nameless fire in Gu Yuye's heart somehow grew stronger. He didn't change his face and said lightly, "A rebellious son intending to kill his father. I think that it should have nothing to do with senior martial saint." Ding Xingfeng squinted at Gu Fangchen. Gu Fangchen looked at the fingers in front of his head. His face was pale, but there was still room to grin a smile and spread his hands. "The meaning is obvious. I've shown you how to do it. If you want me to help, it's up to you whether you keep your previous promise." At such a young age, he is actually more ruthless than the hobnobbers in the jungle. With a cold snort, Ding Xingfeng directly broke Gu Yuye's wrist a little bit. "Do you have a blood relationship, just father and son? Just now who rushed all the way back from Huangtian City just to hurry up and kick this brat out of the royal residence so that you can hurry up and give way to your own son? You're really powerful as the king of Jinbei. Your words are even more effective than a holy decree. And you speak the wind and the rain. Furthermore, isn't it clear to you who made the first move?" Old man Ding didn't have any of the baggage of a former senior. For so many years he lived in this wild ferry, just fishing for a living. No different from the ordinary old fisherman. If you are upset and don't like the look of a person, you just break down and curse the person right out of the room and then laugh out loud, live without knowing how comfortable you are. Even if he had to rejoin the world, he wouldn't be as phony as he was before, and he would say what he needed to say. Gu Yuye also did not expect that this undefeated martial saint of legend was actually this kind of landlubber-like character. His wrists trembled delicately as a silent tug of war raged between the two men. However, Gu Yuye only felt that the opposite side was like a stagnant mountain, so deep that he couldn't see the bottom, so high that he couldn't see the top, and no matter how much strength he used, he could only be overwhelmed inch by inch, based on physical strength alone. Who could compete with a martial saint? Undefeated is truly undefeated. Gu Yuno naturally didn't move for real, but tonight was no longer the right night to make a move. A drum is a drum, and then it fails, and then it fails again. Gu Yuye knows how to lead an army, so how could he not understand this? It had been a rare impulse for him to try to make a move to kill Gu Fangchen 3 times in a row without success. One more time and it won't work out. The plan to fix everything tonight is no longer possible. However, the fact that the martial saint had stepped in had slightly calmed the anger in Gu Yuye's heart, because this proved that Gu Fangchen was able to suddenly turn into a viper, relying on absolutely not himself, but the power of the martial saint. Such a perception is only common sense. Gu Fangchen was still just the same waste, just for people to use. Fortunate enough to become a useful pawn in someone else's hands. Trying to crush him would just take a little more force. Gu Yuye was silent for a few seconds and took the initiative to drop his hand, drifting back to support Gu Yuandao, saying, "This king is also in a momentary hurry. The demon cult is powerful. If there is a dark sun right by his side for several years, I think anyone would toss and turn and wake up in the middle of the night. Moreover, now that the situation is unclear, although there is no bloodline, His Majesty's personal gift of a son has not been withdrawn, and Dusty is naturally still this king's son." He turned his words around. Just so, the person who made Dust Child move against this king was actually really an old senior? Gu Fangchen had already hid behind Ning Kaiyong and continued to act pitiful. Ding Xingfeng skimmed his mouth and rolled his eyes. "Yes, it was me. I made him do it," he said rather eerily. "Who else could it be? This kid's Dantian is a puddle of mud. His meridians are a mess. He doesn't even have any cultivation. How could he kill the Jinbei king?" Gu Yuno asked. "This king has a grudge against the old-timer? No. Then could it be that this king has unintentionally offended the old-timer? Neither." Gu Yuye took a deep breath, feeling that he had eaten more defeats today than he had ever fallen on in his life. He questioned in a cold voice, "Then dare I ask, senior? For no reason at all. To make a move against the court's superlative princes is to harbor treasonous intentions against the Great Way?" Ding Xingfeng grinned. "Who said it was for no reason?" He pointed at Gu Fangchen. "If you offend this kid, you offend me." Gu Yuno was silent again. He had thought of many reasons, but he had never thought that Ding Xingfeng had really struck out for Gu Fangchen. In his opinion, Ding Xingfeng should be using Gu Fangchen as an excuse to take the opportunity to turn on himself. There must be a deeper reason for this, because Gu Fangchen simply didn't have that value to make the martial saint do it. No, it must be that Ding Xingfeng doesn't want to talk about it. Gu Yuno's gaze was calm and composed. Amused. Then may I ask, why did the old senior defend the youngest child so much? What is the reason for this? As far as this king knows, he has hardly ever left the imperial sky, so how did he make the acquaintance of the old senior? Ding Xingfeng hemmed and hawed. Where's the need to get acquainted? He walked over and vigorously patted Gu Fanchen's shoulder, justifying it. I was wandering around this lake tonight, and I saw this kid unintentionally, and I was shocked. This is a ING martial arts practicing wizard that comes along once in a million years. At that moment, I felt a connection with him at first sight, so I directly accepted him as a true disciple. Gu Yuno's expression froze. Ning Kaiyong? Gu Yuan said, Go Fang Duan. Ding Xingfeng took him by the shoulders and smiled. Good disciple. Come and shout for master to hear you. Damn. Ginger is still hot. Gu Fangchen huffed. He wasted half a day's effort to pull Ding Xingfeng into a position of equal conversation and increase his own power of speech. As a result, a few words from this old impressed Gu Fangchen back, and it was hard not to suspect that he was getting back at Gu Fangchen for threatening him earlier to put out the 3 things he hated the most as a condition for accepting an apprentice. Now it's good that he's become a shield himself. Gu Fangchen blackened her face and reluctantly gritted her teeth. Master. Hey. Ding Xingfeng moodily lengthened his tone. Bastard. Pitted him a big one. How to collect some interest back. Having a disciple who could instantly kill a 3rd-grade soldier puppet, even if this guy didn't have any cultivation at all. How could it not be considered a disgrace? What's more, as a martial saint, did he still care about talent when accepting disciples? Any more talented than he is anyway. Several other people in the room had been stunned. A martial arts prodigy? Gu Fangchen? The 2 terms cannot be said to be irrelevant. Only the opposite. Even when the Dantian was still in good shape, Gu Fanchen's talent could only be considered to be medium to low, let alone now, when he was simply an invalid. It's not even as good as an ordinary person. What qualifies him to be a disciple of the martial saint? Yet even Gu Yuno was speechless for a moment. After all, that was a martial saint. Even if the others don't care, can he not care about the legacy of his mantle? This is a true disciple, not a name. Even if Ding Xingfeng's reputation was destroyed back then, but above the martial arts path, his position remains the same. And it's not so bad that he's given up on himself to this point. Gu Yuandao gritted his teeth. His chest rose and fell violently uncontrollably again, and he barely managed to swallow the upwelling of qi and blood. On what grounds? This guy didn't even have a cultivation level, and he was able to be seen by the martial saint and accepted as a true disciple. Wasn't the one who most deserved to become a disciple of the martial saint his little sister, Gu Ranlian? How is that possible? The thing that Gu Yuandao was most proud of in his life was becoming a true saint and obtaining a mouthful of vast and righteous qi. As a result, a waste that he despised the most suddenly transformed into a disciple of the martial saint? Then what was all his hard work for so many years? And I'm afraid that Ning Kaiyong, who had been pulled by Gu Fangdan's sleeve, was the only one present who felt happy, although she had never met the martial saint. The Sword Pavilion master had had a meeting with him and had been instructed. In the Sword Pavilion, the portrait of the sage of martial arts is still preserved to this day. She couldn't understand the rapidly changing situation, and even if she blocked in front of Gu Fangchen, she still couldn't stop Gu Yuye's killing intent. But she knew what the martial saint's approval represented. Great! Ning Kaiyong stared blankly, a feeling of sourness flaring up in his chest. She looked at Gu Fangchen's side face and felt proud and lost. The child who had been under her shelter seemed to have suddenly grown up, but she, the mother, did not seem to be as useful as she thought she was. Ning Kaiyong lowered his eyes. Obviously, she had said that she would save Duaner from Gu Yuye, but as a result, she had surprisingly still left Duaner to face everything on her own. Gu Fangchen felt the sleeve he was pulling on in his hand quietly tugging and tugging, as if he wanted to tear himself out. He blinked and turned his head to see a low-hanging top of hair. The atmosphere was dreary, as if rain was falling on this head. Gu Fangchen's face did not change and she took the initiative to loosen her sleeves. Ning Kaiyong paused. His figure seemed to sway as he subconsciously tried to raise his hand, but after a pause, it still hung down dismally. Only then did the youth quickly grab Ning Kaiyong's cold jade fingers with his backhand. Hold on tight. Ning Kaiyong first froze, then turned her head in some embarrassment and pursed her lips. This kid, but the hand that held it, did not let go at all, but instead pressed on smoothly. It seems that the matter tonight was a misunderstanding on the part of the martial saint. Gu Yuno put his hands behind his back and took the lead in speaking, setting the tone. I was merely following His Majesty's orders to investigate whether or not the canine son had colluded with the demon cult, and who would have thought that I would have attracted the martial sage's hand? The matter of investigation can be discussed in the long run. As for tonight, why don't we first ask the martial saint to come to the mansion with the canine son first? Then I'm afraid I can't do what His Majesty wishes. A maid wrapped in a pitch-black cloak suddenly appeared next to her and spoke faintly. This maid raised her head, Surprisingly, her entire face was wrapped in bandages, only a pair of molten gold eyes, blooming with the lotus flower of the void, sacred and solemn. The crowd's pupils clenched, and the High-End waiter, the three Shi'in attendants of the deity mother sect were Princess Banjur's personal attendants and the higher echelons of the deity mother sect, with cultivations that started at least at the 4th rank. What's going on here? That maid bowed respectfully and said, the princess has invited her son to be her guest at the White Horse Temple. Chapter 14, Princess Prajna, 2-1. Seiji? Everyone turned their gazes to Gu Fangchen. The reason why Gu Fangchen suddenly ran to the White Horse Temple tonight was that she heard somewhere that Princess Banjur was at the White Horse Temple and wanted to ask servant Shi'in to help cure the poison. However, they, including Ning Kaiyong, all took this as yet another of Gu Fangchen's nonsense. And even if Princess Banjur was really at the White Horse Temple, what kind of person was she? How would she take up with such a notorious fellow like Gu Fangchen? Especially Gu Yuandao. His face was green for a while. Not long ago, he said, what kind of person is Princess Banjur? How could she meet a drunkard? As a result, now, the High-End servant had actually appeared. Don't talk about them. Gu Fangchen herself froze. No? What a coincidence. By the grace of God, you even care about that? He only vaguely remembered that the degree mother sect arrived at the Imperial Heavenly City during this time, but he couldn't think of the exact time for a moment. After all, it's just an introductory paragraph written inside the backstory. He's a raider, and no matter how good he is, he's not a human computer. And a lot of things have to do with going over notes, or having interconnected events that he can remember a little more clearly. Originally, Gu Fangchen's plan was just to use Princess Banjur's name to leave the royal residence. The real target from the beginning was Ding Xingfeng. Whether she was there or not, Gu Fangchen did not intend to contact the Toho sect at this point in time, for it was during this time that a great event happened in the tutelary church. However, compared to the World Sun's counterfeiting incident that was well known on the side of the Jinbei Royal Palace, although the matter of the Tumu sect was bigger, the secrecy measures were done in place, and thus it did not spread out. This matter is also recorded in The Red Mysteries of the Tutelary Teachings XEI. This originally had nothing to do with Gu Fangchen, but the key now is, he went ahead to the White Horse Temple and begged to see Princess Banjur, and Princess Banjur clearly arrived on the back foot. This one-time difference directly caused Gu Fangchen, who realized the problem, to come down in a cold sweat. What he had thought at first was not wrong at all. Princess Banjur was good for tonight, whether she was there or not. But the current situation is that when he asked, Princess Banjur was not yet there, and she came only after he asked. The nature of the whole thing has changed completely. Gu Fangchen stiffly pretended to be angry and said, the princess is looking for me? But that old bald ass said she wasn't there before. So it was a lie to me. He surreptitiously lifted his head to glance at the words above his head. Emperor, 16 hours 19 minutes. The active technique, Born to Kill, had already been used up, and all that was left was the super-national level lucky passive. You can only rely on yourself. That Shi'in servant looked at him, his golden lotus pupils like ancient wells, his voice soft and ethereal. The abbot did not lie. The princess had something to do before and left temporarily, and when she heard that someone was asking for an audience, that's why she ordered me to come. Ning Kaiyong was delighted at his words and hurriedly asked, but the princess, in a moment of mercy, is willing to save Dusty's life? The High-End attendant said faintly, that will depend on what His Highness the World Prince wants. That sounds clueless at first. She wants to save people. How it still depends on the patient. But the others also know that Princess Banjur's likes and dislikes are unpredictable. Perhaps there are other conditions cannot be said. Only Gu Fangchen knows. Princess Banjur must have thought that he had something to do with that secret story. This invitation is a hongmen banquet, with a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Gu Fangchen's mind spun fast, going over the secret information and the intelligence related to the Duomo sect, and quickly coming to a decision. In contrast, it was definitely more dangerous to return to the royal residence now. He didn't have any cultivation at all now, and in Gu Yuye's territory, he was afraid that even Ding Xingfeng wouldn't be able to protect himself. Wu Shang force value is nothing to say, but as an honest person, playing mind games he can't play others at all. Otherwise, how could he have been framed by Maharaja Infinite back then? Shaking his Taoist heart and directly striking the end of his reclusion. And it's not quite the right time to reach out to the Deuterocanonicals, though. However, the benefit was that if he could get the help of servant Shi'in, the 3 types of poison in his body and the wasted Dantian could be resolved as soon as possible. Cultivation can be put right on the agenda. Hell of an opening isn't just talk. There were basically only 3 ways to undo the 3 types of poison on Gu Fangchen's body, and servant Shi'in was one of them. It's also one of the easiest ways to do it. The tutelary mother religion believes in the tutelary Buddha mother, with 21 incarnations and 7 eyes, 1 eye on the brow to view the 10 Buddhas and earths. and the other 6 eyes to look at the 6 paths of living beings. Compassion for the world is the creed of the congregation and their divine power. It's also the best nursemaid profession in the game. The congregation of the tutelary church heals all injuries and transfers them to itself, so the followers are usually wrapped up all over. Because the higher the cultivation level, the heavier their own injuries are. Their bodies are often festering with skin and flesh, and if the special bandages are removed, pus and blood will flow out, emitting an unbearable stench. In the old days, the congregation of the tutelary church would have been mistaken for members of a demonic cult and been disliked by the world. But for the Dhritarashtra, both physical and spiritual wounds are tests given by the mother of Buddha. The more it hurts, the happier they are. When the body reaches its limit and eventually rots and crumbles, it can enter the world of bliss, and the Hierophant servant is again different from the general congregation. In the teachings of the tutelary teachings, under the seat of the Buddha mother, there is a Rudra who serves the Buddha, named Heavenly Drumming Sound Rudra. When a disaster falls on the world, the Heavenly Drumming Sound Rudra will resound between heaven and earth with a great thunderclap, forewarning of the disasters and sufferings on earth. Big sound. It is difficult for ordinary people to distinguish the sound of this great thunder, and only those who have been chosen by the sound of the heavenly drum and are gifted are able to hear this omen. Such a person is the High-End servant. They are able to discern omens and know in advance of disasters, guiding their congregations to the place where the disaster will occur and saving the world. But don't let that make you think that this sect is all saints. They can transfer the plagues of others to themselves. And of course they can transfer the plagues in themselves to others. The others didn't have the blessing of the flesh of the Buddha mother of the deity and couldn't carry a bit of it at all. And the deaths are often painful and twisted to the point of horror. Gu Fangchen retrieved her thoughts, took a deep breath, and looked at this Shi'in attendant in front of her, revealing a surprised and pleased expression as she said, "Since it was the princess who invited me as a guest, and I had planned to pay her a visit, I am of course overjoyed. I heard that even the emperor has to bathe and change when he sees Princess Bonjour, but I don't have to, so it's clear that the princess has a crush on me." He turned his head to Ning Kaiyong and said briskly, "Mother, go wait in the temple for a while, I'll be back after I see Princess Bonjour." Ning Kaiyong was a bit worried. "Dare I ask the attendant if I can be allowed to go with Duster? Or, Elder Ding?" She glanced at Ding Xingfeng who was looking at the sky next to her. The old man pretended to look around at the scenery, with a look of watching the scene with no concern for himself, which made him look very unreliable. But after all, he had personally said that he had accepted Dusty as a personal disciple, so he should always be on the ball. The hind waiter shook his head. "The princess has invited only His Highness the World's Son." Gu Yuandao's teeth were really clenched when he heard this, and blood filled his eyes. His Highness? Obviously he's the Seiji. He is the real son of Gu Yuye and Ning Kaiyong, the true bloodline of the Jinbei royal family. What gives that fake a right to keep waving around here with that name? Listening to this guy's tone, he must even be thinking about Princess Bonjour's favor, which is really shameless and stupid. In Gu Yuandao's opinion, a commodity like Gu Fangchen was definitely not enough to make Princess Bonjour open her mouth to invite as a guest. There was only one reason why Princess Bonjour would take the initiative to invite. It's Gu Fangchen's status as the son of the world. Slow down. Gu Yuno narrowed his eyes and suddenly opened his mouth. "Does the Holy Maiden mean that the invitation is to the Seiji?" he said slowly. "The Holy Maiden has lived in the Dusher Palace for a long time with clean ears, so perhaps she doesn't yet know that this king only discovered not long ago that Gu Fangchen is not the son of this king, but the son of a lowly horseman who was switched by the demon cult. Gu Yuandao is the son of this king. After a thorough investigation of the truth, this position of the son of the world will be returned to Yuandao after all." Ning Kaiyong was shaken, and with an unbelievable gaze, she looked at her husband who was standing next to her with his hands folded. She didn't have cultivation and didn't even know that just now Gu Yuyi had moved to kill 3 times and really wanted to kill Gu Fangchen. She only thought that Gu Yuyi was trying to teach his son a lesson like he did before. But now, she heard it. It was impossible for Gu Yuye to not know what her purpose was in bringing Gu Fangchen to the White Horse Temple. It was impossible for servant Shi'in to not know that he could save Gu Fangchen's life. But if Princess Bonjour had invited him because of Gu Fangchen's status as the world's son, then Gu Yuye's current explanation was a naked attempt to put Gu Fangchen to death. This was the son she had raised for 19 years. The son she had made a firm stand to protect. Ning Kaiyong had thought that Gu Yuye would at least take care of himself a bit, but did not expect Gu Yuye is really want to cut off all the life of Gu Fangchen. Ning Kaiyong's face was pale, unable to say what she was feeling in her heart at the moment. Gu Fangchen smiled coldly in her heart at the words. Gu Yuno really wants to die by himself. If Princess Bonjour was really acting on a temporary basis because of her status as the world's son, then it was really possible for him to succeed. Unfortunately, no matter if Gu Fangchen was the son of the world or not, or even if he was just a piece of the roadside, Princess Bonjour must meet him tonight to confirm the situation. Simply because, for that matter, he had predicted her actions ahead of time. That Shein attendant sniffed and faintly said, "Thank you for informing me, Your Highness. If there's nothing else, please ask your son to come with me." She made a gesture of invitation towards Gu Fangchen. "Is that all?" Gu Yuno frowned without a trace, but speaking out to remind him was already the limit, and it would be too much of a fallacy to actively stop it again. He only nodded and looked at Gu Fangchen. "Since the princess has invited me, this king is not in a position to say anything more. But this king has been ordered to investigate the truth of the transferring matter, and at most by dawn, please send the canine son back to the royal residence." Gu Fangchen grinded his back teeth with a leathery smile. This guy's a real pain in the ass. Squire Higgins was non-committal. If the princess has had her fun, she will naturally send the world's son back. Gu Fangchen twitched the corners of her mouth. That said as if he's a door-to-door service. Gu Fangchen turned her head to look at Ding Xingfeng. "Hey, Tiny, don't forget what I said." Old man Ding yawned, rolled his eyes, picked up the firewood knife on the ground, and violently threw it towards the mountain. "I can't even forget if you do." Whoosh boom! A circle of white airwaves even exploded around the blade of that firewood knife, which instantly disappeared. It seems to have fallen into the White Horse Temple. Gu Fangchen followed servant Shein back into the White Horse Temple and around to a backyard. It looks ordinary, but you would never be able to spot this place from a normal viewpoint, because there's a 5th grade psychedelic formation in this place, specialized in masking certain hiding places. Gu Fangchen was very familiar with this. Once you went down a copy of this game, you had to demolish at least 7 or 8 of these psychedelic arrays in order to get all the treasure chests. As for this one in the White Horse Monastery, it also contains a gold-ranked treasure chest. You can specifically pick Princess Bonjour's absence to sneak in and take it, but the great probability of being hunted down by the Duomo sect afterward is just that. With a single sweep, he knew where all the nodes of this psychedelic array were. There is no other way. Only the hand is familiar. Gu Fangchen had just entered the courtyard, and her first glance was attracted by the pool in the center. It's not that the pool is so pretty. Rather, the exquisite pond, that was originally planted with lotus flowers is now in pieces, and a huge crater has been smashed out. The water flowed in all directions, and the lotus flower fell to the east and west, and right in the center of the pit was sticking a plain, unadorned wood chipper, embedded deep in the bottom of the pool. Gu Fandan, "Old Ding, are you helping me or hurting me?" Directly in front of them, heavy white gauze curtains fluttered. The Shein attendant lifted the curtain and walked into it, his figure gradually disappearing, leaving Gu Fangchen standing alone in the courtyard. The entire courtyard was frighteningly quiet, with only the subtle sounds of water and wind flowing. A few lamps illuminated the surroundings. Gu Fangchen wasn't polite either, and found a stone along the edge of the pool that was still intact and sat down, reaching out to scoop up a bit of the pool water to wash her face. Earlier, he had been shaken by Gu Yuye's mighty pressure and his face was covered in blood, sticking to his face in a sticky manner that was very uncomfortable, but now he was finally able to wash it off. Gu Fangchen looked at her reflection. The skin of this body was not bad. Fair skin, handsome eyebrows, with the air of a well-bred noble gentleman. It's just not doing good things for years, and the corners of his eyes are filled with a reckless evil spirit, so he doesn't look like a good person. Ahem. He finally stifled a couple coughs, the tingling sensation of toxins boiling all over his chest making him want to scratch. Speaking of which, theoretically Princess Bonjour, as a member of the Toho sect, should be wrapped in bandages like everyone else, but in reality, her face is one of the best in the game. It's because of Princess Bonjour's special. She is regarded as the earthly incarnation of the Mother of Mercy, not a physical mortal like the ordinary congregation. In other words, Princess Prajna was already an immaculate body, not needing to undergo the baptism of various calamities in the turbid and evil world, and was born with a top-quality cultivation. The only thing that cost her an eye was the grand wish she once made to save a nation of people. Gu Fangchen was suddenly in a trance. The current in front of him instantly transformed into flowing golden sand that came in endless streams. He looked up. The sun was blazing and a hot wind was blowing. "I'll rub it in." Gu Fangchen huffed, secretly saying that it was not good. He can see the psychedelic array, but he doesn't have any cultivation at all now, so he can't defend against the psychedelic array. Chapter 15, The God's Path Becomes a Dream, 2-in-1. Psychedelic formation, as the name suggests, is a formation that captivates the mind and causes people to fall into illusions. But this was actually a general term for a class of formations, and there were dozens of formations with different functions underneath. When Gu Fangchen stepped into this courtyard, he had already judged that it was covered with the 5th grade formation Huangliang Yi Dream. Although the name of this formation was elegant and nice, the effect was disgusting. Those who are caught in the illusion will experience endless years of change and be in the vicissitudes of the sea. mistakenly believing that they have truly lived for an unknown number of years. If the master of the formation does not lift the words, the formation entrants believe that the number of years experienced inside the illusion, out of the real aging illusion spent time *0, 16754, legal resistance *0, 21765, the final result is not less than 0 years. In the mirror in the dust worldview, the divine soul is connected to the physical body, and the two affect each other in a real way. Assuming that one spends too much time inside the illusion and does not have enough mana resistance, one will eventually have a withered soul, like a wax torch turning to ashes, and die outright. And for players, this is the nastiest class of debuffs. There are many means of reducing life expectancy in this world, but few ways of increasing it. Characters under control can also die of old age if they don't live long enough. A lot of quests have to wait years for feedback, and then it's hilarious when you die of old age before the NPC comes out with the next quest. He's meowing. Now the funny one is me. Gu Fangchen looked at the big sun in the sky with dead eyes. Now this tattered flesh body has no more than 5 years of life left, and mana resistance might still be negative. Other people are candles. He is at most a candle wick. If he is really caught in the middle of this formation, I am afraid that he will burn out in an instant. Of course, to him, the difference between 5 years and 5 months wasn't really that big. The worst thing was that he didn't know what kind of nonsense would come out of his psychedelic array-controlled self outside during this time inside. No, the formation must be broken immediately. Gu Fangchen looked at the surrounding area of yellow sand roaming endlessly, and a touch of green could be vaguely seen in the distance. It's as if you only have to walk a little way to reach the oasis, but he knew that they were all traps. In this psychedelic formation, there was no exit no matter where you went. All that is visible to the naked eye is a bait that leads one to gradually get lost in it, and there is only one true solution. Okay, let me recall the rundown. Gu Fangchen sat down in place and assumed a thoughtful posture, holding his chin in contemplation. First of all, the first condition for breaking this 5th grade psychedelic array is not high. It only requires the most basic 9th grade cultivation of the divine path. Oh, 9th grade of the divine path. Entry realm cultivation. Compared to the 5th grade formation, this breaking condition was indeed very low. After all, it meant that as long as one was initiated and started practicing, it was possible. Gu Fandan. He didn't. Gu Fangchuan's face was expressionless. MMP. The first condition is not met. Just wait for death. The two cultivation routes of the largest crowds of practitioners. The first is the way of the martial arts, and the second is the way of the gods. The former cultivated the physical body and the latter cultivated the divine soul. Divine path 9th grade is really as low as it can go. That is, as soon as a player starts cultivating and is on the divine path route, that's directly the 9th grade. But the problem was that Gu Fangchen was not a player right now. Players that physique in the game is ordinary, is what route can choose just. But in the worldview, that is the hybrid holy body, properly one of the top cultivation talents. And Gu Fangchen now? He could probably rate a top waist body. As we all know, no matter which route, if you want to cultivate, Dantian and meridians are just what you need. Without a Dantian, it is impossible to store aura. Without meridians, it was impossible to run feats. If you have neither, then even the gods can't save you. Gu Fangchen's Dantian had been shattered by a slap, and his meridians were completely blocked by 3 types of poisons, especially the heart-seeding poison, which directly blocked his most important heart vein. If it were not for the flower seal of the senior monk of the Garland Monastery intercepting, he would have been poisoned and died. In this situation, it was as difficult as heaven to cultivate. No, Gu Fangchen suddenly froze, then jumped up and looked at the illusion in front of her. There is another way. The Dantian and meridians, too, may not be rigid. He had once read a not-so-hot posting in a bar where the poster had developed an extremely niche cultivation route, because in Mirror in the Dust, there is a hidden mechanism. When a cultivator lives past a certain number of years, there is a very small probability that he or she will directly trigger a realm enhancement. This mechanism is known to players as the transformational epiphany or red dust refining, and the key was that this kind of realm advancement ignored the original cultivation level. Even mortals, as long as they lived long enough, they would be able to trigger this hidden mechanism and directly cross realms. For example, the woodcutter who watched the chess game Raggedy, if he had this kind of chance, he could directly become a cultivator. However, the prerequisite is to live long enough and be lucky enough. It just so happened that right now, a formation that used the years as a barricade existed right in front of Gu Fangchen. As I said earlier, the years spent in the formation also had an effect on the physical body, and it was the player who made that post that first discovered it, because that hidden mechanism, inside the phantom array, was equally effective. And right now, Gu Fangchen had Bang Tian Shan Yun enchanted on her, under this sky. Except for Emperor Yangon, No one could be more fortunate than him. I probably only have about 5 years left in my current lifespan, and backtracking on the formula calculations, that's roughly 30 years that I can stay inside the illusion. Increasing the probability of an event with bounty of heaven is more than enough. Gu Fanchen muttered thoughts that were extremely crazy to onlookers, taking the initiative to enter the illusionary realm of the ages. This was something that even the mighty would not dare to do, lost or not to mention the fact that they, the cultivators, cherished their lifespan the most, and would definitely not gamble with this. But Gu Fanchen was barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. It was going to be a hell of a start. It was all at rock bottom, and any way you go after that, it's going to be up. And, not that he was worried about actually dying, because Princess Bonjour, who was outside, would not let him die at this time, no matter what was asked. With that reassurance, all he needed to do was try to keep his sanity and just remember that he had to break the formation. That doesn't seem to be something to worry about. Gu Fanchen's eyes flickered. The people of this world will be lost because there is little difference between inside and outside the illusion, and there is no anchor point. But Gu Fangchen was not from this world, and the density of information received at the same time between the two worlds is so much worse. A night of swiping through a cell phone in modern society is a huge amount of information that ancient people would never have been exposed to in their entire lives. The world he was familiar with was so different from here that even if he was left here for 100 years, he would never forget where he came from. With a breakthrough in cultivation and a thought, he could think again. Gu Fanchen took a deep breath, stood up, and walked towards the boundless yellow sand yard. The young man with a hint of evil in his brow sat by the pool, his eyes lifeless, staring blankly at his reflection. A delicate jade hand lifted the curtain, and then, dressed in a soft white shirt, celluloid jewels, with a light veil blindfolded beautiful woman stepped out from it. Jingle bells, her pair of Flora and Flora naked feet lightly pointing the ground in the air, walking through the place ripples, step by step lotus. Princess Banjour's expression was amused as she walked around Gu Fanchen, and although she was blindfolded, she seemed to be scrutinizing everything about him. She reached out her finger and tapped it on Gu Fanchen's forehead an inch apart, slowly sliding it down. From his brow bone, he slid to the bridge of his nose and then to his lips. In the end, a conclusion was reached. It does look different. It was neither like Ning Kaiyong nor Gu Yuno, but not like the lowly horseman who was caught. Princess Prajna's fingertips flicked, flexing her fingers and hooking out an illusory blood-red silk thread from Gu Fanchen's body. Just like blood condensing, she yanked back again, and actually pulled out a dense net woven with red threads from the void. Each thread, deadlocked on this one on Gu Fanchen's body. The force was so great that even she couldn't shake it in the slightest. Princess Bonjour. She let go of her hand and those red threads disappeared back into the void. But her mind grew more and more curious. The devil cult had used the karma destiny technique to sever the bloodline connection on the true and false world sons. This was news that had been confirmed in the Imperial Sky City. After all, if it wasn't for that, with Gu Yuno's cultivation, it was impossible to misidentify his own bloodline. But that's just the surface layer. The karma on Gu Fanchen was not only the bloodline one that had been faked, even everything else is surprisingly fake. Moreover, the person who casts the spell is extremely high in cultivation, hiding the true cause and effect in a tight and unbreakable manner. Then the abnormality in this false son of the world. Was it because the one in the Imperial Sky City didn't see it, or did he deliberately not say anything? Princess Banjour's finger paused and continued down, pointing at Gu Fanchen's heart. This was where the toxins gathered, and with a single thought, she could instantly detonate the 3 types of poison, turning Gu Fanchen into a corpse. Apparently, though, she had little interest in killing. Princess Banjour curved the corners of her mouth and hooked up a dangerous arc. Your Highness, let's play a game. I'll ask you and you answer. Only the truth. Otherwise I'll cut out your heart dash. You knew I'd be at the White Horse Temple tonight? Gu Fangchen raised her head, her gaze still lifeless, and nodded stiffly. No, put. Princess Banjour's delicate jade fingers had instantly poked into the skin of Gu Fanchen's chest. Gu Fanchen was ignorant and shook her head again. Again, it's not really knowing. I know that you'll be in the Imperial Heavenly City during this period of time to look for the lost holy relics of the Duo Mother sect, but I don't know exactly when you'll arrive. Princess Bonjour moved in a flash, her smile deepening. A holy relic? Gu Fanchen seemed happy to clear up the confusion. Yes, the top-tier point washing prop, Lotus in the Tire collection. Princess Banjour's smile remained unchanged, but her tone was already as cold as ice. Where did you learn about the Tire Lotus? 5 fingers exerted force at the same time, instantly inserting themselves into Gu Fanchen's chest cavity, presenting a grasping grip that had vainly gathered his heart. The flickering finger on his chest emitted a golden glow and vaguely seemed to flicker a few times, as if trying to resist. But behind Princess Prajna suddenly emerged a Dharma image of a Buddha mother sitting on a lotus platform. That Buddha mother's Dharma face showed a compassionate face. Extending a hand and pointing it at that flickering flower seal, it immediately calmed the latter's agitation. Forum. Princess Bonjour was silent for a moment. Forum? It sounded like a religion. But why had she never heard of it? Could it be that there was an organization in Wei that she didn't know existed? Gu Fangchen, however, seemed to come to nature and began to gush. If I remember correctly, you were trying to find Tsunegi to figure out the whereabouts of the holy relics. But Tsunegi happened to be assigned by the emperor to assist in the investigation during this time because of the matter of the true and false prince. Yes, it was he himself who started the chain of events. You can only return without any success, and thus miss the best time for the return of the holy relics. He spoke and then stopped. Princess Bonjour was listening intently, but suddenly she lost her voice and reached out to poke Gu Fangchen's beating heart. And then what? Gu Fangchen continued. Where is the need to go to all that trouble? The holy relics are actually located at. Princess Prajna was shocked in her heart that he knew where the holy relics were. Her face sullen. She asked, where is it? Gu Fangchen opened her mouth and was about to speak when her face suddenly changed. Suddenly, Princess Bonjour felt a hint of something wrong. She raised her head and saw Gu Fangchen's brow suddenly light up a little. This bit of light suddenly blossomed and solidified, like a seed, suspended in the center of Gu Fangchen's forehead, and all the lanterns that were lit up around them went out in an instant. With Gu Fangchen as the center, countless light golden spiritual patterns spread out like waves, and then with a click, they all shattered. The yellow sorghum dream illusion. Broken. Gu Fangchen's eyes instantly regained their radiance, and his forehead glowed internally, while his body gave off a hint of a cultivator's aura. Though to Princess Bonjour, the breath was insignificant, but it's real. Ninth rank of the divine path. The realm of entrance. The knowledgeable Princess Prajna, the holy maiden of the Tumu sect who ruled over the 10 Buddhist lands and equated all beings in the 6 paths, slowly put out a question mark. Over the years, she had seen people lost in the midst of the age formation. She had seen people go crazy, and she had also seen people hold fast to the Tao and not be moved. These are regular occurrences, not surprisingly, but someone inside the age formation, practicing and then breaking through? She really hasn't seen it. What's more, this guy, originally, was supposed to be an invalid who couldn't cultivate at all. Princess Bonjour was instantly confused, perplexed, shocked, and so on, as she stared blankly at Gu Fangchen in front of her. As soon as Gu Fangchen woke up, she sensed something was wrong. Why does my heart hurt so much? He looked down in a trance, and a pair of jade-like hands were plunged into his chest where his heart was. Looking up again, he was met with a stunning and somewhat familiar face. Gu Fangchen also hit a question mark. No, sis, what are you doing to me? His original not-so-lucid consciousness came fully awake, and a very forced smile appeared on his pale face, distorted by pain. So what? Princess Bonjour, can we pull out now? P.S. Just now from the code software to copy the release of a little error. There is a paragraph duplicated. Has been revised. Chapter 16, you'll have to get down on your knees and beg me not to die. 2-in-1. To break the yellow sorghum dream formation, there is a righteous way and an evil way. The right way is to break the trick with force. Because the yellow sorghum dream, although it is the years and years of confusion array, it is easy to get caught. But the grade is not high. Not as good as before Gu Fangchen remodeling the ban laid down by the Huilan array. As long as one's divine Tao cultivation was high enough, one could naturally break it easily. However, for Gu Fangchen, the path of righteousness was definitely not feasible. The path of evil is much simpler. There are only 3 requirements. First, a cultivation of at least the 9th rank of the divine path. Second, find the eye of the formation. Third, destroy the eye of the formation. And the reason why the evil way was because this method used little skill and didn't even require any attainment in formations. Because there are 2 eyes in the yellow sorghum dream formation. The first is the fixed array eye in plain sight, among the array spirit patterns, which you need to find by yourself. But for a psychedelic formation, this explicit eye of the formation was hidden in a vast number of people, things, and objects. And even Gu Fangchen could barely find it. After all, the game will at least give clue hints inside before letting you solve the puzzle. But now, this illusion is undefined. What is illuminated is not something Gu Fangchen can decide. But also to play in it for decades to find a different, can be as difficult as heaven. And the second, which is the mechanism array eye, is actually the entrant himself. As long as the person who enters the formation dies and his or her divine sense is extinguished in a flash, the formation will not be broken. This is why Shinto cultivation is needed. The first realm of Shinto is called entrancing. The person who has entered the fixation, the mind is spontaneously calm, will not be easily deterred by external forces, resulting in the shaking and withering of the mind. and likewise symbolizes that the willpower should be far more than ordinary people. If one compares one's consciousness to a candle flame, after one enters into meditation, it is equivalent to putting a cover over this candle flame. From now on the wind will not blow. Unless, of course, it's so windy that even the hood blows away with it. For example, Gu Fangchen had previously swindled Gu Yuandao with the death of Gu Yuya's soldier puppet. It's a straight-up scam on human morality. This evil breaking move is to die in the illusion while being convinced that you are not dead. It is really evil. The average person simply can't do this kind of thing. After all, there is only one life, and no one can be sure if dying here is really nothing. Only players, too, can find that way, and inside the game, after the player makes himself dead, he needs to go through a bit of will identification. As long as one had the 9th grade entry realm in their divine Tao cultivation, they would definitely be able to reach the standard. In the 22nd year amongst the psychedelic formation, Gu Fangchen finally waited for the opportunity to have an epiphany. I don't know if it was because he thought of all the legends about Princess Bonjour before he fell into the illusion formation, but the illusion he experienced was actually that ancient country of yellow sand that had been destroyed. Garuda. In the game, there is information about the ancient kingdom of Garuda, all of which exists as backstory within the secret stories related to the Toma sect. But that's about it. There is no map of the ancient kingdom of Garuda in Mirror in the Dust, and no player has ever triggered a related subplot. Everything about this overthrown ancient kingdom is an unsolved mystery. At the end of the great main thread, Red Dust and Fire, of the Cult of the Duchess, Princess Bonjour, the last surviving member of the Garuda, will also die in the fire, forced to her death by the player's own hand. Yes, although Princess Bonjour is very popular among the players because of her face, she is actually a villainous character. This was one of the reasons why Gu Fangchen didn't want to touch her so early, and with her death, she completely buried all of Carpathian's intelligence. Gu Fangchen always felt that there was still a lot of content in this game that hadn't been tapped into, not that the game company hadn't done it. After reaching the 6th ending of the full achievement, 6 Dusts returning to truth, this feeling in Gu Fangchen's heart reached its peak. His doubts may be able to be answered in the next weekly program, but I didn't realize that the game company sent him straight to the battlefield in real life. In a nutshell, seeing that the illusion was actually the ancient kingdom of Garuda, Gu Fangchen was still very happy. This yellow sand kingdom was resource poor. Its nationals were valiant and warlike, and they made a living by conquering and plundering neighboring countries, and Gu Fangchuan had been a soldier in it for almost 22 years. Things like being a soldier, that was out of his realm of expertise, and he definitely put saving his life first, running and hiding when he could. The main fight is a timid one, 22 years, and he ended up as a Decurion. Of course, the most unfortunate thing was that his timing for entering this illusion seemed to be not so good, and he didn't run into any key people at all. Not to mention the princess, even the priests and generals of Garuda, he was not qualified to meet them. This illusion can be said to have been for nothing, but also because of this, Gu Fangchen didn't have any hesitation to regret when she finally committed suicide. It's just a shame. It's so hard to play a parenting game and not raise your daughter yet. Gu Fangchen raised her head, viciousness flashed in her eyes, and stabbed her sword into the throat of the opposite soldier. Put! Blood spurted out and splashed on Gu Fangchen's face. The years had changed in the illusion, and he was also over 40 years old and had become middle-aged in appearance. The wind and sand had sharpened him to be rough and dark with stubble, and his temperament was much more composed, much closer to player Gu Fangchen than that dude Gu Fangchen. Instead of drawing his sword, he pressed it against the soldier's throat, bellowed, and pushed the latter's body forward as a shield. The soldiers at the back were briefly blocked from the door, but then, countless spears pierced through the corpse and pierced Gu Fangchen, until the last moment when death came. Gu Fangchen remained dead against that door. Standing, the soldiers outside the door dispersed, and Gu Fangchen's eyes lost their sparkle. I don't know how much time has passed. The entire illusion began to gradually collapse. The room he was desperately guarding before a small, dark-haired girl of 12 or 13 crawled out of the cellar. This little girl was slender and thin, with a clear appearance, and had a pair of green eyes that were like glazed jewels, translucent and beautiful to the extreme. She dully walked over to Gu Fangchen's body and reached out to tug at the hem of his shirt. "Daddy!" Gu Fangchen snapped her eyes open and saw that her heart was being physically held by the stunning woman in front of her. The images are very scary and shocking. "So what, Princess Bonjour, can we pull out now?" "No, why does that feel weird?" The stunningly beautiful blindfolded woman on the opposite side of the room seemed to freeze, then came back to her senses. Her expression suddenly cold. She closed her 5 fingers and squeezed Gu Fangchen's heart tighter instead, almost like a pinch. The seeded heart poison was on the verge of storming, and the other 2 poisons followed and ran amok, and Gu Fangchen almost grimaced in pain, but he endured it. Joking aside, The mysterious and unpredictable persona that he had managed to mold at Old Man Ding's could never crumble. Heads can be broken, blood can be shed, but the persona can't fall apart. Otherwise, all the efforts made earlier to suppress Ding Xingfeng would have been in vain. Ding Xingfeng may not believe all of his words, still in the stage of observation and consideration. If he cannot retreat this time, the old man must have suspicion that he does not have any power behind. What's more, if originally he had 80% certainty that Princess Bonjour would not dare to really make a move because of her fear of Ding Xingfeng, then now he was 10% certain that Princess Bonjour would not kill him. On the contrary, she was actually being annoyed right now because she couldn't kill Gu Fangchen. This meant that when Gu Fangchen was trapped inside the illusion, he must have revealed some unimaginable information. This piece of information could directly allow him to take Princess Bonjour in turn. And, in conjunction with this point in time now, there is also the reason why Princess Bonjour has sought out Gu Fangchen. Gu Fangchen could guess that he must have said something about the information related to the Toma sect's great mainline key prop, Lotus in the Fetus collection, but the moment he woke up should have coincided with the interruption of critical intelligence. That's why Princess Bonjour was so irritated. It's been 2 years since the player received this quest. If it wasn't for this time when Princess Bonjour missed Su Negative's opportunity to help, there would have been no follow-up. Gu Fangchen's heart was electrified and had already thought of a countermeasure. He tugged at the corner of his mouth and forced a smile. Lifting his hand and grabbing Princess Bonjour's white and smooth wrist, Princess Prajna said in a cold voice, "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" "No fear." Gu Fangchen was frank, looking straight into the legendary face of the holy maiden of the Degree Mother cult that no one had ever seen before, and smiled. "For one thing, I'm the Martial Saint's most beloved true disciple, and his old man is still waiting for me at the bottom of the mountain." This really couldn't be more true. The true transmission was just collected, and the people are indeed waiting down there. Secondly, Gu Yuye still wants to convict me in name only and pave a path to the green clouds for his precious son. If I die here now, Gu Yuye will not be accountable to the court, and half of his intentions will fall through, and he will surely come to raise hell. That's a half-truth. Gu Yuye would have surely expelled him, a fake, in a proper manner and picked up his own son. But from the time Gu Fangchen repeatedly broke the game, he had completely broken his defenses and was about to directly make a move to kill. If Gu Fangchen really died here, Gu Yuye would only be thankful that Princess Bonjour had stepped in to end her rebellious son. Sanlai. Gu Fangxian paused and blinked, before she charted her way out. Doesn't the princess want to know the whereabouts of the lotus and the fetus hide? Princess Prajna seemed to be scrutinizing him through a light veil for a long time before she laughed softly and leaned close to his ear, puffing her breath like orchids. "I already know. Although it is indeed out of my expectation that you were able to break the formation so quickly. Have you forgotten that the consciousness of those caught in a psychedelic formation will be manipulated? You answer whatever I ask you, and are really as well behaved as a puppy I've had." As she said that, the force in her hand tightened a little, trying to break through Gu Fangchen's psychological defenses so that he would disorganize himself and reveal his cracks. But Gu Fangchen didn't bring any fear at all, and even skimmed her mouth. "It's so nice to say, but according to your characterization, if you knew the answer, you'd have already done it by now with so much anger." Princess Bonjour has a habit of subconsciously using her looks to compel people to let their guard down if she is unsure about something. She was familiar with mobilizing how to mobilize the 7 human emotions, so to speak. And when you're distracted, that's when she strikes a blow. Why don't you say, the prettier the woman, the better she is at cheating. Now, in order to get words out of Gu Fangchen's mouth, she naturally did both. Life-threatening, looks seductive, all of them were trying to shake Gu Fangchen's will. But sorry, standing in front of you is the full achievement pass player. The boss, Princess Bonjour, he has killed a full 12 times. It has been killed until the heart is cold. Gu Fangchen shrugged her shoulders and said, "Then you kill it, die under the peony flower and be a ghost. I'm a good-for-nothing dude, and to be able to die under Princess Bonjour, this life is worth it. But I can warn you, if you use any more force, you'll be on your knees begging me not to die in less than 5 seconds. As he said this, he suddenly raised his eyes and looked curiously at the light veil that covered Princess Bonjour's eyes on her face. Speaking of which, even inside the game, no player had been able to get a glimpse of Princess Bonjour's true face. This mysterious woman, always with only half a face. But even with only half a face, it was already beautiful enough to turn the world upside down. Within the game, there are things that players can't do, like what Princess Bonjour actually looks like. There is speculation that only half of her face is a beauty and the other half is actually a skeleton. It corresponds exactly to the Buddhist concept of the red-pink skull and coincides with the idea of the doxology. After all, Princess Bonjour was also a member of the Toma sect, and if she were to treat someone, how could there be injuries on her body that had been transferred over? Not on the body, so it's just the top half of the face that's blocking. It was also speculated that she had sacrificed her eyes in the first place, so she would have looked like she had neither eye, just two empty holes. Of course, more people aren't so hunted. At best, I guess that she must have just closed her eyes, like a compassionate goddess of mercy. Either way, however, it's just speculation and reverie on the part of the players. Just thinking about it made Gu Fangchen's heart itch. I don't know if it's physically being pinched that tickles a little bit. Well, he's got that opportunity now. He wasn't a player now. He was face to face with Princess Banjour. What the player couldn't do, the current Gu Fangchen could do instead. Gu Fangchen had always been bold after crossing over, and did what she said she would do. He couldn't fight this one thought up. In that case, since the opposite side was supposed to want to kill himself and couldn't anyway, he might as well take advantage of it and do another great thing. Gu Fangchen looked up again. Emperor, 1 hour 4 minutes. It was good that although so much time had passed inside the phantom formation, but at least, the luck was still there. I hope he succeeds. Princess Banjour was originally annoyed in her heart, and she was nearly laughed at by Gu Fangchen's rogue remarks. But suddenly, she saw that Gu Fangchen's hand, which was originally grasping her wrist, suddenly lifted up and came towards her face. This blow could have been easily blocked by Princess Banjour, but goodness gracious, because Gu Fangchen made such a large movement, his weak heart chakra finally couldn't support it. It exploded right out of the air. It wasn't just a matter of his heart veins bursting open. The seed heart poison that was originally blocked off in his body also burst into a cloud of blood mist along with it. Princess Prujno's face changed. Kind of heart poison even she couldn't casually ignore. All of a sudden her attention was diverted and Gu Fangchen's gaze flickered. Good chance. He reached out and grabbed that veil and lifted it, and the next second he had been slapped to the ground by Princess Banjour. Gu Fangchen was stunned. Between the square glances, he had clearly seen, underneath that veil, an extremely beautiful glazed green color. Chapter 17 Death to the Heart, 2 and 1. The moment Gu Fangchen fell down, the blindfolded veil on Princess Banjour's face also fell down and recovered at the same time, turning back into a hazy, mist-like appearance. Because of the outbreak of the seed heart poison and receiving a slap from Princess Banjour, Gu Fangchen also only supported that shocking glimpse of time, and then directly fainted. Even though that slap wasn't considered fatal, but Gu Fangchen's small body right now would probably pass out just from a punch from an ordinary person. Princess Banjour was cold and silent as she reached out and pressed her hand to the spot where her eyes had been. The Xiyin attendant next to him came forward, looked at Gu Fangchen lying on the ground, then looked at his own holy maiden, and respectfully asked in a low voice, "Princess, I'm afraid His Highness won't last more than an incense stick like this." The implication, naturally, is to ask, to save or not to save? Princess Banjour was expressionless, but her chest visibly rose and fell several times. She certainly didn't want to save this guy if she could. Earlier, I heard that the Prince of Jinbei is a bastard dude who hangs out in the Qin Luchu pavilion all day long. That is, the princess does not allow it, or else he can keep 70 to 80 concubines at home. But this night, Gu Fangchen suddenly predicted her movements and came to visit her, causing her to mistakenly think that this fake Shitsi might have an unknown side. Who knew that it would only take a few words for the guy to show his true colors? It's simply an inch perfect. Shameless denizen. Princess Banjour really wanted to fulfill Gu Fangchen's wish and let him truly experience what it meant to die under the peony flower. However, the most detestable thing was that, just as Gu Fangchen said, she really couldn't let him die yet. The whereabouts of the holy relics were of great importance, and she would not let go of any clue, especially Gu Fangchen, who, while his consciousness was being controlled, was able to say that finding the whereabouts of the holy relics was a very simple thing to do. Words like that. This meant that he was indeed confident that he knew exactly where the holy relics were. To sue negative is not an easy thing to do. This female master of the country has an odd temperament, no desire, this trip to come, most likely to talk about it. What's more, Gu Fangchen herself was the link that prevented them from communicating with Sue negativity. Save. There was quite a bit of gnashing of teeth in Princess Banjour's words. Yes. Squire Xiyin lowered his head and walked over to Gu Fangchen, crouching down on one knee, untying his own cloak, revealing his luscious body covered in bandages, and reaching out to embrace him. She whispered in ancient language. The bandages wrapped around her body using a layer of blood that took on an almost rotting clay-like quality, slowly forming a myriad of deep and obscure scriptures. Servant Xiyin and Gu Fangchen's shirt-shattered chests were pressed tightly against each other. Gu Fangchen's bloody wound healed at an extremely fast speed, while an identical depression surfaced on Servant Shiyin's chest bandage, continuously gushing out blood, but the blood touched the bandage and was immediately absorbed. In the end, the injuries on Gu Fangchen's body healed as much as they could, and she recovered as before. Instead, Squire Xiyin tilted his head back and gasped. The corners of his eyes slightly reddened, and his eyes were a little bit mesmerized by the golden lotus pupils shining through them. Gu Fangchen woke up and saw the scene, slightly staring before she couldn't help but sigh. Deuteronomy, the sect that treats torture as enjoyment, is really as sick as ever. The Hierophant attendant hung his head, and when he saw that he had awakened and nodded, he took a step back and put his cloak back on. It was then that Gu Fangchen realized, Toma teaches transferring wounds is something that has to be skin to skin. In the game, that didn't feel like much, but put into reality, wouldn't that mean that he had just been cuddling with this hyene servant, only through a thin layer of bandages? The hyene attendants specialize in serving holy women, who appear to be devout and pure virgins. For them, their skins have been offered to the Mother of Mercy, and their souls are destined to enter Elysium. The act of giving salvation is entirely a test bestowed by the Mother of Buddha. But to Gu Fangchen, there was that much care. Gu Fangchen coughed dryly and hurriedly climbed up and said, "Thanks a lot, girl." Squire Hyen put on his cloak, took 2 steps back, and said coldly, "This is what the princess wants." Gu Fangchen smiled, not caring about her attitude, and simply said, "If you care about the scars on your body, I have the jade refining pill formula here." If he remembered correctly, he had just seen a peach blossom embroidered on the inside of the cloak of this Shi'in attendant, who should be one of the 3 Shi'in attendants named Qingjian. In Qingjian's personal subplot, he wants the player to find the lost formula of the jade refining pill to repair the scars on his body. Many players are still very much looking forward to seeing what this Hein servant looks like. However, in the end, Qingjian was buried in the fire along with Princess Bonjour, and the players' hopes were dashed. The maid with the golden pupils of the lotus flower suddenly froze at those words and looked at Gu Fangchen, her pupils vibrating. Princess Prajna smiled without smiling and spoke lightly. "I didn't expect the Jinbei king's son to be so flirtatious that he wouldn't even let go of my maidservant." When Qingjian heard this, he put his head down again. It was obvious that Princess Bonjour did not want Gu Fangchen to get close to her maid. "Gu Fandan, I'm not just upset about being under an illusion and disliking you. Why do I have to be so cynical?" He took a deep breath and turned his head, spreading his hands with a grin. "Oops, what did I just say? You have to beg me not to die. See, isn't this fulfilled?" Princess Bonjour laughed coldly. "No more pretending?" Gu Fangchen shook her head. "I have something to pretend." Princess Bonjour paced around him, slowly, after pretending to be a dude for 19 years. "It's hard to believe that you're even addicted to pretending and dare to speak out against me. I see. This is your nature. Brash to the core, arrogant and emboldened." Gu Fangchen grinned and didn't deny it. In fact, which one is not his character? It's just that if you don't pull the tiger skin up, it can be much harder to get rid of these people. And Princess Bonjour has said so much now, simply because she realized that she was at her wit's end with Gu Fangchen. In fact, it was originally supposed to be Gu Fangchen who came to seek help from the Toma cult to get them to help with her physique. But then, the chips in Gu Fangchen's hand wouldn't be of any value at all. Gu Fangchen's status was too low in the eyes of these people. To them, if they found him good to hold, such an exchange would not even be a trade. It would be pure and simple oppression. In that case, Gu Fangchen was too passive, so he had to be extremely as much as possible, to hide his needs, turning this matter into him actually using this excuse as an opportunity to talk to Princess Bonjour about things. He's got another agenda. Now, for example, Princess Bonjour suddenly realized that this madman didn't care about his own life, let alone the poison on his body. Furthermore, he didn't have a dantian or a meridian, and all the damn things he could do to turn out a cultivation of the 9th rank of the divine path out of thin air and forcefully break through the illusionary realm. Who else thinks he's a loser? Then in turn, she wouldn't feel that this was a condition that could be used to pin down Gu Fangchen. No matter what, this game was still a victory for Gu Fangchen. Though for Gu Fangchen, it was becoming a bit awkward to open her mouth now and ask the deity mother to teach her to get rid of the poison. But dominating from the start is more important in the long run. This was the experience Gu Fangchen had gotten from countless passes. However, since it had all been mixed up in the Mother Church's search for the holy relics, then why not just take the holy stuff? The lotus in the fetus collection is one of the top-tier point washing props. Not only is it able to wash the points, but it can wash out the best few talents of the holy body. If you use it in the early stage, it is definitely twice the effort. Gu Fangchen did some calculations in her heart and thought it seemed feasible. As for the poison on your body, there is just another way to use it. That is, instead of stripping the toxins from your body, you refine them into spells. Although it was a bit troublesome, but if it could come to fruition, it would be possible to create a divine weapon that was absolutely powerful and strong. Princess Prajna still didn't know that this guy on the opposite side had already hit on the idea of her own holy relic, and faintly said, "Speak, you, or what is your purpose?" Gu Fangchen was silent for a while before slowly speaking. "You're not qualified to know what I'm up to." Princess Bonjour's face darkened again. since the other side thinks he has a bratty personality. Then show her. Gu Fangchen then picked up the rack, clasped her hands to her chest, and sneered, I'm very dissatisfied with your attitude just now, and using an illusion formation on me is similarly self-defeating. Originally, I came to this White Horse Temple because I wanted to directly tell you the whereabouts of the holy relics, but now, I feel the need to observe again, until I'm in a better mood. You're on your own. Princess Banjur's chest rose and fell violently again. Since becoming the Holy Maiden, she had never been treated like this before. Even when the Emperor came to see her, he had to bathe and burn incense, solemnly and respectfully. How dare this guy be so arrogant? But the more Gu Fangchen did so, the more hesitant Princess Banjuru's heart became instead, feeling that one of her guesses might be right. It wasn't like Gu Fangchen had been suddenly taken over, nor did she seem to have been holding back for years. Instead, it was more like a reincarnated body that had some important purpose to fulfill and thus suddenly struck. If that's the case, there is a very reasonable explanation. Tan Yuan. Those who come from Tan Yuan will enter in the chaos and then put an end to the strife. This is really in Gu Fangchen's performance. Too similar. If that was the case, Gu Fangchen's current tone was normal, because he's probably the reincarnation of some old monster. Princess Banjur's heart sank. The temperament of these old monsters was indeed brash, and now that she has offended the other side, the whereabouts of the holy relics that were originally within reach are suddenly out of reach. Abominable. If there is no holy relic, how should she resurrect the man? As for getting her to go soft on this guy, it was absolutely impossible. Princess Banjur's face was expressionless, and suddenly thinking of Gu Fangchen's attitude towards her maid just now, she took a deep breath and said, Xing Jian, send Shitzi down the mountain. Take good care of our His Highness. Don't let him suffer half a loss. Got it? Xing Jian froze. Princess Banjur had turned away, lifted the curtain and walked in, only her voice coming out. From this day forward, you are His Highness the world's son's maid. Xing Jian respectfully watched Princess Banjur leave and turned to look at the youth next to him. Your Highness. Gu Fangchen blinked. Just call me Duke. Yes, my lord. Xing Jian paused, raised his head, his gaze fell on Gu Fangchen's broken clothes, and said, My lord, change your clothes. The sky was cloudy. Ding Xingfeng finally waited for Gu Fangchen to come down the mountain. A white-robed youth walked down from the mountain road, his clothes stained with some dew, his body was spotless, and the face of a handsome nobleman was unperturbed. Overall, it has some dashing panache. Ding Xingfeng immediately noticed that Gu Fangchen had changed her clothes. His gaze then shifted to Gu Fangchen's back, where a servant girl clad in a pitch-black cloak was silently following him. For a moment, Ding Xingfeng thought he had blinked. He watched expressionlessly as the two walked up to him, finally determining that, wasn't this the hyena attendant beside Princess Banjur? How also step by step behind Gu Fangchen? Looks like it is definitely not escorting a prisoner. But, following the master's appearance, Gu Fangchen waved her hand. Come on, master, come home with me. I still have to honor your worship tea. Ding Xingfeng took a look at the golden pupil servant girl following beside him. Gu Fangchen said with a big grin, Harm. When Princess Banjur saw that I was now to be thrown out of the royal family and was all alone, she showed great mercy and divided one of her own maids of honor amongst me, saying that she would take care of me in my daily life. Ding Xingfeng, this kid is really evil. After a trip into the White Horse Temple, the Shein attendants have become his attendants. Okay, let's go then. Ding Xingfeng snorted coldly. Gu Yuno is probably waiting impatiently. He reached out and grabbed Gu Fangchen's collar as he transformed into a long rainbow and flew towards Huantian City. Xing Jian was close behind. In the king's mansion, Ning Kaiyong still didn't dare to believe it, and with tears in her eyes, she questioned, Your Highness, why did you kill Dusty? Although Dusty is mischievous, he was raised by my own hands, so it's just as well that you don't like him. Do you even disregard my wishes? He was just confused. Gu Yuno sank his face and drank coldly. A woman's opinion. Crowded mouth. This little 3 years, relying on the name of the royal family, do how many dirty things. Now it seems clear that he had premeditated and conspired with the demon cult to ruin the reputation of my Jinbei royal house, causing his majesty to be suspicious. Kaiyong, since he has known about his birth for a long time, 3 years, and a man who is not of your blood, with a bad heart, is so close to you? Are you not afraid? Ning Kaiyong was first stunned, then her face turned white with disbelief and her delicate body shook. Gu Yuye's words were meant to kill the heart. It was as if she was getting to know her pillowman for the first time, never knowing that he was capable of being so ruthless. As soon as Gu Yuno said this, he knew he had lost his temper. He shouldn't have said that, but he didn't want to see Ning Kaiyong obsessed, so he could only be more ruthless. It's just a matter of coaxing when it's over. Chapter 18, Mr. Gu, 2-in-1. It's not that Ning Kaiyong didn't know her husband's character, and she had often heard about the horror of the heart demon. She had no cultivation, and aside from her looks and family history, she was just the most ordinary boudoir woman. Raising a child and running a family is her greatest pursuit. For years, all of her life, all of it, had revolved around her children, and she didn't even have her own handkerchiefs. Her husband's reputation in the outside world was only a distant concept to Ning Kaiyong. Sometimes, she would have honor and glory for this, proud of her brave husband for fighting for Great Way, but most of the time, she could only smile heartily before falling back to the few children in the royal household. But she never imagined that one day it would be her turn to experience this fear and unease. Ning Kaiyong would become Gu Yuye's consort, a marriage mostly out of interest. At that time, the Sword Pavilion had just experienced civil unrest, and Ning sent Jun to carry the head of Feng Lu, the lofty sword who wanted to split the pavilion, and rode the land into a boat with a sword. With this sword, the entire land in a 1,000-mile radius where the Sword Pavilion was located was directly cut down, floating into the water amidst the shocking loud noise, transforming into an island in the Donglong Lake. In this way, he became known as the Sword Saint. The Sword Pavilion had been left to fend for itself after a great battle, and as the #1 sect in the 6th Chinese Road, it naturally had made many enemies. At a time of internal trouble and external trouble, only a sword saint who was incapable of mundane affairs would not be able to maintain a large immortal sect. At that moment, the king of Jinbei, Gu Yuye, took the initiative to ask for Ning Kaiyong's hand in marriage, claiming that he had met her by chance in Gushu and had fallen in love with her. The pavilion master had always loved his eldest daughter, and after thinking for a long time and asking Ning Kaiyong about her wishes, he agreed to the marriage. The Sword Pavilion and the king of Jinbei were sort of tied to a boat from then on. With such a son-in-law as the Jinbei king, the Sword Pavilion was able to recuperate from the civil unrest and regain its position as the #1 clan in 6th China. Ning Kaiyong didn't actually remember where he and Gu Yuye had met in Gushu. The first time she saw Gu Yuye was when the latter came to her door to ask for a marriage, and she hid behind the curtain and took a quiet look. Although Gu Yuye cold eyebrows, selling is excellent. Young general, spirited, age after growing older, is also calm, Confucian style. But when Ning Kaiyong was mentioned, his eyes would soften a few points. It wasn't hard for Ning Kaiyong to imagine what it would be like for this man to become her husband. It should be her ideal of a suitable husband, reliable and stable. After that, for many years in the middle of the royal residence, the two of them never also respected each other, both to outsiders and to herself. The marriage was an unmitigated success, except for the unproductive son. But in Ning Kaiyong's opinion, Gu Fengchen's misbehavior and lack of ability were not inherently bad. She had seen Gu Fengchen's earnestness and hard work when she was a child, and she had also seen that little child's despair and unwillingness to understand why Gu Fengchen had gone astray now. This was also the reason why she had always defended Gu Fengchen. Ultimately, it was their failure to protect the boy that had caused him so many injuries. Ning Kaiyong originally thought that Gu Yuye was also thinking the same way. She thought that this husband of hers, even if his methods were cruel and his temperament cold, that was always a means to an enemy. Just like when she first met the first glance, she saw a hint of softness and warmth under her eyes when Gu Yuno mentioned her name. Even if he had mistakenly raised someone else's child, after so many years together, could Gu Yuyi have been so cruel as to break it off overnight? Ning Kaiyong still had the luxury of hoping that she could persuade Gu Yuye to keep Gu Fengchen in the royal residence and adopt him as her adopted son to continue raising him. However, he did not expect that Gu Yuye would not only want to directly kill Gu Fengchen, but also say such heartbreaking words. Ning Kaiyong's biggest pursuit, nothing more than a husband and mothering. For this reason, after the marriage of these decades, she almost in the royal residence did not step out, even his younger brother, who had never seen him more than a few times since his marriage. But now, Gu Yuno was suspicious of her. Ning Kaiyong's face was pale as she took 2 steps back, this stunning face that was seen on earth, but it didn't dim in the slightest. Instead, it had the world-turning pitifulness of a western sun frowning and holding his heart, just like the fragile and delicate moon in the water. It is so beautiful that you want to hold it, but it will easily pass through your fingers. Whoever sees it will have pity. She shuddered. Your Majesty, are you suspecting something? A trace of intolerance flashed in Gu Yuye's eyes, but he took a deep breath and still said in a cold voice, You think I'm suspecting something? Then I am. Ning Kaiyong has not made any mistakes for so many years, and he can hardly find any points that can be utilized, except for her defense of Gu Fengchen in every way, which is the only break. Saying those words would break her heart, but leaving Gu Fengchen behind, that's what broke him. Gu Yi did not allow any breaks to appear on his own body. His own son's Qin Yun Road. So Gu Fengchen must die. Gu Yuye looked at Ning Kaiyong, sighed, took her hand, and said in a deep voice, Kaiyong, you should think clearly. He is not your child. but a nail left behind by the demon cult. Taking a step back, what qualifies him to be your and my son? Think about it. Hasn't he done enough stupid things and bad things over the years? You've been hurt and saddened by this. Has he ever understood you? He was just born a lowly, bad seed to be so hard to teach. And thank goodness the Lord was kind enough to allow me to recognize our real son. Our own son. A saint's true lineage. A 5th grade divine Tao cultivation. That's the kind of good son that we should be proud of. He is now almost by that little fraud destroyed Tao heart. You should go to see him. He has never had a mother's close love for so many years. You favor to familiar with the blind? Gu Yuya held his wife's hand tightly, and those cold, hard eyes softened as if they were filled with affection. Don't let me down again, okay? Ning Kaiyong was silent for a while. Just when Gu Yuya thought that she had finally figured it out, Ning Kaiyong withdrew her hand, raised her head, and said in a single word, "Your Highness, is it that dust child is difficult to teach, or is it that you never intended to teach him well?" From the very beginning, Gu Yuno's pupils suddenly tightened. Ning Kaiyong looked at him, her eyes incomparably unfamiliar for a moment, and said softly and mournfully, "Your Highness, as soon as you came back, you invited Monk Shinshio to heal Yuan Dao's injuries and personally guarded his injuries. So his injuries can be of no consequence. But have you forgotten? Back then, after Duster's Dantian was destroyed, you only came back for a quick look before returning to the border. The sword techniques you left behind. Dusty has gone through them countless times, but because his Dantian was destroyed, he couldn't even cultivate, and you never knew the pain of his injury." She paused. "Your Highness, Duaner was raised by my own hands. He may not be the son of the king of Jinbei, but he will be my Ning Kaiyong's son for the rest of his life. If you want to doubt, then doubt. I, Ning Kaiyong, have a clear conscience. If after the examination, Dusty has no connection to the demon cult, and you are still unwilling to recognize him, then I will take him back to the sword pavilion." When she finished, she turned and pushed the door to leave. Startled Gu Ruixian, who was eavesdropping outside the door, let out an ah and hurriedly hid to the side. Gu Yuyi walked out expressionlessly, reached out and grabbed the doorframe, looked at the back of his wife left, his face gloomy, subconsciously force, even click sound directly to the doorframe crushed. Gu Renqian walked out and muttered, "Why can't mother figure it out?" She was actually a little jealous in her heart. With 3 children in the family, Gu Fengchen always received the most favoritism. As the saying goes, the baby that cries gets the milk. Although Gu Fengchen was useless, she was the one that Ning Kaiyong had expended the most effort on, and her feelings were naturally deep. This reasoning Gu Yuyi and Wai do not understand. Just also did not expect the past days gentle as water Ning Kaiyong. Today was forced to rush. Will also bite. And, between the words, it seems that there are some doubts about Gu Yuyi's former attitude. The king of Jinbei exhaled a breath and looked towards the misty sky, squinting his eyes. Just as well, as long as it was confirmed that Gu Fengchen was colluding with the devil cult, and Ning Kaiyong saw the truth, how deep the relationship was, it would all fall apart. And for that purpose, he got the bureau ready 3 years ago. The sage of martial arts? Even a martial arts saint can't resist imperial power. When Gu Fengchen returned to the royal residence, she saw Ning Kaiyong standing at the door with a lantern waiting from afar. The pale blue light of the sky shone down on her, setting off a red dress that stood out more and more, and the lantern swayed as the beautiful woman looked around worriedly. Seeing Gu Fengchen land on the ground, he then stretched his brows and revealed a gentle smile. She reached out. "Dusty, come here." Gu Fengchen took 3 steps and subconsciously went up to hug Ning Kaiyong and shouted, "Mother!" After he shouted, he realized that he shouted too much smoother than before, and he was sweating a little. It's true that some things, if you do them more often, you get used to them. Ning Kaiyong first hooked up the corner of his mouth and straightened Gu Fengchen's hair strands, then Gu Yuye's words suddenly flashed through his mind. Her fingers that touched the youth's forehead froze, and then she mentally mumbled, "What are you afraid of if you have a clear conscience?" Gu Yuyi deliberately provoked her with this. Was she going to do as he wished and alienate Dusty because of it? So who else can Dusty count on? Although that old martial saint recognized Dusty as a true disciple, Dusty was unable to cultivate after all, so how sincere could he be? Moreover, with this unreliable character, it was clear that Dusty wouldn't be able to properly teach him martial arts. It's also just yourself. When Ning Kaiyong thought of this, Gu Fengchen suddenly turned her head and reached out, saying, "Mother, this is Miss Qingjian. Although Princess Bonjuro can't solve the poison in my body for the time being, but she is kind and generous, and she knows me as well as I do, so she specially sent someone to take care of me. Qingjian, this man has a first-rate knack for opening his eyes." She bowed toward Ning Kaiyong. "Your Highness." Ning Kaiyong was in a trance for a moment, and only then realized that this is not that Shi'in attendant of the Tumu religion. Qing Jian continued to speak faintly. The princess asked me to serve Mr. Gu. Serve? Serve? Ning Sion's eyes widened and she was taken aback. Previously, when this Shi'in attendant came to convey Princess Banjur's order, he did not even put Gu Yuya in his eyes. Although he was respectful on the surface and courteous, but he did not let the slightest thing go. It's clear that you have a cold look that is above your head. However, with servant Shiyin's exalted position in the Duo Mother sect, she was only a little lower than Princess Banjur. Although his cultivation level was not the top group of the Duomo sect, because he could basically represent Princess Prajna, no one dared to look down on him. How could you be willing to serve Dusty? With Dusty's reputation, Princess Banjur should have been able to avoid it. Giving a personal maid to a man and letting her take care of the service. There was so much room to play with. What does Princess Banjur mean by this? Ning Kaiyong was truly confused. If Princess Banjura was interested in the poison on Dusty's body, so she was planning to take a look at it, that would still be explainable. But such an act would be completely unthinkable. Although she doted on Gu Fangchen, she knew even more about what kind of virtue her own son had, and there was no way that he would be able to make a character like Princess Banjur fall in love with him. However, Ning Kaiyong looked at the martial saint on his left, and then at servant Shi'in on his right. Eventually, she turned her head to look at the darkening sky to the west. Strange, the sun didn't come out of the west today either? Mother, what's wrong? Still standing in the doorway, a cold voice rang out. Gu Yuren's figure appeared by the door, and then she noticed Qing Jian, who was wearing a pitch-black cloak and a pair of lotus golden pupils, and froze. Her face changed. Servant Shi'in? But Princess Banjur is visiting? Qing Jian's face remained unchanged, and he still said lightly, I am now Lord Gu's maid. Gu Yuren first looked puzzled, then frowned, somewhat strangely. Is this what Princess Banjur means? Qing Jian nodded, his voice very cold. Princess Banjuru was worried about Mr. Gu's well-being, thus she asked me to take care of it for a moment or two. Gu Yuren nodded and glanced at Gu Fangchen, snorting coldly in approval. Indeed, some despicable little people can't wait to get rid of the rightful owner before they reveal their identities so that they can continue to hog the nest. Princess Banjuro has such a clear view that protecting the gentleman and preventing the villain is indeed a necessary move. When the crowd heard this, they all revealed odd expressions. Ning Kaiyong opened his mouth, and only then did he notice why his eldest daughter's tone was so wrong. Why was she just wondering and not surprised or questioning? Rather, they even expressed their approval. Ning Kaiyong Fong heard at first glance, but also thought that his eldest daughter had changed her nature, and did not expect to actually think that Qing Jian was sent by Princess Banjuru to protect Gu Yuandao. Gu Fangchen blinked and spread her hands, then made a serious face of gnashing her teeth and said angrily, Gu Yuren, I've fallen so low, and you're actually taunting me like this. Are you still human? Couldn't Princess Banjur be the one who sent someone to protect me? Gu Yuren let out a light laugh. Ha, you? Are you not aware of why Gu Yuandao's Dao heart was damaged? And only a scumbag like you would assassinate someone right off the bat. Gu Fangchen's face remained unchanged as he continued to shout. Who's mean? It wasn't that Gu Yuandao who didn't have enough cultivation himself and shattered his Dao heart after being spoken to twice. He's not as good as me. Gu Yuren's eyes grew colder. Whoever Princess Banjuru defends is a scumbag. Don't you recognize that? Gu Fangchen hooked up the corners of her mouth. That's what you said, ow. P.S. Recently copied from the code software copy over copy in a hurry. Always copy the wrong place. Has been revised over. Chapter 19, Your sister says you're a scumbag, 2-1. If we were to say that the attitude of all the people in the royal residence towards Gu Fangchen, Gu Runlian was the one who loathed him the most, then Gu Yuren was the one who despised him the most. Grand County Lord Gu Yuren was now only 21 years old, and she was already at the 4th rank of the Divine Path's Zongshire cultivation, and I'm afraid that in the 300 years since the founding of the Great Way, those who could be compared to her couldn't be counted on a handful of palms. What's more, she was both a disciple of the Sage of Destiny and a gentleman of the Yao Mountain Academy, so she was incomparably noble. He had also planted a peach blossom plant on the front line of Taijing Mountain, 10,000 miles away, and changed the seasons all night long, causing the winter ice and snow to melt, reversing the battle situation and saving the lives of tens of thousands of generals and people. At the foot of Mt. Taijingshan, there is still a shrine to the life of Gu Yuren, who is worshipped by the locals as the god of spring. In terms of cultivation, in terms of identity, in terms of character, she was higher than Gu Fangchen, the fake worldly son, by an unknown amount. Naturally, she had the capital to look down on Gu Fangchen. Of course, with the original's negative character and anthropomorphic behavior, any normal person could look down on him. Comparing Gu Yuren to him was a complete cannon hitting a mosquito. But Gu Fangchen's return to the royal residence was not to confess her sins on behalf of her original body. Even if Gu Yuren did have reasons to look down on him, he absolutely couldn't show any semblance of weakness, guilt, or retreat. On the one hand, it was to maintain the original body's persona. On the other hand, he had already torn his face off with Gu Yuye, so it was useless to pull any strings with the people of the royal family. The impression these people have accumulated over 19 years is not something that can be changed by admitting fault and being soft. Although Gu Fangchen needed to pull them in to weaken Gu Yuye's power, she was not in a hurry, and there was no need to do this kind of thing that dropped the ball. It's not like he crossed over to be aggravated. Might as well give them a little player shock first. Gu Fangchen knew in her heart that one of the most important labels for Gu Yuren's character was integrity. She is aloof, high-eyed and arrogant, but she can be described as meticulous in her actions. At the same time, he is very strict about his own character. This disciple of the Sage of Destiny, the first female gentleman of the academy, was truly carrying out her whole life, practicing the way of the gentleman. And her ending was a heartbreaking one for many players. In either ending route, Gu Yuren will die on the battlefield to protect the world and its people at a moment when the player is unable to care. His body transformed into 1,000 miles of peach forests, blessing all living beings, and he became the East God of Spring who truly rewards the blossoming of peach blossoms in a single place. 6 endings. The good ending has the player facing the Green Barbarians, the Rebellion and the Demon Cult all at the same time, with an explosion of internal and external pressure, and an overwhelming line of enemy troops, and her death could cut off one of the enemy's main forces in exchange for the complete safety of one of the fronts. Even if they were saved, Gu Yuren would already be in a state of serious injury, and the player's side would still be facing a collapsed troop line. Players can no longer afford to give up this cool beauty who is the 5th in the Rouge spectrum, and on balance, they can only give up. As for the bad ending, the situation is even more lopsided as the player either doesn't develop at all, or just turns into a 2-bit player and defects to the enemy. Based on Gu Yuren's resume of following through with integrity throughout her life without a blemish, there were 2 ways to brush up on her favorability. The first, honestly, is on the right path. Do more good deeds and furiously brush up your reputation, so that Gu Yuren will gradually develop an appreciation for you. Such a path takes a bit longer, but it beats stability. And the righteous prestige is supposed to be a must-brush for a good ending, but it's just by the way. The second, is to think against the grain and do the opposite. The way to do this is also simple, which is to first make the Gu Yui people misjudge you, both in terms of your character and the things you do. Let her think you're doing something bad first, then clear up the misunderstanding and create a strong feeling of shame. In this case, Gu Yuren would be able to offset her own mistakes, and with the strong contrast between the before and after, her favorability would instantly skyrocket. Of course, there are certain risks. The first thing was to perform in front of a 4th grade Divine Dao Sovereign, who had to pass the disguise appraisal first. If you haven't learned your skills, you'll be recognized at first sight and your goodwill will plummet instead. Secondly, it is necessary to grasp the degree of this misunderstanding. If the performance is too much, there is also a risk of direct death on the spot. After all, you have to do bad things in front of a cynical person, and if you're not careful, you might get killed. Instead, Gu Fangchuan's current status was in a very good position. Gu Yuren's bad impression of the original body made it easy for her to get preconceived ideas. Gu Fangchun didn't even need to perform on purpose. Gu Yuren would subconsciously feel that he had done something bad again, and with a little guidance, he could create misunderstandings. And it wasn't like Gu Yuren could lay a death sentence on him. That was why Gu Fangchun spoke out to provoke her a bit. Luring her into making a mistake is the best way to deal with a decent person. When Gu Yuren heard his words, she indeed immediately said coldly, "Naturally I said so. What? Do you want to tattle to your mother again?" Gu Fangchun looked at the cool beauty in plain white clothes in front of her, and then turned her head to look at Ning Kaiyong with a very innocent gaze. Ning Kaiyong wanted to say something, looking at her eldest daughter being teased by Gu Fangchun without realizing it and speaking her mind. She wanted to laugh and was helpless. Dusty the boy has been naughty again. But in this case, it was indeed Gu Yuren's preconceived notions and misidentification in the first place. From the past, when Dusty was in the wrong, Ning Kaiyong still had to take sides and defend one or two. What's more, for such a trumped-up thing, the eldest daughter had added another charge against Dusty, as if he were so unteachable. Ning Kaiyong had just argued with Gu Yuye precisely because the latter had never bothered to teach Gu Fangchun, but treated him as if he was born a bad seed. Gu Yuren made the same mistake. To kill without teaching is called abuse. Ning Kaiyong was just as disappointed in his eldest daughter. Before, in the Whitehorse Temple Wild Fairy, the one who came up aggressively was not Dusty, but Gu Yuyi father and son. Thus, this time, Ning Kaiyong chose to remain silent. When Gu Fangchun saw that Ning Kaiyong didn't say anything, she knew that she acquiesced to what she had done, and secretly smiled in her heart. However, on the surface, He looked as if he had unsuccessfully sought help from Ning Kaiyong to back him up, revealing an exasperated expression. He tightened the smile at the corners of his mouth and said in a nonchalant manner, "You're right. Princess Bonjour has compassion and can distinguish between good and evil. So naturally, whoever she defends herself against is a despicable villain." Although Gu Yurun was a bit surprised why he had gone soft so quickly today, she only assumed that he had nothing to say, and lifted her chin up in a cold rebuke. "I knew it. It's really a villainous behavior. After so many years, the evil habit of forcibly taking other people's belongings still hasn't changed a bit. Now that the real son of the royal family has returned, you don't know how to be ashamed and afraid, but instead you have evil thoughts. I was originally thinking that, although you are stupid, you are not so stupid as to be in the company of the devil cult. But now it seems that I was the one who thought too much of you. Even Princess Bonjour, an outsider, can see the truth, or else she wouldn't have asked servant Xiyin to come and protect Yuan Dao. Today, I'm afraid this is your last day in the royal residence, so I advise you to tell the truth. There is still a chance." Gu Yurun's gaze was cold. After seeing Gu Yuandao return with a pale face and spitting blood, Gu Yuye's words implied that this was surprisingly still Gu Fangchen's doing. In her heart, she had already decided that Gu Fangchen and the devil cult must have colluded. Otherwise, with Gu Fangchen, a wastrel who couldn't even do cultivation, how could he have nearly destroyed Gu Yuandao's Dao? The traces of the formation Dao patriarch that remained in Gu Fangchen's room also precisely corroborated this point. There must be someone else behind him manipulating the whole thing and directing his actions. Everything he did at the moment was just trying to use Ning Xiong's compassionate love for him to make a last stand. Gu Yurun's mind moved with a single thought, and a translucent phallic figure floated up where the crowd couldn't see it. It was a white-clothed female immortal exactly like Gu Yurun, holding a branch of peach blossom, her eyes blossoming with a divine light that was clear and upright. "Shout!" The female immortal opened her mouth and a soul-shattering sound came out of her mouth. Invisible fluctuations spread out in midair, and the divine soul pressure suddenly fell, to shock and terrorize Gu Fangchen's mind. To divine Dao cultivators, such means were mostly used for interrogation and interference, and were one of the most unusual divine abilities. The divine souls of ordinary people, and even ordinary martial arts practitioners, were very fragile. As long as the divine soul was utilized in a moment of surprise, the other party would immediately be scared out of their wits and speak the truth. In the past, Gu Yuren had not used such tactics due to Gu Fangchen's identity and Ning Kaiyong's defense, plus the fact that the former really hadn't been considered to have committed a monstrous mistake. But now, since Gu Fangchen had colluded with the devil cult and was not her brother, such tactics would not be considered excessive. Gu Yuren's gaze was clear and cold as she waited for Gu Fangchen to speak the truth after her divine soul was shocked. However, when that fluctuation fell on Gu Fangchen, it was like a drop of water entering the sea, disappearing in an instant. Gu Fangchen's divine soul only shook like a shadow for a moment before restabilizing. Gu Yuren froze. No effect? It's not possible. Gu Yuren's face changed, and as she gazed closely, she realized that a layer of faint protective white light that could only be seen by divine principle cultivators was shrouding Gu Fangchen's surroundings. This is into the realm? Gu Yuren almost froze, because of the weak aura of the divine Dao on Gu Fangchen's body, and because of his preconceptions, he didn't feel that there would be cultivation on him. Gu Yuren didn't even detach her mind to check Gu Fangchen's divine soul, so much so that it was only now that he realized that he actually had a cultivation level of the 9th rank of the divine path. But it was true that the only way to resist the intimidating power of the divine souls of divine path cultivators was to be in the realm of initiation. For a moment, Gu Yuren could hardly hide her surprise, and her always cold face was not calm. "Why do you have a cultivation?" When these words came out, the others present, including Ding Xingfeng, froze. Wait a minute. Repair? Is it talking about Gu Fangchen? Wasn't his grandmother's dantian and meridians wasted? This was a well-known fact. How could he suddenly be able to cultivate? Old man Ding's face twitched, then he directly grabbed Gu Fangchen's wrist and probed it. Dumbfounded. It's still that messy puddle of inside the sky, but strangely enough, a bit of spirit meditation had suddenly coalesced at his supposedly scattered upper dantian, or spirit platform. The aura coalesces and does not disperse, taking root out of thin air and stabilizing itself. Although Ding Xingfeng was a martial arts cultivator, one method led to all methods, and he was not completely ignorant of the divine Dao. This was clearly the manifestation of the 9th grade entry realm. Evil, too evil. Ning Kaiyong even widened her eyes, falling into a dream in general. Confused. Dusty. You can cultivate? Gu Fangchen shrugged. I don't know. I just chatted with Princess Banjuru and just had a sudden flash of light, and I'm at the 9th grade of the divine path. Maybe I'm a genius. He was fervently thoughtful. After all, Master, you said that I am the legendary 1 in a million martial arts wizard. Since they are wizards in the martial arts path, then in the divine path, maybe they are too. Ding Xingfeng. I'm talking out of my ass. And you're telling the truth? If someone had told him before today that he could cultivate without a dantian or meridian, he would have dismissed the other party as having lost his mind and being full of. But now, he is really up. Having lived for almost 200 years, it was the first time I had seen such a demon. Ding Xingfeng couldn't help but TSK, his heart becoming more and more certain about his previous suspicions. The origin of this Gu Fangchen must be Tan Yuan, otherwise how could she have such an out-of-the-ordinary means? Gu Yurin's face, on the other hand, changed and changed. Princess Bonjour, how is that possible? This would be the complete opposite of what she thought. If Princess Bonjour had helped Gu Fangchen to possess cultivation, how could she still send someone to protect Gu Yuandao? Gu Fangchen laughed and teasingly asked Qing Jian next to him, Qing Jian, do you think I'm a genius? The hyena attendant glanced at him with a calm expression. Very unprincipled. Yes, Gongzi is naturally a genius. As soon as this title of hers came out, Gu Yuren's body shook, her pupils tightening, transmitting a hint of disbelief. With Qing Jian's clear attitude, of course Gu Yuren couldn't possibly get it wrong again. Duke Gu was surprisingly referring to Gu Fangchen. Gu Yuren opened her mouth, her face gradually turning a little pale, realizing that what she had just done had all turned into a forceful accusation. Gu Fangchen grinned, but deliberately turned his head towards the centralmost lobby of the royal residence, shouted out in a neutral voice, Hey, Gu Yuandao, your sister said you're a despicable villain. At the same time, he mentally sucked in a breath and looked overhead. Pulling the wool over Gu Yuren's eyes for so long wasn't all about messing with the sibling mentality. More importantly, he finally waited for the career refresh. The moment Gu Fangchen stepped into the middle of the lobby, the emperor, above his head, finally finished its one-day countdown. With a flash of colorful special effects, Gu Fangchen's occupation changed with it. Angler, 7 days, Gu Fangchen thought silently in his heart. View details. Careers immediately clam up to unfold the full message. Angler, 7 days. Skill no. 1. Nest keeps hitting, active. Description, you are convinced that if the fish don't take the bait, there must not be enough nests. You can choose to throw an item you own into the water with a 1% chance of getting a higher quality item, a 33% chance of getting a lower quality item, and a 66% chance of getting nothing. Skill 2, really not bought, active. Note, this fish really wasn't bought from the market, as you so eloquently put it. When you have a fake item, you can spend a certain amount of money to make it real. The amount of money is related to the recognition of the fake and the actual value of the item. P.S. It's up for recommendations, so I'm asking for a catch-up read and a monthly pass. Please. It's really important to me. Chapter 20 The Fake and the Little Thief, 2-in-1. Seeing the new occupation above her head, Gu Fangchen raised an eyebrow and already had a plan in mind. He's been pretty lucky. The angler profession was also one of the professions he had envisioned that could be of great use in the current predicament. It's not the best policy, but it's a middle ground. This profession winds up in the upper middle of the pack among regular players, and a bit better among raider-ups. This is because the difficulty of obtaining this profession is not high, unlike rare professions such as Emperor, that have a high probability of not being obtained by the end. The requirement of angler is very simple: catch a fish with a fishing rod, and you can be inaugurated immediately. Even a real-life Air Force guy could still achieve this relatively easily with the game's simplification of fishing, and both of angler's skills are very useful skills. A skill, Nest has been playing, pure gambling dog exclusive divine skill. Although the probability of drawing a high-quality item was relatively small, the reason why this skill was said to be a divine skill, it was divine in the sense that it had no limitations on the range and level of items that could be obtained. That's right. This means that even if you throw a minimum gray quality item into the water, there's an equal 1% chance that you'll be able to bet on a maximum colored quality item. So the proper use of this skill is actually to get as many low-quality items as possible and start drawing cards. Leave the rest to providence. This is, of course, the more common playstyle for the average player. The most common use of a raider uplander like Gu Fangchen is actually the more stable second skill. The one thing he's going to use in his current predicament is his second skill. All it takes is enough money to turn a fake into the real thing. And if an item has to be acquired but the normal way is too much of a hassle, what could be a more convenient and stable path to raiding? However, this is not without conditions. First of all, you'd have to have a fake to do that. So, to maximize the value of this skill, there's one NPC that you have to get acquainted with to brush up on your goodwill. This NPC is called Unknown Dentist, a mysterious craftsman that is randomly refreshed on the map. Though named Dentist, this NPC doesn't fill teeth, but can cast what you want. If you give him the complete drawings, he can build the real thing. If you don't, you'll just receive useless fakes. If you want to trade with him, you'll have to trade for all kinds of teeth. It doesn't matter if it's a human tooth, a beast's tooth, or a demon's tooth. Gu Fangchun knew the most likely location for the dentist to refresh, but he could not afford to reach him now. The reason he says the second skill is useful is because the Gu Fang dust itself is a fake. This is not whimsical or intended to make a false concept real. Angler's second skill doesn't have the power to change conceptual levels like that. Otherwise this profession wouldn't only have an upper middle rating, but would have risen to the supermodel level. Rather, it's the character of Gu Fangchun himself, who has every indication and clue that he is, from start to finish, a deliberately created tool. The son of the king of Jinbei was not his identity, but the son of the horseman who colluded with the demonic sect was likewise not. If the player investigates deeply into the Jinbei king's mansion, after being informed of the secret story about the real and fake sons of the world, and then comes into contact with a crazy beggar, he picks up the small subplot of the moon rises and the sun doesn't. Following the clues leads to the discovery of the body of a baby boy, buried for many years, in the well of the beggar's house. This little spin-off that has no beginning, no end, and a bit of a horror vibe is the biggest secret about the character of the false seer. Gu Fangchun discussed with several other ups doing plot analysis and agreed that the crazy beggar should be the horseman who was involved in transferring the child back then. And this baby boy is the horseman's child. But then who was the fake Seiji who died in the stables? Because there is no follow-up to that little subplot. I'm afraid no one knows the answer to that except for Hunger Furnace. This was also the reason why Gu Fangchun had mentioned before that a very important dark line might be hidden in this character's body. But since the character dies before the game's plot begins, this dark line is also cut right off. Even a fully accomplished player like Gu Fangchun couldn't possibly know the truth behind it. Now that he himself had crossed over into Gu Fangchun, he could study it properly. Getting back to the main topic, the question of who Gu Fangchun really is still open. But first of all, he is definitely not the son of the Jinbei king. Back then, in order to be able to successfully transfer the package, the devil cult had cast a karmic destiny spell on both Gu Fangchun and Gu Yuandao. Not only did it cut off Gu Yuno's bloodline senses, it also confused the karmic threads in the two people. In this world, the thread of karma is an item that actually exists and can be captured, changed, and collected by Shinto practitioners. Note the emphasis here. The causal line. The item. Thus, the karmic threads that existed on Gu Fangchun were the same items he possessed. It also means that the skill, really not bought, can be effective on causal lines. The karmic threads on Gu Fangchun's body at this time were still the fake karmic threads belonging to the Prince of Jinbei, an ironclad fake. Gu Yuyi was a martial arts cultivator, majoring in potential formations, so he couldn't do anything about the karma on Gu Fangchun even after shining for so long before. So he must have asked Gu Yurin to step in and rectify the karma. In front of everyone's eyes, publicly expose Gu Fangchun's identity, and then from the traces of repair left on this line of cause and effect, find evidence that he had contacted the demon cult. This mending trace was created about 3 years ago, and as it happened, that was when Gu Fangchun met with the horseman of that year and learned of her birth. Yes, in this case, what Gu Yuno said was true. Gu Fangchun did know his identity 3 years ago, which is why he was so hysterically afraid when the east window was revealed. In the original plot, Gu Fangchun was the one who sat on the fact that she was in contact with the demonic sect and was completely unable to turn around. Even if his life was preserved by Ning Kaiyong, he could hardly escape death in the end. What are you babbling about again? Gu Fangchun's mind was filled with thoughts and then converged in an instant, blinking her eyes and looking towards Gu Yuandao, who had stood up violently in the hall, unable to hide his anger. Gu Yuandao also changed his clothes. He took off the scholar's robe and put on the brocade embroidered clothes that cost a lot at first glance, and the original windy and clear bookishness suddenly turned into a calm and steady worldly son's temperament. Such a clear and handsome young man, standing in the imposing center hall of this king's mansion, was calm and appropriate. Gu Fangchun's face was expressionless, and he recognized at once that this brand new brocade dress was hand-sewn by Ning Kaiyong for the original body the day before. Gu Yuyi was already sure that he wouldn't be able to turn over today, so it was fine to bring it to his own son to wear, but Gu Yuandao actually wore it so naturally. This is odd. Originally should have been since childhood poor life. Lonely and helpless scholar. How can such complex and expensive clothing show very familiar? Habits that a person develops from childhood are hard to change. Even if Gu Yuandao was naturally intelligent and touchy-feely, it was absolutely impossible for him to be natural to this extent. Gu Fangchun walked in with a smile and narrowed her eyes. I say, I didn't expect that the hallowed scholar, in the eyes of his own sister, would actually be a scumbag. What a surprise. Gu Yuandao glanced at him with an icy gaze, then gave a wave of his sleeve and a sprightly smile. If you want to provoke our siblings, I advise you not to waste your efforts. Back then, when I was studying at the Yao Mountain Academy, I had a meeting with the great sheriff, and sheriff knew exactly how I was characterized. This kind of unseemly and clumsy tactics, to take it out and fiddle with it, not even lying decently, is nothing but a disgrace. He had previously been swindled by Gu Fangchen to the point of vomiting blood, and was ashamed of himself, so now he naturally wanted to retrieve the situation, a response and a decent performance. If Gu Fangchen was really trying to stir up trouble by clumsy means, then there was no doubt that it would be set off like a jumping clown. But the facts speak for themselves. Gu Fangchen shrugged and looked at Gu Yuren, who walked in behind her. Grand Sheriff, are you saying I lied? Isn't that what you meant by what you just said? This originally cool and high-gloss beauty pursed her lips. Her face stiffened and she didn't dare to meet Gu Fangchen's eyes, looking rather embarrassed. Gu Fangchen sighed and said to Qing Jian, who came to stand beside him, your son, I'm really miserable. To tell the truth and still be beaten backwards. Only today did I realize that the legendary first female gentleman of the academy acted in such a domineering manner that he didn't even dare to admit what he had said. I'm afraid that what is just and righteous is just empty talk. Gu Yuandao snorted in his heart. This little really fainted. Even the Grand Sheriff dares to speak nonsense to discredit her. So it seems that she is at her wit's end and is dying. He was well on his way to seeing how Gu Fangchen was going to be taught a lesson by Gu Yuren, but he saw his own sister, Mr. Righteous Woman, biting her lip, her cold face a rising shade of red. She truly despised Gu Fangchen, looking down on his former nonsense, and had a clear sense of superiority from within. That's why finding out that he had made a mistake in front of Gu Fangchen made it even harder to accept. How can you admonish others when you yourself have done something wrong and cannot set an example? Then what you said in the past has become a boomerang, stabbing yourself in the body. If she didn't admit it now, wouldn't the one who didn't know shame become herself? Gu Yuren took a deep breath and whispered in an annoyed and tormented voice. I was in the heat of the moment and said the wrong thing. I knew the Grand Sheriff must. What? Gu Yuandao froze. His confident expression instantly froze, and then bewilderment and shock surfaced on his face. He looked at Gu Yuren, who pursed her lips, her heart shamed to the core. The words were on her lips but she couldn't say them. Did she want her to say that she had mistakenly thought that Princess Banjur Princess had specifically sent the Xiyin servant to protect Gu Yuandao, and had therefore described Gu Fangchen as a despicable villain? It wasn't just an error in judgment. It put his arrogance on display. Gu Yuren's heart became even more annoyed with the smug Gu Fangchen next to her, and her face grew colder and colder. After all these years, there weren't many people who could pull her emotions to this point. Once upon a time, Gu Fangchen was actually a bit afraid of her. Where would she dare to set her up like this? And importantly, hit the set. How come it seemed like overnight? Gu Fangchen had not only become bolder, but also much smarter? Gu Yuren's silence and thought made it even more difficult for Gu Yuandao to accept, his face showing gloom for a moment as he questioned in his haste. Is this how the Grand Sheriff originally viewed me? To think that she would say such a thing. I'm the new scholar of the Imperial examination, and I'm going to join the court as an official in a few days. So if you say that, how will the others look at me? He knew that it was most likely Gu Fangchen who was playing tricks on him, but Gu Yuren's reputation among the civil officials was too high. One wrong word from her, if it got out, would be a devastating blow to his newly molded reputation. But luckily it was only in the royal palace, so as long as the servants' mouths were covered tightly, Gu Yuren knew she was at a disadvantage and was speechless, but at the same time, he couldn't help but frown. Gu Yuandao's tone was too eager. The eagerness seemed a little out of keeping with the polished, disdainful fame and fortune he had once displayed. But after all, Gu Yuandao is young. In the future is detrimental to the matter. Certainly still care about. Gu Yuren barely convinced herself, but as soon as the thought moved, that sense of incongruity followed her like a shadow, as if nothing was quite right anymore. Ning Kaiyong had just arranged for Ding Xingfeng to sit down in the guest room, and when he came back to see this, he hastened to round up the situation. All right, what misunderstandings a family has, just talk it out. Whose family with him? A chirping sound came from a red-clothed Gu Renxian, who huffed and puffed as she ran out, glaring at Gu Fangchen and coldly snorting. The real can't be fake, the fake can't be real. Wait a moment for my sister to test whether you have collusion with the devil's religion or not. It's clear at a glance. Gu Fangchen grinned as she looked at yet another familiar figure in front of her. That's not always the case. Sometimes the real can be fake and the fake can be real. Of course, there is now a key issue to be addressed. Gu Fangchen looked at the words that surfaced in front of him. False Sons Carmeline, 10,000 taels of gold. On him now, not a penny. When the light of day is dimly lit, at the very center of the Imperial Sky City was the purple Extreme Hall, which symbolized the pinnacle of power in the Great Way. In the north, there is a 100-foot-tall building, called the Pillar of Sam Liao, which looks almost heavenly from afar. At the top of the tall building, The stunning female crown wearing a wide Taoist robe and a red mole on her forehead stood expressionlessly in front of the water mirror. Countless ripples rippled in a circle in this watery sky and starry river, and they started from different places, like an invisible rain falling between heaven and earth, slowly converging in one direction. I don't know how long it's been. These originally disorganized raindrops eventually overlapped densely at one point. Su Negativity opened his eyes and his gaze fell on the place where the ripples overlapped. All that was missing was the last ripple to merge, and the lock was narrowed down enough to one particular person. Gotcha, little thief. She reached out her hand indifferently and nodded to the spot. In an instant, the entire water Skystar River trembled slightly with it. In the sky above the Imperial Sky City, when the first ray of sunlight from the rising sun broke through the clouds and poured into the sky, a huge invisible pressure followed, and the divine path experts of the 4th grade or above in the entire Imperial City were horrified and changed their colors, and their cold hairs stood on end. In this instant, to them, the entire sky seemed to transform into a giant finger that pressed down towards the bottom. In the truest sense of the word, heaven and earth turned upside down. Although the fingers were not aimed at them, just the sight of it already made them tremble for it. But just at the moment Su Negative's fingertips were about to fall and merge with the ripples in one place, the ripples, which had come together in a hurry, suddenly stopped. Then, abruptly all dissipated. Su Negative's fingers suddenly lurched, his pupils tightening. How can the national fortune, which has been stolen, suddenly disappear again? She was silent for a moment, and her fingertips gently landed on the curtain of water, sending a ripple through it and lifting the curtain of the starry sky, revealing the scene hidden beneath the river of stars. An imposing mansion stood out. The Fate Saint who controlled the fortunes of the Great Wei Kingdom spoke in one word: the house of the King of Jinbei. P.S. I do not know what I ate. Squatting in the toilet for a long time, came out to endure the pain and insisted on finishing the update. Continue to go squatting. 4 votes. Chapter 21 The Peace, 2-1. The Fate Saint narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, and the water Skystar River in front of him returned to calmness in a flash. She paced slowly and walked to the edge of the pillar of Senryo, leaning against the rail and contemplating, overlooking the entire Imperial Sky City. Within the Imperial Sky City, no other building dared to be taller than the central purple Extreme Hall, which was the majesty belonging to the Imperial power. But only this tall building, not only higher than the Purple Pole Hall, and is the highest building in the entire Wei dynasty, the true meaning of overlooking the living beings. It is a reverence for the divine order. The Great Wei Court and the Immortal Sect had always complemented each other, but also restrained and checked each other, maintaining a delicate balance. Even that ancient sage in Yao Mountain, after his disciples finished their studies, most of them joined the government and served the Wei dynasty, but only the Sage of Fate, Su Negative, in his capacity as head of the Heavenly Fate Tao, was vaguely above the imperial power. Even the current saint, Emperor Yangon, boasted that he was her registered disciple and met her as a disciple. This brings us to the particulars of the divine principle. The so-called Heaven's Destiny Tao is an incredibly mysterious and ancient reclusive sect, with a sparse number of disciples, sometimes disappearing for hundreds of years. But the legend about the Taoist lineage of this sect has never been broken, because this sect is really very outrageous. The method practiced by the disciples of the Way of Heavenly Fate is to find one's own heavenly fate and then practice it. This providence, naturally, is both large and small. Some disciples, their life's vocation, might just be to be an ordinary person, hidden in the world's firewood and rice, and eventually die an ordinary death. And there are some disciples who have a lifetime of heavenly destiny that is quite outrageous, perhaps scooping up the water in a great river dry with a spoon, perhaps subverting a nation without moving a sword. No matter how outrageous a heavenly order is, a disciple of the heavenly fate path will spend his entire life practicing it until he dies. The destiny of Su Negativity is none other than peace in the world. It also means that throughout her life, she will be burdened with the mission of bringing peace to the world. As long as this one heavenly order was in place, and she chose to stand on the side of Great Wei, then Great Wei stood in the most honorable position. The people of knowledge in the world, without the need to solicit, will naturally work for the Wei court. The people's hearts and minds are in the right place. Even the Confucian sage couldn't do such a thing, and Su Negativity could even achieve such an effect just by sitting on top of this tall building, even if she didn't move a muscle. This was the reason why even Emperor Yangon was willing to honor Su Negi as a national teacher and perform the disciple ritual. In fact, he was only making his attitude clear to the people of the world, emphasizing that he was a wise ruler who supported peace in the world. What's more, Su Negative's own cultivation level was high enough to master the Fate Avatar, which could completely become a huge help to Wei. What's not to like about this situation where everyone wins together? Su Negativity's gaze skimmed over the Huangtian city below, which was shrouded in morning light, and finally settled on top of the Jinbei King's mansion. The morning wind hunted and blew up the female crown's Taoist robe and black hair, making her look like a feather-clad Gushu immortal, eating the wind and drinking the dew, and being absolutely dusty and unearthly. Su Negativity didn't need to look to know that the royal residence at this moment must be incredibly lively. After all, the matter of the Jinbei king bloodline, the true son of the karma fate, or she personally viewed, and traced back to find the casting of this karma fate. It is the devil's religion of the 6 divisions of the Star Lord. The so-called devil's cult was actually called the 10 upper paths. Cultists believe in life, death, work, righteousness, destruction, reveal, love, cause and effect, constant in measurement of the 10 Taoist masters. The doctrine is extremely twisted and crazy, and what they do is contrary to human morality, so it is called the devil religion. And these 10 Taoist masters are uncertain in their whereabouts, and have always been a major problem for the Great Way. This Star Lord of the 6 divisions is none other than the Lord of the Tao of cause and effect. What he specializes in, naturally, is the causal destiny technique, and coincidentally, this causal Tao master is actually a certain generation of disciples of the Heaven's Destiny Tao hundreds of years ago. Counting, it was still Su Negative's old-timer. However, the destiny of the Star Monarch of the 6 divisions is obviously not a righteous path, which makes him the master of the Devil sect. If it wasn't for this heavenly fate Tao old-timer interfering with Su Negativity with his karmic destiny technique, she would have been able to locate the whereabouts of these Tao masters of the demon sect and break them down one by one. As for now, everyone is taught by a master, cannot break the move off. Therefore, for so many years, Su Negative has been looking for the cracks in the Star Lord of the 6 divisions, trying to locate the whereabouts of the demon sect's Taoist master. Now, the karmic destiny of the true prince is the handiwork of the Star Lord of the 6 divisions. How could this make Su Negative not care? The Emperor had asked her to personally assist in the thorough investigation of this matter, and the main purpose was actually to catch the people in the demonic sect hidden behind it. Otherwise, after unlocking the karma destiny technique, just let the blood guards go straight to the interrogation. Why do you need the state master to do anything? So originally, she was also going to make a trip to the royal residence. Who would have thought that, even at this exact moment, there are bold little thieves, stealing the Great Way's national fortune? In comparison, between the devil's cult and the fate of the nation, naturally the fate of the nation was still more important. Great Way's statehood could continue for more than 300 years, and the everlasting national fortune played the most important role. Only a sufficiently large and prosperous national fortune can guide the dragon vein of the entire Wei dynasty, blessing the 28 paths with good weather and the people living in peace and happiness. To have even one iota of it stolen from you is intolerable. After all, this also meant that someone actually dared to compel the people to make themselves emperor within the Great Way. The intricacies of the country's fortunes were so complex that Su Negative took a day and a night to do his calculations. But the strange thing is, usually if someone tries to steal the country's luck, in fact, there is no need to use Su Negative to calculate. There must be traces from the beginning. It's making yourself an emperor, and it's not as simple as paying lip service to it. Luck and chi are originally one and the same. The national fortune is the aggregate of the chi of the people of a country. If you want to steal the nation's fortune, you first need the people's approval. There must have been local riots and uprisings or rumors of some kind before we actually got to the point of stealing the country. Su Negative had circled the area beforehand, and it was much easier to narrow it down. And now, with peace and quiet at the local level, it turns out that the country's fortunes have been stolen. It is really called unbelievable. Su Negativity had originally thought that this would happen, most likely because someone had found a deep forest, gathered some ignorant mountain people, and after tricking them into trusting them, made them think of themselves as emperors. As a result, I didn't expect that in the end, the national fortune not only disappeared out of thin air, but as a result, it actually landed on the Jinbei king's house. Jinbei Wanfu. I can't believe I've come back here after going around in circles, but this is clearly the last place where national fortunes should appear. Su Negative stroked a strand of loose sideburns behind her ear. Her slender, beautiful eyes as cold as jades, and her clear, unassuming face glistened in the morning light, covering her with a layer of divine splendor. Jinbei King Guyu Yi. Everyone says he has power over the countryside, countless cronies. However, in charge of military power for so many years, he has always been safe and sound, not by the emperor's suspicions. There are 2 reasons for this. For one thing, he's just too respectful and prudent. Although the granting of the title of king of a different name had the privilege of praise and worship without name, and soared in footsteps to the temple, Gu Yuya had never once actually done it, and directly after the emperor's permission, the Jinbei king's mansion was not located in the fiefdom, but was set up within the Imperial heavenly city, in which all of his wives and children lived. Gu Yuye had been traveling north to conquer the Green Barbarians for many years, and basically didn't come back much. All of the people in the Zhenbei royal house were like hostages for the emperor. With an attitude like that, who else could doubt his loyalty? With this alone, it was impossible for the Zhenbei royal house to have a national fortune. Even if Gu Yuye was acting out his loyalty, blatantly stealing the nation's fortune under the emperor's nose belonged to the category of being too long in the tooth. Besides, if it's been performing for so many years, how could it blow itself up without warning? All the more reason to conspire and slow down. But when Su Negative thought of the second reason, he felt that things had become very intriguing. This second reason was naturally his son, the Zhenbei king's son, Gu Fangchen. Gu Fangchen was unable to cultivate, and had a bad temperament, no evil deeds, and was bossy and brainless. This was something that everyone knew. The heir of the king of Zhenbei was such a lousy slime that couldn't hold up the wall. I'm afraid this is the only stain on King Zhenbei, but how is it not his get-out-of-jail-free card? The heir is a waste from the beginning. The Zhenbei king, this family business is also considered to be saved in vain. Before passing it on, it is already at the end of the line. Saddening. This reason is perhaps the reason why the emperor has been lenient with him. But just yesterday, the king of Zhenbei in the court accidentally found that the new scholar, surprisingly and his own blood induction, a martial arts practitioner who has tempered his physical body to the limit and is able to control any inch of flesh and blood within his body, is also able to have all the senses for the bloodline offspring born from the union of a part of his own body. The emperor's face changed at that moment, but Gu Yuye's face did not change color, still kneeling down to request the court to carry out verification. As for the result, Zhang Yuandao directly changed his name to Gu Yuandao, and it should have already spread within the Imperial Sky City by now. Gu Yuandao and Gu Fangchen. Between these two people, it was a true difference between clouds and mud. The latter, when he becomes the son of the world, will only lose the family fortune. But if it's the former, to the emperor, the king of Zhenbei, would really become a threat. Perhaps for a short period of time, he would be mindful of his old feelings, but the balance would not last long. And Gu Yuandao, the new scholar and disciple of a saint, was surely going to be an official in the court. At that time, the better he did. I'm afraid that the old feelings in the emperor's heart would become less and less. If I were Gu Yuye, in this situation, I would definitely keep a low profile first, or even ask for my own surrender. Su Negativity lifted his finger and knocked on the railing. The national fortune appears in the Zhenbei king's mansion at this moment. Either Gu Yuye has lost his head, or someone is doing this on purpose, wanting me to pay attention to the Zhenbei king's mansion. How could someone as cautious as Gu Yuye suddenly lose his head when things came to a head? Therefore, the sudden theft of the national fortune, and its sudden disappearance, must have been deliberately done by someone. Meh. Su Negativity narrowed his eyes and looked down at where the Zhenbei king's mansion was located. In that case, let me see who is capable of this and what exactly is the purpose. More importantly, there is a high probability that such an anomaly is related to the Star King of the Six Divisions. If that's true, things are serious. Being able to manipulate the fate of the country, it will means that the Star Monarch of the Six Divisions may have been promoted to the first rank. If this is true, there may be a great calamity in the world. Su Negativity's color sank in and he closed his eyes. In the middle of the royal mansion, a maid who was serving in the corner of the lobby made a movement, and then her eyes were already completely different. She looked to the congregation in the hall. Several people from the Gu family were confronting each other, and in the center, naturally, were Gu Fangchen and her disciple, Gu Yuren, and Ning Kaiyong blocked in front of Gu Fangchen and looked at Gu Yuye. I've already said that I knew about Dusty's meeting with that horseman in the first place, and I've known for a long time that he's not my child. It was my authorization to let them meet in the first place. There's no way he could have had contact with the demon sect, though she did her best to look dignified with a stoic face. But this face, already drenched in tenderness, was not really convincing. Gu Renlian intuited that Ning Kaiyong was again unconditionally defending Gu Fangchen, and immediately glared at the latter as she asked, "Mother, you say you know? Then tell me, when did Gu Fangchen and that horseman meet?" That horseman has now been captured by the blood-clothes guards and taken to the prison. So as soon as he is interrogated, he will immediately know if he is right or not. Gu Ruixian also preempted and pointed at Gu Fangchen. "You're not allowed to say it." Gu Fangchen looked at Ning Kaiyong with an innocent face and sighed in her heart. This, Ning Kaiyong bit her lip and could only say stiffly, "I don't remember much about 3 years ago. It seemed to be the ugly hour." Gu Renqian looked towards Gu Yuye, who was sitting on the main seat, and clapped his hands. Immediately a sergeant came in, but the system knelt down and waited for orders. Gu Yuye said, "Is that horseman's statement here?" The sergeant nodded. "In." Gu Yuye looked at Ning Kaiyong. "Then bring it here and show it to your highness." When Ning Kaiyong heard his tone, she immediately knew that she must have guessed wrong. She blanched and subconsciously looked at Gu Fangchen. Gu Fangchen was calm and self-contained, with a very serious face as she said to herself, "There's one thing to say, if I colluded with the devil cult, how could Senior Martial Saint accept me as a disciple? You guys can doubt me, but you can't doubt the vision of the Martial Saint," the young sheriff said in amusement. "Gu Fangchen, if you're scared out of your wits then just say it, how could the Martial Saint accept you as a disciple? What's the point of deceiving yourself and others like this?" Being a disciple of the Martial Saint was her childhood dream. This guy, trying to gross her out with that kind of talk again. She turned her head and was about to pull the others into a mockery, only to find that the rest of the group had all fallen silent. The little girl looked blankly at her father. "Dad, why are they all silent and have a look as if they've eaten a fly?" Gu Fangchen smiled. "Obviously, because I'm not lying." He raised his head, picked up his teacup, and crossed his legs in an arrogant manner. "It's perfectly fine to check my identity, but if you ruin my master's honor with such a reason, I will be nonchalant with you." And in the back of his mind, he thought, "Why isn't it here yet?" Ding Xingfeng, who was sipping tea in a reclined chair next door. "Come on, he's become this kid's chicken feather." The Martial Saint Lord smiled coldly as he picked up his teacup and gently blew on the hot air that floated up. But he was right. His disciple. How it wasn't anyone else's turn to question character. Ding Xingfeng sipped a piece of tea from the tea, sucked it hard, and spat it out again. The original soft tea leaves were instantly reabsorbed, hardened, and then flew out with a poof. This piece of tea leaf, which directly pierced through 2 layers of walls and broke the teacup in Gu Fangchen's hand, plunged into the ground between the people, attracting all eyes. "Gu Fandan," Ning Kaiyong said, "Old Mr. Wu Shang, is drinking tea next door at the moment?" Gu Ruixian's pupils clenched, her expression first of disbelief, then turned into an unacceptable blankness, her gaze frozen. How is that possible? How could the Martial Saint not accept her and instead accept this waste as a disciple? Ning Kaiyong called the maid next to him to come over and clean up the remnants of the teacups on the floor. Gu Fangchen looked at the figure of that maid passing by the side, and suddenly smelled a very distinctive cool fragrance, and froze slightly, letting out a sharp sigh of relief. The gold is finally here. He recalled the original body's doings, smiled evilly, spread his arm to stop, grabbed the maid's hand, and said, "I didn't realize that there was a maid of this caliber in the house." Gu Fangchen's gaze shifted downward, playfully. "It's just a shame. It's peaceful." Chapter 22 10,000 Tales of Gold, 2-in-1. How profound was Su Negativity's realm? Although he was possessing the royal maid with his divine sense, it wasn't difficult at all to dodge Gu Fangchen's movements in advance. However, the problem was also that she was now possessed by a royal maid, a servant girl of the royal family. Even if Gu Fangchen's identity had been nailed down, he was still the son of the world at the moment after all, and it was impossible to avoid his hand. So the moment Su Negative sensed Gu Fangchen's intentions, he merely stiffened for a moment before controlling himself and allowing the youth to hold his hand. But there was still some faintly undetectable irritation in her heart. Although he had vaguely heard of Gu Fangchen's bad reputation, he really didn't expect that this guy could be ridiculous to this extent. Right now, the entire royal family was waiting for the trial of Gu Fangchen, and once it was confirmed, it could decide whether Gu Fangchen would live or die. Even with Ning Kaiyong protecting him, the status of the Jinbei king's son represented a large amount of resources, which also included the various elixirs that sustained the life of Gu Fangchuan's thousand-poor body. If the royal family hadn't been able to supply these resources, Gu Fangchen wouldn't have survived today. Yet at a time like this, he was actually in the mood to molest the maid. In any case, such a disobedient fanatic needs to be taught a lesson. Su Negativity lowered her head expressionlessly, looking at her hand that was being held by Gu Fangchen, and it was hard to avoid noticing the unfamiliar sensation of knowing that was coming from her. The youth's cool fingers, pressed against her palm, the touch of skin belonging to another human being so distinct it was impossible to ignore. Whether as a disciple of the Heaven's Destiny Way or a high-ranking national teacher, no one has ever held her hand, not to mention a heterosexual. Su Negative suppressed the dissimilarity in his heart, but in this instant, his mind switched, suddenly noticing a hint of violation. Normally, women are prone to body cold, and a man's body temperature tends to be higher than a woman's, and this is especially true of the hands and feet. But the body temperature on Gu Fangchen's hand was surprisingly far lower than hers. Su Negativity looked towards Gu Fangchen, and with a flash of divine light in his eyes, he immediately spotted the clue. Gu Fangchen was at the moment though a cluster of divine soulfire was born in the void, and in her vision, her divine sense was flourishing and exuberant far more than in the past. But in contrast, his physical body was emanating an aura of withering and rotting, of being oiled out. It's the scent of someone who's about to die. Su Negativity frowned in his heart after making such a judgment. How is that possible? Theoretically, Gu Fangchen should still have 5 years of life left. How could he instantly burn out his life? This moment of doubt kept Su Negative from making a move to give her a lesson. Instead, in the next second, her expression froze when she heard Gu Fanchen's words that could be described as extremely blasphemous. These words, no matter who came to hear them, were naked molestation and would only feel that this fake Shitsi was really an asshole to the extreme. In public, he also dared to speak out of turn in front of the king of Jinbei. But the person who was listening was Su Negative. Peace. Too bad about the peace. Su Negative's destiny is precisely peace under heaven. Is this a coincidence? No, it's no coincidence. Su Negative, as the head of the heavenly fate Tao, is precisely the person in this world who believes in coincidence the least. Moreover, Gu Fanchen's tone in the second half of the sentence did not have a trace of lecherous intent, and the sigh was full of regret. It's rather like saying that it's a pity that this world peace can't be realized. Su Negative raised his head and met Gu Fanchen's gaze. Gu Fanchen raised his eyebrows and very unafraid to pull over her hand to rub it while continuing to comment with an evil smile. But the peace also has the benefit of peace. You have a clear look. If you point a red mole on the eyebrow, dressed up as a female crown model, certainly have a different flavor. Su gave him an expressionless sidelong glance. Gu Fangchun was calm on the surface, but in reality, she was being watched with a cold sweat on her back. It was a bold thing for him to do, but it was definitely the most effective way to make Su Negative realize that he recognized her in plain sight. Gu Fangchun expected that Su Negative would definitely make a trip over for the clues of the demon cult, and the Lord Master of the State doesn't like to be physically present, but prefers to suddenly possess someone out of the blue. This habit was little known, and it was one of Su Negative's aptitudes that even the other few second grades couldn't detect. The only thing that characterized the possession was the distinctive burst of cold incense scent, coupled with the fact that all of Gu Fangchen's maids at home are incomparably aware of the changes in the aroma of the body. He is clear, so that he can accurately judge it. But molesting this State Master Lord, even through a layer of skin, was really stressful enough. Luckily, Su Negative didn't draw back his hand. Instead, it was Gu Renshan next to him who finally couldn't stand it anymore and slapped his hand off. A delicate face reddened with anger. Gu Fangchen, do you think you're still the son of the world? Get it through your head. You're just a dovetailed fake now. It's not your turn to continue to make a fool of yourself in the royal residence. Gu Fangchen leaned back with a big grin and said roguishly, "What's wrong? Isn't the result not out yet? The holy decree hasn't been given. Then I'm still the son of the world. Besides, even if I'm not the son of the world anymore, I'm still the only true disciple of the martial sage. Can't I be a bit more arrogant?" Gu Ruixian was immediately poked in the sore spot. Her silver teeth clenched. Gu Yuye sipped his tea, turned his head to look at Ning Kaiyong, and faintly said, "Look at the good son you raised." With these words, Gu Yuye was actually still reminding his royal consort to think about the heartbreaking words he had said to her earlier. How much of it is actually tongue-in-cheek and how much of it may come true? Is it right to let such a misbehaving son continue to stay in the royal residence? But Ning Kaiyong had already made up her mind last night, and just curled her fingers and squeezed the handkerchief tightly, ignoring her sneering husband and turning her face to Gu Fangchen to gently scold her. "Dusty, business is important. No fooling around." At a time when life and death were at stake, Gu Fangchen's move would have seemed very abrupt if someone else had done it. But thanks to the original persona, the people in the room behaved differently. But this was the only one who was not surprised and skeptical. It could be seen how deeply Gu Fangchen's usual desolation had penetrated into people's hearts. Oh, Gu Fangchen was sitting upright with a well-behaved face, but suddenly she heard an unfamiliar faint female voice ringing in her head. "You've never met me. Su Negative always sits on the Sam Liao pillar, looking at the stars and the sky and the earth. Except for the emperor, no one has ever seen her appearance at all." However, Gu Fangchen could tell that there was a red mole on her brow. Gu Fangchen was calm enough to pick up the conversation with her divine sense and smiled. "Wrong, Master of the State. Not only have I met you, but I've had long conversations with you all night long." It was possible for divine path cultivators to communicate with each other with their thoughts. But of course, being the same divine path cultivator, Gu Yuren would generally be aware of it. However, the person initiating the conversation now was Su Negative, Gu Yoran's master. That's why Gu Fangchen was even bolder when she snubbed people. Anyway, no one else heard him, so no one could poke holes in his bragging. Su Negativity, the Lord Master of the State, was silent. Divine soul communication. Low cultivator in front of high cultivator, all emotions are nothing to hide. She could easily tell that Gu Fangchen was surprisingly not lying, but that's something that simply can't happen. Can she not remember who she talked to? Unless the other party's cultivation was so incredibly high that he could glimpse the other appearance of all the causes and effects in this world and travel through them at will. But obviously, this is more of a pipe dream. Su Negative's essence opened his eyes and reached out to rattle the piece of watery sky and starry river. searching for the destiny that belonged to Gu Fangchen. But when those white, slender hands came out of the water, what they held up was empty. The master of the state was instantly nonplussed. Earlier, when Emperor Yangon had come to her, she had made a rough deduction for Gu Fangchen once, and the results she had gotten then were not like this. Gu Fangchen is indeed the fake son of the world switched by the devil's cult, and will die a horrible death in half a year's time. That's what it was then. But now, Gu Fangchen's fate even seems to have disappeared. He was clearly standing right in front of him, and the threads of karma on his body were in disarray, but his fate was not even deducible. Why does the future disappear when the past is so clear? Su Negative's expression changed. She suddenly thought of the national fortune that was suddenly stolen without warning and disappeared without warning. How similar are the two? Such a causal destiny technique must have reached the first grade. So, Gu Fangchen is a member of the 6th Division Star Lord? No, it shouldn't be. The 6th Division Star Sovereign's character was very cautious. Not the kind of person who would come out to show off and provoke. Could there be a third person in the heavens who could elevate the attainments of the causal destiny technique to such a degree? Gu Fangchen asked. Well, did you figure anything out? Su Negative raised his eyes, looking through the eyes of the maid to Gu Fangchen, who seemed to have a few moments of anticipation. And instead of answering, he said, since you know who I am, you should also be clear that your life or death is now at my whim. Gu Fangchen hemmed and hawed. But doesn't the master of the state see that my days are numbered? Threatening a dead man with death is most useless. Indeed, in Gu Fangchen's case, it could only be said that it was a genuine case of the gods not being able to save her. Even Su Negative couldn't think of how he should live. Su Negative was silent for a moment. Seeing this, Gu Fangchen knew that Su Negative had indeed failed to figure out anything useful from himself. The identity of the traveler should be beyond the rules of this world. And dry silence Su Negative. And Lord State Master was one of the few people with the best character amongst all the NPCs. How else could he have taught such an upright disciple as Gu Yurun? Without being able to calculate the results with her karmic destiny, the last resort she could come up with was the threat of death. Gu Fangchen struck while the iron was hot and turned to sigh. It's a pity that I'm afraid I won't be able to see peace in the world in my lifetime. Su Negative's only obsession was the 4 words of peace in the world. To impress her, it is natural to talk to her about ideals. However, with such a few light words from him, although Su Negative knew that he wasn't lying, he remained unmoved. In this world, there are very few people who really want peace, and even fewer who have the ability to be able to make it. Gu Fangchuan was currently exceeding her expectations in many ways, but she trusted what she saw even more. In the end, his cultivation level was only the 9th rank of the divine path after all, and it was still a castle in the air, without actual cultivation to back it up. Obscuring fate can be just a trick. Now that small handful of national fortunes had disappeared without a trace, Su Negativity couldn't tell if it had anything to do with Gu Fangchen. Gu Fangchen, however, hooked up the corners of her mouth. By saying that, Su Negativity already meant that she was weighing whether or not she could trust and cooperate. If it was the original, it would be pressed into the eyes of the master of the state, let alone measured. It could be said that Gu Fangchen had already raised her value hundreds of times in a few words. Gu Fangchen took it a step further. Lord State Master, it's true that I used some tricks, but what if I was able to calculate the whereabouts of the 6th Division Star Lord? Su Negative's pupils tightened. Even if Gu Fangchen was indeed one of the 6th Division Star Sovereign's people, it was absolutely impossible for the latter to reveal his whereabouts. Such a betrayal was absolutely not allowed. Thinking about those visions on Gu Fangchen that were beyond the norm and eluded even her, Su Negativity was a little shaken, but she remained cold. With your little tricks? With my little tricks? Gu Fangchen laughed at her words. You and the 6th Division Star Sovereign are of the same heaven's destiny Tao and follow the righteous path of cause and effect. You count me. I count you. And in the end no one can count anyone. But I'm different. I'm crooked and specialize in exploiting loopholes. So naturally I can't defend myself. Although he actually knew everything about the whereabouts of the 6th Division Star Sovereign, the words couldn't be said just like that. Wrapping this up as your own power is obviously more likely to fool the Lord Master of State. Know how to paint a pie to hang people. Su Negativity was naturally incomparably concerned about the 6th Division Star Sovereign, a major problem to his heart. Now that there was such an opportunity in front of her, how could she miss it? Gu Fangchen said, I might as well reveal something. As the State Master thought, I am indeed not Gu Fangchen, but only borrowed his karma. There are some unavoidable difficulties in inviting the Lord Master of the State to come. Su Negativity didn't ask him about such nonsense as who he was and said bluntly, what do you want? The State Master Lord is really painful. I originally wanted to help the State Master Lord to earn a peace, but now my future is uncertain. My heart is really no bottom. Gu Fangchen suddenly paused when she said this. Say what you have to say. Gu Fangchen hemmed and hawed. As long as Lord State Master gives me 10,000 taels of gold right now, I will serve Lord State Master as a dog and horse. Sue negative. The State Master Lord froze outright. She had thought of many requests that the other party might make, but she hadn't thought that it would actually be for the most vulgar and useless yellow and white things. For cultivators of their level, gold and silver, wouldn't they be at their fingertips? As a result, Gu Fanchen's request actually this. This is far more shocking to the heart of the State Master Lord than the previous several visions. It left her speechless for a long time. It seemed that this guy who impersonated Gu Fangchen was indeed, as he said, a crude villain who only knew small tricks to take the evil way. But this world is full of strange people and strange things, and Sue Negative will not care about them. She wanted to see what this guy was trying to do. With her understanding of Gu Yuye, even if Gu Fangchen had borrowed the name of the State Master, the man would not give up his purpose. No matter how much Gu Fangchen gags, it eventually progresses to the point where Gu Yuren surveys the karmic destiny techniques on him. The moment Gu Yuren extended her hand, a sergeant walked in quickly and reported to Gu Yuye in a low voice. Gu Yuno frowned. The alchemy child of the Samsonite pillar came? Moving a lot of boxes. What are they here for? He waved his hand and let the man in. A tender child's voice soon came from the door. Move it all in. Bang! 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 Boxes of heavy gold were brought in and placed on the floor, smashing the dust. Gu Yuno's frown deepened. Dare I ask the boy, what is the meaning of the State Master? The powder-carved, jade-carved, Taoist-robed child made a bow and said aloud. The meaning of the State Master. Gifting the world's son 10,000 taels of gold. Chapter 23, Mother. Be prepared. Gold. Million taels? Who gave it to you? To whom is it given? A short sentence from the Taoist boy from Sam Liaoju made the people present wonder 3 times. The State Master, the gold, and the world's son. These 3 words, no matter how you look at them, cannot appear together in one sentence. Yet at this moment, it unexpectedly appeared together. Gu Yuye's expression instantly froze, and his face became incredibly ugly. This great Wei soldier sage, who had always been known for his deep heart and calculations, even developed a hint of skepticism. From the moment he brought Gu Yuandao back to the royal residence from the Purple Extreme Hall, everything after that was completely disconnected from what he had planned. In the course of a day and a night, Gu Fangchen had one accident after another on her body. Martial Saint, Princess Prajna, and State Master. These characters who were originally supposed to have no connection with Gu Fangchen at all. Suddenly, all of them stood out and became Gu Fangchen's old acquaintances. Gu Yuye couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that the dude who had grown up under his own nose over the past 19 years was not a fake? But obviously that's not going to happen. The problem could only be in the period of time between last night, when he and Gu Yuandao had recognized each other, and Gu Fangchen had insisted on going to the White Horse Temple. As if he had caught the source of the matter, Gu Yuye suppressed the thoughts floating in his own mind, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The more such out-of-control anomalies, the more he had to suppress Gu Fangchen to the end, unable to let him have any chance of turning over. It didn't matter what the State Master meant. Unless Gu Fangchen could turn herself from fake to real, it wouldn't matter who came. Gu Yuandao's face was expressionless as he looked at the boxes of gold that dazzled in the sunlight. His hands under his sleeves clenched into fists, his neatly trimmed nails causing his palms to turn a miserable white. Why? Obviously it was the day of his high school scholarship. It should have been his springtime. And recognized his real parents. The eyes of the people should naturally fall on him. Congratulations and envy, admiration and admiration. He had anticipated many times. But as it turned out now, all the focus was surprisingly still on Gu Fangchen. The fake. Even the State Master, who was sitting on top of a tall building, overlooking all living beings like ants, had taken the initiative to gift such a loser with 10,000 taels of gold. Master, how did her old man give gold to Gu Fangchen? On the other side, Gu Yuren was even more in a trance, incredulous to the extent that she was as if she had seen a ghost in the daytime. In this world, the one who has the closest relationship with the Sage of Fate Su Negative should be her. She had worshipped under the State Master at the age of 13, and although she was not a true disciple but only a named disciple, Gu Yuren was clearly more prestigious and had more opportunities to contact Su Negative than the young and emperor's kind of self-promotion. If you want to describe the State Master, you can only use the word human immortal. She was not a cold and heartless fairy, but a human fairy with a heart for the living. But a human immortal is, in the end, an immortal. Su Negative almost no worldly desires. In the Sinliuju cultivation sit, a sit is decades, view the world, audience life, palm holding the fate of the country, hand over the clouds and rain. The so-called Sinliao is nothing more than a high, open and distant place, unless it can affect the peace of the world. Su Negative will not ask anything about the outside world, and in order to affect something like peace in the world, It would have to be at least to the extent that a major clan would fall, wouldn't it? Gu Yuren's eyes widened as she looked towards Gu Fangchen, who was heading straight for the 10 boxes of gold and was rubbing her hands together in a fly, not hiding her excitement and greed at all. Can such a lousy person affect the peace of the world? Moreover, why her master, who didn't care at all about worldly fame and fortune and was immortal in the world, would gift Gu Fangchen 10,000 taels of gold was what Gu Yuren couldn't understand the most. Master had also given her many things, but they were all jade pipes, chessboards, fans, ancient books and other elegant daughter things. Something like gold, which was readily available to high-level cultivators, was only liked by Gu Fangchen, wasn't it? Doesn't that mean that? Gu Yuren suddenly turned pale and terrified, and a very frightening, even momentary thought that could shake her Dao heart arose. Unless it is because Gu Fangchen likes it, that is why Master her old man will send gold to him. As soon as this thought started, Gu Yuren was unable to curb her thinking, because the logic makes too much sense. All other conjectures are untenable, and this is the only one that passes muster to the point of outrageousness. Then, Master, her old man, why did she pick this time to give Gu Fangchen something he liked? How is it so much like backing him up? Gu Yuren thought of this, and even from that generous 10,000 taels of gold inside, tasted a trace of spoiled too. Gu Ruixian was opening her small mouth in surprise and tugged at her sister, and was about to voice her doubts when she realized that she couldn't tug. As soon as the little girl looked up, she realized that the first female gentleman of the academy, who had always been ice-cold and bright and unperturbed by changes, had frozen in place as if petrified, and her entire being seemed to crack open. Gu Ruixian blinked, even more bewildered. How is it that her own big sister's reaction is even greater than hers? Worthy of being the master of the state. You're just rich. Gu Fangchen sighed, picking up a heavy piece of gold and weighing it. It was full of weight. 10,000 taels of gold, in this day and age, was an absolutely astronomical sum of money. It's the same even for players. Yellow and white things were of little use to high-level practitioners, and that was only if the practitioners themselves had a background. However, the karmic thread of Gu Fang Dust, the false son of the world, was valued at 10,000 taels of gold, which was already much lower than what he had expected. On second thought, it should be the reason that the word hasn't quite gotten out yet. Outside of the Imperial Sky City, there should only be a few top forces that have received the news, and underneath, there is currently no large-scale knowledge of this matter of the true and false sons of the world. That's why the recognition of Gu Fang Dust as a fake hasn't gone down yet. The judgment was sweetly discounted for him. Gu Fangchen looked at the little Taoist boy next to him and smiled. Thank you, Master of the State. The little Taoist boy's face was serious and he made another bow. I have brought the things, and this gold, it is at the disposal of the prince. Ning Kaiyong came back to his senses and hurriedly said, call someone to move these boxes to the fetch house first. Gu Yuyi walked up 2 steps, then said faintly, since it is a gift from the state master, naturally we can't neglect it. Put it in the treasury after counting it. Gu Fangchen threw the gold in her hand, and a crunching sound of metal colliding interrupted Gu Yuye's words. It's not necessary. The state master was afraid that my things would be stolen, so he specially taught me a little trick to prevent thieves, he said with a leathery smile. Then he held out his hand and snapped his fingers. Pop! False Sun Karma line, 10,000 taels of gold, converted. In an instant, all the gold in the entire courtyard disappeared under the eyes of the crowd. Gu Yuye's face was expressionless. This time he wasn't surprised by Gu Fangchen's tactics. The anger in his heart had been ignited in an instant. A thief? Gu Fangchen dared to call him a thief. There could only be one thief in this royal residence, and that was Gu Fangchen, who had stolen the identity of the world's son. And he had the audacity to backpedal, which was nice. Gu Yuye nearly laughed in exasperation, taking a deep breath and reminding his eldest daughter, Spectre man, why don't you do the survey? Gu Yuren swallowed the shocking waves in her heart and retraced her steps to Gu Fangchen's side. Gu Fangchen looked over at Ning Kaiyong and sighed. Mother, be prepared. Ning Kaiyong only thought that he also couldn't let go of his blood mood with himself, and for a moment she was very touched. Her beautiful eyes flashed a bit of tears, and she pursed her lips. Dusty. Don't worry, Mother said that no matter what, you are Mother's child. Well, I hope you really suffer. Gu Fangchen nodded with a righteous and solemn expression, waiting for Gu Yuren to make her move. He sighed grimly, looked sincerely at Gu Yuren, and said softly, since Mother will always treat me as if I were her own, don't break her heart, just find out who my biological father is, okay? Gu Yuren vaguely felt that something was strange somewhere, but she didn't think much about it, and reached out her hand, pointing it at Gu Fangchen's brow and closing her eyes. She felt something in her heart, and the red threads of karma wrapped around Gu Fangchen's body appeared before her eyes. The great Sheriff Lord's delicate hand held this red thread, removing the false from the true and probing the direction of it. Thinking of the horseman who had been caught, she subconsciously floated the first question. The father of Gu Fangchen is. Gu Yuren's fingers moved, and the red thread spread out towards the side. She was slightly stunned, then her eyes snapped open, and she looked in near horror at the king of Jinbei standing beside her. P.S. One more chapter. Chapter 24, The Kettle of Fire. Gu Yuno had already noticed the wrongness of her reaction before her eldest daughter turned her head to look at herself. Gu Yuren's expression was clearly not that she had gotten the expected result, but that she was very surprised. However, Gu Yuye's mind only thought that at most. Even Gu Yuren was too disturbed by the karmic destiny technique to come to the correct conclusion. What he did not expect at all was that the next moment, his eldest daughter looked at himself with a face full of horror. The emotions contained in Gu Yuren's horrified gaze were very complex, but also extremely distinct. It was a kind of unbelievable and absurdity, as if seeing the person he trusted and admired very much suddenly turn into a hopeless scum of the world, and he himself was kept in the dark as the tiger's accomplice. Simply put, the idol collapsed the house. Never in her life had Gu Yuren imagined that she would one day witness such a scandal that appeared in her own home. What was even scarier was that she couldn't figure out at all why her own father had done it. This is simply digging its own grave. If such a thing were to spread out, the Jinbei king's reputation could almost be directly destroyed. But Gu Yuyi would make such a big deal out of it, and then have his own daughter come and blatantly confirm the results. Unkind and unrighteous, unfaithful and unwise. This was diametrically opposed to all the personas Gu Yuye had displayed in the past in his capacity as the king of Jinbei, and it was simply unbelievable. But Gu Yoren's trembling fingertips were still holding the piercing red thread of karma. This end of the line was connected to Gu Fangchen, and the other end, on Gu Yuye's body. Cause and effect can indeed be faked, but Gu Yuren has stripped away that layer of falsehood on the surface. This layer of cause and effect, it should be true, right? Her long silence naturally aroused the suspicion of the others. Ding Xingfeng, who had been watching the show from the side, suspiciously looked at Gu Yuye, then Gu Yuren, and sipped his tea in a good mood, playfully saying, "Little girl, with your cultivation level, it takes so much trouble to look at a karma?" He had followed him here because he had promised Gu Fangchen that he would keep him safe, just waiting for Gu Yuyi to make a move, all waiting for his hands to itch. Ding Xingfeng had been living in seclusion for so many years, and after being provoked by Gu Fangchen, he had held a bellyful of fire with no place to send it, and was getting depressed. The reason why he agreed to Gu Fangchen also had the intention of trying his hand at it. As a result, now that it was about to come to a critical time, he suddenly stopped by inches, and of course he was not happy about it, even hyped up. Gu Yuren stiffly turned her head, took a deep breath, calmed herself, and said in a deep voice, "I am a little unsure, so please wait a little longer, senior." When Ding Xingfeng heard her say this, he faintly let out an O on his face, but in reality, he was instantly jolted and went straight into the spirit. Is this a real problem? Gu Fangchen looked sideways. This old man Ding hand directly on the teacup as a walnut plate. Speed fast out of the shadow. He secretly laughed. As a lover of gossip, Ding Xingfeng was now simply a rat in a rice vat. The more explosive the news, the better. Gu Fangchen, the center of gossip, felt in his heart. Gu Yuren's hesitant and ambiguous attitude like this was too obvious that something was wrong. Ning Kaiyong asked worriedly, "Yuto, is something wrong? Don't you try to be brave." Gu Yuren almost didn't dare to look at her mother, twisting her head away and pursing her lips, her tone hard. "Mother, no, I just wanted to double check." Gu Runlian, however, couldn't wait, glared at Gu Fangchen, and stomped her foot. "Sister, why don't you say it quickly? It's hard for me to breathe one more time under one roof with such a bad-to-the-bone scumbag." Gu Fangchen also nodded in agreement, deeply impressed. "Yes, it's indeed all over the place to be under one roof with such a bad-to-the-bone scumbag, so I might as well leave sooner rather than later." Gu Ruixian froze and looked at him like a little cutie, like looking at him. These days, there's even someone who curses himself and curses so hard? It seems true that this incident has hit him so hard that it's making the guy go nuts. Gu Yuno frowned deeply. He had a vague sense of foreboding, but with the situation at hand, he couldn't project what other results could actually occur against him. So Gu Yuno chided, "Spectral man, how have I taught you since you were a child? When the time comes to make a decision, whatever the outcome, just say it." Unbeknownst to him, the more he said this, the more Gu Yuren's heart crumbled. She stabilized her mind, discarding all distractions, and once again released her divine soul to capture the one karmic thread that had manifested itself. The end result, however, remains the same. Gu Yuren opened her eyes, staring blankly at the thread of karma in her hand, and closed her eyes in near despair. She lifted her head and exhaled slowly, bringing her palms up. With a thought, the entire illusory red line was instantly manifested in front of everyone. On the left, it's connected to Gu Fangchen. On the right, it's connected to Gu Yuno. The Grand Sheriff said with a hard, ghostly voice. The survey has been completed. Gu Fangchen is indeed your bloodline. He is your own son. Gu Ruixian said with dissatisfaction. Sis, why don't you get to the point? This matter is not all known. Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly froze, shocked beyond belief. What did you say? In a flash, the entire front of the hall was silent. Ning Kaiyan looked blankly at Gu Fangchen and then at Gu Yuye, his gaze landing on the line of cause and effect between the two. At a loss for words, she squeezed the handkerchief in her hand and widened her eyes that were as gentle as the smoky water and moon. What is the specter talking about? Dusty is Gu Yuye's biological son? But she only had one child that year. That is to say, ridiculous. It's a bunch of nonsense. Gu Yuye's face was extremely ugly as he let out a stern cry, violently flinging his sleeves, booming the ground in front of the hall all the way up and smashing out a crater. Waves of dust churned, and all those empty boxes instantly burst open. He finally realized that he had stepped into the middle of a trap that was so deep and tailor-made for him. This one deadlock created by him was directly flipped by Gu Fangchen's cauldron. The source of all the dilemmas that Gu Fangchen was now facing was only one, and that was that he was not born to Gu Yuye and Ning Kaiyong. But note that the evidence for this matter, in the present, is not yet direct evidence. Rather, it was because it was first confirmed that Gu Yuandao was Gu Yuno's biological child that it was inversely deduced that Gu Fangchen was not biological. Gu Yuye chose to confirm Gu Yuandao's identity first, directly above the courtroom, in order to be able to seal the deal. Yet again, because he hadn't taken Gu Fangchen to heart at all, he chose to return to the mansion and conduct a follow-up investigation and survey. To him, solving Gu Fangchen was just a matter of passing, so he didn't first determine Gu Fangchen's identity first. But for Gu Fangchen, this happened to be the biggest breakthrough. What if, at this moment, Gu Fangchen was confirmed to be, indeed, his son? All situations will be directly reversed. For a moment, everyone present turned their dull, shocked gazes toward Gu Yuye. Old man Ding was first stunned, then laughed without a care in the world. So the real scumbag is someone else. Wonderful, wonderful, what a eye-opener. Although he didn't know how this kid did it, but being able to see the saint of soldiers, who was known to be calculating, dig a hole and bury himself in it, the scene was really worth it. Later on, even if Gu Yuno was mad, he would still have to keep this kid. P.S. Second shift. Begging for votes. Chapter 25. Ning Xiong's anger. Ding Xingfang's loud laughter echoed through the front of the hall, causing the frozen others to come back to their senses. But it's better to go back to that than to not go back at all. Several of the Gu family members were at a loss, creating a great sense of absurdity and unreality. This result is so amazing and outrageous. If Gu Fangchen was really Gu Yuye's bloodline, then what was that day and night they spent before? Count them out? And since Gu Fangchen was Gu Yuye's biological child, the latter's previous aggressiveness, which could have been described as anger, now instead seemed extremely unwise. Unwise, that's putting it mildly, and frankly, it's just plain stupid. Gu Yuye first recognized Gu Yuandao, and then took it upon himself to tease out Gu Fangchen's relationship with himself. So wasn't he actively shaking out his own scandalous story straight away? This is insane. Ning Kaiyong also finally reacted, her petite body shaking as she looked at Gu Yuye, as if she was recognizing her husband for the first time. The marriage between her and Gu Yuye was a union of two forces, and the two were not considered to have a deep relationship, and it could even be said that they had been together for a long time. But after so many years and the birth of a son and two daughters, no matter what, there are 3 or 4 true feelings in the heart. Ning Kaiyong is an incredibly traditional woman. The mistress of the Sword Pavilion died early. She has been a family man since she was a child, and the only 4 men in her life occupy an important place. Father, brother, son, husband, and both daughters were not very close to her because of Gu Fangchen. It could be said that Gu Yuno was a quarter of her life. She had thought that she treated Gu Yuno's heart in the same way that Gu Yuno treated herself. Husband and wife were originally one, even if there was a dispute and conflict between them because of Gu Fangchen. Gu Yuye even said those kind of heart-killing words, but Ning Kaiyong was only disappointed to feel that it was she who had been confined to the harem for too many years and had taken the liberty of glorifying Gu Yuye's imagination. Gu Yuno is more appropriately summarized as the sage of soldiers than as a husband. In the matter of Gu Fangchen, he refused to compromise and would naturally use his own means. After Ning Kaiyong thought about this matter clearly, he quickly adjusted. Although she was sad and embarrassed that Gu Yuye had used such tactics against her, her decades of feelings for Gu Yuye wouldn't just disappear completely in a short period of time because of it. Of course, part of it was because she knew that this was Gu Yuno doing it on purpose. rather than actually suspecting herself. This royal residence up and down, where there is no Gu Yuye's eyes, he cannot know what happened in the royal residence? Such skepticism, in itself, is rootless. It was just a weapon that Gu Yuye used to shake Ning Kaiyong. In Ning Saiyong's mind, this was just the first time the two of them had a red-faced quarrel after becoming husband and wife, and when it was over it would be back to business as usual. But at this moment, Ning Saiyong's face was pale, and she only felt that there was fire burning in her chest and in her mind, mouthing almost speechless. She hadn't expected at all that it would end up like this. She had only just accepted the fact that Dusty wasn't her child, so how could she become Gu Yuye's bloodline again in the blink of an eye? If Gu Yuandao was the one who gave birth to her in Gu Yuye 19 years ago, then who gave birth to Gu Fangchen? Apparently, between the two of them, there was another woman who had not appeared. Ridiculous. Absurd in the extreme. This is simply nonsense. Under the feet of the Son of Heaven, there are people who have the audacity to tamper with karma. Investigate. Investigate. Gu Yuye grimaced ironically, stretching out his hand in midair to hold the bright red thread of karma in the void, and shouted down at the sergeant next to him, his violent anger overflowing. One could almost call it a stampede. The soldier saint, who had always been joyful and angry, didn't even care that he was in front of a crowd at this time, and raised his head, casting an icy and skeptical gaze at his eldest daughter. Gu Yuren's eyebrows jumped and her heart was startled, the piercing coldness creeping her back for a split second as her body tensed. That surprisingly seems like killing intent? But in the next instant, the chill disappeared without a trace, as if it was just her illusion. Gu Yuren was in a trance for a moment, and when she looked over again, Gu Yuye's gaze seemed to contain nothing but deep anger and disappointment towards her. The Jinbei king took a deep breath and questioned in a deep voice. Spectral man, what have I taught you? Think twice before you act on everything, before you put this result out there. Haven't you ever thought about the possibility that you might be used by a treacherous person? There wasn't a hint of weakness in Gu Yuno's attitude. Of course, the only time he did get laid was this time. Could he not know if he and Gu Fangchen were related by blood? But as a result, he narrowly missed controlling himself. Things have reached the point where they are going to be finalized, and suddenly the table is lifted directly. Who can bear this? Gu Yuren froze at his words and was immediately ashamed. Yes, such an unusual situation. She did say it outright like that because the results were so shocking. But since karma can be concealed, it can naturally be tampered with, and in case it's just another treacherous scheme, wouldn't she be being taken advantage of? But, with her attainments in the art of karmic destiny, she could still see if this karmic thread had been tampered with. But in her heart, Gu Yuren was also unwilling to believe that her father would do such a thing, so she hesitated and chose to lower her head and purse her lips. I'm sorry, father, it was my lack of consideration. Gu Yuandao and Gu Rinlian were in shock, and when they saw this, they had the illusion of a desperate and false alarm. Yeah, karma can be tampered with too. This must be a sinister chain of events laid down by someone to bring about the destruction of his father's reputation. Ding Xingfeng hemmed and hawed. Is it really a traitorous setup? I don't think so. Gu Yuno's face was expressionless. Then, back in the day, would the old-timer also have felt that he was being framed as not necessarily so hard? Gu Fangchen staggered. This Gu Yuye was really good at grasping 7 inches, directly hitting Ding Xingfeng's sore spot. If it was the previous Ding Xingfeng, he would have been directly silent. But Gu Fangchen's appearance had brought the hope of a clearing of the wrongs, and now he wasn't so grudging about the incident. Ding Xingfeng said sorrowfully, I couldn't get the evidence back then. The saint blamed it, but also directly admitted it. Jinbei King is awesome. There is no evidence can also be a sentence to reverse black and white, to take themselves off clean. The old man stretched out his dry, thin fingers and tapped the karmic thread. You say this karma is false, so prove it to everyone. Gu Yuno, Ning Kaiyong, who had been silent for a long time, took a step forward and raised her head to look at her husband, her gaze insistent as she spoke. Prove it, like the old-timers said. Aren't you bent on proving that Dusty isn't your son? Prove it now. Gu Yuno took a deep breath and let it out in a long exhale. Kaiyong, this is fake. Ning Saiyong's beautiful eyes contained anger, and she finally couldn't hold back a single word. Prove it to me. Otherwise I'll immediately pack up my things, sign the peace treaty, and take Dusty back to the Sword Pavilion. For the first time, this incident touched her bottom line, and no gentler nature could bear the thought that her husband might have a child with another woman. And it's even possible that he deliberately kept Dusty to himself. This is simply downright humiliating. Gu Yuya narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze morosely at Gu Fangchen, who was watching the action with a good deal of amusement. Wando, Yuto, come with me. He reached out and flicked his hand. The crumbs of the crates in a mess in front of the hall all turning to pieces, and turned to leave. The rest of the people looked at each other, and also knew that although Gu Yuno did not say, but today this trial of Gu Fangchen can only be suspended, unsettled. Gu Fangchen curved the corners of her mouth and supported Ning Kaiyong, comforting her. Mother, don't be angry. No matter what, I'll always be your son. Dusty. Ning Kaiyong reached out and pressed her hand on her chest. That fullness rose and fell a few times. She held Gu Fangchen's hand, her already tender body experiencing such a great up and down emotional fluctuation, and at this moment, she suddenly loosened up, and she only felt that her eyes went black. The disillusioned and despondent beautiful woman only felt her body go limp, and she lost her support, and her whole body collapsed. Mother! Gu Fangchen subconsciously cried out, hastily reaching out to encircle this limp-down female body. The rich aroma hit her face, and Ning Kaiyong's head tilted, her cheek pressed against Gu Fangchen's neck, wet and full of tears. Gu Fangchen froze and hesitated for a moment, lifting his hand to wipe away the remaining tear tracks on her face. P.S. There will only be one more shift tonight, and one more during the day, so let me adjust my routine. I really can't do it anymore. Angle. Chapter 26, Creating Something Out of Nothing. The moment Gu Fangchen supported Ning Kaiyong, Gu Runlian directly exploded. Don't you touch mother. The young girl took 2 steps forward and picked up Ning Kaiyong, putting on a fierce, puffed-up look, with 2 small tiger teeth hidden, living like an aggressive, protective puppy. Gu Fangchen loosened her hand, frowned at Gu Runlian's movements, and chided softly. Lighten up. Do you think mother has thick skin like you? Gu Runlian froze. She had never seen Gu Fangxian speak to herself in this tone before. In the past, Gu Fangchen was a little afraid of her because she had been targeted by her so many times, and had nearly been cut off from her children and grandchildren. Whenever the two meet, it's a tit for tat, fire and brimstone taunting of each other. But Gu Fangchen has no cultivation, afraid of being beaten by her. Time and time again can only be great to put a vicious word to bugger off, looking for Ning Kaiyong to complain, a batch of wimpy. As a result, Gu Runlian's distaste for Gu Fangchen grew with each passing day. What she hated the most in her life was the shameless villain. Gu Fangchen, this kind of dare to do not dare to be, bullying soft and fearful of hard guys, is simply the embodiment of these 4 words. However, at this moment, Gu Fangchen's stern tone was too natural, completely the lecturing posture of an elder disciplining a junior. There was even a moment that made Gu Runlian think of Gu Yuye. When she subconsciously lightened her movements, she realized what she had done and was instantly annoyed. She unexpectedly ghosted and listened to Gu Fangchen's orders. Abominable. Gu Runlian's silver teeth clenched, her voice squeezing out from between her teeth. Who are you calling thick-skinned? Gu Fangchen pulled out her ears and said disdainfully, a martial cultivator of the 6th grade realm. Can't you even hear words clearly? Naturally, I'm talking about you. As soon as he opened his mouth, the subtle sense of defiance in Gu Ruixian's heart disappeared again. I'm sure it's still the same scoundrel who's just a smartass. Gu Fangchen continued. Mother is just an ordinary person. What if you use so much force and hurt her? Hypocrisy. Pretentious? Gu Fangchen looked at her for a moment, then shook her head and sneered. I really don't know who is pretending to be sympathetic. After so many years in the royal residence, you can't even control the force of how to support your mother. So it's obvious that you don't have any semblance of filial piety towards your mother on a regular basis. As a result, when it comes to this time, on the contrary, rush to show to come. Always hear people say that I am a villain. How do I fall think that this king's house is everywhere is a villain? And it is not bad for me to this one. Someone in the front is indiscriminate. Someone in the back poses as loyal and filial. And there's another who turns black and white. It's really a good show. Of the several characters inside the royal residence, Gu Renfen was the best one to deal with. Young, simple and straightforward mind, good and evil. But precisely because of her young age, her judgment of good and evil are all black and white. In the royal family, pampered, do not understand the complexity of the world. To put it bluntly, her personality is the same as the originals in terms of brashness and petulance, except that she doesn't do bad things. A little poke at the young girl's self-righteous dream bubble and the thin membrane immediately burst. When Gu Runlian heard this, she really did have a small face that was suffocatingly red, clenching her fists but unable to speak, because Gu Fangchen was telling the truth. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword. Gu Fangchen sank his face and put on a serious older brotherly demeanor. You? No big deal. Just now you guys doubted my identity. I won't bother with you. Now what should you call me? Gu Runlian was so infuriated that the top of her head was about to explode. If Gu Fangchen was still Gu Yuye's bloodline, even if she wasn't born to the crown princess, she would still be her brother, the lineage son of the Jinbei royal house. According to the rules, of course she had to call an elder brother. But how could she possibly open this mouth? She used to call Gu Fangchen by her first name, Gu Renren's heart kept telling herself that it was impossible. How could father do such a thing? He simply had no reason to expose himself to have an illegitimate child. It was definitely someone who deliberately set him up. This guy is the one who is the villain. Backwards, Gu Ruixian grunted and stubbornly raised her fine and delicate chin. Even if she was at fault, it was absolutely impossible for her to bow down to Gu Fangchen. This guy wants to taunt. So taunt. Gu Fangchen sighed fervently when she saw her tense face and didn't say anything. Alas, forget it, the sages say. Knowing a mistake and being able to change it is a good thing. If you know it's wrong, be careful to hold your mother up properly. Don't take my job and drop mother instead. Gu Ruixian froze. What's going on? If it was before, if Gu Fangchen could catch her in the slightest wrong, she would definitely stomp on her nose. How to take it lightly today? There was some suspicion in the young girl's heart, but Gu Fangdan and Ning Kaiyon did have the best relationship. Although he had been getting more and more assholish in recent years, it would be normal for him to worry about his mother if he had developed a conscience. She let out an uncomfortable "oh," her hands carefully controlling the force, allowing Ning Kaiyon to lean against her. Just as she was concentrating hard and cautiously on adjusting her posture, Gu Fangchen suddenly reached out and pinched the young girl's baby-fat cheeks. Man-child, why didn't you just let me touch mother? Shameless. Gu Ruixian was dumbfounded, shaking with anger, and because she couldn't free her hands, she couldn't even violently beat Gu Fangchen. Only then did he realize why Gu Fangchen hadn't given an inch just now. He's simply gaining ground. Letting her hold Ning Kaiyon properly just didn't allow her to be able to make a move. But Gu Fangchen's question stopped her again. She had just remembered Gu Yuye's words questioning Ning Kaiyon for a split second, so she was in a momentary rush. How could one say such words to Gu Fangchen? Gu Renlian twisted her head. If you're not allowed to touch it, you're not allowed to touch it. The young girl quickened her pace and walked towards Ning Kaiyon's courtyard, itching to stay far away from Gu Fangchen. Gu Fangchen saw that she was furious but still didn't say the reason. Her eyes flickered and her heart instantly realized. Gu Ruixian was just straightforward in nature, and when she was angered by him like this, she actually didn't even say why. That would be a bad reason to say. Or, words that can't be put on the table. Even Gu Ruixian knew that she couldn't say it in front of people, so it was obvious that there must be dirty thoughts in it. Gu Fangchen could beat the full ending, and what she was best at was capturing the details. On second thought, it must have been Gu Yuye, who had said something unseemly to Ning Kaiyon during his confrontation with Princess Banjuru. Gu Yuye is a man after all, and it is normal for him to speak out of turn when he is in a hurry. No wonder Ning Kaiyon would just pass out from anger. On one foot she is suspected by her husband and on the other she discovers that her husband may be having an affair. Gu Yuye's suspicion. So it seemed like a false heart instead. It turned out that Gu Yuye had given him a wave of assists, so it was no wonder that he had gone further, wanting to disintegrate Gu Yuye's power. The most important of which was the power of the sword pavilion represented by Ning Kaiyon. But Ning Kaiyon was not without feelings for Gu Yuye, and was a traditional woman who taught her husband to raise her children. Wanting to make the couple break up was not an easy task. But now, it was Gu Yuno himself who sent him the opportunity. Gu Fangchen pondered for a moment, suddenly a little dizzy. Ding Xingfeng grabbed him by the collar and didn't let him fall straight to the ground. Kid, your mother is just angry and bloodthirsty, but you're really dying. He blushed hard. If you die of poison, you can't count me out of fulfilling my promise. Gu Fangchuan's chest churned as he stabilized himself, raising his hand to wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked over at the Shireen servant shrouded under his cloak and grinned. It's okay, operate and live. All three kinds of strange poisons under the sky are gathered in one person, and his lifespan is almost exhausted. So theoretically he can't live a little. But the good thing was that his dantian was also destroyed. Such a body could not be used for cultivation, but it was extremely suitable for refining into a puppet. That's right, Gu Fangchen wasn't going to cultivate from the start, but was planning to refine herself directly. After Gu Yuye took away Gu Yuandao and Gu Yuren, he told the two of them to wait outside and return to his room to close his eyes and meditate, reviewing everything that had happened in the past 2 days and nights. A moment later, he opened his eyes and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Gu Fangchuan's sudden connection with many top cultivators, although outrageous, was still a sign that there were other people endorsing him. But the only thing that comes out of nothing, a sudden tampering with the ban in the fetch house. P.S. Second shift, smooth labor. Chapter 27 External Blood Packs. Gu Yuye stood up and called Gu Yuran and Gu Yuandao in. He looked at Gu Yuran and asked in a deep voice. At that time, the medium for laying down the Huilan formation in the bedroom of the fetching house, as I recall, was a shark's tear? Gu Yuran froze and nodded. Yes. What about that shark's tear? Sailor's tears can't withstand the power of the Huilan formation and shattered into powder. Right now it should have been packed away by the underlings. Gu Yuren called for her eldest attendant, Jinger. Jinger bowed respectfully and carefully reported back. That shark tears bead powder mixed with a lot of dust and blood. Slave girl told people to put away slowly divided. Bead powder can be used as alchemy auxiliary material, after that to be sent to the Li provider there. This shark tears is the top pearl produced by the sea country. In Gu Fangchen's bedroom can only be used to string into a curtain. Broken is thrown away useless garbage. But for them, the underlings of the royal family, this is the gold that leaks out of the master's fingers. Especially Gu Fangchen, the playboy, acted in the most pompous style, working as an errand boy in his yard. Although the risk was high, but the reward was also high. The people at the bottom have become accustomed to picking up the slack. That one shark's tear, too. It was just fortunate that, because the shark's tears had shattered so thoroughly, it would take a while to completely separate them, and they were kept for the time being. Otherwise, if the king, who was now in a rage, found out, he would not be able to avoid chastisement. Gu Yuye didn't have time to care what the subordinates of the mansion were doing. He just ordered, "Bring them all." Yes, Jinger went and returned, presenting the box containing the sailor's teardrop powder. Gu Yuandao looked at the dirty bead powder in that box and frowned, immediately noticing the difference. The quality of this shark's tears is not high enough to support the formation of the Huilan formation on its own. It will explode into powder, which in itself means that the formation is very barely formed, and even if it were to be completed, it would collapse in a single breath. If we are to use this shark's tear as the eye of the formation, we will definitely need other materials to assist. Gu Yuren's formation Dao cultivation wasn't very high, just touching on it, but Gu Yuan Dao was a 6th grade formation Dao attainment. A quick glance reveals the problem. Gu Yuren instantly drifted off, realizing that she had made an error in judgment at that moment. At that time, she had thought that someone had carved a formation on the shark's tears in advance and allowed Gu Fangchen to carry it on her body, which allowed the latter to get out of the trap. But since the shark's tears couldn't be stabilized into a formation by themselves, it meant that the idea was not valid. She murmured with a stony face, but there was nothing else found in the house at the time that could be used on the formation. Gu Yuandao paced and pondered for a moment before suddenly having a flash of insight. He jerked his head back to the box of bead powder. Yes, bloodstains. It's blood, Gu Yuandao said with certainty. The poison on Gu Fangchen's body makes his blood naturally an excellent medium for drawing formations, which means that someone used his blood to draw the Huilan formation on this pearl. Gu Yuren's pupils tightened. She was surprisingly blinded by the lights, because Gu Fangchen was smashing in the room at that time and cut her own hand. She subconsciously assumed that the blood on top of the pearl was accidentally stained by Gu Fangchen, and if this blood was the medium, it meant that the formation should have been drawn by Gu Fangchen. Gu Yuren immediately shook her head. Impossible. To be able to have this kind of tactic, one must be at least a formation Dao grandmaster. Gu Fangchen hasn't even come into contact with the formation Dao, so how could he possibly set up the Huilan formation? Indeed, it's impossible. Gu Yuno sneered. So whoever he is never Gu Fangchen. The two Gu family siblings looked at each other with a sense of relief in their hearts. Sure enough, there was no way a father would do anything to wrong his mother. Gu Yuno narrowed his eyes. Even if the other party's means are so powerful that the karmic threads can't be disproved, wouldn't it be fine if he disproved the whole person of Gu Fangchen? Gu Fangchen isn't even Gu Fangchen anymore. So what if he's not his own? Gu Yi looked at the bead powder in that box and said in a cold voice, Gu Fangchen is not in order to antidote the poison to find the princess of Bonjour. Go to ask Master Juehui. When the flickering flower seal, in order to suppress the species of heart poison, Galen Temple took away a drop of his heart blood, a wisp of God in the spirit. If it doesn't match, then someone is impersonating. Crunch! Gu Fangchen pushed open the door to the eastern chamber of Ning Xiong's compound. Because the Fetching Fong courtyard was ruined to the extent that it was impossible to live there, he could only make do with living in Ning Xiong's courtyard for a while in the next few days. The east room of this courtyard was originally his childhood residence, and now it is still intact. So naturally he can live there if he wants to. Old Man Ding was sent to the guest room by him. Right now, only Qing Jian was following him every inch of the way. Gu Fangchen walked into the room and closed the door, so she collapsed her entire body, moving her muscles and bones, only to feel a strained feeling all over her body due to the constant tightness. This weak chicken body, it is also too refined. Gu Fangchuan couldn't help but spit out, then took a long breath out. Phew, finally, I'll be able to settle down for a while. He sighed and looked up at the angler profession again. But it's only for a while. Even if Gu Yuyi does not demonize, this angler occupation can only last for 7 days. Inside the game, the occupations on a player's body could be stacked, but this randomized occupation system on his body right now apparently only gave one at a time. Occupational skills that have been hanging around are of course always in effect, But the effects of many skills are lost if they are not inaugurated. A man could not come back from the dead, but whether this karmic thread would recover or not, he did not know. At that time, in case the karmic threads were restored, he wouldn't have the chance to transform it once more. Therefore, he needed to seek out enough undercurrents for himself as soon as possible. Self-strength, of course, is the most important part of that. Gu Fangchen turned her head to look at the motionless Qing Jian, and deliberately sank her face. What? You don't even know how to serve someone and you need me to remind you? Qing Jian raised his head, his lotus gold pupils emotionless. She seemed to hesitate for a moment, came forward and reached out her hand, put it on Gu Fangchen's shoulder, and then went down to try to undo the buttons. Gu Fangchen grabbed her wrist and said breathlessly, I asked you to rub my shoulders and pound my legs. What were you thinking? Qing Jian withdrew his hand with a whoosh, lowered his head expressionlessly to look at his toes, and very stiffly turned to squeeze Gu Fangchen's shoulder. Gu Fangchen picked up a stack of paper, closed her eyes and thought about it, and began to silently write down the materials she would need to refine. Qing Jian stole a glance at him and realized that he didn't seem to care about the misunderstanding just now, and let out a small sigh of relief. Gu Fangchen finished writing and organized the papers in her hand, suddenly pulling one out and handing it to the Shein waiter. Here, the formula for the jade refining pill. Qing Jian froze, took it over, and after a long silence, asked, at no cost? Gu Fangchen shook the paper in her hand, blew it dry, and leisurely said, of course I have. You'll probably be stuck with me for the next few days, eating and sleeping together. He was going to use alchemy to turn his own body into a puppet, and it was clear that the person who came up with this idea didn't need to think about the physical and mental health of the puppet. Some players who specialized in evil paths had tried this path. One was to test the strength of the physical body, and the other was to test the willpower. And Gu Fangchen had neither, so she could only take shortcuts, an extra-large human blood bag on the outside. In the process, replenish his blood every now and then. Chapter 28 Heart Demon Great Refinement and Book of Experience. The so-called alchemy of magic is, as it sounds, a less than humane means. After all, who in their right mind smokes puppets, don't you think? A certain king of Jinbei who did not wish to be named. Of course, the matter of refining puppets wasn't actually evil. What mattered was the raw materials used to refine the puppets. Like King Jinbei's soldier puppet, the base material used is the terracotta warriors and horses that have been suppressing the evil spirits for thousands of years in the tomb of the soldier immortals and martial artists. These terracotta warriors and horses themselves were the products of top organ techniques, and were used to refine them into puppets that fit together without any moral pressure. But even so, not many people knew about Gu Yuye's refining of the soldier puppet. The base material used for magic is a living person. It can't be a corpse yet. It has to be an actual living person. The pain involved in refining a person into a puppet in a living state could be imagined. What's more, this method is to always keep people in the extreme state of about to die, and it is a downright evil method. If we talk about the origin of alchemy, it is even more scary. It was the deadly Tao of the devil cult's 10 upper paths, the weak sauce, Bai Gong. Gamers generally call him Gua Gua Gong affectionately. Gu Yuye's original plan was to expose Gu Fangchen's collusion with the demonic cult, impersonate the identity of the world's son, and directly get him killed as a matter of course. But because Gu Fangchen had turned himself around and thrown a pot of dirty water on Gu Yuye, he had to solve this bigger problem first. As for whether or not there are any mending marks on that karma, it doesn't matter anymore. Even on the contrary, before disproving Gu Fangchen's identity, Gu Yuye had to do his best to avoid this layer of karma and demonic connection. After all, if what was covered underneath was fake, it could be a demonic plot. But if it's true, what motive does the demonic cult have? The person with the motive becomes Gu Yuno himself. Thinking about it, it was only if he wanted to turn his illegitimate child around that he would cover it with another layer of false karma to deceive Ning Kaiyong. If this is brought into the magic religion, Gu Yuyi is purely to smear yellow mud on his own ass. So as soon as Gu Yurin said it was true, Gu Yuyi directly denied it, forcing the tone, but did not ask for another test. That's because he knows that if he keeps testing, the odds are that something will happen to him. But he was afraid that even if he shoved his head into a pit, he would never have imagined that Gu Fangxian would take advantage of this and turn his head to really use demonic tactics. What do you mean by under the lights? That's what it's called. Before Gu Yuno reacts, I have enough time to complete the first level of refining magic to make sure I don't die before I leave the school. Gu Fangxian's eyes flickered as she handed over the stack of papers in her hand to Qing Jian as well and faintly said, "Tell Bonjour Lian Yu that what's on here. Give it to me by tomorrow." Qing Jian was shocked at his words. Prajna Lotus Moon. The real name of Princess Prajna was little known to the outside world, only to close maids like them. Gu Fangchen just blurted it out, still in a commanding tone. If it had been in the past, If someone had been so rude to the holy maiden in front of Qing Jian, she would have had to let the other person know what the suffering of all beings was. But now, she held out her hands for the stack of papers and lowered her eyes. It just felt like the man was getting more and more inscrutable. She scanned it, and all that was written on it were some very rare medicinal herbs, as well as some somewhat odd things that even she had only vaguely heard the names of. It looked a bit like it was going to be alchemy, and a bit like it was going to be a formation. Qing Jian didn't know much about it, so he just folded the paper and put it away. These things, for Princess Banjour, were not difficult to obtain is all. Right now the whereabouts of the holy relics were unknown, and no matter what tricky and odd requests, the princess could only satisfy him. Gu Fangchen wasn't worried about what others could tell from this. For one thing, the most fundamental thing about refining magic was the formation that was drawn. And for another, at this point in time, the fact that useless defeat was a puppeteer hadn't been exposed yet. The weak sauce in everyone's eyes is still a mysterious man in an iron hat clad in a straw raincoat with a rusty sword mound, and a rusty sword in his hand that grows poisonous flowers, which will surely kill him. But wherever weak sauce passes through, it will surely stir up a bloody storm, with thousands of miles of bare ground, no birds or animals left, and if a person gets a little bit of it, his whole body will immediately rot from the inside out and become inhuman, not a ghost. In fact, this figure, famous for its poison and sword skills, was a puppet made by Lord Weaksauce using alchemy magic. From this, it is easy to see that alchemy of magic and poison have an inseparable relationship. There are a total of 5 levels of refining magic, and for each level, one hard demon refining has to be completed. It is to let the puppet complete the sublimation of its physical body in the extreme state of about to die but not yet dead. And while there are many ways to reach this state, using poison is the easiest. Trying to find a life and death fight that maintains the edge of the limit is too difficult and risky, but with poison it's much more controllable. And if the great refinement is successful, the puppet and the toxin are fused as one. This was what Gu Fangchen had thought of before, a way to turn the 3 poisons on his body into a powerful magic weapon for his own use. This body of his was so thoroughly destroyed that it would be too slow and inefficient to save it in the usual way. It has to be the most extreme method, to live to the death. However, in order to refine oneself into a puppet, first of all, the divine soul cultivation must be at least at the 8th rank of the divine path, the out-of-shell realm, so that the refining process can realize the separation of the spirit and flesh and transform into one's own manipulation of oneself. My current 9th grade cultivation isn't enough. Once my divine soul leaves my body I will surely die. Gu Fangchen stroked his chin. In fact, it's best to have the 7th grade wandering god realm to be the safest. Not only can the divine soul leave the body, but also have a pocket for interfering with moving items with thoughts. But in a short period of time, it's not very feasible to go up 2 levels in a row. Still, there are ways to move up a level. In Mirror in the Dust, players can do quests to upgrade, but there are also some shortcuts to upgrade. This includes books of experience. In the game, experience books come in the form of ink and hand ties from high-level NPCs, especially certain Shinto masters. Players have a success rate with experience books. The higher the level of the experience book and the NPC it belongs to, the higher the success rate. Among them, the one who received the most favorable comments from the players was a certain head of the Heavenly Fate Dao, the only permanent resident of the Sam Liao Pillar, the superb state master of the current dynasty, and the occupant of the moral high ground of the Great Way, Lord Su. After Qing Jian left, Gu Fangchen first confirmed that Ning Kaiyong was not in any serious trouble, then took a bath, called for food to be brought in, ate and drank enough, and then directly lay down on the bed and huffed and puffed. Crossed over the past 2 days, then he overnight to do a week of game strategy is even more tired. Fell asleep, comparable to the shutdown. The hooks he had laid anyway, just waiting for the master of the state to come to the door himself. Ning Kaiyong sat up, her slender fingers rubbing her temples as she subconsciously asked the maid beside her, "How's Dusty doing?" The maid whispered, "The world sun sent you back." So he bathed and dressed in the east room, got in some food, and is asleep at the moment. The boy, he must be tired. Ning Kaiyong frowned worriedly and took a sip of hot tea to rinse his mouth. Thinking of Gu Yuye, he only felt 1,000 annoyances in his heart and let out a long sigh. She didn't even know if she wanted this to be true or not. She put down her tea, and suddenly raised her eyes, surveying the clear and rushed maid in front of her. "Aren't you the maid who was in the hall before?" The maid saluted, a nervous blush appearing on her face. "Slave girl Yukika. Sister Chui asked me to serve in your courtyard." Granny Choi. Ning Kaiyong instantly realized that this naturally wouldn't really be letting her come to her courtyard, but because Dusty was there. This maid was grabbed and molested by Dusty in public, and she couldn't let go left or right. Since Dusty has been accepted as a disciple by the sage of martial arts, and has been honored by Princess Bonjour, there is hope for a cure. And there is no need to be as strict as before. It's time to add some people to the room. Ning Kaiyong smiled, pulled Shuexiang's hand, and softly commanded, I'm not short of people here, so you can go to the east room and serve the seiji. Yukika blushed red and nuzzled. She was about to leave when she was called back by Ning Kaiyong, surveying her face and using rouge to dot her brow with satisfaction. Dusty is a good judge of character. You look like this. If you were dressed as a woman's crown, you would really be a bit off the beaten track. Get changed before you go. Chapter 29. You're quite a player. Yukika carefully straightened the female crown dhoti of superior material on her body and pulled up the sleeves that covered her fingers a bit. She lifted her hand and sniffed. The dhoti permeated with a tangy, warm scent, just like the one on the princess, making you want to bury yourself in it a little bit. Although Wei is a three-religion tripod, but because of the respect of the heavenly life Tao head Su negative as the national teacher, Yangon emperor and self-styled disciple, the wind in the Imperial heavenly city is naturally biased in favor of reverence for the Tao. In order to attach themselves to the Yangon emperor, the dignitaries would also discuss the scriptures and preach, making it fashionable to wear Taoist robes. This robe, is the princess of the old days? Asked people to cut, but only wear a few times will be tired. Now was brought to reward her. Shuexiang is only 15 this year. Her body is slim, and there is no comparison to the tall and graceful Ning Kaiyong. This wide Taoist robe was worn on her body, and while it was cool, it was even more soft, and had a bit of the uninitiated look of a child mistakenly wearing adult clothes, plus a little bit of face value on the brow that sets off skin as white as fresh snow a few shades whiter. Very endearing. The young girl stood in front of the door to the east room with some apprehension, bit her lower lip, and reached out to gently push the door open. It was dusk at the moment, and with the curtains drawn, the room was almost devoid of light. Not daring to look at the bed and couch, she gingerly stepped to the side and lit a lantern. As a result, as soon as she looked down, she saw a few pieces of Gu Fanchen's clothes scattered on the ground, and suddenly her face was a pink haze. Yukika held back her shame and squatted down, picking up and organizing the clothes and placing them on a nearby rack. All of them, the maids of honor, had been hand-picked by the princess from the moment they entered the royal residence, and had long been prepared for this day to come. The absurd reputation of the Jinbei king's son was known to no one in Huangtian City. To outsiders, it looks like a fire pit, but like Shuexiang, whose family is poor and destitute, this is the best way for her to live. If she could become the world's son's concubine, grandma's illness would be cured with money, and brother wouldn't have to enlist in the army to sell his life. Xiao Hyang summoned up her courage and walked over to the Seiho's bed, kneeling on the footrest covered with a thick, soft blanket, and curiously surveying the very unfamiliar youth. While serving in the royal residence for some time, but having to bow her head every time a nobleman passes by, Shuexiang actually has no idea what Shitzi looks like. She looked closely through the light and realized that Seiji was nothing like the fat-headed or menacing man she had imagined before. The sleeping His Highness the World's Son has handsome eyebrows and a high nose. His pampered skin has a few sickly pallor, and even his eyelashes seem to be longer than hers. It's so pretty. The young girl blinked as she peered over the edge of the bed, her heart pounding so hard that even her earlobes were red. In fact, according to reason, during the daytime in the hall, she had already met the world's son once, and had been complimented on his looks to his face. But strangely enough, Shuexiang doesn't remember how she came to be in the world's favor. At that time in the hall, she only felt dizzy as if she had said a few words to the world's son, but she had no memory of what exactly she said or did. By the time she came to her senses, the master of the state sent for the gold gifted to the world's son, and it wasn't long before everyone was unhappy. They, the maids and underlings, certainly didn't have a chance to watch the fun, and they were all kicked out before that happened. Then after that, it was Sister Cui from the princess's side who came to her and transferred her to serve in the princess's courtyard. Yukika just assumed that she was too nervous at the time and didn't pay much attention to it. Just get the moment right. Yukika clenched her small fists and took a deep breath, then looked at the still sleeping Seiji and fell into a daze. But what should do? Yukika blinked. She did read the fire avoidance charts and wasn't completely clueless, but now the world's son is not awake, and cannot wake him. Just wait? Yukika fell into deep thought. She pivoted and tried to reach out, gently tugging the covers off of Seiho, but only just after moving a little. Gu Fangchen immediately awoke with a start and sat over violently, his gaze biting as he grabbed her arm. Hey! Shuexiang let out a cry of surprise, lost her balance, and all of a sudden slumped over Gu Fangchen, turning falsehood into truth. There can be such a karmic destiny art in this world. A stunningly beautiful crown with a red mole on her brow sat in front of the water Sky Star River with a grave expression on her face. In the water Sky Star River in front of her, a bright star suddenly went out, and the turbulent current returned to calm. Unlike Gu Yuren, Su Negative had acted out the karma on Gu Fangchen in advance. So of course she knew that the karmic thread on Gu Fangchen's original body was that he was not of Gu Yuya's bloodline. Or rather, this line of karma of his Jinbei King's son was faked. And when Gu Yuren surveyed it, this line of karma, it suddenly became real. Compared to the uninformed Gu family, Su Negative was rather more shocked in his heart because he knew more. After incredibly repeatedly verifying it for several hours, she still could only come to the conclusion that the karmic thread was real. This conclusion, moreover, she was just as incapable of maneuvering regarding Gu Fangchen's future and his influence on those around him. But that's something that's never going to happen. The world's causes and effects are inextricably intertwined with each other, pulling one hair and affecting the whole body. So how can they change just like that? In her perception, this was definitely not something that the causal destiny technique could do. This is more like changing the rules. This was undoubtedly a huge never-before-seen shock for Su Negativity, who practiced the Heaven's Mandate Tao. On this Gu Fangchen, it's definitely a truly old monster. Su was very heavy-colored. If someone with such heavenly means were to do evil, it would be a disaster for the entire way. Even if this was just a trick to fudge the other side's mouth, it was already very dangerous to be able to cloud the judgment of people like them. But for now, at least the other side seems to be on their side, and wants to talk to her about peace in the world. It is important to reach out further to determine the disposition of this person. Su Negative closed his eyes, his mind heavy, and subconsciously possessed the person he had already possessed the last time. Gu Fangchen looked at the little maid in front of her with a sullen face and was about to speak when she suddenly caught a whiff of that particular cold fragrance. His eyelids fluttered and he raised his eyes to meet a pair of icy eyes. Su Negativity turned his head and saw Gu Fangchen tightly grasping his wrist, while his other hand was propped up against the youth's chest. The two are on the bed, and not only was she wearing ill-fitting Taoist robes, but the clear, childish face reflected from Gu Fangchen's pupils was also dotted with rouge on the center of her eyebrows. Gu Fangchen huffed, took a deep breath, and said very seriously, "This was actually an accident." Meaning, accidentally made this little maid she had possessed wear a Taoist robe, accidentally had a red mole, and then accidentally ran into his bed. The hell with it. Su was expressionless, narrowed his eyes, and sneered, "That's quite a fancy way to play. Gu Fandan, is there any way to save this? Wait online. Urgent. P.S. Born, asking for votes. Asterisk. Chapter 30, My heart has been pleased with the master of the state for a long time. Gu Fangchen also did not know that he turned out to play so flowery. What's this called? However, on second thought, he realized that this should be Ning Xiong's arrangement, and he burst into tears. In the past, although the original body was ridiculously horny and hung out in Qin Lu Chu Pavilion all the time, it was actually tightly controlled by Ning Kaiyong. If you say you're going to listen to a song, then you're really just listening to a song. But Ning Kaiyong was also completely concerned for his own son's life, because Gu Fangchen was suffering from severe poisoning. Her physique was too weak and she basically had a heart. Moreover, if the qi in blood stirred and churned, it could also cause a poisonous outbreak and directly vomit 3 liters of blood. The dark and twisted personality of the original had that aspect of being crickets behind the back all the time in it. Of course, the original body is really not a good thing, and often therefore angry at those poor people, and do things that can only be said are not as good. The hidden dangers left behind in this regard still had to be wiped away by Gu Fangchen. But back on topic, he actually wasn't afraid that Su Negative would make a move to kill him because of it. After all, now that the 6th Division Star Sovereign's whereabouts were in his hands, and the two of them had pretty much made a deal, Su Negative, no matter what, definitely wouldn't cut off the clues with his own hands. But that didn't mean that Su Negative wouldn't get angry. A human immortal, that's still a human being. Su Negative is, ultimately, a woman. She may not care about the world at all, but it's unlikely that she'll care about it at all. The goodwill of the Lord Master of the State could not be high, but it could never fall below the red line. Otherwise she has too many tricks up her sleeve to make things difficult for you in the dark. It won't kill you, but it's really worse than death to have it stuck to you at a critical moment, especially when there are so many other events and skills in the game that have to do with probability. She puts a debuff on you that downgrades your probability and you're just waiting to cry under the covers with your head covered. These karma practitioners, one or the other, are all old S by nature. Su Negative was already an anomaly among anomalies in there. Her character, still in the eyes of many people, can be said to be eccentric to the extreme. The same thing, if a different person, or even a different time, could be a diametrically opposite attitude, as if there is no pattern. But in fact, her starting point is very simple and rough. That is, you in this matter to produce the impact, will make the situation of way near the vision of peace under heaven. If it will, then just pass. If not, Then we'll move on to the next step of determining whether or not you'll keep the situation in way away from peace. If it will, then just die. If it won't, it's the next decision made that is the personal will of Tsunegi. Those who felt that Tsu had an odd temper were most likely treating Lord Guisher too much like a human being. The disciples of the heavenly fate Tao, without exception, were all insane. It's just that Tsu is so crazy and so normal, and the current developments in Wei are so normal, that he's taken for normal. But while others had never seen it, Gu Fangchen had seen the real appearance of State Master Tsu and the worst ending: all demons descend on mortality. In order to achieve the demons descending to mortality, the player has to join the demon cult or the Green Barbarians, and jointly annex the Wei, killing 90% of Wei's top experts, resulting in a world of chaos, destruction of life, and a hellish scene. Even within this ending, Gu Yuye's main body is just unaccounted for. It should be far away overseas, can be considered a real king of resistance to killing, and within this ending, while the Wei court is still waiting for the emperor to make a decision, Tsu directly beheads the emperor, using the jade seal of the state and the emperor's head as the eye of the formation. The national fortune was utilized to form a superb formation heaven and earth furnace covering the entire Wei province, which enhanced the strength of Wei practitioners. He himself sat in the center of the flood furnace, calculating the changes in the situation of the world, hardly in the situation of internal and external problems. Let Wei hold on for a full 30 years. This amounts to the pressure of the average player doing their best to take the true ending route for almost 5 years before collapsing, and she alone resisted it for 30 years. Truly, only play the high end of the game. Gu Fangchuan was dumbstruck when he played here, and could only use the word awesome to describe it. Not, of course, that this is Tsunegi being dictated to by his own providence. The heavenly destiny of the disciples of the heavenly destiny path is something that they need to find for themselves, meaning that the only ideal that they recognize and spontaneously pursue is their heavenly destiny. It's just that the ideals take precedence over all their own self-interests, making selfishness infinitesimal. It is important, then, to keep her reason above her emotions on the present occasion, which is entirely about selfishness. In layman's terms, the key to holding the Lord Master of the state is to use a higher level of judgment to override the next level down. Gu Fangchen's eyes rolled back, and he simply smiled generously as he sized up the little beauty in front of him. He, Lord Kakushi, I am a layman, and I do have just such a small hobby. Though gold is good, beauty is better. Although there are many beauties in this world, but the immortal posture of the state master is ice clear and jade clean, naturally far above the mundane. To be honest, if I hadn't seen the appearance of the state master, I wouldn't have come to take the risk for this laborious piece in the world. This is not true at all. If you have not seen Tsu playing high-end games, in the current situation of this kind of opening, he really may directly vote for the devil's religion. But now, forget it. My heart pleases the state master for a long time, but I think the state master is unattainable, so I can only privately relieve my hunger. Gu Fangchen sighed and had a roguish look of I'm so aggrieved. Our dynasty does not advocate the extinction of human desires, and Lord Master of the state would not even forbid this, would he? Tsu was silent. She intuited that this was the other party's sophistry, but it was true that there was nothing wrong with this statement. This person even wanted 10,000 taels of gold for his reward, so it was obvious how vulgar it was. Previously, Tsu was still skeptical, but now that he had seen this scene, he was basically certain. It's 7 parts true and 3 parts false in those sentences, but by and large, it's all genuine, which means he really loves gold as well as beauty. What a complete and utter crass vulgarian. It's just backwards and forwards that someone said something to her. Heartwarming. Under the sky, not many people could talk to her as an equal. Plus she practiced heavenly destiny and causality. Whoever was in front of her eyes had nothing to hide. Who dared to say such words? The nerve. But as soon as Tsu heard it, he knew it was a lie. It's so full of crap it's laughable. Tsu stared at him for a moment before speaking in a cold voice. Get loose. She could naturally forbid it, but the guy's presence was too weird. And good money and beauty were a reign. Using this, he might be able to control him for his own use. One step closer to peace in the world. Gu Fangchen let go of the thin wrist she was holding and sighed with relief in her heart. It seems that the weighing mechanism of the master of the state is still in effect. Tsu braced himself against his chest and stood up, turning around and saying faintly, that gold 10,000 taels I ordered to be sent, and the whereabouts of the 6th Division Star Lord. If you don't know about it, then the tiger skin on you can be ripped off. Gu Fangchen lifted the covers and looked at the little maid who stood with her hands in front of her with a completely different aura. In fact, he wondered in his mind why such a coincidence had occurred. The last thing that should happen to Tsu is for something unexpected to happen to her. Gu Fangchen didn't know because he was asleep, and Tsu couldn't be asleep too. Could he? Even if she was in a hurry, she couldn't have pushed herself into Gu Fangchen's arms, but why did she favor just getting in? Unless, she can't count. Gu Fangchen's gaze flickered. If that's the case, perhaps it can be utilized carefully and could be key in the future. P.S. I have some things to do tomorrow. I have to go to bed early and update in the evening. Chapter 31, The Tiger Skin of the State Master, 2-in-1. Gu Fangchen coughed twice. The whereabouts of the 6th Division Star Lord are unknown to me. But, Su Negative's eyes had just turned cold, and immediately stagnated again at his words, rather feeling like he had been tricked by this person. She thought for a moment and silently raised her hand to pinch her finger, quietly looking at Gu Fangchen. It was as if you said one more wrong word, and immediately let you be destroyed. Gu Fandan. Well, no more skins. 1. No one gets my humor. And 2. Someone really wants to kill me. Gu Fangchen continued as if nothing had happened, with a serious face. What I mean is that the whereabouts of the Star Lord of the 6 divisions cannot be directly determined. I'm sure you've tried to go over and deduce where he is, but the results you get are confusing, locking onto objects that are sometimes young, sometimes old, sometimes even a baby. That's because he cut his karmic thread into 6 segments and threw them into the wheel of reincarnation. Su Negativity frowned, but that means that his memories are also lost with the cropping of the karmic threads, and once lost in the midst of reincarnation, he is forever missing a part of his karma. As far as she knew, the existence of the Star Sovereign of the 6 divisions was far more ancient than the birth of the demon sect. This also meant that at least one part of his life was unrelated to the demon cult, and if he didn't remember his purpose, he could become another separate person in reincarnation, not to mention covering his tracks for the demon cult crowd. Furthermore, the most taboo thing for those who practiced karmic destiny techniques was the lack of their own karma. This is because if you want to use heaven and earth as a destiny plate to calculate, you must anchor the heavenly stems and earthly branches with yourself as the center pivot point. If the pivot point is unstable, the result obtained must not be true. Gu Fangchen nodded. Indeed, but what if he is able to weave a destiny disc of his own with 6 threads of karma, the trajectory of reincarnation inside a long enough period of time and a wide enough distance? Su Negativity's pupils tightened as he sniffed. What Gu Fangchen said was not beyond her understanding, and because of that, it shook her even more inside. To put it simply, a normal person observes and measures everything between this heaven and earth with himself as the origin of the coordinate system. Man is but a small point in the midst of this earthly world. But according to what Fangchen said, the Star Lord of the 6 divisions is prepared to directly incarnate the coordinate system, or even incarnate this heaven and earth. The Star Lord of the 6 divisions will use his 6 threads of karma, using time as the warp and distance as the woof, to warp the heavens and weft the earth, and ultimately become the invisible Lord of heaven and earth, so that all karma cannot escape his grasp. This is the 6 stargazers' fortune-telling technique. He didn't need the karmic consequences of those he had laid off to stay awake in the cycle of reincarnation. It was enough that they stayed in the middle of it. His natal disc, which had been woven from time. Su Negativity also realized the crux of the matter and his gaze sank. Therefore, if you want to break his destiny technique, you must first find out which of the 6 karmic threads belonging to him are in which people today? Gu Fangchen nodded. Guess that wasn't too hard for you. In the game, this quest is properly a trolley puzzle that messes with people's minds. The Star Lord of the 6 divisions is the master of the demon sect, but his separate threads of karma have long since become individual people in the cycle of reincarnation. You will be given a few small daily quests about these people before you can do the 6 Star Lords quest. You think they're just ordinary NPCs living in Wei, and you might even have brushed up on their favorability and built up a love interest. It turns out that when you do it later, you're actually allowed to kill them with your own hands. And every time it reopens, the identities of all these people are randomized and defensible. If you want to get the job done, then you have to be ruthless or cut down on taking on unfamiliar tasks from the start. But if you want to upgrade quickly, you can't avoid doing quests to upgrade. In response, Gu Fangchen's decision was that the beanstalk was up, the missing piece of experience. Let the State Master make up for it. It wasn't as if Su Negativity hadn't had his doubts after so many years of conducting deductions, and now that he had combined it with Gu Fangchen's statement, he immediately knew that what he had said was not false. But in doing so, there is another problem. Su Negativity said in a deep voice. Since the karmic threads of the 6th Division Starlord have been reincarnating in this world for so long, his Meridian Destiny Disc should have basically already taken shape. In recent years I could feel that my deductions were often interfered with. I thought it was because of the heavenly anomalies, but now that I think about it, I think it was the Star Lord of the 6 divisions who was misleading me. In other words, he has been able to sense my deductions. Gu Fangchen had expected this and raised an eyebrow. The State Master is afraid that the Star Lord of the 6 divisions will know of your actions in advance and then vanish? He grinned widely. It's really not that hard. Just sound off. Of course. Won't work. If the Star Sovereign of the 6 divisions would be deceived by such simple means, then he could not be the causal Tao Master. Gu Fangchen actually has a way to block the reverse projection of the 6 divisions astrologer warp and weft destiny technique, but purposely did not say so because she wanted to test the previous speculation in his heart. Su Negative pursed his lips and converged his eyes somewhat stiffly. No. Things are accomplished by secrecy, and words are defeated by leaks. The more people know about this matter, the greater the probability that the Star Sovereign of the 6 divisions will learn of it. She looked up, solemnly. You do that? Gu Fangchen said with some surprise. The others can't? I don't even have a cultivation level. Plus, doesn't the Master of the Kingdom not love me wearing your tiger skin? He teased. Is it hard to not be me? Su Negative was silent for a moment and said, not you. Even she couldn't calculate Gu Fangchen's future, and neither could the Star-Lord of the 6 divisions. The only thing that was safest was for Gu Fangchen to make a move. Since the other side loves beauty, let's take advantage of that. When these words came out, Gu Fangchen instantly understood. He sighed and patted his chest in a big, righteous way. Well, since Lord State Master is so generous, my generation is naturally obligated and willing to serve Lord State Master. It's just, I can't have a division. Gu Fangchen looked at Su Negativity with a smirk. Master of the State, I have an unfavorable request. You want to be paid again? When really, it's all about profit. However, as long as he can do a good job, it makes sense to give him a little sweetener. Su Negative convinced himself in his heart, bit his lip, and faintly said, say it. Gu Fangchen raised a finger and said, I have heard that in the Pillar of Samsara, there are 300 volumes of scriptures copied by the State Master himself. I have been coveting the real works of the State Master for a long time, and I don't want much. I want a volume to look at it day after day, so that I can relieve the pain of my lovesickness. He also admired himself for the way his bull **** flowed the more he talked. Su Negative sniffed but was stunned. Because of the mental preparation he had just convinced himself to do, a trace of annoyance was born out of plain sight. People are in front of you, and you want a scripture to relieve the pain of love? Gu Fangchen thought she wasn't happy and added, although I do not have much wisdom root, but the scriptures written by the State Master himself must be carefully studied day by day. Maybe the State Master's enlightenment can make my elm brain enlightenment. In your own handwriting? Su Negative gave a cold snort in his heart, so it had to be her own. He had the audacity to resent the moment as possessed and insatiable. Gu Fangchen saw that she had been silent, and her heart drummed. Su Negativity has always prioritized peace in the world in his work, but those scriptures are all true passages of the heavenly fate Tao, and now the goodwill is obviously not high, so I don't know if I can get my hands on them. If that's not possible, Gu Yuren seems to have 2 handwritten journals there, so it's not impossible. After waiting for a while, Gu Fangchen heard a thin, soft voice say timidly and blankly, Your Highness, what's wrong? Yes, sorry for waking you up. When he looked up, he saw Yukika almost crying out and about to kneel down for himself. Just leave? It's really a woman's heart. Give it or not. Just say so. Gu Fangxian looked at the sky and let out a long sigh, reaching out to hold her up. It's all right. It was mother who called you, wasn't it? The little maid nodded her head like a chicken pecking at a rice. Gu Fangchen thought for a moment and said, From now on, stay with me and serve, and tell the public that you are a commoner. Yukika's eyes widened, first with delight, then with some confusion. Why outwardly? Gu Fangchen reached out and pressed her shoulders, saying seriously, and, next time, you don't have to dress like that. I still like you the way you were. Yukika gave an oh-so-subtle cry. Her heart was even more strange. But didn't His Highness think that she would look better dressed as a female crown? But nobles are always capricious and think one way or the other. Shuexian's face flushed red as she saluted Gu Fangchen. Yes, Your Highness. Gu Fangchen smiled and pushed the door open to go out. When she heard an underling rush outside, Your Highness, the State Master called for a scroll of scripture to be delivered. When Gu Fangchen reached the door, she saw the familiar-looking Taoist boy again. He waved in natural greeting. The Taoist boy looked him up and down, this time with a genuine emotion of surprise. He handed the scriptures in the box to Gu Fangchen and said solemnly, This is a transcription of the Master of the State's own hand, so be sure to keep it with care. Amount. Gu Fangchuan was weak to the core when she thought about what she was going to do, and she had a warm smile on her face. Definitely. Ning Kaiyong, who had followed him out, froze, with something odd in his heart. What's going on with the State Master? Giving away gold and scriptures again? She knew exactly what kind of virtue her own child had. No, the entire Imperial Sky City should know exactly what kind of virtue Gu Fangchen had. Why is the State Master so favorable? The Taoist boy took out another token. Gu Fangchen froze and reached out to take a look at it, on which was written the word Su. The Taoist boy made a bow. This is the order of the State Master's house, and with this order, you can freely enter and exit the State Master's house and order the State Master's house to prepare the sergeant. Ning Kaiyong covered her mouth in shock. This is what the Master of the State means? The Taoist boy nodded. The Master of the State means that she is always away from the State House and needs someone to help take care of it. She thinks that His Highness is good. Gu Fandan. He huffed. No. He knows that this is Su negative to give him tiger skin, but our Master of State, who barely deals with people and has a negative EQ, clearly doesn't understand how outrageous a misunderstanding he can cause with his wording. The pupils of Ning Kaiyong next to him quaked, and his original annoyance was washed away quite a bit. What does the State Master mean by this? Gu Fangchun sent the Taoist boy away stiffly and turned her head to find Ning Kaiyong looking at herself thoughtfully. Mother, what's wrong? Ning Kaiyong shook her head and said quietly, maybe Mother is overthinking it. She reached out and touched Gu Fangchun's cheek. Dusty, no matter what the final outcome of this matter is, Mother has decided to return to the Sword Pavilion for a period of time to clear her head. Will you accompany Mother? Gu Fangchun froze, then immediately nodded. Naturally, where Mother goes, I go. He pondered in his heart. The Sword Pavilion, that was a good place. The best used sword in the whole tour was there. Of course, the premise is that this embarrassing status of his will not let that sister control Sword Saint directly draw the sword. You don't have to be bothered about it. Grand Sheriff, a female provider of the royal family, who was close to Gu Yuren, comforted. Even if the world son has gained some opportunities, it's an indisputable fact that his character is inferior, and the position of the world son will absolutely still have to be returned to Mr. Gu. It was fine if she didn't say it, but once she said Mr. Gu Yuren's heart was even more unspeakable. Being provoked by that evil seed, he made a mistake. Right now, she didn't even seem to be able to condemn Gu Fangchun with a straight face. Gu Yuren sighed and frowned softly. Elder Ding has a good nature, and Princess Banjuruo is unpredictable in her likes and dislikes, so it's not really surprising for these two to do something out of the ordinary. But I wonder why even the master. The female provider laughed and sneered. What a noble man our State Master is. How could he give away something as mundane as gold? That's clearly sarcasm, in my opinion. Gu Yuren froze at her words, then her brows spread. Yes, she was over-speculating on her master's intentions. Thinking about it carefully, although the master was a bit eccentric in nature, he was by no means doing anything that had to have any deeper meaning. It was naturally impossible for the master to be unaware of such a secret occurrence in the royal residence. Perhaps it was just hearing about this matter as a way to express his mockery of Gu Fangchun's Thai playboy. That's right, even Master Teacher had expressed such a distinct attitude, so I thought he was also speaking out for Yuan Dao over this matter. Gu Yuren shook her head, her thoughts suddenly clearing, and she sighed in amusement. Turns out she was thinking too much, just waiting for Master Juehui to come and expose Gu Fangchun's plot. Everything would naturally be back on track. She stood up, the restlessness that had been in her mind for the past few days finally subsiding. After thinking about it, she let the female provider play the cheen, and she took out Su Negative's handwritten journal, calmly burned incense, and watched it with a calm mind, comprehending from it the master's profound thoughts. The more I speculate, the more I feel Su Negative's transcendence, not with the world. Really, how could I think that Master Gu was giving him 10,000 taels of gold because Gu Fangchun liked it? It's really dim. Gu Yuren held her forehead and hooked up the corners of her mouth. However, when he heard a noisy sound outside, he immediately frowned and bellowed. What's the racket? The voices outside stopped. Then someone returned the favor. Back to the sheriff. There are more of the State Master's men outside. Gu Yuren was delighted. But Master wants me? With his master's skill, he must have discovered her misunderstanding and sought her out to untie her heart. The man outside paused and struggled. It's not. Here to find the world's son again. This time sending a volume of scriptures hand-copied by the State Master. And the State Master's house order. Gu Yuren's happy expression froze, and the handwritten journal in her hand snapped to the ground. P.S. Too hard. This morning after waking up suddenly chest tightness and shortness of breath. Trachea severe pain. Breathing our asthma sound. Difficult all day. Since the end of the sun from time to time like this. Bitter Trying to code and ask for a ticket, carrot. Chapter 32, the correct usage of, we keep fighting, 2-1. Gu Yuren was still like this. The female provider who played the zither was even more out of sorts and stood up directly, her face wildly changing, her lips mouthing, but she couldn't say a word. How can this be so? 1 foot she said that the State Master sent the 10,000 taels of gold to satirize Gu Fangchun's low character, and the next foot the State Master asked someone to send the scriptures that she had copied with her own hands. It was copied by the National Master himself, even without talking about the content, Just the gold content of the 6 words written by the hand of the holy sage of life is already enough to make people crazy. This world. I do not know how many people are dreaming of the master of the country a personal approval. That is the former palm of 500 years. The latter palm of 500 years of the fate of the saint. The fate of the state of Wei are in her thoughts. If she can point out 1 or 2, why worry about cannot be a green cloud straight up. This whole book of scriptures, in which perhaps a glimpse can be gained. Furthermore, it was simply unthinkable to think about how much divine energy was left in the scriptures personally copied by a second-grade top divine principle cultivator. Even if an ordinary divine principle cultivator took one look at it, it could cause his cultivation to improve greatly. This female worshipper is also practicing the divine principle. Much yearning for the state master, close to Gu Yuren, not without the thought of taking this opportunity to admire the true works of the state master. As a result, right now, Gu Yuren, a named disciple, only had 2 handwritten journals here, and Gu Fengchen was good, directly taking an entire volume. It's a waste. It's a waste. The female confessor's face turned green and red for a while, and what was even more frightening was that the state master had even given the state master's house order, along with it, to Gu Fengchen. Although it was well known that the Senryu Pillar was the place where the state master resided on a daily basis, and the state master's mansion, which had been granted by the Holy Emperor, was not something she would necessarily go in and take a look at for 10 years. But then again, the state master's mansion was Su Negative's nominally private residence. In other words, this is Su Negative's home. As a result, the dustless master of the state actually gave the key to his home to such a waste dude. This was completely a direct stand for Gu Fengchen, not acting at all. How did the master? Gu Yuren bit her lip and picked up the handwritten journal that had fallen to the ground, holding it tightly in her hand. Her mind, which had always been like a sheet of ice kettle, set off shocking waves. And her 4th-grade divine Tao cultivation didn't even manage to stabilize her emotions, combined with her previous guesses. Could it be that master she is really? No, absolutely not. I'm going to go to the Samsara Pillar to pay a visit to the master and ask her personally. Gu Yuren stood up, her expression incomparably resolute. If her master teacher hadn't said it himself, she would never have believed it. A natural bad seed like Gu Fengchen, with a low character, lustful and shameless, worthless, should clearly be the kind of person that Master Zun detests the most. Other than that skin, he has no halfway decent qualities at all, but Master is of a noble nature. Is he not such a shallow person? For so many years, as the eldest sister, she had sort of watched Gu Fengchen grow up. What kind of virtue this guy had? Wasn't she clear? Gu Yuren thought of this, but she suddenly gave a start. But what if, as the whole thing was like the speculation given by her father, this Gu Fengchen now was not Gu Fengchen? If so, could this have anything to do with all the current bizarre changes? Gu Yuren's footsteps that were just about to take a step stopped, and as soon as this thought came out, it was like a pot of ice water being poured over her head, calming her sanity. She can't be impulsive. Gu Yuren certainly respected and admired Su Negative, but the latter's status was first and foremost that of a national teacher. The Zhenbei royal house's current dispute over the lineage of sons had a significant impact on the court's pattern. She looked at it as a member of the royal family, being in this mountain, and naturally felt that a genius like Gu Yuandao would be able to right the ship and become the son of the world was the best candidate. But for others, this may not be the case. This matter, behind the scenes, if there is a master who is pushing, then Gu Fengchen's identity will not be the master who is operating? The more Gu Yuren thought about it, the more likely it was. The more alarmed she became. Precisely in her eyes, the person under the sky who was the most skilled in the art of karma and destiny was Su Negative. If Gu Fengchen is one of the master's men, his identity is even more questionable, and could provide one more piece of corroboration for father's speculation. Gu Yuren's gaze sank as she made up her mind and turned her head towards the royal concubine's courtyard. Let's go and see what attitude that bad seed has and if it's different before we make plans. We can't spoil father's plans. Father, what exactly does the state master mean by this? Gu Yuandao stood by the window, looking towards the Taoist boy who had left on a white crane outside the royal residence, his face sullen. Will she? No way. Gu Yuno immediately denied it and sat in the chair, closing his eyes. If she knew, she would have known long ago. She couldn't have waited until now to react. Gu Yuandao was anxious in his heart and couldn't sink his teeth into it. But now, she's giving scriptures and house orders. Can it be that she's still looking at that loser? As soon as he said this, he knew he had lost his temper. I can't believe I'm speaking out of turn and saying such superficial things. But you can't blame him. After so many years of hibernation, it's finally time to set things right and take back what's his. As a result, not only are things dragging on, but the situation at hand is getting worse and worse. Although Gu Yuyi blocked the news of the royal family, But originally it was obvious that it did not take much time to investigate the matter at all. But now it actually dragged on for several days without any follow-up. That, in itself, is already a result. At that time, rumors were bound to spread in the Imperial Sky City. Now for Gu Yuandao's popularity, it is still all about the Wentsu scholar, the Qinglu gentleman, who has been suffering for a long time. In a few days, if today's results get out, things won't be the same. How could he not be in a hurry? Stupid. Gu Yuno opened his eyes and chided. Can't you figure this thing out? He took a deep breath and sneered. When has Su Negative ever represented herself? What she means is mostly what the purple extreme hole means. Gu Yuandao was startled. You mean? Gu Yuno knocked on the armrest inside. I was still in a bit of a hurry. Your mother has gone to great lengths over the years to renew that little life for 5 more years. I originally just wanted her to perform more acts of spoiling and raising people to waste, but I didn't realize that her intentions were too deep, and that she was so protective of that little man. If not, he would have died today. How can you still drag it out until you give someone a chance to catch a break? One wrong step, and then you want to logically let you inherit the throne of the world's son. It will take a lot of effort again. Gu Yuandao sniffed and clenched his fists. Yes, that was his own mother. To be so protective of an outsider and turn against her own son. The woman is really confused. But it was this situation, created by Gu Yuyi himself, that was originally part of the plan. While the two were silent, a servant next to them who had little presence and was pouring tea suddenly laughed. Your Highness, you're still too cautious. If you want to follow the rules righteously, you'll have to put up with them. It's still too much work to invite Master Juehue. Might as well take some risks before the night gets too long. Gu Yuya picked up the teacup and took a sip, raised his head and gave a cold smile, saying, speaking nicely, what results do you have? 3 kinds of severe poison. Dantian exhausted. As usual, let that little live well. This imperial heavenly city has been around for over 300 years. Can any emperor sit securely in that position for 170 years? 170 years. Gu Yuno put down his cup and coldly looked out the window. Outside, the overlapping eaves were like shackles, forming a grand imperial sky city. Yangon, the current crown prince, is already 150 years old. He has no talent for cultivation. A 6th grade martial artist. Living up to this point is already the limit. Have you seen what he looks like? The hair is white, the teeth are falling out, even walking with a cane, completely the look of an old man who has run out of gas. And such a prince has to kneel to his own father who is refreshed and looks at most 30 or 40 years old. And that loving father of his will still care if he fell and pulled in his bed yesterday. Gu Yuandao couldn't help but shiver as he imagined a picture like that. This is, how desperate. Who could not despair when the throne at the pinnacle of power is right in front of one's eyes, only one step away, and one can never reach it, only to age day after day and fall towards death? After all these years, hasn't the crown prince ever moved on? He must have moved. It must have moved many times. As for the current crown prince, he was also known for his sagacity when he was young, and with a large number of party members, there must be even more people supporting him. But even if such a name is rightful and logical, it is still just the same as being the crown prince for 150 years. Yangon is too good a name for the year, so good that it's like a curse. Gu Yuandao actually used to harbor a trace of resentment in the past, resenting why Gu Yuya had to throw himself out, eat all this suffering, and suffer all these sins, and let the little man enjoy himself in the royal residence. But now, he understood. Had it not been for this, he would not have had the chance to show his talent and ability, and I am afraid that he would have died with the name of God's jealousy of talents. It was Gu Yuno's careful planning that preserved him, facing a terrifying existence that could sit on the throne for 170 years. No amount of caution could be too much, but even Gu Yuyi, who had already planned well to this point and put everything in the bright and honorable rules, was still facing a situation that was almost collapsing. How much did the Yangon emperor contribute to this? Gu Yuandao dare not think, but from the point of view of the master of the country at this moment, it should be a lot. A lot. The servant was also speechless and silent for a while, and after what seemed like a moment of deliberation, he opened his mouth. And what if it is the road to perdition that strikes? Gu Yuandao's pupils tightened and his expression shook. The 10 upper paths have a total of 10 Taoist masters, namely, life, death, work, righteousness, destruction, unveiling, emotion, cause and effect, Heng Sheng, and Di, and the congregation believes in one of them respectively. Among them, the most terrifying is not the Tao of death but the Tao of extinction. The way of death is simply the pursuit of infinite proximity to death. Destruction of the way, however, pursues the complete destruction of everything from oneself to external objects. and can be said to be a congregation that even those in the devil's sect are unwilling to encounter. Gu Yuno moved for a moment, then drank the tea in his cup. The usual road to perdition. Not enough. The servant said. What if it's a Katagusa sword? Good. Gu Yuno narrowed his eyes. What does he need? The servant shook his head. What he wants, the king can't afford to give. So just ask the king to create an opportunity for him. Gu Fangchen returned to her compartment and opened the volume of scriptures in her hands. The words on it were written by Su Negative himself, and the handwriting was extremely nice. Even if Gu Fangchen didn't understand it, she could still appreciate the beauty of it. In the beginning, there were many players who wondered why inside the game mirror in the dust, there were all sorts of things such as words, paintings, buildings, and other things that were completely different from the famous fonts that actually existed in history, but were also highly artistic. Gu Fangchen bellyached. Now that I think about it, maybe it's because it's pressing into a real world. That what's his name Flood Furnace Company. It couldn't be something behind the scenes, could it? He huffed. Then this particular gift from the Hunger Furnace Company for him to cross over is kind of intriguing. However, it was too early for him to explore that for the moment. Saving your little life is the important thing. Gu Fangchen touched her chest and coughed twice, and she could feel the fishy sweetness in her throat. He looked to the scripture, the contents of which he actually knew by heart. Just by seeing the beginning, he could memorize the follow-up. The first thing you do when you want to use an experience book inside this B-game is memorize everything in it word for word. Yes, it's that dopey. That's why if you want to speed through a raid-up like Gu Fangchen, you have to memorize all the content in advance. Why else would it take 6 months to do a rundown? Gu Fangchen recalled that experience and couldn't help but reveal a mask of pain. He didn't even work that hard when he was in school. But now, that's a big help. Gu Fangchen took this volume of scriptures and silently recited a paragraph. And the divine soul spiritual brightness that had gathered in his mind already showed a hint of a sign of stupidity. If one were to read through it once, one would definitely be able to improve one's divine soul cultivation. But that wasn't enough for him, because he was simply unable to understand the meaning amongst the scripture. He was merely able to be influenced by the little bit of divine energy that escaped, and could not directly upgrade like a character inside a game. Simply put, his enlightenment is too low. This volume of scripture is only purple in quality. Even if I watched it hundreds of times, it wouldn't reach the level of an upgrade. But it's okay. Gu Fangchen looked towards the first skill of his angler profession. His eyes flickering. Quality is not enough. Quantity is. Skill no. 1. Nest keeps hitting. Active. Description. You are convinced that if the fish don't take the bait, there must not be enough nests. You can choose to throw an item you own into the water with a 1% chance of getting a higher quality item, a 33% chance of getting a lower quality item, and a 66% chance of getting nothing. As mentioned earlier, the best use of this skill is to get enough low-level items together and then gamble on the probability by sheer numbers. And now he has. Gu Fangchen took a deep breath and spread out the scripture in her hand. This volume of scripture, totaling 2,366 words. Each word can be singled out and cut down as an item. P.S. Thank you for the monthly ticket. Cough is the aftermath. Went to the hospital to take 2 CT, cannot see the problem. Each time can only symptomatic to eat some anti-inflammatory drugs loquat cream. Good in general one day can be good. Also, just a quick note when I see someone ask, this one has multiple female leads, I thought it was obvious. Chapter 33, Killing, 2 in 1. Gu Fangchen placed the volume of scriptures on the stone table in the courtyard, flipped it open, and then began the first step of her big upgrade. Take all the words down individually. That's right. Due to the nest keeps hitting ruling, it's a separate item thrown into the water that takes effect. And every word written by Su Negativity had an unearthly divine charm, and was capable of producing an epiphany. In other words, that's not even a word she wrote. It's an experience packet. With the extreme freedom of mirror in the dust, a complete scripture is counted as one item. So if you break out all 2,000 words, that's over 2,000 items. This is what players have researched. The most outrageous use of nest keeps playing. Every word thrown into the water makes a displacement. In this way, the probability and efficiency of betting on a higher grade of word is greatly increased. But be aware that this method of word splitting is not without cost. Because of the word demolition, there is irreversibility. 66% nothing means a high probability that if you throw it in the water, it's just gone. And a book with a single word missing can't even be put back together again to become that original book again. Once you use this approach, it means abandoning the original book altogether. And it's not like you can just put the words back together and use them again, but you have to put them back together into a meaningful statement before the system will recognize them as a whole. Normally, all the players can get are character notes and handwritten notes with a relatively small number of words. It's really non-trivial to the point of being intolerable. And it's possible to lose more than you gain by splitting the word. But Gu Fangchen didn't need to worry about that. That was why he chose to ask for an entire scroll of scriptures. 2,366 words. And no matter what, the last words that remain are sure to spell out sentences. Rip, 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 rip. Gu Fangchen took a short dagger adorned with jewels that she told Xue Xiang to fetch, and diligently scratched and removed those small words in unison. Yukika blinked curiously from the side, not really understanding what His Highness was doing, just holding a box. He listened to Gu Fangchen's words and carefully put those cut-down words inside. She was afraid that she would blow these flimsy pieces of paper away, often subconsciously holding her breath and suffocating her small, bulging, red face. Gu Fangchen raised her head to look at it, dumbfounded, then said fervently, "It's good to be idle. How about I teach you the spell of picking things up from the air?" Spells? Yukika was taken aback and shook her head in a hurry. That's a cultivator's divine ability. And the slave girl doesn't have any cultivation, so how can she learn it? Gu Fangchen said, "It's not hard. Anyone can cast this spell. It's just that you have to have some tools to cast it, plus a few simple steps." Yukika's eyes widened. "Everyone can cast?" Gu Fangchen said, "Why don't you put the box down and go get a glazed hairpin and a silk handkerchief?" Yukika hurriedly nodded and thumped out the door, running back out of breath. She clutched the hairpin and pad in her hand, red-faced, and stammered in a small voice. The slave girl went to find the Wangfei to borrow it. The Wangfei instructed the slave girl to tell you to exercise some moderation. Don't play too much. Be careful of your body is important. Gu Fangchen drew the corners of her mouth, her gaze falling on the slender hairpin and the fine, smooth handkerchief, and she fell into deep thought. "What are you thinking, mother?" Gu Fangchen looked at this little maid again, and immediately felt that the other party's face was not small and red, but small and yellow. He didn't take it well. Think healthy at a young age. Yukika owes but doesn't really understand what it means to be a little healthier. She was originally His Highness's concubine. Serving His Highness is only natural. Isn't this healthy? Snow Fragrance's witty little head spun and immediately thought of the answer. It must be that His Highness the World Sun is still weak and can't exercise strenuously now, so it is not healthy. It means that she has to be more considerate and take care of the World Sun's difficulties. The little maid nodded secretly in her heart and clenched her fists, feeling that she comprehended the meaning of the World Sun's words. Gu Fangchen didn't know what the maid he had just taken in was thinking as he continued. "Wrap the pin in a hanky and rub it up and down a few times." He spoke with an odd face. How is it that what was a normal little experiment seems to have suddenly gone awry after such an interruption? Especially seeing Xue Xiang's delicate jade fingers covered under the hazy, semi-transparent silk, closing to hold that hairpin gently up and down. Speaking of which, with the silk craftsmanship here, it's perfectly possible to imitate stockings, isn't it? What next? Xue Xiang's question interrupted Gu Fangchen's thoughts, and he coughed, writing himself. A little heavier, a little faster. Yukika obediently rubbed harder. "Okay," Gu Fangchen said in a serious manner. "Now, this pin will have spells." Xue Xiang looked at the hairpin in her hand with some bewilderment. Is this good enough? It's also too easy. How else can we say that everyone can cast it? Gu Fangchen said. "Now take the pin and reach into the box, near those pieces of paper." With apprehension and anticipation, Yukika carefully approached the pin over. Then her eyes snapped open and wowed with excitement. "Your Highness, it's so magical. The pieces of paper are all flying," Gu Fangchen said solemnly. "The spell is called static electricity." "Oh, static electricity." Seeing Xue Xiang's eyes shining brightly and having fun there, Gu Fangchen felt very pleased. As the saying goes, teaching and enlightening the physical sciences starts with me. Throw a couple apples at this kid's head next time and see. Gu Yuren saw such a harmonious scene when she entered the courtyard of the East Room. So harmonious that she almost thought she'd gotten into the wrong place. Yukika was so immersed in the static spells that she unknowingly sat down on the stone bench. And Gu Fangchen was busy right next to her, sitting side by side with Xue Xiang. Gu Yuren's feet lurched, her gaze incredulous. "Gu Fangchen, this dude temperament is good and violent. In the past days, how has there been an under the servants and maids sitting on an equal footing?" However, whenever any of the domestic servants in the royal residence had any point that displeased him, he was always ready to scold and punish them, not to mention such a disrespectful act. And at this moment, Gu Fangchen was even talking and laughing with that little maid. Even if there was some poise, which of those famous actresses that served Gu Fangchen in the past were not glorious and colorful? Gu Yuren's gaze sank. So, sure enough, this person. She was about to walk up and fixed her eyes on it when she suddenly froze. What is that? What is that dude's hand? That is being cut down with a knife? After Gu Yuren realized what it was, her mind buzzed and her body trembled. no longer able to control herself. There was no way she could be mistaken. That was her master's handwriting, the scriptures that her master had copied by hand. Master to her handwritten notes, she read day after day, carefully protected, afraid to break and dirty a hair. And now, this bad seed had actually cut that volume of scripture, all to pieces. Gu Fangchen, stop! Gu Yuren was alarmed and hurriedly stepped forward with great strides, reaching out to snatch the rest of that scripture. But apparently, it was too late. Her face was pale and her hands trembled as she held the tattered scripture. This whole volume of scripture, so that only a few scattered pages are left intact. The words on the top have all been gouged down, leaving tattered and torn a few white strips fluttering in the wind. Pathetic to the core. Gu Yuren's eyes went black, and she only felt a churning of air and blood in her chest, nearly spitting out blood. She had originally wondered why, with Gu Yuandao's qualifications, his spiritual platform had long been stabilized, and he had the temperament to deal with changes. How could he still be swindled by Gu Fangchen to the point where his heart was shattered? Now, she experienced Gu Fangchen's power firsthand. This guy is a total buzzkill. How can anyone couch you and burn to this point? Foolishly, Gu Fangchen sked and held out her hand. Can you give it back to me now? This was given to me by your master. I can do whatever I like. Now you come to rob it by force. Is that also the gentlemanly style taught by Yaoshan Academy? Gu Yuren squeezed the scripture in her hand, angry to the core. The master's father sent you the scriptures. Surely she wants you to learn from her. How can you put her heart and soul to the torch? Gu Fangchen sighed. Then you misunderstand me. How could I put the national master's heart and soul on fire? What have I become then? Feigning anger, he glared at Gu Yuren and slammed the table. You can call me shameless and a villain, but you can't defame me with something that's not true. Gu Yuren froze, then thought of how she had indiscriminately put Princess Banjura's defense against Gu Fangchen, the villain, on the ladder before. But it wasn't just slandering Gu Fangchen with something unfounded. She also saw Gu Fangchen's words and hesitated in her heart, a little weak and short of breath. Can it be that she misunderstood? That's right. How precious was Master's handwritten scripture. Even if he was uneducated like Gu Fangchen, he should understand the value of it. Furthermore, if he did so, the Master might have tacitly authorized it. Gu Yuren pursed her lips, handed over the scripture she was protecting in her hands, and asked in a deep voice, "And what exactly are you trying to do?" Gu Fangchen took it over and continued his great work with a very serious expression. Just wait and don't bother me. Gu Yuren was annoyed in her heart. When was it this guy's turn to order herself around? But she was now in a dilemma, so she could only stand dryly by the side and wait, watching Gu Fangchen cut down the rest of the words as well. The entire volume of scripture was left with an empty spine. Gu Fangchen put down the dagger and moved his muscles, satisfied, and shook the box of pieces of paper up by its end. Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. He looked up. There happened to be a small pond in the princess's yard, so he walked right over to it. Gu Yuren followed him, her heart puzzled and with a hint of curiosity. Gu Fangchen walked to the side of the pond, took a deep breath, and turned the entire box in her hand upside down. The pieces of paper clattered and all floated into the water. It's just like a flurry of pear blossoms. Gu Yuren's expression froze as she asked dully, What are you doing? Gu Fangchen turned her head, puzzled. For fishing and nesting, of course. What else? He certainly didn't torch the scriptures, he just sunk them. Gu Yuren, the first female gentleman of the academy, who had never exchanged qin, chess, calligraphy and painting only with the literati, and whose talent was world-class and who knew the most about elegance, cracked. She was expressionless. You use the scriptures transcribed by the Sage of Destiny himself to fish and nest? Gu Fangchen immediately turned her head and shouted, Mother! Gu Yuren is trying to kill me. Gu Yuren almost lost her breath, darkening her face as her chest rose and fell violently. But seeing Ning Kaiyong walk out, she could only hold it back, gritting her teeth and huffing as she whisked her sleeve away. She was 100% certain that this was the bad seed with no brain. Gu Fangchen looked at Gu Yuren's back as she left and sked in her heart. With Gu Yuren's condescending character, knowing that Su Negative had given him the scriptures, he must have just shut himself up, out of sight, out of mind. How could he take the initiative to run to him to be aggravated? Come as you are, come as you are. There was only one possibility that she had come over, and that was that she wanted to test the intelligence. As for what? Naturally, it could only be related to Gu Fangchen's identity. Gu Fangchen was able to come up with a trick to get rid of her, and Gu Yuye, who knew the truth by heart, was naturally able to do the same. With the Hyrule Sage's paranoia, he had already suspected Gu Fangchen's identity previously under the White Horse Temple. There must be even more suspicion now. Gu Yuren could only come to test this. And hell, Gu Fangchen knew that there was indeed a huge break in himself when he entered the 9th grade of the divine path in the illusionary realm. His divine soul, at this moment, was complete. The original Gu Fangchen, in order to suppress the poison in his body, had been taken away from a spirit by the Garland Temple. There's no rush to cope with the Garland Temple. There is an excellent candidate within the Imperial Sky City. Gu Fangchuan narrowed her eyes and together with Xue Xiang, she used a plunge net to fish those pieces of paper out of the water. Counted it. That's enough. He blew on the pieces of paper and looked to the sky. In the game, Gu Fangchen died tragically in the stables, but there are quite a few texts that imply that he by no means committed suicide, but that the road to perdition-shaped grass sword moved him, and as it happens, this time period, the shaped grass sword is out in the vicinity of the Imperial Sky City. It is not allowed to say that there are some dogs that are anxious to jump over the wall. I don't know if Princess Bonjour has gotten my list of materials yet. White Horse Temple. The courtyard that had been destroyed by Ding Xingfeng's firewood knife had been rebuilt and planted with a new batch of lotus flowers. Princess Prajna was behind the gauze curtain, staring at the light veil fluttering, her heart still annoyed to the core. That guy, he better really know where the holy relics are. Suddenly, her expression shifted and she turned her head to see the cloak-clad Lotus Hitomi servant quietly half-kneeling beside her. Princess Prajna narrowed her eyes and said lazily, "He sent you here?" Qing Jian nodded and handed the sheets filled with materials to Princess Bonjour. He said he hoped you could have them to him by tomorrow. She made Gu Fangchen's tone a bit more euphemistic. Bonjour raised his eyes and took it, casually looking down one sheet at a time. Sneering, he would dare to ask, how many people under the sky can get all these things together in one day? But it just so happened that she was one of them. Princess Bonjour stumped her head and suddenly laughed coldly. Unseen guys with typos. Qing Jian froze, then thought that there were indeed some very odd things in it that even she had only vaguely heard of by name. It turned out to be a typo? This is really... The more Princess Bonaparte looked at it, the more she felt that she might have been teased, and with an expressionless face, she wanted to tear the paper in her hand to pieces, but she suddenly gave a start. Her gaze flickered as she looked closely once more. Those few misspelled words actually formed a sentence. West of the city, form grass swords and kill them. Chapter 34, The Height of Qi Tian, 2-in-1. Shikakusa sword? Princess Prajna's expression was obscure. Among the 10 upper paths of the devil cult, the destruction path is the most feared group of lunatics. Even among the practitioners, it is also known as the fear of the wind. These madmen are pure madness, indiscriminate and unregulated. Even if it was a demon sect congregation, one had to be careful when coming into contact with them, and might one day be killed outright for taking the left foot first. But at the same time, within their indistinguishability from the enemy, they include themselves. So often, the believer in the path of destruction has already destroyed himself before you know where he is. In the grand scheme of things, the danger of destroying the way is actually far less than that of the other 9 ways. What is most frightening is those followers of the way of destruction who have retained their sanity and still have a few lucid thoughts. The shaped grass sword is one of them. No one knew the name of Katagusa sword, the sword art he had practiced since his appearance. The so-called form of grass. Its philosophy is only one sentence: the man who has no ego and is in harmony with the way, sees form as grass and trees, and is hacked as a forest. Simply put, there are only 2 kinds of people inside his world: dogs and molehills. If it does not fit his way, then it is not a person to him, but a weed in rotten wood that can be pulled up and cut down at will. And as for himself, unless he hit a bottleneck and couldn't advance an inch in the sword path, he wouldn't categorize himself as a weed. It's very unfortunate that Katagusa's sword happens to be a kendo genius. This genius, who was extremely passionate about the Tao of the sword, was only 37 years old this year, and was already an expert of the 3rd grade of the martial Tao, the Guangxiao realm. The real danger is the believer in the path of annihilation who has very little intention of destroying himself. In recent years, a number of Wei's masters had already died from his extreme pursuit of the way of the sword, and naturally, there was no shortage of ordinary people who had been caught up in the actions of the demon sect. It can be said that this is the sharpest and best sword of the devil sect. A devilish expert of this level will surely have the 6th Division Star Monarch out to hide his tracks. How did he know that the shaped grass sword was in the west of the city? Princess Bonjour looked at the paper in her hand, her invisible gaze sweeping over every word on it. Qing Jian, who was next to her, saw that she had fallen into a long silence and asked, "Princess, is there something wrong?" Princess Bonjour raised her head before realizing that the message here, even Qing Jian couldn't read it. Quite a few of the materials in here were not just rare, they could be said to be extremely rare. How can an ordinary person, who has never even heard of the name, see that it is peppered with misspellings? Though perhaps there was a defense against the demon cult or the king of Jinbei in it. But her personal maid was not to be trusted, causing Princess Bonjour to be extremely upset in her heart. Originally, When she had asked Qing Jian to follow Gu Fangchen, there was an implication of surveillance in it. And now that Gu Fangchen had come up with such a move, there was no doubt that she was being warned. He had ways of delivering messages that the latter couldn't see under Qing Jian's nose. This guy's suspicious heart. I'm afraid it's even heavier than that soldier saint. Princess Prajna sneered. If that was the case, the possibility that this guy might be a reincarnated old monster increased by a lot more. Without revealing a single clue about the holy relics. He wants me to work for him. Empty gloves aren't such a setup. She was about to put down the piece of paper and instruct Qing Jian to make a trip to the west side of the city to see if the news was true first. As for when to make a move, to kill a third-grade demonic sect expert, it is not that easy. Green. Princess Bonjour had just uttered a word when she suddenly changed her face and picked up the piece of paper again. Perhaps it had been too long, or perhaps she had deliberately forgotten. She surprisingly did not realize just now that there was an urbanness that was only found in the ancient kingdom of Garuda, and the kingdom of Garuda was overthrown long ago. How could a Middle Easterner know about the unique herbs of Calvary? Every face, every person that lived in Garuda back then, she remembered them all clearly. There was simply no cultivator with a personality like Gu Fangchen. Princess Bonjour's expression shifted, and she finally took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. She then rose from the couch. Qing Jian wondered. Princess? With a wave of Princess Bonjour's hand, the piece of paper floated into Qing Jian's hand. You first go to the Temple of Three Treasures and find the pharmacist to get these things together to give to Gu Fangchen. Yes, Qing Jian said respectfully. What about the Katakusa sword? She then saw the absolutely beautiful woman in front of her raise her head with a stern face. Her forehead heart cracked open a slit, and she violently opened a vertical pupil that was like a beast or a god, looking into the distance. I'll kill it. At the same time, behind her, a pale statue of a compassionate Buddha mother void with a peaceful face and 4 hands and 4 arms emerged. The Buddha's mother covered her ears with both hands and crossed both hands to cover her mouth. Only a pair of eyes are lifelike, as if plucked out from a living person and inlaid on it. Ancient and solemn, powerful and deep. Qing Jian's eyes widened, and all the sounds in his ears disappeared. Only the grand celestial sound of the infamous killings echoed. Her eyes showed a look of frenzied indulgence and she immediately bowed. There are a total of 22 incarnations of the mother of the Buddha of the world, and only the Holy Maiden can seance on her own, and it is the 15th incarnation, the Great Silent Terra, that is before you, the Great Silence, which means, killing fury. Katakusakari was sitting quietly on a simple wooden bedstead with his legs crossed. From his appearance, he looked like a wayward knight-errant, with a thin and even a little jagged figure, his long, unruly hair falling freely, and his cold, stern brows and eyes showing sharpness and insubordination. One didn't need to open his eyes to let people know that inside his gaze, there must be a cold aura that was difficult for ordinary people to force their eyes to see, like a sheathed sword. The escaping sword Qi alone was able to cut one's skin, and his sword, unsheathed, just laying there naked across his knee, just a plain old sword, a black fish skin hilt wrapped in a dirty white cloth. The only thing that was as clear as water was the sword's body, which gave off a hint of unusualness. The swords, too bright, too clean, and too new, with no sign of a knife or axe on it, and no blood stains seeping into it. It was almost like a new sword that had just been forged. It's so new that it's mind-numbing. I'm afraid that only the dead souls under the sword of Katagusa can understand why this is so. The Katagusa sword is a fast sword that goes on forever, only in and not out. A sword is out. There is death without life, so fast that even the body of the sword cannot be stained with blood. Even the opponents could not react. Once there was an old swordsman who had been famous in the Jianghu for a long time, to meet the shaped grass sword who had placed a buy. On that day, the shaped grass sword only made one strike. The sword stopped next to the old swordsman's neck, and without waiting for the old swordsman to fight back, he turned and left. The old swordsman thought he was ashamed of himself and admitted defeat on his own initiative, and immediately made a big fuss, widely distributed invitations, and feasted for 3 days and 3 nights in his mountain villa. It was not until the morning of the 4th day that the servants in the lodge, noticing that he had not been out for a long time, went to wake him up, only to find the old swordsman lying on his bed, while his head had rolled to the ground. It turned out that 4 days ago, the sword of the shaped grass sword had cut his neck, only the flesh and blood were still attached, and the old swordsman was able to maintain it while standing. As soon as he lay down, the place where the blood and flesh were connected naturally couldn't be supported and directly disconnected. Those who heard it were horrified. No one had been able to last a single glance in front of the shaped grass sword since his debut, and the more he attuned himself to the Tao of extinction, the stronger he naturally became the more he fought, and now he had reached the 3rd grade cantonment realm, and he was confident that even for those few 2nd grades of the current generation, other than that sword saint and fate saint, the others might not be able to withstand one of his swords if they were unguarded. However, without complete certainty, the shapegrass sword would not venture out against the second grade, because he can only make one sword against the enemy. This is where the morality of the Katakusa sword comes in. Since the selfless harmonizer treats forms like grass and trees, and is attacked like a forest, he should naturally treat any enemy as he would treat grass and trees. All it takes is a light cut and the grass breaks off. If this could not be done, then the momentum that the shaped grass sword had cultivated for so many years would instantly collapse. As such, every action of the shaped grass sword required the cooperation of the demon sect to ensure that he could kill his opponent with a single stroke of the sword. It can be said that this sword of his was raised a little bit by the devil's cult. If he were to face those second grades head-on, whether he won or not would be another story, and as long as he made the second sword, it would practically be the same as him losing. I heard that this time, the one who might have to be killed is just a guy who doesn't even have a cultivation level. The shaped grass sword reached out and gently brushed his own sword. His heart was not fluctuating with no sadness or joy. As far as he was concerned, anyone who was not a fellow traveler was just grass. There was no difference between killing a cultivator and killing an ordinary person. 10,000 people or one person. All it takes is one sword. He flexed his fingers and flicked his sword, boredly thinking that if he could strike his sword and sing, he could still amuse himself. But unfortunately he needed to be in disguise right now. Buzz. The sword in his hand emitted a biting sword sound for a long time. The corners of Shapegrass Sword's mouth quirked up in delight at his old partner's empathy, but soon the curve of his mouth froze. It was because the sound of the sword chirping had continued unabated, and it was even getting louder and louder. It's getting louder and louder. Buzz. The sound of that sword chime quickly drew up to a level of shrillness that was unbearable for normal ears. Shapegrass Sword immediately behind the hairs of sweat, violently opened his eyes, face changed, was about to draw the sword. That sword sound and immediately disappeared. His face was extremely grave. No, it's not just the sound of the swords that's gone. The sound of the whole world disappeared. Who struck? Shaped Grass Sword held his breath, gripping his own sword tightly, his whole body tensing up as he tried to sense his opponent's presence. But no, how could it not be? Shaped Grass Sword's face was ugly to the extreme as he raised his head to look around, only to find that the thatched cottage had, at some point, disappeared. It was pitch black all around, not to mention people, not even a single ghost. The Shaped Grass Sword was appalled in his heart. Could it be that General Pathfinder had made a move and converted the entire space? But why did General Pathfinder take a shot at him? This was an absolute impossibility. There was absolutely no contradiction or conflict of interest between him and Didi Dao. A little bit of time passed, but there was no half change around. There was a dead silence, a blackness. Where the hell did he get to? A drop of cold sweat ran down Katagusa-ken's forehead, forcing himself to calm down and close his eyes. Wherever he was, he still had a sword. He subconsciously tried to grip his old partner, but he touched a blank. The katana sword froze. He lowered his head. He had no sword on him. No way. No one can take his sword from him unnoticed. A twinge of fear finally arose in his mind, and he looked around to get out, but he didn't know how long he had been walking, and when he looked down again, he realized that he, too, was gone. The last wisps of bewildered thought dissolved into the great silence and melted into the darkness. The third product, the name Cantonment Realm. The body is like a vast building, and defies the people as if they were ants. Second grade, named Chi Tian Realm. The height of Chi Tian is as high as the sky, and the wide buildings are as small as ants. It was on this day that the Shaped Grass Sword realized what a true second grade was like. The servant came out of the Jinbei King's mansion, turned 3 streets, left the city, walked into a house on the outskirts, and when he came out again, he had changed his appearance, from a pale and naive servant to an enchanting and beautiful woman. This method of change is not her own means, but the 6 divisions of the Star Lord of the substitution technique. Simply tie a scarecrow, stuff a karmic thread and your own 8 characters into it, and burn it. It would be able to directly replace someone's existence in this world within a certain period of time, and even if a god came, it would be difficult to tell. But the price is that this karma can only be used once, and during that time, it will be completely incarnated into this person, even in terms of cultivation, though the spell was also able to be used in reverse, turning into a being of higher cultivation. However, it was obvious that those top practitioners had other uses for their karmic threads, and the karmic Tao masters would not give them to these small people. And even lower down, the karmic threads of these commoners are used casually. As for herself, she is actually called Magoo. It was not her name, but a code name. He is in charge of the transmission of news and the dispatching of manpower among the various channels, as he believes in the master of the Tao of measurement, General Qianmo, who specializes in the method of displacement and recluse. All such people, men and women, are called muggers. This transaction with the king of Jinbei, which involved the shaped grass sword, was also the intention of the higher-ups, not her unauthorized decision. Magu brought a basket filled with steamed buns and curled up towards the west of the city. To the west of the Imperial Heavenly City, there was a field filled with peasants, all of whom labored and farmed for the nobles of the city. Magu's home at the moment is inhabited by the shaped grass sword. She carried the basket and pushed the door open, whispering softly, "My lord, it's time to strike." Magu took 2 steps forward and suddenly froze, then became alarmed. In front of her eyes, the Formica sword was sitting cross-legged on her own couch just as she had left it. Her head hung low and she was silent, but she instantly realized that the third-grade cultivator in front of her was completely lifeless at the moment. "He's dead." Gu Fangchen panned those pieces of paper in batches for about 4 times, and finally came up with almost 40 orange quality words, 10 red quality, and 3 colored quality. The good thing is that nowadays, even though they are not in the game, the tips that belong to the profession-related skills that should be given, will still be given. He took a deep breath, arranged and combined the pieces of paper, and began to realize. A moment later, Gu Fangchen felt a lightness in his body and snapped his eyes open. He was half floating in mid-air. Underneath was his meditating body. His eyes flickered. "It's a done deal. Divine Path 8th grade. Out of Shell Realm. P.S. Post first and change later. You can refresh it if there are missing statements." Chapter 35, The Way of the Gods and the Way of Wushu, 2-in-1. Begging for monthly votes. Sambodhi Temple. This is one of the largest and most incense-filled temples established by the Tulsi religion. The whole temple is 333 feet wide and 333 feet long, and countless incense and candles are offered in the great hall dedicated to the Mother of Buddha, which is not extinguished for 100 years, and in which the hall is claimed to be able to run horses. And, of course, no one dares to actually do that in there. So it's an unanswered question whether it's possible or not. The incense of the tutelary cult did not flourish until the last few decades because of the recognition of Emperor Yangon. In the previous few hundred years, the Toma religion, one is from the West, and the second is because the avatar characteristics are always bandages wrapped around the whole body, emitting a vaguely rotten atmosphere, mysterious and not like a good person. It has always been detested by mortal vigilance. And the Jalanji temple, that's what's proper for the Great Way. But since the development of the tutelary cult, the incense has gone out of control. After all, while Kamaji governs the afterlife and atones for the sins of the heart, Dharmaji is much more practical and governs the actual ailments of your body. Therefore, when mortals have any problems, they love to run to the temples of the Dharma religion, and they can cure the diseases that can be cured by the great doctors, and they can cure the diseases that can't be cured. Although there are still many people who feel that this is an evil method and may have after effects, but I can't help that people who have used it say it's good. However, the congregation of the tutelary mother church often because of the fulfillment of merit, on the spot into a puddle of blood, not as glorious as Galangsa temple rounded up and sat down, but still hits some of the popularity. The abbot of this Three Treasures monastery, called Medicine Master, is one of the 8 protectors of the Toma sect. It is also truly the core of the doxology. Inside the backyard, as soon as Qingjian arrived, the pharmacist handed her a ring and said gently, "Attendant, please take an inventory, this is what the holy maiden needs." He wore a snow-white cloak, still bandaged, but with a golden lotus mask on his face. Qingjian took it and confirmed it with a divine scent sweep and nodded. She put away the ring, looked at the pharmacist, pursed her lips, and took out a paper prescription from her bosom, handing it to the other party. The pharmacist froze, took it and looked at it, and said, "This is the jade refining pill recipe?" When Qingjian heard this, he knew in his heart that the formula was true, and he was relieved. The protector apothecary, whose specialty was the Dan Dao, was only one step away from being a grandmaster. But the jade refining pill has been lost for a long time, and the pharmacist was unable to recover it. "I didn't realize it was actually real in the hands of that guy." Qingjian nodded. "I want the materials on this. I wonder if the protector can help me refine it." The pharmacist mused for a moment. "I will try my best to give it a try. Just, why doesn't the attendant ask the person who gave the Dan formula to refine it?" Qingjian is not in a good position to talk about the twists and turns of this. She is only being sent by Princess Banjur to temporarily serve as a maid for Gu Fangchen, and is actually acting as an eyesore. Gu Fangchen gave her the Dan formula, and although she didn't say so on the surface, it was obvious that she had something else in mind. A Danmaku that she could pay back by healing each other's wounds all the time. If she were to beg the other party to refine pills again, it would be tantamount to owing a favor, making her very uneasy. There is always a feeling, as if betraying a princess. Furthermore, whether or not Gu Fangchen could concoct pills of this grade was another story. The others didn't know that Qingjian had followed Gu Fangchen so closely for a day, and as a God's Way expert, he had long seen the latter inside and out. This guy is actually that much more cultivated. Alchemy required precise control of divine sense, which Gu Fangchen simply couldn't do. Qing Jian narrowed his eyes and faintly said, "This protector is a no-brainer." The pharmacist smiled helplessly and put away the Dan formula. "The grade of the jade refining pill is too high, and I'm afraid that my success rate will only be less than 1%, so if it fails, I would ask the attendant to forgive me." Qing Jian shook his head. "No harm done." She put away the ring and turned into a stream of light to return to the royal residence. As soon as he arrived at the east room, Qing Jian's mind moved and his divine sense swept up an extra strand of thoughts in the room. No, it wasn't more, but Gu Fangchen's divine sense had left his body. Qing Jian's face was expressionless as he watched the wisp of thought swim around very lively in midair. As long as she moved her mind, she could immediately extinguish this wisp of Gu Fangchen's thoughts. This guy is really bold. But then, Qing Jian's pupils shrunk. Before she left, Gu Fangchen was clearly still at the bottom edge of the 9th rank. How did she become an 8th rank in the blink of an eye? It's been less than a day. Even the strongest divine Dao geniuses in recorded history hadn't reached such an outrageous level. One promotion a day. Is a human being? Qing Jian frowned, his face grave. How the hell did this guy do that? This was really beyond her understanding of cultivation. How did a recognized waste whose dantian had been wasted for so many years seem to have become a 10,000-year-old wonder overnight? Is it hard to believe that what Gu Fangchen said is actually true? Is he really a genius? Qing Jian took a deep breath to calm his mind a bit. Not necessarily, maybe some evil tactic of pulling the plug was used. Besides, even if he rose 1 grade a day, it wasn't still only 8 grades. It was impossible to refine the jade refining pill. Qing Jian shook his head and appeared in the room with a flash of his body. Gu Fangchuan floated in midair and looked around curiously. Right now his perspective was still a little blurry. The objects around him seemed to have softening filters on them, and he could perceive only a little more than the room, barely able to detect the next yard. His state was also not translucent like the ghost PPO, but pressed without a body. Out of the shell realm's divine sense. It was really just a thought. It's kind of like a dream, giving a third-person perspective. It's just no longer affected by the reality of physical objects, penetrating walls, seeing through, and being able to find information that you wouldn't normally be able to find. It was only when one reached the 7th grade traveling god realm that one would condense a divine sense with a concrete image. Don't look at those upper 3rd grade Big Brother special effects, one more than one cool. All kinds of out-of-the-sky destroying special effects. What thousands of miles away to kill in the invisible. Said so good. The pre-development of a Shinto cultivator is that plain and simple. Other than being able to easily pass the will judgment, solve a mechanism when going down a secret realm, and sometimes get a little more information when conversing with NPCs. There wasn't much of a difference between an ordinary person and an ordinary person when it really came to abilities. In the next 3 grades, Divine Path cultivators were proper brittle mages, and if they couldn't strike early, once a martial path cultivator struck a skill, there was only one way to die. Therefore, in general, to cultivate the divine way, first of all, you have to pile up defense, meticulous to the extreme, obscene development, the Shinto route, which focuses on the later stages, and since most of the experience books come from Shinto masters, it's not hard to upgrade. More importantly, the higher the cultivation level of a divine path cultivator, the harder it was to kill them. Even if the physical body dies, it can be resurrected as long as a new one is found within a certain period of time. Even if you don't look for it, you can still live. As for the martial path route, the advantages were huge in the early stages, but after reaching the middle 3rd grade, the upgrade speed would become slower and slower, and the resources needed would grow exponentially. For a martial saint such as Ding Xingfeng to be cultivated, talent alone was absolutely not enough. One had to pour out the efforts of a clan, or even a country. This was one of the reasons why Ding Xingfeng had not thought about treason even though he was in seclusion after his reputation was ruined. Because, to put it bluntly, if there is no way, there is no Yangon emperor. He's also still just an unheralded pawn in the line, but for a change, he's disillusioned for the same reason. This difference between the martial way and the divine way was also very clearly reflected in the name. For martial arts cultivators, a 5th rank could be called a patriarch, while for divine path cultivators, they had to be at least a 4th rank, and also had to have a certain amount of prestige in their own realm to be able to do so. In addition, this world fundamentally only had 2 cultivation routes, the way of the martial arts and the way of the gods, which cultivated the physical body and the divine soul respectively. The 2 routes have different names for the first 6 realms, but when they reach the upper 3 levels they are on the same path. Others such as the Tao of the Sword, the Tao of Formation, the Tao of War, and the Tao of Destiny, are all just different techniques that are mastered. Gu Fangchun felt some blurring of vision in front of her eyes and some dizziness coming from it as she circled the room. He estimated that only one incense stick of time had passed at most. I've just been promoted and I don't have the upper dantian as a foundation. So my divine sense is even more unstable than an ordinary divine path cultivator. Still have to get rid of the problem with my fleshly body, or else my divine principle cultivation will be affected as well. Gu Fangchun mentally sked. As mentioned before, it was only when one reached the 7th grade traveling god realm that one's divine sense could affect real items, but it was just something that would allow him to have a pocket and an extra point of security when refining his puppets. If one wanted to completely solve the problem and no longer be affected by the physical body, one would at least have to reach the 5th grade self-realization realm. As the name suggests, at this realm, even if you don't want a physical body, you are able to get away with it and be no different from the average person. Even if you want offspring on a whim, that's fine. A practitioner of the realm of self-realization can be impregnated through divine intercourse. The various legends circulating among mortals of dreaming of visions and becoming pregnant are mostly the work of great men of the divine path above the 5th grade. Some people in the evil way even specialize in this for fun. However, for Gu Fangchun, before arriving at the 5th grade, he still needed to improve his physical body as much as possible, or at least not to hold back his divine Tao cultivation. Gu Fangchun's mind moved, and his divine sense flew back into his physical body, and in the process, he had felt a palpable, as it were, resistance to moving forward through the water. This was the consequence of the divine consciousness being away from the body for too long and the connection with the physical body weakening. If it continued to stay out, it could be rejected by the physical body and never return, also known as brain dead. He opened his eyes and let out a long, heartfelt breath, and turned his head to see the cloaked Haiyan waiter standing quietly in the corner. Xing Jian held out his hand, a ring resting in his white palm. My lord, what you asked for. Gu Fangchun stood up and reached out to take the ring, which was engraved with countless tiny spirit patterns, and sized it up twice. In this world, there are no rings that are specifically for storing things. Formation monks carved a small cave array on whatever container can be used as a storage space. Of course, the quality of the container is naturally required. This small cave formation is also a must for players. That's because it's a backpack bar. If you don't paint it yourself, the NPC sells it at a price that's blacker than one. Gu Fangchun was too familiar with the small cave heaven formation to be familiar with it, and he used his divine sense to scan the details, and the style of the spiritual patterns engraved on this ring was from the hand of a pharmacist of the Mother Goddess sect. He looked up and grinned. Did you stop by the pharmacist to ask for the ingredients for the jade refining pill recipe? Xing Jian was shocked in his heart. How does he know this? Gu Fangchun had only asked Princess Banjuru to get the materials together before, and hadn't specified who to go to. The Temple of the Three Treasures was not the nearest temple of the doctrine of the Mother of God, just that the material in the hands of the pharmacist was absolutely top-notch, which was valued by Princess Banjur. But with Princess Banjur's previous attitude, theoretically he should have thought that the princess would just find a random place to ask for materials. How can you open your mouth and be a pharmacist? Unless he's pretty sure. Thinking about Princess Banjura's sudden decision to kill the Shategrass sword by herself before, it should also have something to do with Gu Fangchun's list of materials, but that list, which she'd seen before, didn't look like a problem at all. It was evident that there must be a hidden message that only the princess could understand. Xing Jian gaze is heavy. This person's cultivation is another story. The ability to play with people's hearts is a first class. The jade refining pill, the pharmacist can't refine it. Gu Fangchun sighed heavily and said with a smirk, if you beg me now, it's not too late to save some herbs. If you ask afterward, it'll be a different price. Xing Jian was silent. Gu Fangchun didn't care, and came down to stretch, releasing those materials from the small cave heaven and counting them. Keep an eye out for me. No one else is allowed in, he said casually, then recalled the process and began to create the needed guidance materials. The formations of alchemy are engraved directly on the body, so it saves containers. The most important things were the 108 demon-suppressing nails, as well as the formation itself. The rest, by dead weight. Once you get past the flesh and wool judgment, all is well. Gu Fangchun pounded on it for half a day and almost fainted because of the high concentration of her mind. After all, this refining magic is about himself. It is not possible to set up the Huilan formation so casually, and at that time, he had the Bang Tian Shangyun, but not now. One must be careful and careful again. By the end of the night. Phew! Gu Fangchun let out a long breath with a grave expression on her face, and couldn't help but draw the corners of her mouth as she placed the demon-suppressing nails that had been engraved with the formation in order. These devil-quelling nails are 3 inches long. There were 108 of them in total, originally used for sealing cultivation and torturing prisoners. Now, it's all going to be on him. Oh no! It was used on Green Jian. Gu Fangchen's heart was subtle. Then looking at the clothes she was wearing a bit scratchy, she waved towards Qing Jian. Come here. Qing Jian walked over. And then he heard Gu Fangchen faintly say, take my clothes off for me. Qing Jian froze, and a trace of annoyance arose. He's really treating himself like a maid? Gu Fangchen looked at her, helpless in her heart. He is really not going to take off this ancient clothes off. The original body is also a master of being served every day. Press no knowledge in this area. Qing Jian's face was expressionless, pursed his lips, walked forward, extended his hand, and slowly took Gu Fangchen's jacket off. Are you saying that the Katakosa sword was already dead when you arrived? Inside the thatched hut, a tower-like one-armed strong man with a stature of more than 2 meters squatted down and stared at the corpse of the shaped grass sword, his face ugly as he asked. Magoo knelt on the ground, shivering. Yes, that one-armed strong man narrowed his eyes and sneered. This Gu Fangchen, is it really that hard to kill? I don't believe it anymore. There is death in this world that our way of death cannot bestow. Chapter 36, Weak Sauce Lord. I feel like I'm living in his shadow, 2-in-1. Magoo lowered her head and whispered. Now that the shaped grass sword is dead, the Jinbei King sighed. The tall, one-armed, burly man had an icy gaze. It's not easy to raise a working sword, and no one, not even the cult of the Duchess, can stand in the way of our path. The world's Shinto masters are just a few, and those who can silently kill a third-rate are just a handful. What's more, judging from the death of the shaped grass sword, it was clearly the handiwork of Princess Banjur. For so many years, the Degree Mother Church and their 10 Upper Dao well water does not violate the river water. Always ambiguous attitude, and there is no major conflict. After all, tutelary teachings are to teach but not to save, and to teach in order to teach oneself. To put it bluntly, there is suffering in the world so that they can go to the world. And if there were no suffering, there would be nothing for them, and the greatest suffering of way is not their 10 on the road? This logic is a bit hellish, but it does fit with the teachings of the doctrine of the Duchess. This Gu Fangchen was nothing more than a discarded son of the king of Jinbei. How could she make Princess Banjur take the initiative to create conflict with their 10 upper road? And right off the bat, it killed one of their most important swords. It is really puzzling. But in this case, the more frightening part of the story is how Princess Banjura knew that the shaped grass sword was here? One-armed strong man frowned. Could it be that the state master of Wei has broken the 6 divisions of the Star King of the karma of the fate of the art? No, it can't be. If that's the case, their movements everywhere should be hampered. This won't be the only side where things go wrong. Maybe there are just traces and breaks left somewhere, or a traitor within them. The one-armed strong man looked towards the lowered head of Magoo, coldly grunted, and reached out and pointed a finger. Tell Gu Yuno that I'll take over the shaped grass sword is all, and I hope he'd better make the arrangements. Also order for me to start intercepting and killing all the Toma sect congregations outside today. Magoo's palm was hot, her heart was shocked, raised her hand to see that a candle character emerged in her palm. This incomparably tall and sturdy man is the close henchman of the dead road Taoist master Weak Sauce Loser, named Wu Hui. He was called the Sun Tamer. It is said that at the cost of losing his left arm, he replaced his heart with an essence crystal transformed from the death of a golden crow, and used the golden crow divine flame for his own use, which can burn everything in the world. He has a group of dead soldiers called candle-cutting ghosts. One light out, one person out. It is the most elite and loyal group of practitioners cultivated by the way of death. Magoo said in a hurry. Yes, Lord Wu Hui. Wu Hui nodded. Go ahead. As Magoo turned around and disappeared, Wu Hui raised his hand and touched the break in his left arm. That was plastered with seals that had golden spirit patterns written on them. Rip dash. He tore the seal apart violently, and countless golden flames erupted out, transforming into a blazing arm coalesced by flames. Wu Hui raised this flaming arm and opened his palm towards the sky. The golden flames in his palm flew into the sky like birds of prey, blending into the moonlight. The world is ignorant, thinking that the sun and the moon are side by side, and that they are things of the same character. The truth is that the moon is eclipsed, but only borrows daylight to brighten itself. Wu Hui's eyes were covered with golden light, controlling the golden crow's flame. He followed the moonlight forward and fell into the royal residence. This time, it alerted his mind that there must be an inside job. He wouldn't foolishly wait for the opportunity arranged by Gu Yuyi. It would be better for him to take matters into his own hands and see what kind of catnip this Gu Fangchen actually had. Magoo disguised, and changed back to So Pale Servant, back to the king's mansion. Until this moment, there is still some as if waking up from a dream trance. That is since the debut of the unrivaled form of grass sword, but so noiselessly died in such a shabby thatched cottage. All the splendor of the first half of his life was annihilated with it. This is the struggle between the truly elevated practitioners. Magoo fixed her mind, remembered her mission, and found Gu Yuyi. Gu Yuno frowned. I don't think the Katagusa sword should go back on its word. He didn't anticipate that Ma Gu would go and return within a day, and a familiar feeling of uneasiness arose in his heart. Gu Yuno's face was expressionless. His heart was incredibly irritated. This feeling again. Out of the blue. Constantly appearing accidents that interrupted his plans. Ever since he had put Gu Fangchen and Gu Yuandao's originally disrupted destinies back in order, more accidents had simply appeared than he had experienced in his past lifetime. Ma Gu said in a hard voice. Naturally, the shaped grass sword doesn't care to go back on its word. Gu Yuno said in a cold voice. And what are you doing here this time? Ma Gu took a deep breath and said. Katagusa sword. Dead. Gu Yuno's pupils tightened. Dead? Ridiculous. If he hadn't been sure that the nun in front of him was from the way of measurement and not the way of love, he'd have been able to see that the woman in front of him was from the way of love. He even had to think that the man had come back specifically to tease him. How could a top expert of the sword Dao of the third grade die when he said he would after only one day? In terms of grade alone, the cultivation levels of the formic grass sword in Gu Yuye were even comparable, and he naturally knew what strength the formic grass sword was. Ma Gu said in a deep voice. Your Highness, I can't believe it either. But the shaped grass sword did die, just a moment ago. Gu Yuno's face was incredibly ugly. Died just now? Who did this? It should be the cult of the Duchess. Gu Yuyi grimaced. And the Degree Mother Church. Is Princess Bonjour again? She had invited Gu Fangchen to be her guest at the White Horse Temple, and she had asked servant Xiyin to follow Gu Fangchen. And now, she had actually made a move to kill the shaped grass sword. It wasn't as if the formed grass sword and the Duo Mother sect had any grudges. And Princess Bonjour would never make a move for no reason. What's more, where is there such a coincidence that it happened to be today? Just now. Obviously. This is aimed at them. Is he determined to participate in the dispute between the real and fake sons of the royal family? But what good does that do for the doctrine of mercy? Even if she knew that Gu Yuno was related to the demon sect, wouldn't this be more beneficial to her? The world is in great turmoil. Suffering descends on the world. And the afterlife of the Garland Monastery can't control this life. Which is why the followers of the tutelary cult are growing. Princess Bonjour, but she was never a true saintess. If it was from a place of interest, she should never have done it. But why did she have to fight for Gu Fangchen? This person who has replaced Gu Fangchen, who exactly is he? And what makes him able to convince Princess Bonjour? Gu Yuno was silent and sat in his seat for a long time before opening his mouth. Since the formic grass sword is dead, I don't have to set anything up for you anymore. Ma Gu shook her head. The above face attaches great importance to the deal with you. Lord Wu Hui has already arrived, and I would like to ask for the king's cooperation all as usual. Wu Hui. He is the peak of the third grade of the divine path, but it is true that he does not have to be too afraid of Bonjour. Gu Yuno rubbed his temples. Let's try it first. Then, after Ma Gu left, Gu Yuyi supported his head and closed his eyes to think quietly, until a knock came at the door, interrupting his thoughts. Your Highness, the Purple Extreme Hall is here. A sergeant was outside on one knee. Looking grave, Gu Yuno let out a deep breath, rubbed the armrest of his chair, and stood up. Although he had ordered the entire royal family to keep their mouths shut, Gu Fangchen's move to take the blame was indeed too ruthless, fast and hard, disrupting all his arrangements. The only way now is to stall. The Purple Extreme Hall getting the news so quickly was to be expected. It was impossible to hide such a big matter. But with Emperor Yang An's character, this visit should only be to apply pressure. Gu Yuno mused. Is it Xiao Qiu who's coming? The sergeant replied respectfully. Yes, Xiao Qiu is the royal inspector's brush, and also in charge of the blood clothes guards. This big eunuch is an old man who has been following the Yangon emperor for 100 years. A good dog. The state name of Great Wei is Xiao, and the name Xiao Qiu, which was given by Emperor Yangon, shows how favored he is. There was no need to think. This time he came, he definitely wanted to ask about the result of the marriage test. Gu Yuno walked towards the outside, the hem of his clothes fluttering in the night breeze. The more hasty he was, the more wrong he was, and he was thinking clearly now. If the other party was able to kill the shaped grass sword in advance, then even if they called in Master Zhu Hui of the Garland Temple, most likely they wouldn't be able to help him. Of course, it was also possible that this time, Gu Fangchen was colorful and wanted to make him throw in the towel by warning him. So that wisp of a divine soul is something that must be re-examined. What Gu Yuno really figured out was another important thing. It is not only the Degree Mother Church that can take Princess Bonjour, but also, the holy things. The sect of the Mother of Degrees had only recently vaguely revealed its intention of searching for the holy relics, and there had been no hint of it before, so much so that he hadn't thought of it for a while. However, combining this with Princess Bonjour's sudden and secret arrival at the Imperial Sky City, it could be deduced that the importance she placed on the holy relics was definitely very high. Therefore, if Gu Fangchen knew the whereabouts of the holy relic, it was completely understandable that Princess Bonjour would be so perverse. However, if Gu Fangchen thought that he could be invincible with his holy relics, he was very wrong. Gu Yuno sneered in his heart. The holy relic. He's got it. Lord Wu Hui's orders have told you to intercept and kill all the Toma cultists outside from today. Ma Gu looked at the ordinary-looking farmer who was plowing the land in front of him, and held out his hand, showing the word candle in his palm. The farmer wiped his sweat and came forward, squinting his eyes and grinning. I see. It is indeed Lord Wu Hui's order. You may go. Ma Gu nodded and turned around just as she was about to pinch. Suddenly a heavy gust of wind was heard. Who snort? A dirt-covered rake slammed into her head, sharp spikes piercing through her reveal and out of her face. Her eyes were wide with confusion. The farmer's face was expressionless as he continued with a forceful pestle, poking her head directly into the ground and kicking 2 feet of dirt to bury it directly on top. It's all said and done. It's Lord Wu Hui's order, you may go. Wu! Gu Fangchen plunged the last demon-suppressing nail straight into his own heavenly soul cap and heard Qingjian, who was hugging himself tightly, shudder violently and let out a bitter grunt. You okay? Gu Fangchen couldn't help but say as she pushed the demon-suppressing nail inside. The formation was already mostly complete, and he was currently in a state where his consciousness was semi-detached from his body, sort of like he was lucid dreaming. As long as this last demonic nail is inserted through the upper, middle and lower 3 dantian, it will be able to officially start the first heart of the refining magic, great demonic refining, as he is the master and the puppet. So during the refining process, he had to maintain the connection with his physical body and exist as a puppet. But the moment it was completed, he had to come out of his shell immediately and exist as the master in order to continue controlling his physical body. Otherwise it's all considered a failure. So he had to do his best to control himself to keep this iffy state. Without Qin Jian's assistance, he would have to endure the pain while performing micromanipulations, which would be impossible to do. But it's much easier now. Watching it is obviously not particularly wonderful for Qin Jian, who was suffering. Gu Fangchen inserted 108 demon suppressor nails into her body, and 108 more bloody holes were added to her female body under the green Jin bandage wrapping. And it's not just a simple matter of sticking a nail in your body. The formation spirit pattern on top of this demon suppressing nail would instantly act as if it were a living thing, drilling into the flesh, blood, and bones, transforming them, and bringing about severe pain that penetrated deep into the soul. After all, this thing was meant to be used as a punishment, or else it couldn't be used as a tool for the great refinement of the heart. A single demon-suppressing nail was enough to make a prisoner of the 6th grade of the divine path open his mouth. And on Qin Jian's body right now, it's equal to 108 of them. Even the high-yin servant, who was used to pain, was nearing her limit. Woo! The young girl clenched her teeth. Her eyes were disoriented. The corners of her eyes were streaked with tears. Her hands wrapped around Gu Fangchen's back, and her rounded nails scratched out a few red marks on it. Hiss! Gu Fangchen sucked in her breath. Qin Jian opened her eyes, tears slipping from the corners of her eyes, and subconsciously asked, "Does it hurt? Does it hurt?" She bit her lip hard and forced her hands to relax, and even soothingly leaned her head on Gu Fangchen's shoulder. Gu Fandan. Suddenly I feel so born. What's going on? It's okay, just a little pain is nothing. Gu Fangchen said very generously. You can grab it if you want. It's just getting started. This Heine waiter isn't going to get played by him, is he? Gu Fangchen pushed the last of the demon-suppressing nails to the bottom, took a deep breath, pinched in her hands, and recited the incantation under her breath. The 3 dantians were connected up and down, and all the devil-suppressing nails were connected to each other. It's now! Gu Fangchen's mind moved, and the 2 poisons on his body other than the seed heart poison were instantly released, and the toxicity that had been pent up for more than a decade swept through his meridians and body. Qin Jian opened his mouth violently and took a bite on his shoulder. Okay, bite it. Gu Fangchen continued to concentrate, his expression serious as he controlled the formation. A moment later, he closed his hands, closed his eyes, and his divine soul instantly left his body, and above his flesh, countless blood-colored lines spread like veins, spread out, and disappeared and hid, and so on and so forth for 108 times. Gu Fangchen's divine sense returned to its place and opened her eyes, sighing in relief. It's a bit tough, but the work is not over. It finally worked. That's all on him. Gu Fangchen suddenly felt as if his body was wet. He lowered his head and reached out to touch at the hem of Qin Jian's skirt that was padded on the bed. Bad. Really bad. A flaming bird coalesced in the moonlight. Wu Hui's divine sense swept over the eastern room where Gu Fangchen was, and suddenly his face changed drastically. This is the Lord's breath. P.S. Begging for votes. Chapter 37 Amazing Wisdom. As we all know, Wu Hui, the Sun Tamer, is a close associate of the Taoist master, Lord Weak Sauce. However, at this point in time, the identity of the useless and defeated Duke as a puppet master had not yet been exposed to the world's view, and even a close friend like Wu Hui was completely unaware of it. However, even if he knew, it did not make any difference to Wu Hui. Wu Hui has always believed in one principle: loyalty is not absolute, is absolutely disloyal. Whether Weak Sauce is a swordsman, a poisoner, or a puppeteer, he only needs to be loyal to Weak Sauce. Back then, he almost died with his parents in the Great Famine in the Southwest Road 50 years ago, and it was the Weak Sauce who saved him, allowing him to use the Golden Crow crystal to live a new life. To him, Weak Sauce is a teacher, a father, a benefactor, and a master who rebuilds his life. Even if the other party gave an order for him to cut himself, he would never say anything. However, precisely because of this point in time, Wu Hui was unaware of this matter. Therefore, he didn't know that the aura he thought belonged to the Weak Sauce was actually the aura of a special puppet made by the refining magic. Once the puppet was successfully refined, the flesh and blood inside would be replaced by formations and guidance materials. No longer a mere body of flesh and blood, the self-breath changes with it. What's more, Gu Fangchen had deliberately chosen the exact same material as the puppet of the Weak Sauce Lord. Except for the difference in the toxins used to carry out the Heart Demon Great Refinement, the rest is exactly the same. Even if our Gua Gua Gong himself came, I'm afraid he would have to wonder when he made an extra puppet. Wu Hui was even more directly subdued. Wu Hui was of course familiar with the aura of Weak Sauce, and there was absolutely no way he could be mistaken. Therefore, when he sensed the aura belonging to his own master on Gu Fangchen's body, Wu Hui's heart only flashed for a breath of doubt before smoothly skimming over the questioning of Gu Fangchen's identity, and then began to think, is this part of the plan? The deal with Gu Yuno began 19 years ago, under the auspices of the Star Monarch of the 6 Divisions, whose dead path has always been responsible only for killing people. Within the entire plan, Gu Fangchen, the son of the horseman who had been switched over, was the most irrelevant link. No one took him seriously at all, just waiting for Gu Yuandao to return to his position. He threw away this instrumental person who had resisted the karmic calamity for 19 years. However, the Star Lord of the 6 Divisions has always acted cautiously. Just like his mysterious and unpredictable whereabouts, no one is able to pry into his true thoughts. If in fact it was meant to be used as a cover, it was not impossible for a second-grade power to directly enter the game with his body. According to the original plan, this fake son of the world should be dead by now, and even if he's not, he's no threat to us. But now there are so many more variables out of nowhere. With the style of the Star Lord of the 6 Divisions, the likelihood of the plan going wrong is slim to none. Yes, Gu Fangchen, a waste of meridians and dantians. Where did he get so much power to wrench what was already a nail in the coffin? Wu Hui's face was grave and he fell into a deep thought, then came to a realization. So everything is still in the plan. As soon as Wu Hui had such a thought, all the details that everyone had been puzzled by and could not figure out before, all of a sudden, 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 all of the details were right. Why does Gu Fangchen suddenly seem to be able to cultivate? It's because this isn't Gu Fangchen at all anymore. It's the titular's second-grade powerhouse, the Tao of Death Tao Master Weak Sauce defeat Gong. Why would Gu Fangdan suddenly become Gu Yuya's bloodline again in the middle of the survey? Because this is simply the handiwork of the Star Lord of the 6 Divisions. Since he was able to switch the karma of the two of them, he was naturally able to conceal it again. Why? Wu Hui's brain raced, his pupils suddenly tightened, and a bold and reasonable idea arose. To cooperate with Gu Yuye is ultimately a constraint. The sage of soldiers is, after all, cunning, and there is inevitably the risk of the rabbit dying and the dog being cooked, so why can't we do it ourselves? The variables in Gu Fangchen's body have allowed Emperor Yong'an to discover the end of the story, and this old demon will definitely use it to make an issue out of it. At that time, in order to check Gu Yuye, he will definitely take the initiative to support Gu Fangchen to take the throne, so that he can go against Gu Yuandao. But none of them could have imagined that Gu Fangchen was actually the Lord, and in that case, the initiative is all back in our hands. Even arranging for Gu Fangchen to come into contact with the people of the Way of Causality may have been done for the sake of convenience. Originally, even if Gu Yuandao had pushed Emperor Yong'an to admit it, he would have definitely had to consider how to play the game with Emperor Yong'an afterward to gain a firm foothold and further gain the hearts of the people. But now there's no need for that. It's equivalent to Gu Yuandao being the outcast, directly using him as a target. Isn't Gu Fangchen, who is supported by Emperor Yangan, a natural name? No worries at all. Dealing with a Gu Yuye is much less difficult than dealing with Emperor Yangan. The offense and the defense are seamless. Not bad for the Lord. At this moment, Wu Hui was deeply impressed by the amazing wisdom of the Weak Sauce. With a movement of his mind, the little birds that the flames had condensed into once again merged into the moonlight, waited for a moment, and flew into Gu Fengchen's room. I think that this contact was also arranged by the Lord. He must do his part for the Lord. Gu Fengchen packed up her clothes and called Xue Xiang, who was guarding the outside, in, so that she could help Qing Jian, who had awakened from her coma but was still in a state of disorientation and disembodiment, to go bathe and change her clothes. Xue Xiang obeyed and did as she was told, obediently assisting Qing Jian, then suddenly frowned and her little nose sniffed. What flavor is this? Fragrant, but a little weird. Xue Xiang's suspicious gaze landed on Qing Jian, and when she saw the latter biting her lips, her body still unable to stop spasming every now and then, her face suddenly turned red. How can that be? I think this is the Shi'in attendant from the tutelary church. It is said that the Shi'in servant as saving suffering and serving the princess of Bonjour princess with one heart are all pure and flawless chambermaids, but this look is clearly being played out. Shame on you. Yukika mentally spat in a hurry. Obviously she was His Highness the World Prince's common room, but to be shortchanged, or a Shi'in attendant, it was really not like that. She became more and more certain that she must not have taken enough initiative, and mentally calculated that she must secretly seek an opportunity. Gu Fengchen pinched a simple cleanup spell to get the room cleaned up from the mess. At this moment, his physical body had been refreshed, and the upper, middle, and lower three dantians had all been completely replaced by the formation formed by the devil-suppressing nails. These formations were like spreading blood-red mycelium that covered every inch of his flesh and blood. Just by looking at the strength of the flesh, it had directly reached the 7th grade of the martial Dao, the blood-rushing realm. If someone were to probe from the inside, they would realize that Gu Fengchen's current body was like a huge nest occupied by unknown creatures, and it was terrifying. However, the magic refining formation itself contained the function of hiding its actual situation, so Gu Fengchen wasn't afraid of being exposed. Now that his divine sense was no longer unsupported, he could stay safely in the demon nest, and he could even rely on the aura provided by the demon-suppressing nail to cultivate, and was generally the same as a normal person. But, Gu Fengchen raised her hand, and with a thought, her fingertips turned pitch black. Before, he only had the poison sealed in his blood, but now, he would be able to freely control the two poisons to manifest, equivalent to the current him himself. He was an extremely offensive magic weapon. Gu Fengchen narrowed her eyes and suddenly realized that her shadow wasn't quite right. There was only one light in the room, and there should have been only one of his shadows. But now, there were vaguely more scattered reshadows that were relatively dull and almost imperceptible. It was as if multiple unseen light sources had suddenly appeared. He smiled faintly, picked up the cold tea on the small table, and opened his mouth. Hui, warm a cup of tea for me. Wu Hui appeared, no longer having half a doubt in his heart, respectfully kneeled down, cupped the cup of tea with both hands, carefully controlling the fire of the golden crow, warming the tea for Gu Fengchen. Chapter 38, His Majesty wants to see the prince. Seeing that Wu Hui did appear from the moonlight, he coalesced into a humanoid silhouette with a bunch of birds made of flames. Gu Fengchen very naturally put the cup of tea in her hand into the hands of this sun tamer. This is actually a habit of Guagua Gong and his trademark opening animation. As one of the demon sect's Taoist masters, Guagua Gong is an absolute late-stage big boss and one of the most oppressive bosses. The man in the iron hat clad in a rusty sword-mount raincoat was a veritable nightmare for players, especially when the player tried his best to defeat him and plunged his weapon into the middle of this iron hat man's heart, only to find that when the rusty swords fell off one after another, revealing his body under the cover of his straw raincoat, and there was actually a huge pitch-black hollow at that chest, the player's heart stuttered, and he only had time to yell out boo-hoo before he saw the screen go black. The bloodstain of Xianmei, the supine master, appeared. Phase 2, please. What a desperate picture for players who have run out of ammunition. Countless players folded in his hands, wailing and cursing in the forum posts built a full million floors. It can be said that every cup of tea Guagua Gong drinks in the CG represents the death of a player. Gu Fengchen had died a total of 106 times at the hands of Guagua Gong, which was far below the average. This wasn't because he had learned how to speed kill the Guagua Gong with practice, but rather he had discovered a hidden branch line that could directly circumvent the fight with this boss. After completing the subplot, you will be able to use your tongue to convince the master of the dead path to change his attitude from hostile to neutral. However, in order to trigger this branch line, the prerequisite is that you must first beat the second hardest hidden ending among the previous 5 endings, 1 Gutong Tian. That alone stops 99% of the players. Gu Fengchen's choice of refining magic to solve the problem of his physical body was not a random choice. He knew weak sauce, or rather, Yan Shi Xian Hei, far better than the other 9 Taoist masters of the demon sect. It was part of his plan to take advantage of the difference in information to impersonate weak sauce. Only unexpectedly, Wu Hui came to the door by himself at this time. It's presumably because of the butterfly effect caused by the death of the shaped grass sword. But, came just in time. Weak sauce doesn't often appear in front of his subordinates. And the most active members of the Dead Path are Wu Hui and his group of candle-cutting ghosts, responsible for ridding the demon cult of any enemies that get in their way. Wu Hui, the Sun Tamer, is very familiar with him both as a teammate and as a mid-boss. This man, his greatest characteristic, is his foolish loyalty. The normal end of weak sauce was death at the hands of a player. And this big boss who had been looking down on the world for many years expressed great appreciation and respect for the first opponent who was able to kill the puppet and see his true colors, with Wu Hui right next to him. His second stage actually prevented Wu Hui from going up to help, choosing to go one-on-one with the player in a fair duel. Though as a supine master himself, he can summon a bunch of puppets to swarm players, which is often taken to task by players. One-on-one, but not quite one-on-one, simply despicable. And Wu Hui really obeyed the order of the useless and defeated male and did not make any move throughout the whole process. After Weak Sauce dies, Wu Hui escapes with his body, and then returns to take revenge on the player, until it finally exploded itself into the golden crow essence crystal and turned into a ball of flame. Before he is exposed, Gu Fangchen, who has assumed the identity of the useless Lord of Defeat, can use this to gain complete control over Wu Hui and the candle-cutting ghosts under his command. Rounded up, it's no different than controlling a dead end. Gu Fangchen estimated the time and waited for 30 seconds, reaching for the cup, just as the useless public used to do. The Golden Crow's flame, which was claimed to be able to burn everything, was close at hand, but Gu Fangchen's face did not change. He'll just GG if he dares to change his color. He took a sip of tea before raising his eyes and speaking lightly. Take back the order against the cult of the tutelary mother. Who are you angry on behalf of when someone from the extermination of the way is dead? When Gu Fangchen opened her mouth with these words, Wu Hui's forehead cold sweat immediately came out and immediately lowered his head to touch the ground. It was my subordinate who was impulsive and ill-considered. Please punish me, my lord. He now fully understood his lord's intentions, so he also had an answer in his heart as to why the shaped grass sword was exposed and died in the hands of Princess Banjur. The lord is weakening the power of the Tao of Destruction and excluding dissenters. The 10 upper Taoist paths are often at odds with each other, and the destruction path has the most conflicts with the other paths because it does not distinguish between enemy and self. Especially their dead road often and destroy road together action, is the first to bear the brunt. So this must be the Lord's way of utilizing the tutelary cult to keep the madmen of the Tao of Destruction at bay. Well, he deserves to die. It almost spoiled the Lord's plan. Wu Hui had no principles of his own and hurriedly said, I'll have them back. The Lord is right. If the people who destroyed the way are dead, then they are dead. Why should he be angry on behalf of the people, and make the Lord doubt his loyalty for nothing? Gu Fangchen put her teacup down and shook her head, speaking in a calm tone. No need. Let them continue. When Wu Hui froze, he heard Gu Fangchen narrow his eyes and said, not only should we continue, but we should kill until the entirety of the Duomo sect is shaken and cowed by it. Gu Fangchen stood up and walked to stop in front of Wu Hui, her gaze incomparably cold. Let that little wench know that we, and Gu Yuno are in cahoots. Wu Hui immediately understood. This was to intensify the conflict between Princess Banjur and Gu Yuye. Now, since Princess Banjuru supported the false prince and knew that there was a relationship between them, the 10 upper paths, and Gu Yuye, naturally, if they made a move, it would be the same as Gu Yuye making a move. After all, no one should think that the soldier Saint Gu Yuno would be ignorant of his partner's movements. Gu Fangchen is trying to directly influence Princess Banjura's weighing of the trade-offs between the Toma cult and the holy relics. He had Princess Banjuru make a move against the shaped grass sword in the open this time, and Gu Yuye could quickly think that the trick was the holy relic. And now, the holy relic was indeed in Gu Yuye's hands. If Gu Yuye went to Princess Banjur, the latter would likely be shaken. Gu Fangchen's move was to let Princess Banjur find out that she would be transformed into fish and meat on Gu Yuye's chopping block once she turned her back. With Gu Yuye's character, going back on his word was nothing more than a matter of smooth sailing. In that case, she inevitably had the suspicion that the basket was empty. Gu Fangchen thought about it and then casually said, let's start with Lotus Temple. This Lotus Temple is one of the great branches of the Tulsi religion. The tutelary cult members in the temple were compelled by the people of the Way of Love to follow an evil path. By letting the plague loose, a large area of ordinary people kept contracting the disease while they performed the rescue, creating misery while being gratefully idolized and worshipped. For those of the tutelary church, the pursuit of suffering is their ultimate, and the return to the Pure Land is their lifelong quest. It's kind of a pain in the ass for them. Wu Hui lowered his head and said with awe, yes, the gate of the Jinbei King's mansion. In front of Gu Yuyi, a fat eunuch with a kind smile on his face said, what the saint means is that after 19 years, The court is so busy that the only time he has seen this bitter child is at the World Sun's Catch Week banquet. Now, this is quite an interesting situation, to the extent that even the Sage of War can't tell who is his own child, and the Holy Spirit wants to meet the World Sun before making a judgment. P.S. Recently there are a lot of things. The update is also relatively small, but thanks to the support of the readers of the Lords, this book has been successfully past all the recommendations of the new book period. About next week on the shelves, so tomorrow started 2 more. To be diligent up, degree nabla degree. There's a guaranteed 5-shift run on the shelves, and I'm asking for a month's worth of votes to support it. Chapter 39, The Sound of the Wind enters the Sword Pavilion. Yangon Emperor's reaction was within Gu Yuno's expectations. When Gu Fengchen was ostensibly still Gu Yuya's own son, Yangon Emperor hadn't seen this guy for 19 years. Before the Dantian meridians were destroyed, Emperor Yangon would still occasionally ask how his recent cultivation was and how his homework was going. After that, he didn't even bother to ask, and at most, when Gu Fengchen got into trouble, he painlessly held Gu Yuye accountable for more discipline. Now that the real Shitzi has just recognized him back, Gu Fengchen's identity is in doubt, and Emperor Yongan immediately wants to summon him. It's really not even an act. Yangon Emperor, this sentence interesting. I'm afraid that has been laughing half a day before sending Xiao Qiu over to pass the decree. This game was half lost from the beginning. If it wasn't for that Gu Fengchen, who was suddenly replaced by an unknown person, when had he, the soldier saint, ever suffered such a great loss? But, going to the palace is not an opportunity. The haze in Gu Yuye's eyes flickered away, and the fingers that were behind his back moved as he looked at the fat eunuch in front of him and calmly said, "It is naturally an honor for that rebellious son for his majesty to see him." The fat eunuch, who was as round as a Maitreya with a kind face. "It is the secretary of the pen, the big eunuch Xiao Qiu." Xiao Qiu sniffed and smiled. Listen to the tone of the prince. Also still recognize the son of the world. Think even if the son of the world is not the prince's bloodline, this more than 10 years of affection is also cannot be cut off. In the past, the world's son broke into a great trouble. I heard that the king did not scold. Just confinement for a few days. The saint often Saijan Bei royal family father and son love. How is it that you don't just have to immediately turn the other cheek and beat and kill that bitter child? He shook his head inside. I think it must have been a mistake to look at the crowd in that White Horse Temple. Xiao Qiu said this and suddenly gently patted his mouth. We are people without posterity, and we often yearn for this heavenly joy. If I am wrong, your highness do not mind. Gu Yuno narrowed his eyes and faintly said, Your Excellency is joking. If that rebellious son can remember the 19 years of the royal family's nurturing grace and not turn against him, this king would already thank God. His tone was decisive and austere. This king acts only on the facts. If that rebellious son has not been involved with the demon cult, what harm would it do for this king to keep him at home? But if he is really a tiger for the tiger, this king will not forgive him lightly. Gu Yuye's eyes were cold. Now not only did he fail to find evidence of Gu Fengchen's collusion with the demon cult, but instead, he let him turn the tables on him again. On the bright side, naturally, it can no longer be done easily. But Gu Yuye couldn't do it, and Gu Fengchen couldn't even more. He allowed himself to go back to square one, hamstringing Gu Yuno while limiting himself. Wei honors Confucianism. And the first principle is that the ruler is the subject of the ruler and the subject of the father is the subject of the father and the subject of the father is the subject of the subject of the father. In all things, there is a teacher's name. The matter of borrowing Ding Xingfeng's hand to kill one of his soldier puppets would not happen a second time as long as it was within the Imperial Sky City. Once Gu Fengchen could not hammer Gu Yuye conviction, the entire Wei officialdom, a small half of the immortal sect, and all the disciples of Yao Mountain Academy directly turned hostile. And the righteous route basically had nothing to do with him. How could it be? Shitzi's nature is not bad. He was only delayed by those poisons injuries alas. I really don't know who is so ruthless as to do this to a childish son. Xiao Qiu added. But your highness not we say, Wang Fei that is the first beauty on the rouge spectrum. How can there still be this kind of? Gu Yuno said in a cold voice. Your Excellency, be careful with your words. There must be a villain in this, wanting to confuse the public and do something to divide them. In my king's view, it is rather like a move of desperation under the devil's weak heart. This king is still investigating this matter with all his might by the decree of the saint, and I hope that the eunuch will not be clouded by the clouds. Otherwise, I'm afraid that there is a suspicion of being in the company of the devil. If the others were to be labeled by the king of Jinbei in such a righteous manner, I am afraid that they would all have to be scared out of their wits directly. But Xiao Qiu just said with a sad face, we also believe that the king's character, just heard that the princess's mother's family, seems to have heard the wind, made a fuss. The queen consort's maiden home, naturally, was Jiang'a, the first great clan of the 6th Chinese Wei, and the first of the world's sword paths. Gu Yuno took a deep breath. He so many years in addition to Ning Kaiyong not close to women, and Ning Kaiyong respect each other as guests. Is not because at the beginning of the Sword Pavilion made a promise of this life only Ning Kaiyong a person. Otherwise, how can a sentence of love at first sight convince the Sword Saint who petitioned to carry Ning Kaiyong for 120,000 miles to deliver the marriage? What Gu Fangchen really wanted to detonate with this move was the super nuclear bomb that was the Sword Saint. This is what Gu Yuyi really needs to take into account. Gu Yuno coldly said, "Windy rumors, when I find out who's behind this, the Sword Saint will naturally realize the truth." Xiao Qiu smiled and arched his hand. Then, may the king find out the truth sooner rather than later. Gu Yuye glanced at him and called for Gu Fangchen to come over. Although it was now close to midnight, Emperor Yangon naturally didn't have to consider other people's moods when he wanted to do something. Gu Fangchen soon hurriedly arrived, wearing clothes that were still newly changed, with a crooked neckline. Surprisingly, there was a distinct red teeth mark on his neck. Looking at the size of the teeth marks, it clearly belonged to a woman. Gu Yuye's gaze was cold as he looked Gu Fangchen up and down, and if he hadn't been certain that this person must have been replaced, he actually wouldn't have been able to find a break for a while. In this case, actually in the mood for a woman. If it wasn't that brainless dude, he really couldn't think of anyone else who would do such a ridiculous thing. However, Gu Yuno's expression quickly became a few degrees more somber. This was because the aura on Gu Fangchen's body belonged precisely to that Xiyin servant. Princess Prajna was actually able to do this for that holy relic? Gu Yuye's gaze flickered, and his heart became a few points more certain. Since this was the case, the holy relics in his hands would certainly be able to play a greater role. Gu Fangchen straightened his clothes and patted the dark bird-shaped pattern woven in gold silk on the fabric without changing his face, then playfully greeted him. "Eunuch Xiao, is it possible that my talent is so good that even the martial saint begged to take me as his disciple, that it has alarmed his holiness as well?" "Xiao Qiu, I've seen shamelessness. I've never seen such shamelessness." This famous dude of Huangtian City really did not change his character. He laughed. "Yes, His Holiness also has a few curiosities about this. It's just that the sage of martial arts is avoiding the world, so I don't think he's willing to face the sage, or else he would have to be invited along with him." Gu Fangchen grinned and turned his head to look at old man Ding's house graciously. "It's fine. As the martial saint's most beloved and only true disciple, if I go, it's the same as the martial saint going." A sneer came vaguely out of the night. The crowd could almost imagine the old man blaring, but with Ding Xingfeng's violent temper, he actually just grunted and didn't move. Xiao Qiu looked meaningfully at Gu Fangchen. It seemed that this was indeed the most beloved disciple of the martial saint. As he was about to leave, Xiao Qiu suddenly stumbled in his footsteps, tapped his head, and turned back with a smile. "Oh, yes, we almost forgot. The saint sympathizes with the king, afraid of the king, has specially asked the Sen Liuju, please the state master, to calculate a fortune. I'm sure that the matter of whether or not the world son is of the prince's bloodline will soon be finalized, so please relax. Your Highness." Gu Yuno. He watched expressionlessly as the two men rushed up into the sky and disappeared into streams of light. This misogynistic thing is still so good at grossing people out. Gu Yuye dismissed his subordinates, took a step out, and had already re-entered the White Horse Temple. He stood in front of that backyard, looking towards the presiding officer sweeping the ground in front of the door, and faintly said, "Please inform me. Gu Yuyi wants to see Princess Bonjour." 4. The matter of the lotus hide in the fetus. Chapter 40, The Sixth Prince. After Gu Fangchen left, the courtyard of the East Room has regained its calmness, but inside the Ear Room, Qing Jian, who was soaking in the bathtub, was still in a daze. She is the High-End servant, the being who is responsible for listening to the calamities and sufferings of the world and guiding the congregation. Aside from serving Princess Bonjour, one would not take the initiative to help divert someone's pain on a normal day. However, Qing Jian arrived at today's level of cultivation in just 16 years. This is because the gift of the Hierophant servant is that as long as he hears the heavenly sound of suffering that rings out in the void, he can empathize with the pain and transform the sorrows of heaven and earth into his own body. It's a gift and a curse, unlike other congregations who believe in the Mother of Buddha only when they are bent on the path. Servant Xian's gift is innate. It was like the lotus flower that bloomed more and more demonically in her eyes. Therefore, when the tutelary church was preaching around, it would take care to keep an eye out for any children who were inexplicably ulcerated or seriously injured all over their bodies, and then bring them back to the church to be raised. If they had not been adopted by the Dhritarashtra, most of these High-End attendants would have lived less than a year and died outright. This horrible appearance will only be discarded as a strange disease. Qing Jian lowered her head and raised her hand. Without the cover of bandages, her ugly body was exposed to the air, covered with countless hideous scars that covered each other in an unknown number of layers. Droplets of water slid down her body, bringing down a trail of blood into the already murky water. Those additional 108 bloody holes seemed to still have that pain that went deep into the soul. That one devil-quelling nail, pushed into the flesh and blood by Gu Fangchun little by little, breaking through the obstacles, as if it was nailed on her by Gu Fangchun's own hand. When he thought about the experience he had just had, Qing Jian couldn't help but intensify his breathing, his nostrils opening and closing. This feeling, it's very different. The pain brought on by the heavenly voice was a macroscopic pain. The tiny sufferings of countless people layered together to form that great pain. More like a constant dull ache. And the pain he had just received from Gu Fangchun was sharp, intense, and swift. Terrible sharp pains that instantly chiseled through the body and were forced beyond bearing. It made her a hallowed 4th grade divine Tao cultivator, unable to control herself for a split second. But the magnitude of this pain caused her original cultivation level of the 4th rank to actually loosen. Qing Jian's body involuntarily trembled, and the water of the tub rippled in a dense circle. She was surprisingly a little scared, but more than that, it was a hidden anticipation. This guy seems to say that the gong method he cultivates involves a total of 5 refinements of the physical body and spirit. Qing Jian's eyes were mesmerized and licked his lips, and in the dim light, the demeanor of his long dark hair covering his face surprisingly showed a bit of sultriness. That means 4 more times at the same level of pain. She already had a vague feeling that she was going to break through. As long as she did it again, she would definitely be able to break through directly to the 3rd grade. Besides, this guy is in a position where he could be injured quite a bit in the future for sure. Qing Jian got out of the tub and wrapped a bandage around himself in a circle. She stood in front of the bronze mirror and reached out to touch her own face in the mirror in vain. Her expression inexplicable. If one only looked at the vague outline, an onlooker must have thought that it was the body of a beautiful young girl. What would she have been like if she had not been a high-end servant? If she had been a healthy, self-contained, ordinary person, who was only 16 years old this year? For years, she was afraid to look in the mirror. Even more so, he didn't dare to see Princess Banjur's stunningly beautiful and flawless face. She was afraid that one day she would see jealousy in her own eyes, and see even more terrible feelings. So, she had been secretly searching for the Jade Refining Pill. The Jade Refining Pill was a 2nd grade elixir that had long been lost, and was only recorded in some of the remnants of the ancient show's writings from 2,000 years ago. You can live and die. Flesh and bones. In the earlier ancient times, the Jade Refining Pill had another name, the Elixir of Immortality. However, in reality, the Jade Refining Pill does not cause one to live forever. Its effect is merely to regenerate one's flesh and blood almost indefinitely. Instead, this regeneration came at the cost of consuming qi and blood. Within a short period of time of taking the elixir, one can indeed turn gray hair into green silk and return to youth. However, when the qi and blood were exhausted and the insides were hollowed out, the Jade Refining Pill would begin to proliferate those aging flesh and blood, and the final end would be to turn into a lump of flesh like withered wood. It had caused countless bloody storms, and after later generations realized its true effects, they renamed it Jade Refining Pill to avoid causing another tragedy. Then later on, the Jade Refining Pill was treated as a forbidden medicine and lost in the river of history. However, the side effects of the Jade Refinement Pill would amount to almost nothing for the Hierophant servant. With the blessing of the Buddha Mother, servant Shi Yin's physical body was able to produce qi and blood in a constant stream. The suffering from the heavenly voice, on the other hand, just offsets the infinite regeneration of the Jade Refining Pill. For Qing Jian, this is the hope of becoming normal again. However, she also understood that to find such a 2nd grade Dan formula that had been lost for thousands of years could be said to be nothing more than a vain hope. It was just that little bit of reluctance in her that kept her going. Even though, I'm afraid that such a move would be no different from apostasy in the eyes of some of the higher-ups of the Toma sect. Until the dude who hadn't even been in her sights at first had plucked the little false hope she had in her heart out of the sky and placed it in her hands. Gu Fangchun, Qing Jian murmured, obscurity in his lotus pupils, and bit his lip. If the Jade Refining Pill formula is true, she didn't continue, and after a long silence, she put on her cloak and walked out. The Imperial Sky City is huge. It is divided into 3 parts, the outer city, the inner city and the Imperial City. The Jinbei King's mansion was located right in the middle of the inner city, and it was also the residence of all kinds of heavenly dignitaries and dignitaries. So basically, if a brick was smashed down, it could hit 3 officials of the 5th rank or above. And in the outer city, it's just some ordinary people. The Imperial City, naturally, was the real residence of the Emperor, and the Purple Pole Hall at the very center was the office of the Yangon Emperor. Whether it's going to court or holding a palace banquet, it wasn't the first time Gu Fangchun had come to the palace. Emperor Yangon didn't like to see this dude, but Gu Fangchun often entered the palace, because the Empress and Ning Kaiyong had a good relationship. The former once commented that Ning Kaiyong was as compassionate as I am, and often summoned Ning Kaiyong into the palace to chat with her. Ning Kaiyong, on the other hand, would take Gu Fangchen with her. However, it was only limited to Gu Fangchuan's childhood, and ever since his dantian was broken, Ning Kaiyong blamed herself so much that she abandoned almost all social activities in order to take care of him. The Empress doesn't come around often enough here either. Of course, for player Gu Fangchen, this palace is even more familiar, simply like home. After all, in the last ending, he was the one who directly overthrew the reign of Emperor Yangon and started a new era. Though at the cost of the characters he manipulates actively sacrificing themselves. Gu Fangchen followed Xiao Qiu, and from a distance, she saw an aggressive teenager in a blue power suit walking over with a cold face. He raised an eyebrow. Isn't this the sixth prince? An old acquaintance. P.S. Catching up. Second shift. Post first. Change later. Refresh if there are discrepancies. Chapter 41, You don't believe me when I say I'm a genius, 2 and 1. Emperor Yongan had 8 sons and 4 daughters so far, adding up to 12 children, although he lived a ridiculously long time, but on the contrary did not give birth to a bunch of children out of just 12 offspring. In the successive generations of the number of royal heirs is also considered to be less. On the one hand, Emperor Yongan practiced the art of longevity, which required a certain degree of purity and neutrality and equanimity to be maintained for a long time. On the other hand, most of the emperor's need for an heir was for the stability of the kingdom, so that the Great Wei would be able to have a successor in the event of his own unexpected death. But this, for Emperor Yangon, was not necessary at all. No one will doubt that the Yangon emperor can live longer than anyone. Even if the crown prince dies, then the number of children means nothing to him. Even instead, the fewer the better. And because of this, the age difference between the royals is at a mind-boggling level. Nowadays, the oldest grand prince, Shao Province, also known as the Crown Prince, was already 150 years old, and the youngest, 8th Prince Shao Xian, is surprisingly less than a week old. The prince is enough to be the 8th Prince's Mrs. grandfather, and the 6th Prince, Shao Yi, was only 16 years old. To Gu Fangchen, the 6th Prince was an acquaintance, but not of him, but of the original body. Inside the 8 imperial sons, the ones with the most drama are the oldest Shao Province and the oldest Shao Trial, and the other ones, in the game, are basically background plates on the same level as Gu Fangchen. The first and foremost task of being a prince during the Yangon years of Wei is to hurry up and lie down. Taking over the first wife? Who have you ever taken over? The elder brother on top. The crown prince was 150 years old, the emperor was 170 years old, and the 2 old demons had been fighting for more than 100 years, during which time there had been treachery, and just taking one incident out could make people sweat coldly. With these 2 up there, one would have to tremble just to meet with them for fear of being taken for someone with an agenda. However, the 3rd prince, because of the worship of the Galan Temple monk, and deeply Galan Temple master of the true tradition, vaguely established as the wind of the Buddha's son. Instead, Emperor Yangon admired him and often called him back to discuss Buddhism. The crown prince did not react to this on the surface, but only praised this younger brother for being quite Buddhist, and what was actually in his mind was naturally unknown to anyone. 6th Prince Shaoi at this age can be called milky, character also has no city, naturally can only be a background plate. However, his biological mother is the imperial consort. His sister is the most Yangon emperor's favor, in charge of the White Dragon Army and Guyuyi Division, was named Princess Xiaoying Good God of the Army, so he's kind of the most visible one within a couple backdrops. It was reasonable to say that with such an illustrious background, it would be quite normal for him to be forcibly put on a cart to seize the throne. But nay, his sister was too dazzling. Among the imperial sons, the oldest and the oldest 3 are the ones with the most drama, while among the imperial daughters, it is Xiaoyinghao who reigns supreme. When the fight came down to it, it was actually these 3 guys fighting. In the normal ending, Hearts and Minds, the route the player chooses is to support one of the royal heirs and help him/her ascend to the throne, getting the credit for being a slave to the dragon. The 3 with the highest win rate are these 3, and the others are some kind of stinkers, all nifty just starting out and getting straight G8 from the opposite side of the table. If you support the 6th prince, you will be able to get good support from Xiaoying in the early stages, but at a later stage, the shortcomings of Xiaoyi's city mind will become more and more obvious. Repeated decision-making mistakes. The power will gradually favor Xiaoying Good. In the end, Xiaoyi ascended to the throne in less than 3 days, was put under house arrest by Xiaoying Well. The player's henchman basically fell down. There is no way to play. Of course, players can also turn midway and choose to take advantage of the chaos to make themselves king, and then inherit the fate of the country and establish their own dynasty, and likewise reach the Hearts and Minds ending. But then that would just be entering the next cycle after all. The ending will end by suggesting that the real turmoil is just now beginning. and that the new dynasty that the player has pushed to establish will not last 10 years before it collapses, and the whole of Wei will fall apart and the world will be in turmoil from that point on. For the original one, Gu Fangchen, he certainly couldn't see that far. The sixth Prince Xiaoyi, to him, would be nothing more than a stupid, bleep dash, who would only listen to Gu Rinrin and go against himself. Gu Fangchen was rampant in Huantian City, so naturally he had a bunch of fawning minions and horsemen, as well as the children of the nobles who couldn't stand the fact that he was acting rampantly. Xiaoyi is one of the most representative of them. Xiaoyi practiced martial arts and had a good talent, although not as good as Gu Rinxian, but now he also had an 8th grade cultivation, and with his cultivation speed, his upper limit should be at the 5th grade Dan Xin realm. Don't underestimate these 5 grades for martial arts cultivators. 5 grades is a grandmaster. The prince had spent 150 years and countless manpower and resources, but in the end, he still couldn't cross this hurdle because the 5th grade of the martial arts path was the true immortal mundane boundary. If you don't enter the sovereign, you will be nothing more than a mortal for the rest of your life. If Xiaoyi has a heart for the throne, he should take advantage of this talent to join the White Dragon Army, go into battle and kill the enemy, and make more military achievements. But Xiaoyi did not have this mind. He studied under the fast sword Yen Hui, most aspire to be a knight-errant, not interested in the government, and in the city of Imperial Heaven. There happens to be a perfect match for being chivalrous. That was the Prince of Jinbei, Gu Fangchen. Every time Gu Fangchen wants to bully a man or a woman, that designated Xiaoyi radar beeps and is about to go out. 2 people on the family history. Certainly is Xiaoyi as a prince higher on ahead, but Gu Fangchen simply do not care. Launched crazy to the prince also liked to fight. Although he didn't have cultivation, he had a self-defense magic weapon given by his mother. He hit the other side does not hurt, but the other side cannot break his defense. The final effect is often evolved into the fists and feet of the city brawl. The two are kind of going back and forth, the crouching dragon and the phoenix. At this moment, as soon as Xiaoyi heard that his father was going to summon Gu Fangchen, he immediately hoofed it in hot pursuit to intercept him. Gu *******. Xiaoyi was furious and came up to look angrily at Gu Fangchen, pointing her nose and cursing. I've always known you to be despicable and shameless with no bottom line. But I never thought that you would even do something like colluding with the devil cult in order to take over the magpie's nest. His Highness and the Crown Princess have treated you well, and you're actually beneficent enough to say that you're an insult to. Gu Fangchen good-naturedly raised his hand and pulled out his ear with his little thumb, playfully. Dumbass Xiao, I advise you to be more careful with your words. Don't listen to the wind as rain. You have to be responsible for saying some random things. It wasn't that he wanted to directly call a prince a stupid ass inside the palace. What he restores is the level of arrogance of the original. Gu Fangchen, even if so dry, Yangon Emperor will only not lightly say 2 sentences to let him go back to face the wall. For many years, let him talk and do things are simply not brain. A full illustration of what it means to run amok. Xiaoyi froze at his words, then became furious. Father summoned you, naturally, to condemn you. You're nothing more than a guilty plebeian now, and you actually dare to call me a stupid ass. Do you think you're still the son of the king of Jinbei? You don't know what you're doing. Right now it had been rumored all over the Imperial Heavenly City that Gu Fangchen was not born to the king and princess of Jinbei, but was a wild child born to a horseman who had been replaced by a demonic sect. Moreover, Gu Fangchen was also aware of the switching of the bag early on, and later was even more involved in the concealment. It was because he colluded with the demonic cult that the real Seiji was left in exile for 19 years. But fortunately, the true son of the world is not helped but straightened. Surprisingly, not only was admired as a scholar, but also accepted by the sages as a true disciple. This is so inspirational that I wonder how many schoolchildren are role models. In contrast, Gu Fangchen, who took up all the resources of the royal family but still did not seek advancement, was even more annoying. Xiaoyi had been in the same situation with Gu Fangdust in the past, and now that the other party's identity had been revealed, he still did not know how to repent in fear, and he hurled insults at himself, which directly made him angry. He drew the sword at his waist with a miso. I'll teach you a good lesson. Without the royal consort's shelter today, let's see how you can still fight with me? Xiaoyi's greatest wish in his life is to be as dashing a ranger as his own master, to enjoy the rivers and lakes, and to ride on the feuds. But just because of Gu Fangchen's magic weapon, the first time the chivalrous teenager suffered a big loss, directly in front of his beloved Tafala but squat. This ass fell straight through his dream of a jungle. Later on, he even fought Gu Fangchen many times and rolled all over the street, grimy and without any manners. It could be said that it was Gu Fangchen who ruined his biggest dream. No less than a life and death feud. Xiaoyi came this time, naturally, to take advantage of the conviction before taking a step to take revenge. Otherwise, once the charge of colluding with the demonic cult and replacing the world's sun is established, and the father and emperor are alarmed, Gu Fengsuan will definitely have a direct death sentence that is not negotiable. It was also because Gu Fengchen's offense was too heavy this time that Xiaoyi dared to make a direct move. Anyway, he was just out for a while, and his father was good-tempered, and had always been more than tolerant of him, saying that he was childishly redoubtable, and that his heart was praiseworthy. This time he punishes evil and good. To Gu Fengchen such hands, the father emperor must also not blame, at most reprimand a few sentences. Xiaoyi thought about what his handlers had said to him and puffed out his chest, becoming more righteous. The sword in his hand was a good sword, coming from the sword pavilion's 1,000 works furnace. It could sharpen iron like mud, and it was simply too big to use against a waste like Gu Fengchen, who didn't even have any cultivation. In the past, it was Gu Fengchen's magic weapon that protected him. Now, watch what he does. Xiao Yi's heart was full of vigor, and after pulling a sword flower, he stabbed extremely quickly towards Gu Fengchen's eyes. The teenager said with great pleasure in his heart, "This sword will teach you that you have eyes but no eyes." What a good person the Wang Fei was. Even he envied Gu Fengchen for having such a mother. But it turned out that Gu Fengchen had abandoned it as if it were a piece of cake, and had even gone so far as to take over the magpie's nest, separating the real pair of mothers and children from enjoying the joys of heavenly bliss. It is really hateful. Xiao Yi's 8th grade harmonious body realm martial arts cultivation had long ago achieved flesh, sinew, and bone integration, and was able to control every part of his flesh and blood freely. Skin responds to flesh, flesh responds to sinew, sinew responds to bone, and bone responds to intention. The sword is in harmony with the hand is in harmony with the eye is in harmony with the heart, and the heart is in harmony with God. To realize that God follows, and any weapon in the hand is like an arm in the hand, is the 8th grade of the muddy body realm. This sword of Xiao Yi's, excluding some of the frills, was the peak of an 8th grade martial artist in terms of power. This sword stab was enough to pierce through gold and crack rocks. This 6th prince, who had been raised in a dignified manner since childhood, had never really fought with anyone, and some of the 6th and 7th grade martial arts cultivators who had fought with him in the past days had collected their force to feed their moves. In the past, he and Gu Fengchen had gone back and forth, and he hadn't seen any injuries to the other party, but instead, he had depressed himself. This led to the fact that he had no understanding of his own strength at all. He was self-conscious that this sword was no big deal. At most it would blind Gu Fengchen in one eye, but in reality, if this sword really falls into place, if Gu Fengchen was really just an ordinary person with no cultivation, his entire head would have to explode straight away. Xiao Qiu, who was respectfully saluting next to him, had a flash of light in his eyes and was about to strike when he suddenly gave a start, then stared at his eyes, which were often squeezed into a slit by his fat. Pop, crisp and clear. Gu Fengchen raised her hand, and with 2 fingers, she clamped down on Xiao Yi's stabbing sword blade. Xiao Yi froze, then revealed an incredulous expression. How is this possible? Gu Fengchen blew out a breath, and one of the hairs that landed on that sword's blade was immediately blown and snapped in two, floating away from the snowy blade. He raised his eyes and looked at the 6th prince with a smile. I've told you not to listen to the wind. You see, running over here to lecture me without knowing anything is the only way to end up with this punch in the face. Xiao Yi stared at the sword dead on, feeling like he was practically dreaming. He is absolutely not going to believe the matter that Gu Fengchen has a cultivation level, and is still desperately trying to find traces of launching a magic weapon on Gu Fengchen's body. But no, not a trace. Xiao Yi saw Gu Fengchen from his head to his feet, and then from his feet to his head, and didn't even realize that he was carrying a magic weapon. Gu Fengchen's fingers, however, had actually clamped down on his sword. Xiao Yi's face reddened and she made a strong effort to go further, but Gu Fengchen's fingers did not move at all. That tremendous force, it was like the past days against the guest ministers of the 7th rank in the family. 7 pints? Xiao Yi suddenly realized something and felt a wave of dizziness. No way. Absolutely no way. He exclaimed. Evil Kung Fu. You must have practiced some devilish evil Kung Fu. Eunuch Xiao, take him down. Gu Fandan. This melon child, as usual, has no heart, but his intuition is frighteningly accurate. He sighed, saying that you're an ass is really an ass. If I were really colluding with the demon cult, how could His Holiness let me waltz in here like this? The 6th prince gritted his teeth. Then what else do you think Father could be looking for you for? It's because my supreme martial talent has finally been discovered by the martial saint, and he's accepted me as his disciple. Xiao Yi was silent for a long time and suddenly laughed out loud. Even if you're dying, you're not going to tell me a joke like that, are you? Gu Fengchen smiled at him, her fingers moving in a single motion. Xiao Yi's laughter gradually stopped, gradually turning into an expression of disillusionment. Eunuch Xiao, this is true? Xiao Qiu nodded. Xiao Yi still tried to struggle. His face twisted as he instilled his aura and still tried to stab forward. Gu Fangchen staggered 2 fingers with force, and the blade broke with a click and fell to the ground. Xiao Yi's gaze froze. Eunuch Xiao also opened his mouth. Gu Fangchen patted his shoulder and walked over. I've told you I'm a genius and you still don't believe me. Gu Yuno's heart sank as he stepped into the courtyard. The people who ambushed the 6th prince should have already made their move. P.S. Failure of diligence, on my knees. Post first and change later. Refresh if anything is wrong. Chapter 42 The Lotus in the Fetus. Gu Yuya had planted a secret agent beside the 6th prince 3 years ago, and had been lurking in the prince's residence as a staff member. Over the past 3 years, this dark son had gradually gained the 6th prince's trust, becoming one of several of his closest subordinates. Every single undercover agent that Gu Yuya could utilize in his hands today had been cultivated with extreme care, ensuring loyalty and absolute innocence of background. Being able to get to the point where it's usable is a testament to the amount of work that went into it. Once activated, Gu Yuno would have to make sure that the Dark Sun could be utilized to its fullest potential. Originally, the 6th Prince Xiaoyi such an important role, the Dark Sun planted down by his side, naturally should be used at a more critical time. In all likelihood, it will be the key to flipping a certain game. But now, he had to expose this Dark Sun in advance in order to deal with Gu Fangchen. Doing it within the Imperial City, this Dark Sun was equivalent to directly blowing itself up. For Gu Yuyi, spending years of hard work to go down the drain, just to solve Gu Fangchen this variable, is really not worth the loss. But then again, he had to. If it was only the Gu Fangchen that was originally there, even if it became a variable, Gu Yuya felt as if it was not enough to fear. It was an outcast that he had molded with his own hands, and there was no one who knew how to destroy Gu Fangchen better than he did. But it was only after the succession of accidents that Gu Yuno's habitual blind confidence was shattered and his mind shifted. Gu Yuya's 19 years of complete control and suppression of Gu Fangchen had shaped Gu Fangchen's psychological cage. But how could it not be Gu Yuya's own psychological cage? He made too many mistakes because of inertia. It wasn't until not too long ago that he finally realized that it wasn't the discard that stood across from him anymore, but another chess player. It's really rare for the king not to go and take care of his own family's affairs but to come and take care of the holy relics of my Duomo cult. Behind the white curtain, Princess Banjur's lazy and cold female voice could not be heard to change an emotion. Family matters are important, but for the sake of the world's life, they can also be put aside for a while. Gu Yi stood with his hands in the air and slowly opened his mouth. Since 500 years ago, the 6th generation of the holy maiden of the tutelary sect, Kong Zhao, rebelled due to the compulsion of the demonic sect The Way of Life and took away the lotus in the fetus collection. The whereabouts of this legendary holy relic capable of cleansing and cutting down the bones of the root has always been unknown, resulting in the tutelary sect being in decline. The tutelary mother sect was in decline and nearly fell into ruin. According to the tutelary mother cult, the peacock tutelary mother's fruition is the highest in the world, far above Sakyamuni. Sakyamuni, who remembered his kindness and volunteered to serve under the seat of the Mother Buddha of the world of destruction to manifest the suffering of the world. Is that heavenly drumming sound ruler? The so-called lotus in the fetus is none other than a treasured lotus flower manifested by the great merit of the Buddha mother at the time of her birth of Rudra. And it is Sakyamuni whom the Garland Monastery believes in and honors as the Buddha, naturally denouncing the doctrine of the Dharma sect as a slur. And the dispute over the Buddhist Taoist lineage came about as a result of this. Princess Prajna faintly said, "These things, everyone knows." It's hard to believe that the king of Jinbei talks about the world's life, but actually comes to me to nag me? As she was the holy maiden of the Mother Tolerance sect, how could she not know what Gu Yuya had said? To her, it's no different than nagging. Princess Bonjour could not help but frown. Simply pulling the wool over the eyes was not the style of the soldier saint. Her heart sank. The more Gu Yuno was like this, on the contrary, the more it showed that he was sure of what was to come, or about the lotus in the fetus thing. What Princess Banjur said is not wrong, and this matter is indeed considered a family affair. Gu Yuno smiled and continued. After Kong Zhao took away the lotus in the fetus collection, due to the bloodline and its reintegration, she eventually came to her senses, but it was already too late. In order to preserve the holy relics, she could only choose to commit suicide and re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. The smile on the Jinbei king's face was rather bizarre as he whispered in a single word. The reincarnation of the 6th generation virgin of the tutelary mother sect, the only remaining lineage of the peacock branch. It happens to be the youngest daughter, Gu Renqian. Gu Fangchen crossed over Xiaoyi and walked towards the palace. However, this 6th prince, who had been working against him for more than 10 years, obviously still couldn't accept such a reality and froze in place for a moment before dropping his sword and chasing after him. The sword he had thrown on the ground flashed vaguely in the shape of a cross, then disappeared. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiaoyi jumped up and down, her eyes wide. Are you hiding spells on your body that I can't see? Despicable. Shameless. Gu Fanchen's footsteps did not stop as she faintly said, then you're not despicable and shameless when you take a 6th rank sword and strike out at an innocent man who has no cultivation and is unarmed in your eyes? That sword had the strength of a 6th rank, and if it was in the hands of a normal 8th ranked martial artist, it would be a slice and dice against anyone below the 7th rank. However, Xiaoyi was not a good student of the art and made fancy strikes, following the sword manual exactly. It could be said that it was a real game like NPC's fixed moves, and Gu Fangchen could see the cracks at a glance. Of course, this is not without conditions. If it was the kind of physical quality he used to have, even if he could see it, he wouldn't be able to make a move at all. However, this body of his now, in terms of physical strength, was already at the peak of the 7th grade, and with his rich experience in backboarding, Xiaoyi's level was just like a child's fight. This was the first time Gu Fangchen had struck out with his own strength, and he was satisfied with the results. At least it proves that the same combat experience in the game can be applied to reality. For example, just by the move that Xiaoyi made, he could immediately react to which move and style of which sword manual it was from, and could even say on which page it was on. Basically, it's similar to Wang Yuyan. At the same time, Gu Fangchen had just discovered that someone had set up a teleportation coordinate on top of that sword. That teleportation coordinate hit him as he touched the sword. This belongs to the art of measuring. That is to say, it is the people of the devil's religion who are behind the scene. Needless to think, this must be one of the demonic sects that Gu Yuna was in contact with. Xiaoyi reddened, then reacted with a strained neck. I'm despicable? You dare to say that you have no collusion with the devil cult? Gu Fanchen's face did not change. Naturally no. How could he have colluded with the devil's sect? He is now one of the bosses of the devil cult. Can this be called collusion? That devil cult are all under him. Xiaoyi was dumbfounded when she saw his righteousness and thought about what he had just said. Originally, he had also gotten carried away on impulse, and now that he realized that things were not right, he naturally found out what the problem was very quickly. If it's really like what Gu Fangchen said, then he just went down with this sword. Wouldn't that be a big mistake? He eyed Xiao Chou, who shook his head and helplessly explained. This matter is a long story. Your Highness might as well listen to our family slowly afterward. His Holiness is still waiting for His Highness the World Sun at the Purple Extreme Hall. Maru Spice. As soon as Xiaoyi heard his words, she knew that things were getting big. Xiao Chou actually called Gu Fangchen Son of the World, which meant that not only had he not been convicted, he hadn't even been stripped of his identity. P.S. Dinner ordered a bowl of slightly spicy rice noodles, but I did not expect that it is actually Jiangxi's slightly spicy. Has been scurrying to the present, a little deflated. Chapter 43, come up here and let me take a look. Xiao Chou looked at Xiaoyi, who was as lost as a mother, and then said, Sixth Highness, please wait here with us. The matter of the party will be decided after His Majesty has seen the world sun. This time not only didn't give Gu Fangchen a lesson, but also took himself in. Xiaoyi was like a wilted cabbage and immediately lost his vigor, but he was still puzzled in his heart. On what grounds? Obviously a few days ago said in the courtroom. Have been on the spot inspection. The scholar Zhang Yuan Dao is the Jinbei king's own son, and even Gu Fanchen's biological father has already been found and tortured, so how could it be that after 3 days, Gu Fangchen hasn't been convicted yet? Abominable. Xiaoyi glared at Gu Fanchen's back. This is surely another conspiracy of the devil's cult, actually even as wise as he has fallen. The devil's cult is really not to be underestimated. Xiao Chou clapped his hands, and immediately some blood-clothed guards in dark red power suits flashed out of the shadows, putting away the broken swords on the ground after carefully inspecting them. This kind-faced grand eunuch looked towards Gu Fanchen's back, his eyes flickering, but in one night, from a wastrel straight into the 7th grade. This His Highness, the World Prince, is hiding really deep. Gu Fangchen raised his head. The large purple extreme hall loomed so large that he couldn't see the end of it when he tilted his head, and it was even more shocking than the images in the game. There are many wondrous buildings in the Great Way, of which the 3 main citadels are the most famous: the Sheltering the Emperor's Sky, Ghost Axe and Golden Scale, and Divine Workers Pontoon, the Imperial Heavenly City in the Central Plains, which symbolizes the pinnacle of Wei's power, the Golden Scale City, which guards the borders of northern Shuo, and the Floating Buttress City, which establishes the land of Buddha in the southern part of the country. Golden Scale City was where Gu Yuye's Xin Huang army was stationed, with Gu flags planted all over the city, and it was also the territory that was truly under his complete control. Butuan City, on the other hand, is an earthly Buddhist country built by the Galan Temple, with a total of 480 temples in the city, and a 100-foot statue of the giant Buddha, with its eyes downcast, looking down on all the people in the world. These 3 cities are the favorite places for players to hit up and take pictures. Of course, It's not normally difficult to reach the best scenic hit points inside these 3 cities, but that's okay. SL Dama Invincible Mouth and Teeth. While there are only 3 archive bits in this tie game, and the main cheaters are cautious, the average casual gamer doesn't have that trouble. Thinking of those players ting on the roof of the Purple Extreme Hall, well, Gu Fengchuan thought about all the saddest things in his life before he could hold back from laughing. Ahem. He coughed twice and picked up the steps, walking inside the Purple Extreme Hall under the watchful eyes of the forbidden guards. The Purple Pole Hall was large, but it was also very empty. Usually at the court, standing full of civil and military officials on the Great Hall, now empty, drop a needle can be heard, seen silent, morose and depressing. Raising his eyes, he could only see that at the end of the steps, the black embroidered gold dragon patterned long streamers that cascaded down, behind the faint outline of the tall dragon chair, and even the Yangon Emperor's silhouette could not be seen. Gu Fengchuan took a deep breath. Only he knew that what he was going to face next was the final big boss of the entire game. Here and now. It was only shortly before he crossed over that he had just defeated him and watched with his own eyes as he laughed and flew away into a wisp of robbed ash in the dusty world. Xiao Ding, the Yangon Emperor, who has held the highest authority in Wei for 170 years. Or, should I call him, Lord of the Hangshang Dao, Emperor of the beginning of the ancients. That's right, Emperor Xiao Ding of Yangon is the master of the Hangshang Dao, one of the 10 upper paths of the Devil Sect. The reason most players can't beat the true ending is that they fail to reveal the identity of this true final boss. Whether it was killing the Yangon Emperor Xiao Ding or killing the Hangshang Taoist Master Mutual, it was only killing one of his identities. Moreover, under these 2 identities, Xiao Ding had another hidden identity. Without being able to dig out this identity, it's useless for the player to try as hard as they can. Which is why Gu Fengchuan asserted that the other endings were false endings when he finally sent out the video guide. Only, 6 Dusts to Truth, is the only true ending. In the history of Mirror in the Dust, there have been 5 dynasties that have ruled the Central Plains since the beginning of recorded history. Zhou, Qi, Xia, Ning and Wei. Gu Fengchuan combed through a large number of clues and combined them with the 5 previous endings before realizing that the founding emperor and the last emperor of each dynasty were actually the same person. Likewise, it includes the Great Wei. 1300 years ago, the founding emperor who entered into a covenant with the Confucian sage and established the Great Way in a spirited manner was the same person as the Yangon emperor, who now clings to power and refuses to let go. The dim king who started the chaotic world is also the human emperor who ended it. Dynasties change over and over again. Good and evil fight over and over again, rising and falling, but always still behind bars in the palm of one's hand. This is Hong Chang. Gu Fengchuan could still clearly remember the shock of arranging all the clues in order and finally coming to such a conclusion. That one moment of scalp numbness was still fresh in his mind. This was one of the reasons why he still felt uneasy after reaching the ending. He always felt that even with the ending of 6 Dusts returning to the truth, it still seemed like something was missing. Can the new order he has created really be free of such a shadow? The one that came back as the main character. Is it really still the main character? Previously, all the players including Gu Fengchuan thought that Emperor Yangon was just an emperor who was good at playing with power, concentrating on the balance between the imperial forces, while his own achievements were lackluster. To be able to sit on the throne, it all depends on the national luck to add and their own power tactics, so that all the forces between each other checks and balances. But precisely because of the excessive pursuit of power, Yangon Emperor may even appear to be a bit dim and weak at some times. For example, in order to elevate the status of the Goddess of Mercy sect so that it could compete with the Garland Monastery, he once took a bath and burned incense as a sign of respect, and it was only then that the popular opinion of the Goddess of Mercy sect was gradually reversed. Players mostly scoffed at the Winged Emperor as well. Among the first few endings, killing the Yangon Emperor wasn't a difficult task, and it didn't take long for his head to fall off as soon as the situation started to get chaotic. As a result, Gu Fengchuan realized later that this girl is a big onion. The vest peels off one layer and then another. Gu Fengchuan's memory flashed back for a moment, squeezing her already somewhat sweaty palms and stepping forward. He hesitated, thinking it was better to save his life, and was about to fall to his knees. The Yangon Emperor's rakish voice, however, suddenly came from behind the curtain made of long streamers, echoing in the empty Purple Extreme Hall, almost distorted. Come up here and show me. What are you looking at? Gu Fengchuan froze and walked to the front of the steps, not hearing Emperor Yong'an speak, so he stiffly continued to walk up, until he came to stand in front of the heavy black long streamer. It would be rude to go any further. Doubt bubbled up in his mind as he stood still, feeling the eyes behind the long streamer silently surveying him. Without talking about his identity or Gu Yuno, what does Emperor Yangon want? Wait. Gu Fengchuan's mind suddenly flashed through a secret story about Lord Hangchang Dao that could only be considered as gossip. The Lord of the Hangshang Dao represents the unchanging, so there should be no offspring, but the unchanging was once broken because of a debate. It should be noted that this secret belonged to Lord Hangshang Dao, not to Emperor Yongnan, and in the whole game, there's only one. The meaning of this gossip is that the Lord of Hangshang Dao had a descendant, but then disappeared. Gu Fangchen was a bit odd in her heart. He thought about where the original body came from. This guy was managed to be switched by the devil's cult, and that horseman is also from the devil's cult. Is it possible that the gossip? It's him, isn't it? Chapter 44, Stealing the Sky and Changing the Sun. It's bad. The final big boss is my dad? Gu Fangchuan twitched the corners of his mouth, thinking that he might be the descendant of Lord Hangshang Dao, but it should be unlikely that he is the descendant of Lord Hangshang Dao. Although he could be said to know all about the plots that players had access to in Mirror in the Dust, Gu Fangchen was not sure about this matter. After all, originally that Gu Fangchen died directly before the plot started. There is still only one secret story left behind by the Lord of Hangshang Dao, and there are no texts that can testify against each other. Gu Fangchen could only say that there was this possibility, but there was more information in it that contradicted his perceptions. First and foremost, if he was really the descendant of the Lord of Hangshang Dao, why did Emperor Yangon give the child to Gu Yuno and let him waste it and even die in the end? Lord Hangshang Dao, the third player knowable first-grade divine Dao practitioner in the game. The other two. One was the Yaoshan Confucian sage who had established half of the Jiangshan mountain, and the other was the former sword sage who had sat down in the flesh at Tianmen mountain. These three characters, along with the player himself who reaches full level after the ending, are the only four that can be counted as alive inside the game in the first-grade Vanguard realm. The ancient realm, as the name suggests, means that it will not be worn out for ages, as if heaven and earth are constant. At this realm, one was almost immortal, and any living Vanguard realm was an almost crushing existence for other cultivators. Wei had the Confucian sage on the bright side, so it was able to stand for more than 300 years despite such internal and external troubles. However, later on, in the midst of the Yaoshan Academy's subplot, if one were to take the all demons descending to mortality route, one would have killed this Confucian sage in an unimaginable way, in disguise. This is what caused Wei to really fall into chaos and had to be supported by Su Negative. It proved that the Vanguard realm was not insurmountable, and that manpower could still overcome the heavens. Generally speaking, however, a divine Dao first grade was invincible, because at this realm, one was already able to interfere with the timeline. The Star Sovereign of the Six Divisions relied on splitting his own karma and plunging himself into the cycle of reincarnation, and could only be considered to have barely mastered the means of interfering with the timeline, but it can only be done by anchoring the past and mastering the present. As for the divine Dao first grade, this was a matter of a single thought, and their essence no longer existed in the present moment, but had ascended to a higher dimension. Emperor Yangon is equivalent to a mere incarnation of the Lord of Hangshang Dao, but at this moment in time and space, he is the Lord of Hangshang Dao. To say that Emperor Yangon was unaware of this was something that was simply impossible. Gu Fangchen had two guesses in her heart for the time being. Either that, or he did it on purpose. The unchanging nature of the Lord of the Way of Hangshang is his way, so he wants to eliminate the factor that makes him change. That's why he secretly replaced his offspring with Gu Yuye's son, just to kill him. But in that case, now Emperor Yangon's attitude towards him seemed ambiguous again. Either that, or there's something else going on here. For example, something to do with the discourse that made the unchanging change. In this discourse, who actually said something to the Lord of Hangshang Dao to make him choose to change, either actively or passively? It may be that there is something in this that prompted the Yangon Emperor to do this. With these two guesses, there was insufficient information, and Gu Fangchen couldn't come up with an accurate conclusion at the moment. These speculations, however, are somewhat helpful in his current situation. At least, let Gu Fangchen determine one. You can't pretend that you are some old monster taking over and being reborn in front of Emperor Yangon. If he really is the descendant of the Lord of Hangshang, then doing so is tantamount to sentencing himself to death. While this move has worked so far, it was in a situation where the original had nothing to do with those bigots at all. And now, who can accept that their offspring has been taken over by someone else? Yangon Emperor himself wants to kill. That is his own thing. Others mixed in. That is not looking for death. Therefore, the best strategy was to side with the Yangon Emperor and then continue to play the role of the original owner for the time being, without doing anything out of the ordinary. By the way, it's also a good way to test what Emperor Yangon really thinks. Gu Fangchen thought about it and spoke directly. Did your majesty call me here just to see me? Yangon Emperor laughed. No, Gu Fandan. Is that what the words say? Your majesty, you are more or less without a start. If your majesty wants to see it, of course you can look at it all you want. He grinned, very boldly. But your majesty, Gu Yuno is still waiting to kill me, and if you look any longer, he will die of anxiety. Emperor Yangon's attitude towards Gu Fanchen was not clear, but his attitude towards Gu Yuye that was too clear. Then, let's avoid focusing on Gu Fanchen himself for a while, and bring the main body of the matter back to Gu Yuye. Having a common enemy often unites both sides more than having common interests. Yangon Emperor faintly said, I don't think he's in a hurry, and has the leisure to go to the White Horse Temple and talk to people. So, it was already talking to Princess Banjur. Gu Fanchen's mind turned and said, Princess Banjuru has come to search for the holy relics, and the holy relics are now in Gu Rinlian's body because of the reincarnation of the 6th generation holy maiden, and have become one with her. If Gu Yuye holds him hostage with this, there's a high probability that the Toma sect will be pulled in by him. He didn't shy away from the fact that he knew some information and wanted to see what Yangon Emperor's reaction was. Across the long streamers, Emperor Yangon took a deep look at Gu Fanchen. Didn't you already send the candle cutter ghosts to kill the people of the degenerate mother cult? Sure enough, I can't even hide this from you. After all, they are all colleagues in the devil cult, or at the same level. The identity of useless defeat public as a puppet master is not a secret in the Yangon Emperor's place. Moreover, he should know exactly where useless is at this time. Unlike the people below him who have information gap, it was absolutely impossible to appear here pretending to be Gu Fanchen. Gu Fanchen coughed dryly. That's nothing more than a delaying tactic that only solves a temporary problem. You still have a one and done? That's not true. Gu Fanchen hemmed and hawed. However, I have a way to make the Toho sect and Gu Yuno break. Oh? Yangon Emperor asked. What way? Gu Fanchen squinted her eyes at her, angler, skill and smiled broadly. Stealing the sky. It's really not a purchase, it's still able to manage 4 days. And in 4 days, he's going to fake a lotus in the fetus and replace it with the real thing. First, he needs a fake. But even if it is a fake, the lotus in the fetus is not something that can be made by ordinary people, and only a toothmaker would be able to make it. Gu Fanchen knew where the dentist was, but he couldn't get through. Therefore, he lured Gu Yuno into making a move because there weren't many chances for the devil sect to make a move in the Imperial Sky City. Gu Yuyi would definitely activate a dark child and place a DD mark on Gu Fanchen, who would then use it to enter the DD teleportation system, the warp and weft, and teleport to the toothsmith's side. Of course, the most difficult point of doing so is that the lotus hide in the fetus has been fused with Gu Ruexian. No one has seen it, there is no template at all. But, Gu Fanchen has seen it before. P.S. Diligence fails again. On my knees. Chapter 45, The Devil's Cult has a lone loyalist. Among the 10 upper paths of the demonic religion, the followers of the DD path are considered to be the most harmless and neutral, and are basically only responsible for playing auxiliary in normal times. However, as a walled property of space, the way of measurement is also not easy. In the later stages of the war, the large-scale dynamic formation warp and weft set up by the DD Taoist master, General Pathfinder, played an important role in it. The so-called warp and weft room is the netherworld, between the warp and woof of heaven and earth, the place where the souls of the dead stay and wander in folklore. The so-called warp and weft is between heaven and earth, a place where the souls of the dead stay and wander in folklore, relying on the general of the strangers to open up a passageway for people to pass through. Those who are marked with a DD are included in this teleportation system and become part of the formation, and every DD believer is a part of it. They only need people in place. They can form a formation at will, affecting a whole area that is covered. Folding, hiding, inverting, nesting, looping, and misplacing are all part of the DD method, which is very useful in the real world. The cave strongholds of the Devil's Cult are also the formation supported by the followers of DD. The 6 divisions astrologers' warp and weft destiny technique also required the cooperation of this large formation in order to complete the transfer of the 6 lines of karma that he had split out over and over again, ultimately making the spatial coverage wide enough. Of course, after all, the demonic cult is a demonic cult. This formation is evil in the evil. Once the formation, as part of the formation of the DD believers, is equivalent to a human stake, can only be nailed in the crevice known as Yin Underworld, to maintain the operation of the formation. Only when the formation is lifted by General Qianrui can the human stake be restored, but under normal circumstances, often even if the formation is lifted, the human stake has lost its mind and is directly wasted. If the formation is broken by someone, the power of measuring dissipates, and the human stake is directly crushed into a puddle of bloody mud by the pressure of the Middle-Ean and the underworld. Similarly, outsiders can't enter the warp room, and if they do, it's the same fate. Just garlic squeezed in is also an orange outsider. JPG. That was why Gu Fanchen needed this one DD marker. Simply put, he knew the underlying code of the warp and weft formation, but without the secret key, he could not even enter the interface to edit the code. At least, With his current level of divine principle cultivation, he could not duplicate the secret key that could be given by the level of General Pathfinder. And Gu Fangchun, this is actually drilling a hole. Because of the confidence of General Pathfinder in his own formation, the DD markers do not distinguish between enemy and self. However, it is also true that no one can break the warp room normally. But nah, General Qianrua is the first figure of the Great Way Formation Road. His life is obsessed with the Formation Road. Like an obsession, can be said to be a formation obsessive. In order to collect all the formations for one of the full achievements, Gu Fangchun had brushed up the favorability of General Qianrua while walking the Demons Descending to Mortality demonic sect line. In that line, Gu Fangchun, that is the magic religion resounding great loyalist. In the later stage and soon negative fight against the process, a lot of magic religionists cannot hold out and choose to betray. But only Gu Fangchun loyalty. Even the master of the Tao of Love had to sigh when he saw it. The devil's religion has a lonely and loyal awe. In this case, Gu Fangchun naturally became close friends with General Qianrua by virtue of his attainments in the Tao of Formation. Then he saved a file, intentionally let the destruction of the demonic sect, in the last moment, pitched General Pathfinder a hand, so that he was surrounded by the righteous, seriously injured. When he was about to die, General Qianrua handed over the warp and weft formation to his beloved friend. Gu Fangchun took control. So, right now, there are only two people in the world who can control the warp room. One of them was the player Gu Fangchun. Gu Fangchun stretched out the hand that had just clamped that sword, and in his palm, cross-shaped white traces surfaced. This is the DD mark. His eyes flickered as he raised his head to look at Emperor Yangon behind the curtain and said, "The Toothmaker, I was able to find him, and he is the only one in the world who can create a forgery of the Lotus in the Tyre collection. It just takes a little bit of a toll." Yangon Emperor mused. A tooth precious and rare enough? He naturally knew of the existence of the Toothmaker, which was one of the grandmasters of the work path, and the ancestor of the 100 craftsmen whose whereabouts were unpredictable. This guy's quirk is collecting all kinds of teeth, and a tooth that is worth as much as the lotus in the fetus. Yangon Emperor calmly looked at the serious-faced teenager across from him, and in his heart, he couldn't help but suspect that this kid might be coveting his teeth in his heart right now. In fact, Gu Fangchun did think so for a moment. After all, the teeth of the Son of Heaven, tainted with the luck of the country, can indeed be said to be one of the most precious and rare teeth under the sky. Of course, this was a scenario that could only be utilized without knowing the true identity of the Yangon Emperor. Now well, or not to die. Gu Fangchun clasped his fist solemnly. "I ask your majesty's permission to take one of the rule teeth." Anyways, Emperor Yangon didn't let him kneel, so he just went along with it and didn't kneel. This rule was no other than the name of a tortoise-shaped spirit beast that was kept in the Imperial Sky City. Even this thing, right in front of the Purple Pole Hall. It is only that it is often mistaken for a statue, as it sleeps with a monolith on its back for many years. This spirit beast, an age with the Great Way, was the beast that the Confucian sage left in the city to protect the city when the founding emperor and the Confucian sage entered into a covenant. The name rules is not only because this spirit beast symbolizes the establishment of order in Wei, but also because it has the ability to ask questions. Anyone who breaks the rules has nothing to hide in front of this spirit beast. That is why the spirit beast was kept in front of the Purple Extreme Hall to deter the civil and military officials and avoid the occurrence of corruption and smuggling. Just Yangon Emperor mercy. The court clear, so many years, has not been used a few times. A tooth of this spirit beast, in terms of the difficulty of obtaining it, was indeed worth as much as the holy relic of the deity mother sect. Yangon Emperor was also stunned, then raised an eyebrow, knowing this kid's intentions, and deliberately said in a cold voice, "Do you know that this rule was left behind by the Confucian sage? Even I can't break the rules, let alone have you fetch a tooth." Gu Fangchun puffed out her chest in righteousness. "Naturally, I know." He blinked. "So, sire, just pretend you don't know, and I'll run myself." Emperor Yangon. "Nice one that will run on its own," he solemnly said in a deep voice. "You are going against the Confucian sage." Gu Fangchun arched his hand indifferently. "I'm an ignorant dude who grew up at the foot of the Imperial Heavenly City, knowing only His Majesty, not any Confucian sage. He's very familiar with being a Kodachrome." Yangon Emperor suddenly laughed and leisurely said, "Okay, I'll allow it." He pointed remotely. "That rule is right there. So if you want teeth, go get them yourself." Jinbei Wangfu, the main courtyard. Husband's son honors the Enlightenment. The student was foolish and deceived by a treacherous person, causing the heart of the way to be dusty and the way to be blocked. Gu Yuan Dao composed himself and wrote on top of the scroll floating in front of him. "I asked the husbandman to make a move to break the thief by asking the heart with the rules. P.S. Before already arranged for tomorrow on the shelves. But I did not expect a sudden discomfort. Barely took 3 painkillers before getting up to write. too hard to bear. I'll post a brief testimonial on the shelves later. I'll try to update a bit more tomorrow. Sorry. Chapter 46 Beating Horses and Riding Cranes, Request First Order. As Gu Yuandao put away his pen, the writing on the scroll faded into obscurity, disappearing between the landscape behind him. He took a deep breath and looked at the scroll with an obscure expression. The picture painted by the seemingly endless winding landscape is none other than Yashan, the peachland sanctuary of the world's readers. The academy, which stood on top of Yao Mountain, was founded by the only first-rate cultivator alive today, the Confucian sage Xie Qian. At the same time, it also re-established Confucianism and Taoism, which had ruled Wei for more than 300 years. Besides, Tang Qianlin, who had carried the lower phoenix gun downstairs, hid in the corner of the stairs, listening to the sound of tapping on the door and watching the fellow yawn to answer it. Alright, I know what you want to say. You don't need to say all those words of swearing and promises. Let's just hurry up and work out if you can come inside with me, I said to Maine. In the middle of the teleportation array, Wang Mu constantly pondered over these 100 years in the middle of the northwestern desert. In these 100 years, Wang Mu had lived a happy life. The sweetness and tranquility, the pain of his loved ones leaving, and naturally, the bitterness of cultivation. In the eyes of this lord, you're still not good enough? This guy's doggy nature came up again, and he spoke with a tone that owed him a beating, so I couldn't wait to twist his head off, but it's good to get used to it. And there was no problem with the gas going down all at once. At this time, there was a click, and not far away, a heavenly thunder directly fell down, illuminating the entire Taishi village. Order was finally restored to the classroom as it should be, except that the students were unmotivated to listen in the face of the lessons that were about to begin. Red Devil was slightly stunned. He originally thought that with his current speed, it would be impossible for Li Fan to react. Granny Whitebone didn't say anything, and directly pulled out something for me from her bosom. A piece of black coarse cloth, and after slowly unfolding it, inside was an ancient yellow leather with a lot of words and paintings on it. I think Yi Xiaoman, who came to pick me up, should not have given the details of where she picked me up before she died, because as I think back now, when I called Yi Xiaoman's phone, the person on the phone asked me rhetorically where I was. Seeing this, Zhou Min and the two of them also rushed up, and instantly, a new round of attacks began. By the early morning of the next day, we were awakened from what had been a deep sleep, disturbed by a low buzzing sound. Almost instantly, those corpses had recovered as before. The 4 people who had been healed by me with the life cyanide flame had also slowly regained their steady breathing, and they were at peace, their faces as bright as rainbows, and they couldn't see in the slightest that they had been subjected to a fatal attack earlier and had almost been killed. A veteran who looked at him said that he was going to make a move to fight Dazhuang with him as the closest. He directly grabbed the whereabouts of the hand. They are aware that Dazhuang looked stupid and strong, but it is definitely not a role that they can deal with. Just have already made a move. If you take it back, the face cannot be passed. Not good. As soon as he heard the commotion, God's Eye instantly became alert, and with Zhao Shaochen's words, he ran towards Zheng Shuai's hospital room without saying a word. Diaksun himself could not hide any tricks, so he told the story of running into Jing Xian one by one. I'm fine. All of you stand down. You're not allowed to come back up without my order. Uncle G, he ordered. The fusion corpse beast wouldn't wait for me to slowly get used to the headache, as one of its fists carried countless sharp knives towards me at the same time. Moreover, even if one was not infected by the chaos virus, it did not mean that one would definitely obtain superpowers. Nothing was absolute, and obtaining superpowers wasn't 100% certainty of success. According to Dr. Leah's guess, the chance of successfully acquiring superpowers was only 50%. 50-50. A group of 10 people came to the center park at about 9 o'clock. He Gang and He Yang were waiting at the gate. He Gang looked excited. He asked Yan Le through his wristwatch, and when he heard that he was going to have a field day, he looked impatient. Chapter 47, The First Stream of Sword Giving. Because the Qianling banquet was imminent, the Imperial Heavenly City had already gathered quite a number of practitioners from the literary world, and had long since heard of this dispute between the true and false sons of the world, with all parties having their own speculations and thoughts. And tonight, above the night sky, Gu Fangchen, who rode a crane into the State Master's mansion, naturally caused a variety of different reactions, whether it was coming out of the Purple Extreme Hall or going straight into the State Master's mansion. The meaning it represented was very intriguing. Similar conversations with these two people were happening all over the Imperial Sky City. Yenny woke up from his shock at this time, after thinking for a while, then the face slumped, said bitterly to Gu Chen. In other words, even a King Realm powerhouse might not necessarily be able to enter the door of the Battle Dao sect, and even if they did, the difficulty of becoming a core disciple of the Battle Dao sect was self-evident. Muyu's face became ugly. He had specially probed his whole body before and didn't find any demonic chi entering his body at all, thinking that the reason he was being tracked was most likely because his physical body had absorbed the haze, but he didn't expect it to be a big fallacy. Could it be that one's own senses are wrong again? Blood Dreamer's eyes flashed a few points of doubt, but at this moment, she could not allow her to think more. The copper realm had already been stimulated, but it was to the point where she had to make a move. Jiang Shan looked at Huang Fuyan with deep meaning and said, his eyes carried a hint of laughter, but there seemed to be some inexplicable meaning in that laughter, which really messed with people's minds. What exactly did it mean? No need to ask, can be guessed. Twilight snow, just a moment, monkey rush. A jerk into the lake, but I do not know, the shore of the lake is too shallow. It is too much because of the force, and even through the shallow lake ahead into the sludge of the shore. But the reality of the situation is like this. The intensity of the program of the Unlimited Psychic Conference will only get bigger and bigger. This is not only a domestic program, but also worldwide. So the selected contestants will have to be at the top of their game in terms of both physical strength and Taoism to be able to fight against the contestants from other countries. After all, this man's name, the tree's shadow, the four supreme beings of the ancient times were the world-defying fierce men who dared to chop the heavenly Tao, and it was absolutely false for them to say that they weren't afraid. At this time a cold wind came. Gu Chen's body shivered, his face instantly paled, and he hurriedly ducked and hid under one of the eaves, sitting cross-legged under a pair of firewood. His eyes slowly closed. Boom! It was the Pumpkin Man's pumpkin lamp that smashed into the fire, splattering countless sparks and sending that fire into flames. Snapping. The sound was a skeleton man that apparently came out after the fire was smashed. In the outside has been observing this side of the situation of the United States superpower person. By the occurrence of this scene is also very confused. This bonobo is really a little cute. General. First put so many people. Did not try out a situation. Obviously a trap. But also head into it. Really convinced. But it is such a dozen mosquitoes. But on this destroyer to start the pursuit of the fierce attack. And this destroyer saw the dozen mosquitoes. But the fear is so great that even the courage to resist did not even have. A heart began to frantically fleeing forward. Bian Tianji's detachment was simply uncontrollable, like he was being constantly yanked by a powerful force. And in the course of the tussle, the spacetime under the feet of Bian Tianji's detachment directly shattered. The subordinate himself cannot do it. I think that even if Sun Wu was alive, he probably wouldn't be able to do it. Folding Lu Sha replied without hesitation. When he left the royal court, turned on the horse, all the way to feel relaxed. With the Shuyu Gija's marriage is cancelled, he is also a free body. This matter should not be early to tell the Jade, so that she followed the happy a bit of it. Subsequently, looking at the dark green rock side of the more than 10 golden crystal eggs, Su Ming's face also showed joy, and then did not hesitate. Hands quickly under the exploration. 12 gold centipede crystal eggs have all fallen into the bag. The crew were all gathered on deck now, each with a heavy face looking at the camp in the distance, which was shrouded in flames. Chapter 48. Let them prepare to meet. People have S to give? Zhao Yuan read it out. First puzzled, then somewhat unable to hold his tongue. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of integrity does Gu Fangchen have? In terms of character, Gu Fangchen has bullied men and women over the years. In addition to not killing anyone, basically bad things have been done all over the place. Even the little children in the Imperial Heavenly City know Gu Fangchen's big name as a playboy. In terms of knowledge, Gu Fangchen has no ink and knows nothing about literature and Taoism, and she has knocked out 3 students invited by the academy. Of course, these 2 had not only succeeded in semi-transformation a long time ago, they had also raised to the strength of a 7th level semi-transformation in one fell swoop, with the help of the Dragon Palace's inexhaustible transformation water. What Long Jiaming said was true, and the current number of semi-transformations in the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Outer Sea was the sum of the years. After completing the newbie quest, the system rewarded him with 1 random material. At first, Du Ziyuan didn't know what was going on, but after checking it out, he realized that the so-called material meant the memories in his mind that could be drawn into a comic. Even if my parents are terrible, but there is a master, there is Lin Xianjun, and that is enough. These are the ones who are my family. The first story is only 30 pages in total. This is only half a day and a third of it is done. At this rate, I'll be able to finish the first story tomorrow. Danielle looked at Lota with a dumbfounded, confused look on her face. She didn't remember having any guests. Bluto rose from the ground and looked behind him, at the metal wall, and there was an extra large, dark hole deep in the ground. He swallowed hard and was so angry that he drew his sword after Lota. On the other hand, on Yu Dai's side, her eyes widened. This Lin Xian's replica, wearing a golden-colored battlesuit, holding an ancient copper giant sword, with a stalwart face, together with the majestic cloak, was simply handsome. So Lin Xian could actually be this handsome? Huguila had a great urge to hold on and not let go. And Lotus struggled, symbolically stretching his paws. Of course, Huguila buried his head in Lota, rubbing against his soft fur, and suddenly let out a long sigh, closing his eyes. Zero came over with a cat-like stride, and instead of approaching Lothar, walked over to his shadow, crouched down, and knocked on the ground. Suddenly, my feet slipped and I fell to the ground. He saw me fall and seemed to be coming to help me, but I looked up and swatted his hand away. His hand stopped in midair in an awkward gesture. In this palace grew up in the Imperial grandson, one by one, all to the Empress Dowager fear to this point, including that has been wrapped up in the Empress Dowager seemingly to the Empress Dowager ruin incomparable Gontang? Yes, Shui Yin said, dropping 2 more tears, making people look at her with pity. Only by gathering all the forces that could support her together and slowly attracting and pulling them together would her position be considered truly secure. After I jumped down to the West River, I was immediately ambushed by 3 fish, which were lined up under the surface of the water to form a 3 character, and I was now lying on top of them to form a phone character. There are nights when she goes to bed and he hasn't come back, and in the morning she gets up just after she wakes up and he's gone. For some reason, Duo's original nervousness and panic in the bottom of her heart gradually dissipated and disappeared into thin air, and in this critical situation, she became surprisingly calm, just like a few years ago, the microant that conquered all over the globe. Thinking that he was not half as capable of fighting back in front of Zimiao and Zili, Yen Bo was very discouraged. Just talking. Outside Li Guang bowed in. The Empress Dowager asked with concern, "How is Gone Mei?" Runshou Palace people do things, naturally well organized, not only with people to notify the concubines, even the doctor has been passed over, everything is in order, and only then come to report. He was never a weak man, but in the face of love, he chose to retreat and hold back. What mixed blood, also domestic past, but actually planning to get married, just by mistake. Lu Qingliang smiled helplessly. Chapter 49 The Master of the State is coming? As soon as Zhao Wenyuan saw these 2 pieces of yin-yang chalcedony, his heart thumped. It's bad. I'm a thief. His pupils quaked as he raised his head and met Gu Fanchen's gaze, who happened to turn her head to look over. Gu Fanchen's eyes were smiling. Why? Zhao Wenyuan. Come with me instead. Zhao Wenyuan's heart sank as he took a deep breath, hearing that this was clearly something in his words. Gu Fanchen's invitation is of course absolutely. The exultant Tsar Alexei could not wait to tell others about all this through a line of communication, so that the whole world would be happy with him. The fact that her husband knew how to joke in spite of his excitement made Angelica somewhat relieved. Wanli, who's a couple dozen years old, can't find something to do on his own? The old man asked Mrs. Xiang rhetorically, just like when she was following Senior Su Yang. When people said it, this silly girl was stupid enough to agree. The remaining 200 or so martial arts practitioners seemed to be red-eyed with murder, unleashing their strongest attacks on Alina in the canyon in a steady stream. Even Yang Chang, Lian and Zhong Ming were forced to join the fray, fighting with the 5 martial arts practitioners as if they were in full swing. When Hua Si-lin heard her say this, she immediately raised her hand, wanting to slap her in the face, but before her hand could go down, it was tightly grasped. According to her projections, the murderer who killed Feng Qingqing just now should be in this location. However, after she came over, she didn't see anyone, and the murderer didn't leave any traces. However, she did sense a powerful spiritual energy just now. It seemed that the person behind this was really from somewhere else. Whoever invented the camera was amazing at keeping time in such a way. How long after? However, the Dan recipes written by Luo Chen had detailed instructions on how to refine them and precautions above. Unless the alchemist's level was too low, the chances of failure were not high, and Luo Feng's level was definitely not low, no matter if it was his medical or alchemy skills. Well, you're forgiven for today. Don't do it again next time. Get out. After waiting for a long time, the fat editor-in-chief finally waved his hand. With Tang Sugar waking up all the men and beasts in the room one by one, an exciting exodus begins. Long hair, which was actually glowing with the slightest hint of silver. Blue walked toward the photo, hoping to see it a little more clearly. Said chest vibration, a burst of laughter. Face displeased, color ice dissolved snow solution. Negative hand disregard in go. Mei Zian hatefully stared at his back. I do not know how many poisonous cursed to him. She knew that she hated to be called moldy doctor. Already having things not going well, and being read back and forth by Tang San like this, Tang Candy's mood immediately turned nasty. Wei Pingon handed over his own lunchbox, flattened to see the bottom of the lunchbox, and just a few slices of cabbage and half a spoonful of water. Struggling to balance his body, he finally stopped at the edge of that martial arts platform. Twice, both times he was almost knocked off the stage, only to feel a tightness in his chest. and then a mouthful of blood sprayed out. The heavenly tour venerable lords reflections of the heavens absolute terror. Anyone would have to be shocked. It is not without reason that the heavenly tour clan is able to dominate the world and be invincible to the divine state. The miserable situation within the manor where the head of the family resided was even more intense. Originally, this manor, last night, had been used as the main target of attack, and had been tragically ravaged twice. Actually, my guess is that perhaps the Su Hongso is someone who has lived for many years, just like your senior brother, Hong Jin, which means he is from the era of the venerable poison. Peak Master Mu Bing said worriedly. Long Qianqing looked at Long Dinghua and knew that he must have something to tell himself, so he simply turned off the car and took out his cigarettes to light them for both of them. Gradually, my mind and spirit once again entered into meditation. I have completely forgotten the experiences of the past 19 years, and all the images are silent and submerged again, while my mind and spirit are the same body with Taishu and do nothing. Chapter 50, Dare you? Gu Fangchen naturally did it on purpose. It's not like he really came here today to eat a banquet, or even to put it bluntly, he came here specifically to smash the scene. What's an agape feast? It is a banquet specifically for the scholar and the new scholar, which is full of Confucian disciples, the absolute home of Gu Yuan Dao. If Gu Fangchen still comes in honestly, that's not giving the other side a chance to play. Gu Yuan Dao is the master and he is the guest. Coming up with the momentum will be weaker for nothing. As soon as the war devil showed his head, Wei Dingtian's boots stomped on the war devil's body. The war devil's body shattered once again, and his tattered heart was already exposed. If it wasn't for the war devil's skill's powerful recovery power, the war devil would have already died at this point. Eventually, with the cooperation of the fellow and the dealer, Buckeye won a few more hands, and the fellow stopped irritating him, and he finally called it quits. He felt that the wound stung him like a needle, thinking that probably this arrow was poisonous, but now how could he be assured that Sui Yo was alone exposed to all these arrows? He could only protect her tightly and let her go. A huge Buddha character appeared above the sky, while underneath Release Evil Sun's feet turned into a sea of blood. A blood mist was twisting and coalescing around Release Evil Sun. The matter of the two brothers, Beitang Haojia and Beitang Juanxiong, having immortal bones throughout their lives was known only to a few people who were close to Cold Moon Xiao. Apart from the family only Yi Fan Luo knew about this, and no one else was aware of this matter. Legs will Lu Xing hooked. Hands but repulsive look pushed in Lu Xing chest breast. Said, you have to be lighter, do not come in again. Probably read it in some magazine? Mona said, after all, like them, they often read construction magazines to update their knowledge, and it wasn't uncommon to see them sometimes. Late at night, drops of wine have not been dipped. Chuyun listened to the servants outside to return to the servants' room one after another. The entire old mansion in addition to the insects did not have any movement. Just wanted to send a text message to Shuehua to say that you can act. Seeing that Chuyun crossed over Su Guixiang and was 7 or 8 meters away from running to her big sister's door, Xu Yao stomped her foot in anger. You can just address us directly as 1, 2, 3. Speaking of which, this is the first official meeting between both of our forces. It's nice to meet you, Administrator. The 3 people from the emerging forces said with a slight smile. Zhang Niu Jiao pondered, and looked at the yellow scarf pawns who retreated to the left to repair, only to see that their faces were exhausted, coupled with a hungry stomach and no food. Their faces showed vegetable colors, and although there was still exuberant conviction in their eyes, their bodies obviously could not withstand a long period of high-intensity fighting. He didn't know exactly how long Wang Ruoxue's move had been arranged. Perhaps it had been arranged in secret from the beginning to the end, and it was possible that it had been arranged when he didn't even know who he was, but of course, it might have been after he appeared. Ichan's posture. Even Zhou cannot look at it, not to mention the audience in the live broadcast room. The pop-up screen immediately exploded into a piece. Are you sure? Zhang Jinyan's tone was indifferent, mixed with what seemed to be mockery, lightly picking at the end of his voice, but a not-so-obvious alien in the team, an alien who specialized in speed and had only been hidden from the start. I don't know if he originally possessed this ability or not. In any case, he had actually unlocked the equipment on these people. Not a moment later, the elevator stopped at the 19th floor. The moment he stepped out of the elevator door, Suhan felt that the corridor was quiet. This floor was always like this. After all, it was the location where the president and vice presidents worked. Ordinary employees were not qualified to come up. With this terrifying cultivation speed, even without the help of this magic treasure, the dazzling shadow light veil, I believe that it wouldn't take long to kill a 7th-level powerhouse in seconds. If he didn't spend 70% of the Wang family's finances to the Sea Sharks gang to invite He Ruyang and Li Xian, 2 people, today's battle is absolutely no doubt that he lost. No wonder. Wang Feng is really too deep. Even if the Wang Fu, Wang Nu Lei a few people are slightly staggered, Chapter 51, The Drinking Order. Inside Xian Lin Yuan. Everyone was stunned by the 2 king bombs that Gu Fengchen had struck in succession. That's a lot of information. Too much. The crowd's eyes fell on 2 things in his hand. The invitation from the state master on one side, and the approval of the state master's fortune on the other. That old minister who was dumbfounded by Gu Fengchen's words rushed forward and carefully looked at the invitation. Then with a face as hard as if he had swallowed a fly, he said, "That is indeed an invitation to the master of the state." The Black Dragon's teasing words made Gong Gong furious, and before the Yellow Emperor gave his order, he roared and raised his stone whip to smash the Black Dragon. Just at this moment, a gust of wind blew. The letter actually burned. Li Tianqi hurriedly flung the letter out the window, only to see the letter in the wind suddenly turned into flying ash. Nevertheless, some kind-hearted people looked at her age and the fact that she was alone and pitied her, so they squeezed out a little bit of dough and gave it to her to eat. Nan Yan's face reddened. Yuner also reddened her face and wanted to say something, but Nan Yan pulled her over and went outside. Red Han did not allow the goat demon to cast spells to protect his body. He shook his long staff, and 9 fire dragons were born to attack the goat demon directly. Lin Qingshan looked at Ma Jinfeng's back. Her eyes shot out a hateful gaze. She already knew that her grandfather had passed away. The pillars of the Lin family had fallen. The Lin family had lost its former glory, and all of this was brought about by Ma Jinfeng. But it was hateful that her strength was low and she couldn't invite a spirit king expert. Wolf Shangzhen nodded slowly, not feeling that there was anything wrong. The Fire Wolf clan was inherently cruel. "Thank you, Captain Zhao," Xiao Yunfei said with a smile. Of course he knew the meaning of Captain Zhao's gift, which was to keep himself from causing chaos in this police station. Mo Fan really didn't know much about this. He wasn't a Taoist cultivator. He only knew that there were 3 stages for a martial artist to break through to the innate in the latter day. He didn't think that there would be 4 stages for a Jedan cultivator to break through to the Yuaning. That was why he came down to the 7 Company Mountain in a hurry, pleading with the family to give himself the opportunity of this cooperation. Thinking like this, there was quite a hint of worry in her heart. Although I know that this situation will not occur, Li Linlong's mind always cannot help but float out of the figure of Yang Yan. A few days later, Yang Ji was somewhat depressed to find that his mother, who was originally not that interested in his marriage, was suddenly incredibly enthusiastic these days. Chang'an Ventures had already shown its face on Wall Street, and there was definitely no way to keep the funds secret, so she could only use half-truths to influence some people's judgment. The man saw his body become hazy among the countless different fluctuations in the color of light mixed in the middle of the different fluctuations in the color of light and part of the formation of a unified coordinated area. Li Linlang pondered for a few seconds. Currently he was a bit confused about his future. In a sea of people, he was the most ordinary one, but not the most ordinary one. If it is replaced by other generals, and Chaoran will fight with Chaoran, completely guilty of saying so much nonsense with him. What Shenlu City is lost or not, the Tu Bao is not the undercover agent of the party and so on. With their own, what is the relationship? Although it is said that at this moment, Zhang Yi is very eye-catching for many of the technologies in the Points Mall, and even has the urge to immediately want to purchase them, he still holds back from purchasing them, and silently exits the Scholars for Hire system and returns to reality. As soon as Nshuhua took a look at this senior Qian's face, he was instantly shocked and quickly opened his mouth to explain. Song Xiu would have liked to stay a day and a half more, but very upset Song Shan, directly followed by Song Jiang, went back to Shijing, and then flew back from Shijingning. "Prince, the elites you need for this have been selected, and the human generals over there are also ready," Long Tao said. The old man didn't turn around, still staring ahead without blinking, yet all that lay ahead was darkness. Alas, don't you earthlings have a saying, a ship will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridge. If something happens, it will always be resolved. No rush, there's no use in rushing. Tinker Bell finished the banana and 8 grapes. Chapter 52, Cheating. Li Qingguang frowned and said in a very puzzled manner, "Eldest brother, what's wrong with you?" Since they are going to make a drinking order and compose poems, it is naturally an opportunity for them to show off their skills in front of the many fellow poets. To lose Xian on the love of people before the saint's character, in the past days should have come to the interest. How now actually a look of sadness? Li Qingguang was not the only one who felt strange. The other academy scholars around him also noticed this. Look forward to not save the heart. Since the company has been on track, there is no need to intervene in its. Tiger, wait for tomorrow you let the lower side of the people to organize a bit. We from Jin Yong their company quit it. Xiao Han said to Chen Hu. The nightmare horse threw a very depressed look over with those big horse eyes. The intelligent and arrogant one was still very upset about being chased by hundreds of mad just now. Its intelligence was enough for it to spot the danger, which was why it was able to escape the mad pursuit of those guys and fled to it. Its nominal master. Lota observed his surroundings. It was still quite desolate. The ground was covered with withered yellow rivers of quicksand and various rocks. There were only a few desert plants spread out, mostly purple and yellow in color. There was no green in this area. Just at this time, from another direction violently came the sound of people. The crowd hurriedly turned to look, but see another stream of people have turned the corner, with a long pole picking a large banner toward the provincial party committee this side. When this moment, everyone froze when tens of thousands of strong Aojin warriors suddenly emerged from the entire camp. The last sentence, he practically roared it out, reaching over his ears and holding his head in a crouched state, showing how much determination he used to say it. Invincible didn't have time to pay attention to Tugu, who was obviously stubborn again. He just needed to take out the identity of his lord. Tugu was no more arrogant than he was. He wouldn't directly fight against the order of the high-ranking person of the clan, otherwise it would be contrary to the deep-rooted habit of the Aojin clan to follow orders, because this is the rules of the game. Originally wanted to get the king's honor, but messed up once. In that case, this time, get the Dawn Killer, or the fifth personality, Lin Xian said. At this point, it was just a matter of scrambling for time and hoping that we could maneuver through the mountainous terrain until Shifei arrived. Mo Fei and Zhenwu Da Di inverted, each standing on a piece of ice. Mo Fei opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Damn! Even after being seriously injured, he can actually injure me. And the true martial emperor at this time, the surface is completely free of injuries. Just before waiting for a while, true martial emperor fell on the ice with a bang. If I had known her plan beforehand, I would have stopped her. Of course. I don't need her to risk her life like that for me. I yelled softly, my body shaking slightly from excitement. The appearance of Greedy Wolf was a complete disruption to everyone's life. All the people with valuable things, like a tide of water pouring out of Yanjing City, rushing to other places. The sound of a slap on the face came immediately afterward, and a shudder ran through me before I slowly opened the door. But this will not easily let him give up. Hidden figure quietly toward the center of the battlefield, because he found that the two beasts, although in the fight to death, but the middle of that piece of place but never touch. Is a normal person think about it all know that there is a problem? Not to mention the old and Cunningham. On the contrary, Liang Haorun, this guy has been hanging his head down, not daring to raise his head. What just happened can be said to have made him lose all his face. He is now probably feeling hot for himself, not daring to look at me, not to mention not daring to look at Hu Shayan. The poof was kicked away a little by my struggling legs, and the edges of the bath wall cut me painfully, but it hurt more down there, where there was still some blood on the inside. He bruised it again, and his hands, thin wrist arms, were caught in one hand. Chapter 53, Real Cheating. Lu Xian's divine soul came out of its shell and just landed beside Gu Fanchen, and when he heard such a sentence from him unawares, he was so close to having an unstable spiritual platform that he directly folded here. This isn't even in the realm of limericks anymore. It's just nonsense. Lu Xian had just stabilized his spiritual platform, but he suddenly felt an aura lock onto him. He froze, then said something bad. Lu Xian turned his head, and sure enough, he found Gu Yuren staring at him with an icy gaze. He took into account, but Ge Hong's side had no intention of news. He had already let his soldiers rest in the afternoon, and at night of course he had to do something. For you, what is it that makes you fight so hard? Loved ones, just how much will has been given to you? Muttering alone, despite Xian Knight's usual strength at this time, Zephyr believed that in the future, there would be a place for Xian Knight in the world. After all, you could tell from the inside of the music box, where it was broken. Those 3 buttons were broken, hard, by someone, and that surfaced a lot of associations. After slowly looking behind yourself, this time you finally understand what is happening. A brilliant light flashed in Zhou Yu's eyes as he waved his hand to retrieve the creation Xian Light, only to see a mutilated divine soul floating in front of Zhou Yu's eyes. Behind him, there was a boundless divine realm looming in the shadows, in which it seemed to be able to see the opening of the world, the cycle of life and death, endless living beings, disillusionment and rebirth, the heavens and the earth crumbling, the evolution of chaos, chaos blowing up, the opening of the world, and other astonishing and horrifying visions. At this time, in the Green Lotus Valley Mingdao Hall, Zhou Yu was discussing the Tao with Red Cloud Jin Yuanzi and the two of them, saying that it was discussing the Tao. It would be better to say that Zhou Yu was explaining the path of the immortal Tao to them. Violent booms, endless sand and dust boulders, flooded the earth, the irresistible air pressure lifted the ground, the whole of Marin Vento broke off, countless horrible fissures spreading and turning into a plain of hills. In fact, there was nothing inherently wrong with these steel battlesuits and those still left in London guarding the subspace. The reason for the physical errors in their internal systems and Jarvis core system was actually quite simple. It was that Gui had stepped in to use the time gem to reverse time in order to save Lin Rue. Unbridled. What did you say? Yan Mingyuan immediately showed an aura of wanting to protect the beauty. The people in the hall were already accustomed to this scene, and they were all silent with their eyes on the nose and their noses on the heart. Bo. Tian Ding sat next to him and almost exploded. He just couldn't understand why Ri Ruebo just chose to believe Wang Nuo. Even Qi was shocked. He subconsciously wanted to step forward, but was stopped by a look from Ji Yuan. Tang Xian hid in the shadows and slowly felt her way in. The wolf's nose was not a vegetarian. Tang Xian was discovered before she even got close. The door was opened and in walked an unfamiliar face in a black suit. He came to whisper a few words in Luo Lao's ear. Luo Lao lowered his eyes and covered the coldness under his eyes. Luo Yi, who was many years older than Xu Qingming, was like an ordinary parent accompanying the teenager who had just gotten out of school to eat, and incidentally helped him buy a few sets of suitable clothes. But the cuts and the variables are difficult to determine. The positions do not have to guess. Are aware of the serious differences between the long and short, the positions to burst, other indicators. Energy consumption ratio will be quite high. The leading ones froze. They naturally know that with my strength, they come to do so as scapegoats. I don't know how much money they can get, but no matter what, in this era, it's not cost effective for them to go this way, and none of them can run away if they do anything to me. Wu Tian froze, not knowing what was going on, but he didn't dare to leave and stayed honestly in the main hall. This matter, only know yourself is good. Do not have to let others know. Yes, now like this, but also cannot avoid being backyard consultation. Chapter 54, Talent Sense. Heaven and Earth Vision. Clueless as he was, Lu Xian immediately realized that it was not good when he saw everyone looking at him. Such a big pot. He definitely can't take it on his back. Regardless of how Gu Fangchen made the poem, it certainly wasn't his help. And this kind of thing can't be joked about. Lu Xian immediately had a solemn face and stood up with a cold tone and said word by word, Mr. Gu, be careful what you say. If I really cheated for the world's sun, I'll admit my mistake right now. Absolutely no. By the time June 7th rolled around, Xinshan really did see Sun Quan take the bait. While he was fighting Chao's army on the front line, Sun Quan was at the back tricking Huangshou of Jiangxia into sending out his troops and luring Su Fei and Chen Shang to the mouth of Wan. Just ride your horse and lead the way ahead despite yourself. Qin Hao casually instructed a sentence, then drifted away from this place, departing towards the outside of the 7 Xian clan. The door was unlocked. Zhao Wei took the spare key to open the door for her, went in and found that the bedroom door was also unlocked. She knocked twice and did not open. Should not be, so she sat on the living room couch and waited and waited for himself to fall asleep first. At this point, it is already too late to say anything. The trust beam bridge between Yi Lutian and Administrator's son has collapsed. Jiang Hong had too many enemies for what he was going to do next, and if not necessary, he must not expose his identity, not even his human identity. In the depths of the laboratory, there were pinging and banging sounds of fighting. This was Su Chen and the old ghost in a fierce battle. Shang Yan did not speak, slightly tilted his head and looked at him, looking at his face as handsome as it was, looking at his eyes as secretive as they were. It's fine to push for debt, but crossing the line and aiding and abetting is a bit much. And what do you guys figure? A heavy aura enveloped the entire room, and even with Bai Hao Song's power, he couldn't help but find it slightly difficult to breathe. After feeling it carefully, abruptly, Ning Rongrong's eyes widened, not realizing that his soul skill had changed and was different from the one in the original. This demonic spirit could no longer be called a giant. It was a well-deserved top-tier giant, almost a mobile city. Fortunately, one of the 500 masters who was patrolling the side of the camp was a general of the Qin army who had originally followed Cheng Jiao, and when he saw a group of Qin cavalrymen charging towards himself and the others, he realized in his heart that he must have been misunderstood. When the dozen or so merchants took the thousands of silver coins taken out and started shopping in the market, the government-run stores and workshops that had long since been notified were given the green light all the way to collect these new silver coins. At this time, Ziying is only a few steps away from Dupan, although Du Fu and Du Mang came and yet did not dare to get too close. Next, the officials and soldiers naturally rushed into the fortress to search properly. The surface-look shabby fortress is really something else. Zhu Ming in the inside also found a fine footwear. This is by no means a wanderer overseas can get, and this place in Japan is far away from the ocean. Maybe Tom the Fishman building a ship for the King of Thieves is more of an after-dinner story than a sea train. The 3,000 hair strands had also reverted back to their original state, only that those few silver strands were still stained with a strand of tainted blood. Li Wuai's show a trace of surprise. Away from the sky fire cloud furnace and the fire religion nearly 30,000 years. Never only fire, but no one knows how to use its fire collection. Secretly, she had already used a summoning magic treasure to directly record the conversation she had just had and sent it to Ho Qingfeng and Shang Berserkers. The original account of that Munchkin Daisher, The misty realist finally arrived on this day 10 days later. If it wasn't for the fact that the spatial flat rejection force was really too strong, the means of Liu Yi's trio to join forces could only be delayed for half a moment, and Aou seized the opening and ran out. He would have been surely dead. Get out of the way. A white-clothed man violently rushed out. His palm brought this cold wind straight to Hao Cailian's face. Hao Cailian was instantly shocked. This person was extremely strong, and Louis had only said not long ago not to hurt him. However, where would Chen Mor, who was entangled with him at the moment, let the bicycle blood god snake bite his partner? Monsong, the augured dragon's head, which was less domineering than the dragon's head, but more hideous, turned into a greenish light at this time, and ruthlessly bit the head of the Bu divine serpent. Chapter 55, Don't regret it later. Gu Fangchen squinted her eyes and reached out her hand to catch that rainwater. However, those raindrops had automatically retreated before they fell on him, turning into dense water vapor in mid-air, refracting those colorful lights around his body. For a moment, Gu Fangchen was shrouded in a multicolored haze, and all of the blooming lotuses around him bowed their heads slightly towards him, divine and dreamy. Inside the Qiong Lin Yuan, most of the people had become drenched in water due to this sudden rainstorm. Su Hongyu wanted to fight again, but the old beggar did not buy his account at all. A slap slapped over, cursed and grinned a few sentences, impatiently walked away. Lu Bu did not make any pretense. He took a few steps back and accelerated forward. The barbarian thought that Lu Bu was going to charge hard to knock him over, leaning forward with his center of gravity and slightly bowing his upper body. But he knew that Lu Bu was just thrusting with him and reached out to gently push the barbarian's back. Not good. Stop him. As soon as the two schoolmates in the center saw that Xiaitong had broken through the fire Zephyr Guardian, a silver-colored Doqi bullet shot out first, and then a flame wall was immediately erected to block the gap. To stop Xiaitong from breaking through here, Zhao Dishing only at this time snapped alert. He seemed to fall into the trap of others. Bald forehead could not stop the cold sweat. Kimura's eyes shot out a flash of fishy red light. He knew how to kill a hare without wasting a single drop of blood from that hare's body. The struggle of the hare in his hand slowly began to weaken, pinching the back of the hare's neck with an uncontrollable slight force. The hare's legs stomped hard, so there was no breath. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with a strange color. So it turned out that the other party's primordial holy pattern was hidden in her eyes. What kind of place was this? And how did he appear in the middle of this jungle? He remembered that it was nighttime when he walked up to the altar, whereas at this time it was sunny and at the time of midday. The words of the old man that came from the air, the miasma and the poisonous mist, he also did not see half. Due to the small gap in cultivation, the competition of the top 10 rarely saw a situation like Chen Xin crushing Zhao Fengxian and the others before, and mostly relied on spirit techniques as well as the method of utilizing one's own comprehension of the laws to determine it. I don't know how long it took for the dust to turn into a meteorite, and at that moment, with the sunlight, it possessed the changes of heat and cold that only a star can possess. The second drawer neatly hanging kitchen knives, spatulas, spoons and other kitchen utensils, all are black material. The handle is engraved with the word supreme. There is no doubt that this Yu Dazue is a tart. Before the eighth elder could even finish his on your own, he was interrupted by the Yin family head, who was red in the face. At lunchtime, Zhao Zilong didn't leave as usual, but stayed in the cafeteria to see if there was anything that hadn't been taken care of. It could be seen that this time, Zhao Zilong also held his breath to improve the township government's guest house. However, just at the moment when the palm print fell, a sharp whistling sound resounded steeply in the void, and the next moment a blood-colored lightning-like light was seen flashing in the void. The post-it note has your code names for this operation: Red Fox, Blue Fox, Gray Fox and I. Cheetah. Qinglian looked at the flash of displeasure in Yi Swaman's eyes after hearing his name. The strange movement at the top of the mountain of course also attracted Jia Yi's attention. His eyes dripping and twisting, at this time is standing in the courtyard of the parallel manor, commanding a few maids to help him whack his back and rub his legs. Of course, Parley, who was eating the roasted chicken in front of her, also finally stood up and picked up her shield. Although using hands full of oil to hold a shield or something wasn't recommended, but at a time like this, one couldn't care less about the situation, since the adults insist on going. Let's go. In the end, Song Ming compromised and led the way in front with his head bowed. In the eyes of outsiders, there were actually 2 vice-mayors in their family, which was considered to be a face. Chapter 56, When False is True. It's also false. While Lu Xian was dumbfounded, Zhao Wanyuan, who was in the corner, suddenly felt something in his heart and reached out to touch the 2 pieces of chalcedony in his arms. Those 2 pieces of chalcedony were attracted to each other at the moment and had merged together. The prohibition laid out in advance above instantly unraveled, and a voice that had been left behind a long time ago was transmitted to Zhao Wenyuan's mind. It was Gu Fengchen's faint voice. I don't want these 2 pieces of chalcedony to fly out now. shouting the plan has failed. Zhao Wenyuan run away. Naturally, it's a matter of seeing what you can see. Lord Smoan said with a broad grin, his voice containing an undeniably powerful will. Cough. A dry cough from Mu Xuanyi pulled back Mu Zifei's god. Only now did Mu Zifei come to his senses. Slowly kneeling down towards Mu Xuanyi respectfully verbalized. Elder Mu Zifei pays his respects to Elder Xuanyi. Wu Xianyi looked at the Mu Zifei in front of him and was as pleased as he could be. Unlike Su Huai slowly spit out two words. In Su Huai view, Room Gene nature free and loose unrestrained, usually act although it is robbing the rich to help the poor, but what is done in the end is also theft. Shen Tian sect strict rules. How would teach like Room Gene this kind of disciple? Unexpectedly, the play is indeed a good play. The scene is spectacular. The plot is strange and weird. Only this big play is really too short. Before and after adding the dialogue, it is only a minute. What do you think? You'll have to meet us even if you don't do anything. It'll be much more reliable to have you around in case something goes wrong. Let's set off. Abe family head. After saying that, I directly grabbed Zhang Jin and walked outside after Abe Jianming. He Yunchuan also watched Shen Tianqing has been waiting until Shen Tianqing finished his words, although the two friendship but did not expect. Shen Tianqing will be so generous. Bing, how are you doing? Don't scare me, seeing me spitting up blood. Azure Qi Shui rushed over to support me. Hearing you say that, it seems that I have to remind this old man Qin to pay attention to it. After all, the current Angry Dragon Society in Old Man Qin's management is still moderate. Did not do anything out of the ordinary? Sun Yanjie said in a hurry. Li Dongshui looked at the leading smelter who was looking at him like an idiot and coldly drank. Get lost. At the same time, an aura suddenly exploded, directly sending most of the smelters flying out of the ministerial room. The leading smelter was impacted by this aura. His face was even whiter, and at that moment, he directly left the minister's room without saying a word. Dongzi fell on his butt and sat on the ground, what little strength he had left in his body dissipating in the blink of an eye with the two punches he tried. Across the street is a large shopping mall. There are two girls are about to follow the crosswalk to the opposite side of the road. Suddenly glimpsed inside the cyclamen is seriously wiping the table mosaic. On the spot was stunned. Eyes flashed out of the general gaze of a fangirl. Li Yibai smiled without responding, and then used the computer to open the Douyu live broadcast and clicked into the Xianfan anchor's live room. Because of the changing weather of wind and rain, and the big temperature difference between day and night, the guards all had another set of windproof and rainproof clothes, and the heavy winter coats had been prepared a long time ago. In fact, whether it is the Pinyin Group in Shanghai or the current Dacheng oil field, for the workers and guards have never been caring and considerate. On the side, Baudril's gaze was slightly surprised. Why did he just instantly finish off 4 skeletons, but now a skeleton had fought for half a day? Could it be that the skill is recovering? Of course, he did not say it, although surprised, but the hand did not stop. Continue to vine winding. The original dog 3 skeletons wrapped to dead, wrapped to each bone are bundled. Originally nearly 1,000 people to participate in the auction. Now just like Li Yibai and Wu Jiebran their 2 one-man show. And at this moment, after Yiqiu calmly squinted his eyes and carefully observed, he could basically see the general outline of the glowing object. As the saying goes, the gun hits the head. The fire of this video of Li Yibai has caused a lot of red eyes. Chapter 57, Unringing the Bell. It didn't take long to see Anna's originally stony face gradually relax and a smile appeared on her face. But in the end, even Li Sumi actually joined them. Ouyang Feng knew that Tang Qingji's son had a great love for Nana, so it was sort of just used as a quid pro quo. The road up the mountain is just a hairy road that has been trampled out, curving around without knowing where it ends. After walking for a while, there was a sound coming from the front, and soon after, Song looked at his acquaintance who was caught in the miasma in front of him, and raised his hand to knock on his forehead. With a grunt, he activated an imperceptible protective astral energy and walked over there. With the movement of his mind, the light golden water streams that erupted from the water mansion surged over, converging within a few of the orifices he had just chiseled open. In fact, in Xiao Chuan's previous mental price, as long as it was within 20, Xiao Chuan was able to accept it. The island's heavenly yellow doesn't really have any real power, especially by now. It's more like a titular spiritual leader. Donglio's palms curved slightly to cover the 2 red and hot ears, his mind still falling on the 2 men who had caught that hasty glimpse earlier. As soon as he opened his eyes, he stepped on top of the immortal martial continent. What Yi Qing didn't expect was that at this time, the immortal martial continent was 1,000 years past from his last departure. 2 minutes later, Yi Tian steadily stopped at the entrance of the Yellow Diamond Hotel with an extremely beautiful drift, from the east coast, to the Red Sea for thousands of miles, all the way to kill the great nest of military camps of the country of returning ruins counterattacking the mainland. Seeing Lan Ruo perform the compulsion technique, Xin Fan's face chilled as the 3 clear techniques moved. A golden dragon. directly engulfing the black python. Only, when facing the endless darkness in front of her, her heart, but once again, a pain, the heart of the next big, there is no place for her to stay? It is said that the ancient morning court starts from 5 o'clock in the morning. If it is true, then those ministers are really pathetic. All year round, they can't even have a good sleep. Just as Qin Yun was causing no less than a stir. At this moment, Qin Yun's mind was very serene. The surrounding commotion didn't affect him at all, and he was already completely immersed in comprehending the sword decree. Only then did the yellow-robed old man realize that one end of the fire chain was wrapped around one of Lin Yu's fingers, and was surprised when suddenly the temperature around him skyrocketed. And when he didn't keep up with his breath, he actually spewed out a mouthful of blood, which was evaporated before it hit the ground. Qin Fen could see that Li Tianzhao should be a familiar customer here, or a high-level member, and in a short while, he had already led the three into a private room. If she continued to stay here, she knew that His Highness the King of Jing would definitely make another move, and at that time, just as His Highness the King of Jing had said, absolutely no one would be able to save her anymore. Although this breath is light, but in the ground of the people, but too powerful, emanating and open, like a big mountain, directly suppressed in the hearts of all the people, confined their bodies, so that they lost the power of action. The so-called transformation into your own is that once that person's divine soul is devoured, then you can completely transform his divine soul into your own so that you can have a second divine soul, a third divine soul, or even more. The purple-clothed youth smiled and spoke. Jin Dishan sighed a little. If he had realized that Fu Yan had this talent, he would not have let him go to stay with Yi Yanqi and the others to be a celebrity agent. Her beautiful eyes flowed, her sleeves fluttered, her skirt fluttered, and her graceful figure, gently turning in the rain of flowers, her long skirt spreading out, was beautiful beyond compare. Long Su far away from the dragon whiskey, toward the dragon war. The dragon war just cupped fists salute. This is the first emperor in the time when the privilege was promised, do not need to kneel. In fact, Fu Yan is also selfish. After all, he has not been identified by Chu Yuyo. If he meets a handsome and talented rich second generation to pick up, just to be seen in the right eyes, then he's soon precarious. Many movies are played like this. He is now just an inflatable to half of the skin wheel. Even the spare tire cannot be counted. At that time, Smoke Rain, who had not been able to prove that she was not Naylan Chicheng's murderer, would find it difficult to face Jun Buyo's questioning. It was likely that it would also bring about the demise of the great general's residence. Since the start of the battle this afternoon, Alice Fell had been able to help Saber with almost nothing but those two healing magic tricks, and even Saber had had to split her mind to protect herself, which made herself seem a bit tired and superfluous. The middle-aged man turned around posthumously and stared at the 10 black shadows in front of him. They were all orphans. Unattached, they were also all the most elite shadows of the Qiao family. Shadows that hid behind their masters. Chen Zhou seems to be afraid that Lin Ning they do not believe in general. Panic is repeated twice. Lin Ning glanced at Shaolin, have glanced at the Jade Mountain Ring, see the two people's eyes but both look at themselves. Suddenly understand. Their meaning is no two. All is to let him make a decision. At once, Lin Ning pondered. Okay, I'll be right there. Fu Yan said and hung up the phone. Looking at Meng Lu who had overheard some of it from the side and then guessed the content by guessing, blinking her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking, and hugged her over. You're on such a big fire that the baby will get on fire from the milk. Let's just get rid of the fire first. Then we'll figure out what to do. I will go to Manhwa next Monday to listen to the board's opinion on this matter. Don't worry, at least it's one of the 7 directors. My words at least have some weight. He Liancheng comforted me. Bale knew how deeply Dashing's skill of hiding a knife in his smile was, and if he really made Li Dashing angry, he would be at the end of his rope. On the evening of that day, the second brother went to the agreed restaurant first, smoking a cigarette without a word in the private room, waiting for Chen Haiba and their arrival. San Yuhan, the only one in the arena who was still calm, coughed and pointed out Yin Yi's shortcomings in a pinpoint manner. The singing is not evaluated, and the dancing part is a terrible mess. Yin Yi thought that Xiao Yuzhou might have watched too many movies and TV dramas and thought that those who engaged in tactical command were either conspirators or unruly talents. At that time, with their cavalry charging a few times, the reinforcements from the weaving German alliance would be routed. If they took advantage of the situation and chased them all the way, it would be enough to seal the victory. The person who came was precisely the genius figure that Song Ling endowed with that spirit medicine endowment, reaching the realm of a heavenly general at such an early age, gifted with extraordinary talent. The screaming and rowdy fans outside the arena looked on in horror and shock at the rampant deaths outside the courthouse. Chapter 58, Half of the Jungle. Guyi entered inside the White Horse Temple and had a secret talk with Princess Banjour, and from last night to today, it was only a matter of 6 hours. However, Since this negotiation with Princess Bonjour was to turn an enemy into a friend, he had to show full sincerity, so he did not bring his subordinates with him. Moreover, today is the Qianglin banquet, and he is sure that Gu Fangchen is also waiting in the wings, counting on a holy decree from Emperor Yangan, and will not suddenly make any more trouble. After all, Gu Fangchen was entering the purple extreme hall again and riding a white. Only they are afraid how did not expect. He came back, but also by the Imperial court appointed back to serve as Liezhou governor and the city of the Hublet department to lift, will become one of the emperor of the soil in western Guangdong. By the way, my father said he's prepared to aid the motherland again in the area of non-ferrous metals, Min Chaozong said offhandedly. With his current level of scientific research, he was still unable to thoroughly determine what secrets were hidden in this DNA gene sequence. Yu Zhenglong wanted to expose Huaran, but on second thought, why did he find someone to beat him up? Could it be that he knew about Zhao Qian? Also, where did he get the money to hire someone from a country bumpkin? Bao Mei had many doubts in her mind, but now that the situation on the field was urgent, the aggressive assassin Azura obviously wouldn't give her too much time to think. Luold disabled but hard to hand over the eggs. Mouth aba yell non-stop at the same time, but also constantly gesturing. The meaning of that is just to say that his body is very good. Lu Yi has just recovered and needs to make up for it. The fire cauldron greedily absorbed the spiritual light drifting down from the sky, and unexpectedly floated involuntarily, completely forgetting that it had almost been caught several times just now. In the past, this kind of thing had only been seen on TV, but I didn't realize that it actually existed. The car door opens and Bai Zhantang, who currently works for the Hive, steps out of the car and walks over to Bai Qi Nan to inspect him. Only the wise always want to unravel the mystery in the long river of history and glimpse the mystery of the world. However, unraveled the mystery, a glimpse of the mystery, and how can it? The tossing and turning of a lifetime may not be as good as the pleasure of an ant picking up a grain of rice. Obviously, it seemed that Mu Mani had already publicized her romance with herself within the musing group, which couldn't help but cause Jiang Qingzi to break out in a cold sweat. That's right, although there was a special trip inside the Du family fortress, the accommodation arranged for the crowd from the Huahua sect was actually in an inn within the Qing city. The opponent had merely sheathed that overgrown blade, and a biting chill came over him. Zhang Ming also put away his playful nature and took a deep breath, looking distantly at the opponent in front of him. The northeast corner of the Divine Sword Peak, there is a scenic place, where the pine sea bamboo waves strange stones have everything. In the Divine Sword Peak can be described as an excellent place to raise sex. The name that had been dusty for so long, the only softness in the assassin's heart, so soft that it was almost untouchable. After a full 15 years of absence, it finally poured out of his mouth once again. One must know that for an ordinary person, when facing an existence of the rank of a boxing champion, even if they were to use 1000% of their strength, it would simply be impossible to be an opponent. Very surprised to look at Xia Ji, he Qingfan hard a pimple. Xia Ji will not find out self-spying on them. How is this possible? He Qingfan hoped that he had guessed wrong, because after all, a cultivator who practiced the art of astrology could not possibly cultivate any more and had no combat power. Although Chen Jin's cultivation was low, he wasn't stupid. Or rather, obviously his cultivation wasn't high, but he was able to dominate Quanyang City for so many years and no one had come to punish him yet, precisely because he was smart enough to know who he could mess with and who he couldn't mess with. She thought there was nothing to be ashamed of in asking Grandma Feng for help, so she didn't think of hiding it from him. Moreover, it was probably not possible to hide it. Most of the mountains in the south are hilly, i.e., low peaks with gentle slopes, but of course, there are a few very high and steep mountains. Chapter 59 Intelligence, 2-in-1. Ta-da-da-da. The Xuanzhu carriage sped along the official road, the oncoming wind whistling and blowing Qingjian's cloak and hood. She was expressionless, and her expression was not promising. When you say 3 days, you're really counting on the best-case scenario. If Gu Fangchen had headed directly towards the sword pavilion as soon as he arrived at Chouan Road, running at the extreme speed of a 7th-grade martial arts cultivator, it would have taken at least 3 days to meet up with them in the middle of the journey. But Gu Fangchen, I don't know what exactly you like. I have sent you so many things you don't like. Now it seems that maybe this painting is the best thing I can give you. Give it to you as a souvenir. Yuan Jishuan said, handing the painting to me with both hands. Yijia's best friend Yang Chong Lin Feng Yalu and others were also extremely anxious, but there was nothing they could do. It's him. It's this ING guy. I want to avenge my brother Quirus. A dark cavalry king's eyes flushed red as he pointed at Xiao Fan and roared loudly. The desolate illusion king finally realized that Xiao Fan was deliberately displaying such a weak strength to attract people to make a move against him. Senior brother Sun Mo. This Yi Han is too arrogant. Why don't you clean him up? Fong Lang said unhappily. Sure enough, your physical strength is the strongest I've ever seen. And you didn't even die after taking a shot from me. But it's just a fight of trapped beasts. The lance martial artist approached Ning Dao step by step. If He Han had drawn his sword, he might have been able to resist for a few moments in the hands of Barbarian Thunder. But he was so stupid that he wanted to harden Barbarian Thunder's fist with his flesh and blood. How was that possible? Whale One looked at Yi Zhao's back and opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end she said nothing. 3,000 meters, 6,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters. And it was only after reaching 20,000 meters in the air that Li Jing stopped his ascent and hovered to a standstill. In the land of nothingness, Ning Dao was still struggling in the midst of gravity. His muscles were constantly tearing and recovering. However, Ning Dao's progress was also noticeable. After 3 months, the muscles on his body were able to fully withstand this pressure. Meanwhile, in the state capital's special courtyard, under the lead of Purple Hump Peak, Tu Real was walking along the depths of the state capital's special courtyard on foot. She looked down at her chest, where it burned and stung, the kind of pain that surged from her heart to the surface of her skin. It's really not possible for him to change his appearance to find Zhao Yuyang. What makes this Su Lei have a face to eat him? Not only this armor. You see them in front of the cavalry. That kind of armor we have not seen, Dorgan is also said, pointing to the front of the cavalry of the close guard plate armor. That body with the curvature of the plate armor will be wrapped up as if they were a man of iron generally. There is that as a beast of steel like the horse is even more horrifying. Lost love. Help me look up the basic information on this Kang Jizhen. Wu Huatang didn't go over there, but asked the intelligent terminal to look up the information for him. These people were all Liaodong fugitives, and many of them had lost almost their entire families to the Manchu captives. It was hard to escape to the territory of the Dongjiang army, but they were unable to transfer to other parts of Daming. Stay in formation. Control the horse's speed. The Manchu captives have you to kill. Hearing the firing sounds from Su Fu's men in front of him, Tang Xiuxian was not in a hurry. At this time, Zheng Xizhong was suddenly drenched in cold sweat behind his back, and he certainly knew that this was not only a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Zheng family, but also the greatest moment of crisis ever. Brother too. It's not that I'm excusing myself. This matter is really a bit difficult. I can try my best to find out for you, but I can't guarantee that I'll find it. However, it is said that although the Heavenly Dragon Place sent out their unseen ancestors, they were unable to resolve the Demon Zune and instead drew out several legendary great demons in the Thunder Demon Mountain range, and the two sides fought a battle beyond the heavens, which has yet to be resolved. Knight Zihan watched as Bei Moyan fused all the medicinal herbs together and then proceeded to the next step of quenching. Chapter 60, the Jianghu was not as dangerous as Gu Fangchen. Even a non-doctor could see the mark. This was fundamentally different from the red rash that had developed on her face. The doctor was talking about Lin Xingnan's condition, while speaking to the nurse who was following him, about what medications to prepare. Susan knocked her head. It wasn't like her at all to be this sentimental. Her mind wasn't meant for figuring out things to do with people. It was more reassuring to have a straightforward machine. This time, it was even longer than the first time. So long that Lin Deep was so tired that all the bones in his body were flooded with pain. And only then did Jean Yang end it. Yang Zhu sighed as she turned around and sat on the sofa where Lin Han had sat, turning on the LCD TV in front of her. What do you mean? Big Head Yang was still dozing off, but when he heard Lu Yuan call he was instantly energized. Even if he was more shocked and disbelieving, it was hard for him to convince himself that the boy had nothing to do with him, aside from some necessary furniture. This room didn't have any understated luxury decorations. Aside from a coffee table and 2 sofas, there were just a few pots of flowers. I told you we were going to be in Class A within a year, and since I said that, I will never go back on my word. The hardware is given to you guys. It's up to you all for the challenge in 10 days. Susan sent a bulk reply. As she did so, her character was still staying in the underground dueling arena, unable to get out. The words were not finished, but the lips were blocked. Just a slight kiss, without the slightest desire. Rong Shallow froze and looked at him. His heart was finally compromised. He knew everything. Chung Chorhong is also not polite. Directly set the generation. Words and deeds through a rate of straightforward. Jiang Yu waited for everyone to introduce themselves and then said, I'll talk about the personnel arrangements. The president of the newspaper is still me personally, but as you know I also have a movie company. The main energy is still put over there. Ma Tong hurriedly followed, pretending not to hear Su Youfu's enthusiastic words about catching up with himself later. In other words, our local is now captured? Su Mengyao also immediately understood, and her figure immediately disappeared. Oh, scared me to death. I thought you had followed the reincarnation and taken us straight to it as well. Wolf Dashan patted his chest in relief. The two of them came to a remote corner and sat down. Zhang Chuhong could not hold back any longer, grabbed the snack bag in Zhang Yu's hands, picked up an egg child and ate it with gusto. Feet can be much more powerful than hands, and they kicked the covers right out from underneath them, then forfeited their strength and kicked the table directly in the face. Lin Hao lifted his foot towards Lin Yin again, wanting to shovel 2 slaps at her as well, but Lin Yin's face was already ruined by the crash, so he kicked Lin Yin. Before it was the money for a plane ticket, but that phone call just now decided that I have to leave, because there are some things that, as a man, I will have to do, Xiao Yunfei said calmly. After a series of attacks and defenses, the two figures merged and split in the void, as dexterous as a civet cat, and just landed on the ground, but Tang Feng no longer attacked, just gazing at Lin Zhan 2 feet away, with a few moments of surprise in his heart. Ha! That piece of trash! He escaped, and he still escaped straight to the southern martial country. Wu Jing'an said Wu Jingguang with disdain in his eyes. Manger, you guys have worked hard all the way. Do you want to rest for the night before starting? The devil ancestor greeted him and asked enthusiastically. After all, this was too unbelievable. Each herb had a unique growing environment, and that was even so. Herbs that had already dried up and died, could still draw new ones, so that even the elders of the Bai family, who had been handed down for 100 years as a medical family, had to be greatly surprised. Xiao Yunfei was silent. There was a more important piece of evidence. Because of Li Shi, Xiao Yunfei didn't bring it up. He was afraid of breaking her heart, because he thought that Li Shi was inwardly very much in love with the jade-looking Su Yaohui. Technology, lunar spaceships, alien flying saucers morphing into large spherical spaceships with hexagonal combinations. Now Zhang Donghai recoiled at the smell of sweet potato noodles. If he hadn't experienced the good life he had now, Zhang Donghai might have felt happy with a full stomach of sweet potato noodles for the rest of his life. He is true to you. Is he a good father? Ask your own heart. There are some things you should learn to cherish. Don't do things that make you regret. Wang Tianfeng's eyes were calm as water toward the distance. The sky was getting darker. The streetlights on the street had all lit up the sky of Seoul. Colorful lights were thrown into the cab, and Min Xianyi's face was haunted by layers of light bands. However, although there was no sense of exhaustion, Earth Armor also wanted to know the consumption of immortal power, so he came back to look inside the Dantian. Now that the entire Dantian was a mass of liquid, and the 9 Jindans had long since disappeared, Earth Armor realized that one end of the liquid within the Dantian was slowly decreasing, and one end was slowly increasing. What did Uncle Fong say? Zhou Ming asked indifferently as his mind raced. He gradually regained his composure again, knowing that this matter was not as simple as a few punks coming to cause trouble. The shadow beast coiled in the periphery of the core of the Dan, from time to time devour those essence, to the stars devoured almost, before rushing back within the core of the Dan, densely packed souls as the general layers of the wrapping plasma wrapped up a non-stop. Zhou Ming did not have to make the words too clear. They are all characters who have experienced a big scene. It is not good to say too much, so it is just to the point. After Lu Yu fooled Master D, he went back to sleep beautifully. That is to say, these days for the Sea Wolf gang this bit of but let Lu Yu did not have much good sleep, so now must make up for it. Spirit Snake in the front. Take turns to body inserted into the ground to explore the void. The progress of this natural slow. He woo to an hour actually less than 100 meters away. And this all the way to the 10th spirit. It is difficult to relax. Bias the front is still the color of this scene. I do not know how long can be out of this nightmare venomous swamp. Very called him some annoyance. Chapter 61 Lifting Your Table. Gu Fangchen and Zhuo Lu each took the heart demon oath in the presence of Eyes to Heaven, and the deal was considered complete. Zhuo Lu's attitude was worlds apart from before, hanging on to a smile and saying, the Lord of the Netherworld has already sent secret letters to all the A divisions, and within today, the news that Gu Rinlian has the lotus and the fetus hidden in her body will spread throughout the entire Great Way. If you are satisfied, your guest can also come to us if you have any more information you need to buy or sell. Good point, as long as, today the new palace is completed. Your father is quite excited, so you shouldn't spoil his fun and cause him displeasure. Zheng Hongmei said softly. Zhao Tamarisk in his previous life at least won a few years of a hand, every New Year's festival to down to the grassroots. Send warmth, he knows the mystery. Something although not much but can reflect the leadership of their care and attention. People sometimes need is such a point of things. Long-winded. I'm turning heel inside out. What do you care? If I tell you to do it now. Zhao Tamarisk glared at him and said, flinging his hands and walking back, take it away, right? This white Suzhen made a scene at the door. We are relatives. It is difficult not to do a family member, but it was also because the offer was so generous that it made them just watch instead of just running over. From the 30th year of Zhengde, is the separation of military and government? The guards of the commanding officer only control the officers and soldiers. Officers and soldiers are becoming professional soldiers, and those who are responsible for the provision of soldiers of the military households are all transferred to the civilian households. the local distribution of land, the establishment of the pastoral flow of officials to manage. Xiaohua was suddenly embraced by her, but instead, he did not have the following movements, only quietly holding her, unwilling to break this moment of tranquility. Auntie Lei, is there frosting added to this tea? The teenager himself picked up the water pitcher and poured a bowl of water, gulped it down, returned the bowl of water with both hands and raised his eyebrows as he asked. Erwa grinned as he saw the teenager drink the tea without thinking. The more Lian Xening looked at it, the more satisfied he became. In short, everything about this Rongjuan farm was constructed according to his own ideas, without the slightest bit of compromise. It's fine, just wait and drink a bowl of brown sugar and ginger tea. Vi rubbed his nose with a look of disinterest, once again focusing his attention on a capsule on the table in front of him. Several of you, all of you retreat. Don't slow down our honored guest. This gentleman, please also come to the elegant room on the second floor. Once Feng San Yang said this, those guards naturally retreated, and Chu Fengshu, of course, followed Xiao Qiqi closely, escorting her at her side to the elegant room on the second floor. Why don't we just let them come over for the time being, and complete the acquisition later when we have the money? Mu Lingzi proposed. In the next moment, the body of the Dan god completely dissipated into the air like dust, leaving only a Qiankuan bag lying quietly on the ground. Don't dare. Gu Xiao, may I ask what's up? Liang Min didn't know exactly what Gu Wanxian's status was, but he also knew that because of Gu Wanxian's matter, Ming Xiao had already been taught a lesson, and along with him, he had also been given a foul scolding. The crowd sat around the table on bamboo stools and ate the sweet fruits, which were really sweet and crunchy when they were iced by the cool water. That disgusting appearance, contemptuous attitude, as if really saw what? Incomparably disgusting garbage in general, so that the surrounding onlookers could not help but towards the people of the Mu clan, intentionally or unintentionally light-skimming looked over. That cocky guy looked like a pervert at first glance. Wang Qian couldn't figure out how such a cocky guy would come to a clear bar when he should be going to some heavy metal bar. Her voice was not loud, but it silenced everyone's voices, and as long as she opened her mouth, no one dared to speak again, and she did not allow a single other murmur to be mixed into her voice. However, it couldn't be felt at all, and even if it was seen, it would be automatically ignored, unless there was a lock that a cultivator could have. Otherwise it would be ignored without a second thought. Chapter 62 Entering the Game. This skill, Keep Fighting, is based on the logic of the game system to determine the possession of an item. Under normal circumstances, a living person is certainly not considered an item, and the skill cannot take effect. However, because of the mirror in the dust, there is a military path and military formation in the setting. Things become different again. Mirror in the Dust has a high degree of freedom and a wide variety of play styles, and after practicing various paths, players will have their own unique. Brother Pig, help me. Sister Chen is bullying me. As soon as the baby came over, he complained to Zhu Tianyun, with everyone tossing her into the air and catching her securely again. The balloons that had been on the rose flower were all released into the air in an unbelievable spectacle. Li Yuanqing's heart was overjoyed. How could he not think that the stone blocking the big stone cave would open up at this time? While his heart was overjoyed, the person immediately ran towards the stone cave. Although Pang Xingyu was immersed in the game, but his nature of learning martial arts had created his keenness. When someone tapped him on the shoulder, he almost reflexively grabbed with his backhand, trying to shake off Wu Qiankuan's hand. This time, the battle chestnuts were more violent and longer lasting than the last escalation. After a full 2 minutes, Lu Ziqing fainted again in the battle chestnuts. Only that Lu Ziqing's breathing and heartbeat were very normal. Li Yuanqing believed that it wouldn't take long for Lu Ziqing to wake up from the dizziness again. Lai Jinting heard Gu Yanyan's breathing become lighter, and only then did he leave the room from a quiet voice, gently pulling the door for Gu Yanyan. Thank you, Grandma. Guan Jintong was very good and accepted the brocade box, because on the way here Jiang Xinan said that if Grandma gave a gift she must let Guan Jintong take it. 3 fires of clarity, heavenly eyes open. Meng Yan murmured and opened his heavenly eyes, and then there was still only a gray mist in front of him, and it appeared to be even denser at this time. Meng Yan could only even see things within 2 meters. Zhao Qihua knew that Yuping had a point, so he only had to say goodbye to Li Yuanqing and walked up to the stone platform of the teleportation array with Yuping. Clear cold voice, like cold moonlight, but more sharp than the sword, cold to the bone. Eyes essence light flash. A body of true qi surging broke out. Fengmisun fiercely looked at Feng Qinyuan's extremely calm face. Fengmisun never thought that Feng Qinyuan already knew about the black demon triple-headed serpent. They had been out for 3 days and seemed to be in a very poor state, but having eliminated quite a few mutated creatures in 3 days had made their self-confidence extremely strong. They believed that high and mighty demon Exalt would not watch them being beheaded by Qin Feng. At the same time, The Devil Dao cultivators on the scene, one by one, followed the agitation. The Li family at the same table are watching. Pai Luocho surprised but also not good to directly brush off the face of February. Get up to welcome the wine. A prey has completely fallen into a dream and become my captive. Zhao Kujiejie laughed strangely, but when she saw Yu Li, who had killed out from behind Su Feng, her face stagnated, especially when Yu Li was still coming straight at the seat beside her. Previously, when Cha Xin told Zhang Lan to seduce Xia Maoyan, it was because she had seen Xia Maoyan at the entrance of Innocent with Zhang Lan when she went to look for Zhang Lan. That intelligent voice input terminal, owned by the company's highest-priced star, was only a second-rate star, but the income wasn't huge anymore, and there were various company subsidies. It's just as well that you don't have to look me in the eye, but you even dare to ignore my father. He's at least a saint-level powerhouse, right? Okay, Lin Fan, Lan Mengshi, you wait. Wang Ben knew that he couldn't beat Lin Fan and went back to get help first. Lan Mengshi was in the school. She definitely couldn't run away. Outside the window of her bedroom was the backyard, which was usually unkempt and overgrown with grass. At night, when the moon shines, you can clearly see the dappled shadows of the trees from the window. Chapter 63, Losing a Lady and a Soldier. A furious roar emitted from its mouth, and the blood mist around its body tossed and turned into a huge blood claw that grasped at the front end of the long whip that was coming from the whip. After this incident, I will temporarily leave Song City for a period of time, so I will ask the two of you to take care of the clan for a while. Zhou Tai reached out and patted the Nine Heavens Extreme Thunder Bow as he frankly said, thanks to the arrangement of the military master, the fire will be controlled in a short while. Only about dozens of tents were burned. Due to the early warning, the personnel did not have many casualties. We have stepped up patrols, please rest assured Khan. It seems that the news the messenger got was not that bad. Tamir's story is sort of largely filled out in the mouths of two very knowledgeable people, Iwakon and Vixie. Not only did it incorporate a trace of the Taiku Divine Lightning origin, it also incorporated a third of the Taiku Thunderstone. They were far away from Wanningi and hadn't touched the Supreme Gate at all, and even if they were holding the weapon of national fortune, there was no way to repel Wanningi by half a step. Seeing that the vast majority of the floating vehicles in the convoy were flying downward uncontrollably, the mercenary officer in charge of the convoy's security was so enraged that he didn't hesitate to give the order for the entire team to land and protect the seeds. A line of talk into the house. Yun Yi from the mouth of the eldest brother Shao Chunrui learned that the end of the examination in the tribute court met the Zhang family Zhang Shidong, but the two did not say anything, just lightly nodded, considered to be greeted. Every cultivation promotion will be accompanied by the corresponding thunderbolt. The cultivation of a road is against the sky. The heavens naturally do not allow, so it will descend thunderbolt block. If it is an ordinary Jindan promotion Yuaning, is by no means possible to have such a horrifying momentum. As one notice was posted, the Earth Village seemed to be instantly energized, and immediately became lively. Yao Qi event. I followed Seal E to the meeting. I should have sat beside Master. Just arrived at Yao Qi. I was held hostage by Fireflame and Cold Ice one by one to sit at their table. Shi just smiled and shook his head, and sat at the lower head of the Heavenly Emperor. However, there is no real way to come to a conclusion about this person, so one has to believe. However, this could not be verified. But the underworld, the hell of the earth, truly existed, proving in a way that this unanswerable proposition. In the evening, when the driver drove them to the banquet venue, everyone who had a part in the celebration had almost arrived. Fei Ling was incomparably fearful. She did not know that if Ling Feng did not return, where would she find the meaning of living? The emptiness of maddening despair suddenly filled her mind. That's right, I also think it's pretty. Long Fan lowered his head, and his body once again became blurry, and in an instant, it once again turned into a young man of about 1 meter 9, dressed in a black robe with gold dragons, with a hint of a gangly look between his eyebrows. Thinking of this, June Repentant saw Gu Chen, who was lying on the ground huffing and puffing in a place not far from the collapsed temple, and her eyes softened slightly before she gently walked over. The war soldier couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly, which made him figure out what exactly Wei Chuan's abnormality was out of that. Drink! The three of them shouted at the same time, and the 3 waves of fighting she rushed towards falling feather like arrows off the string. Although Zhang Yaoquan, who was shocked to see this, was heartbroken, he still did not show a hint of compromise on his face. When the dart team traveled to the road that bisects the muddy ridge, the knives in the hands of all the people have been gripped tightly, and some of them may be the first time to go darting, which is why they have a head full of cold sweat. Huli felt that she couldn't even stand up at the moment. Her complexion was filled with sadness. In her heart, Fang Ao was like a giant, holding up the clear sky. But at the moment, is there that much? Yu Xing doesn't seem to know too much either. Fang Ao rubbed his head. A mid to late stage Yuaning stage cultivator. He might want to deploy the great king of the Honghai back. Zhang Yuan said on his lips that it was fine, but his heart was dripping blood. Cub, you pulled the hatred of the entire entertainment industry for ABBA. A pile of Enian orders from the mouth of Fang Ao spat out. The generals have left. Even the old prime minister went down to start busy. Fang Ao for a long time have free time. He sat alone on the chair couch, swallowed pills, looked at the Ao Lan since just now has been silent. Ao Lan smiled. In addition, those subjects who are still in the East Sea, how are they now? Fang Ao's thoughts went to the faraway places again. In the middle of the East Sea, there were still tens of thousands of subjects who had never abandoned, never betrayed, and even though the East Sea was withering away, they still stood firm there. Oh, that's natural. From the earliest time when the idea of artificial intelligence appeared in the country, I was very concerned about it, and then carefully analyzed its future prospects. I was very optimistic about it, so I put into this industry after I made up my mind. Hong Mingfei said. There was also a talent scout who came to Xiao Kuanghe just now and asked him to form a brother-sister duo with Yun Yi for a record. Qin Ji's world was really quiet. The sound of the wind, the sound of the zombies, and even the sound of his own heartbeat could not be heard. The upper ninja, who was tied up, let out a loud curse, and the interrogator seized a negotiation request from the Japanese country from his arms, which was forwarded by Chen Yayet, and the letter was sent to Li Yu's hands. She felt that she was still awake. She just felt that her hands, feet and mouth were not listening to her, so she just wanted to sleep quietly. As for who the person in front of her was, she felt that it did not matter. Anyway, it must not be a bad person, or else Hejiali would call the police. Watson Jiangtian mass migration none. The time of occurrence of the Black Rain 2 years March 4th situation is different. Now the time of occurrence of the Black Rain 2 years March 10th. The survivors did not migrate. The emergence of the character code name, Sin Angel, the original timeline does not appear. When the two of them went, they happened to see that the main door of the mansion was wide open and there was a carriage at the entrance, looking like the owner was coming out. The third prince immediately pulled Lin Gu aside and quietly looked over there. Xin Shuangyi was confused by his whole operation. The doggy I'm talking about is Liang Tingting, said Xin Shuangyi innocently stretching her cell phone into Yu Jingtong's hand. 3 people went to the cliff. See all the clouds and fog. The lonely crane to the sky straight won't, hanging straight from the cloud's river body. He jelly felt that she had a problem. A big problem. And resolved to go back and find a heart doctor to cure her. Good, but it shouldn't be convenient today, said Yin Sheng Sheng, pointing downstairs, signaling her. At this point in time the cotton tree, although it has begun to slowly flourish, but it is undeniable that it still has a brilliant history. The identity of the domestic guitar, a brother label.